The second this guy opens his eyes, he freezes. He is in another body. He is a barbarian now, a massive muscle-packed tank who eats monster meat and crushes goblins with a single finger. Barbarians in this savage world are insanely strong and ridiculously tough, basically acting as walking monsters themselves. And that is exactly when Hansu realizes he is completely screwed, because this is the brutally difficult game he played non-stop. He originally started playing out of sheer boredom while stuck in a hospital, and now he is actually inside it. Right now, he is standing at the initiation ceremony for young barbarians, where they are being called. Then, the terrified guy standing right next to him suddenly yells out, asking what they are even doing in this game. One look at that panicked face and those terrified eyes, and the old geezer handing out the weapons pops up in front of the poor guy without wasting a second, asking if he was the one. This geezer pauses for a brief second like he is putting a puzzle together, then slowly nods to himself. And when the terrified human tries speaking again, asking if this place is dungeon and stone, the old geezer just slices his throat open without a single flicker of emotion, but knowing full well that showing even a hint of panic could get him killed just as easily. He clenches his jaw and the old man calmly claims the guy he just butchered was Orm, Kadua's son, and tells everyone. He orders everyone to ignore whatever that so-called spirit was screaming and casually goes right back to leading their ridiculous coming of age. Hansu now fully understands that any outsiders dragged into this game are automatically seen as evil spirits here. Just imagine the insane pressure here if anyone figures out he is an outsider. His head is rolling next. With that warning in mind, the only logical path is to survive this brutal game without ever getting exposed. But there is one massive. He silently curses the game for hiding such basic information, desperately searching for anything resembling because right now, knowing his own name is the only thing that can keep him alive. Even with terrible odds, Hansu decides to go with it. He plans to wait, and only step forward if nobody else moves within 2 seconds after a name gets called. Taking that dangerous gamble could easily backfire on him, but he has absolutely no choice. The old geezer, no one moves. After a tense pause, Hansu steps forward, praying that Bjorn Jandel is indeed the identity he has. The old geezer's sharp glare sends a cold shiver straight down Hansu's spine. But to his immense relief, instead, the chief simply calls him a young warrior, telling him to choose his weapon. Knowing he just survived that deadly encounter makes Hansu smile for a brief second before focusing back. Bjorn Jandel now knows these brainless barbarians are cursed with absolutely zero magic, but in return, that is why he decides to build himself into a pure, close combat specialist, grabbing a simple shield. At that exact moment, way back in the real world, his computer starts syncing as all his personal game data gets quietly uploaded to some highly suspicious administrator. The very first time Hansu played as this barbarian class, he naturally ran a massive greatsword, but that flashy choice only got him killed more times than he could count, forcing him to keep switching weapons to find better Then, a wild idea hit him. Maybe barbarians are not just mindless damage dealers, and maybe the real path to success is pure tank. So he tried running a heavy shield to match the barbarian's natural vitality. Even though becoming a defensive shield hero seemed like a terrible choice to most players, he still decided to try. And to his utter surprise, the results were incredible, letting him crush massive, dragon-like monsters. Honestly, you just know he won't regret this choice. Just then, the old geezer orders the massive gates to open, announcing that everyone must now enter the deadly lab. The moment the chief raises his voice, every single barbarian starts sprinting like their lives depend on it, and Bjorn Jandel has no choice but to play along. All these brainless muscleheads keep charging forward without a single clue where they are going until one of them, who actually has a working brain, suddenly realizes that Karak pointed them wrong. The angry crowd instantly turns on Karak, screaming that he should have never taken the lead in the first place. But Bjorn can't help laughing at the whole messy scene, knowing full well none of these brainless idiots are any better. Poor Karak admits he is not cut out for leadership and steps down without a fight. That is when Einar takes charge, and the whole pack of fools gladly follows her, claiming she is actually pretty smart. The barbarians start fussing again, shouting that they need to reach the labyrinth before the time limit, and that Einar. They suggest Jin should take charge, but that only sparks even more heated arguing. Bjorn just stands there thinking that if this wild circus keeps going, they might not even reach the labyrinth in time. The problem is he really doesn't want to draw attention to himself. So, he quietly walks up to Einar. Our poor girl, already totally exhausted and fed up, assumes he is just another person coming to blame her. But Bjorn calmly tells her he is not here to scold her and simply wants to help her reach the labyrinth safely. He tells her to keep it low and points toward a nearby party, casually making fun of his fellow barbarians for their lack of brains. Einar quickly rushes back to her group and confidently announces that she has figured out the way to the labyrinth. She confidently takes the lead, and before long, those brainless muscleheads finally make it to the entrance. To them, the purplish glow surrounding the gate looks majestic, and they quickly start calling it the sacred dimension. Bjorn stands there. Should he stay with these absolute idiots, or just quietly slip away? Because honestly, with how clueless they are, they probably wouldn't even notice anyone was missing. He questions whether a guy like him, who has never even thrown a single punch, could actually survive against dungeon monsters. Now he starts thinking of some other way to pay the taxes of Raphonia, without ever entering the labyrinth. This tax system is actually one of the most twisted parts of the game, where every citizen above the age of 20 must pay. Failing to pay doesn't just mean a harsh punishment, it means execution. Hansu remembers that in this world, money is earned by entering the labyrinth or working normal jobs like bartending. Regular villagers treat them like wild beasts and never offer them proper work. Barbarians are just seen as reckless troublemakers. Because of that, they are the only race handed a starting weapon right at the beginning of the game. As Bjorn stands there totally lost in thought, time keeps ticking away, with only 10 minutes left before— And here is the absolute worst part: this cursed gate only opens once a month, making survival in the city. His anxious thoughts quickly spiral, imagining a future where he has 0 jobs and absolutely 0. Trying hard to force himself forward, he knows his physical condition might hit rock bottom. If he stays, he freezes. The fear is so overwhelming his feet refuse to move. Just when he is about to break, Einar suddenly shows up to tell him they are the only ones left and must hurry. Bjorn tells her to go ahead, promising he will follow soon. As she leaves, Einar thanks him for the help and asks how. He secretly mocks her, thinking she would probably need to be reborn into an entirely different race. But he ends up giving her some pretty vague advice about always trying to think before she acts. The barbarian girl takes his advice to heart, promising to repay his kindness if she ever actually returns from the labyrinth. Hearing her speak about the grim possibility of not making it back, Bjorn asks if she is also scared of dying, and Einar answers with her own question, saying it is only natural. She admits she is afraid, but since she was born a warrior, she has no choice but to fight and survive. Hansu, they must fight, not because they want to, but because they have no other path available. You can't help but respect them here, as Hansu starts to truly admire these proud warriors and feels glad to be one. With only 1 minute left, he runs toward the gate with a huge smile. He reminds himself that he has the unique experience of raising thousands of game characters, feeling confident he will. Just then, everything fades to black, and he finds himself in total darkness as the system informs him that as he slowly walks through the pitch-black darkness, he remembers how he used to be a total expert at this game, realizing that if he combines a barbarian's sturdy, things change fast. Now, they've taken a pretty strange turn. He starts to panic a little since he is practically blind and has no clue where he ended up. From what he remembers of the game, glowing crystals lined the labyrinth walls, making torches completely Dragging his surviving human brain cells into action, he pieces together that this might actually be the darkness region. Tucked away in the deepest corner of level 1, this pitch-black outer zone is an incredibly rare area with absolutely— Weirdly enough, this place is never supposed to be a starting zone, but Bjorn Jandel quickly reminds himself that if this world drops players randomly, then landing in this pitch-black zone is rare, but still totally possible. Too bad he's the unlucky bastard who actually— He screams out every command he can remember from games and webtoons, desperately trying to open his status window. Giving up on that, he forces himself to stay calm and starts walking slowly into the dark. He jokingly thinks crawling might actually be faster, but the terrifying thought of hidden monster traps forces— Right on cue, he steps directly into a goblin trap. A metal spike drives straight through his foot, unleashing a— Locked inside a tough barbarian body, Lee Hansu clenches his jaw, swallowing the scream to keep dead silent. Even a tiny whimper could draw monsters, so he collapses in silent agony, knowing the goblin who set this trap is probably lurking near. Part of him foolishly hopes the creature is far away on a picnic, but he instantly realizes that kind of wishful thinking gets you. Bracing for the worst, he prepares himself knowing one slip-up, one single scream, will bring that monster running. Bjorn Jandel quickly tears his bleeding foot out, but a creeping numbness tells him there is a paralyzing— He curses that old barbarian geezer for handing him cheap slippers instead of real boots, but whining is not going to— His only option is to move fast and kill the goblin before the paralysis completely locks up his body. Strangely, even his fear begins to fade, likely numbed by the spreading poison. Stealing his resolve, he bellows into the dark, "Come out and face me." When silence answers, he wonders if he is just being paranoid and decides to limp away, praying the monster stays put. He knows the beast is right behind him, but the total darkness makes it impossible to see. He speeds up, but the creature perfectly matches it. It is playing with its food, just waiting for him to bleed out in the dark. A sickening cackle echoes through the dark. He knows this is his final shot, so watch this. He fakes a stump. Sure enough, the greedy monster takes the bait. But this goblin is not just some brainless creature. It chucks a heavy rock at his body first, testing to see if he's actually dead or just playing possum. But Hansu is way ahead of it. The second the monster creeps close, he springs up and launches a massive. Sadly, his reach is just a bit too short, but then, his barbarian instincts flare up, taking total control of his body. Pinpointing exactly where the beast is standing, he roars out in fury, "You are the prey now." He unleashes a vicious storm of punches, giving the beast a brutal beatdown for its creepy laughter. He grabs a heavy. The foul creature collapses, instantly dead. And for all that life or death struggle, Hansu receives exactly one lousy experience point. Just like in the game, the corpse vanishes, leaving behind a stone that acts as currency. But it is practically worthless. He lets out a bitter, self-deprecating smile, almost laughing at the irony of nearly dying just to secure a piece of garbage. While he knows every detail of the game, he warns himself not to confuse the virtual world with this brutal reality. The damn system keeps nagging him with status alerts, repeating that he's bleeding out until he's forced to crawl, dragging his foot is definitely fractured. And to avoid the agonizing pain, he stops putting weight on it completely, somehow scrambling. At this point, he's just begging for one small mercy, not stepping on another one of those godforsaken traps. He barely avoids another snare, but now the real nightmare is actually finding help in this maze before he completely pushing through the pitch black in one direction. Let's just hope he somehow makes it out. With death creeping in, he finds himself thinking about that strange guy from the entrance ceremony, wondering if that poor soul woke up back in his original world, or if he's just gone forever, hanging on to it. And right then, the system suddenly flashes back to life. Flashing red with a grim reminder that Bjorn Jandel is about to die if nobody treats him fast. Just as Bjorn Jandel is about to slip away, he spots a light ahead. Hoping there's someone out there, mocking illusions of himself begin to appear, sneering and asking if anyone would really bother saving a pathetic. Bjorn Jandel knows the blood loss is messing with his head, but his pure barbarian survival instincts push him forward. Just as his vitality crashes to rock bottom, an active party spots the dying barbarian. Right at that moment, the system rewards Bjorn Jandel with a 1-point mental stat increase for hitting 2% vitality as the party approaches him. They are shocked to realize he is a complete novice, suspicious that someone so green could make it this deep before them. Bjorn Jandel tries to speak, but no sound comes out, forcing him to scream silently inside his mind. The blonde knight, Dra, turns to their priestess, Ursina, and asks if she can cast a quick healing spell. Spotting a priestess makes Bjorn Jandel realize they are a high-level team, letting out a shaky breath, but his hopes shatter immediately. Ursina coldly refuses to heal him. Dra then orders Patron to hand over an emergency potion, one they normally keep strictly for when holy. Dra pops the bottle open and warns Bjorn Jandel to brace himself because this is no soft divine blessing and it will hurt like. Bjorn Jandel's vitality shoots straight up. Imagine the horror the moment that liquid kicks in. His entire body feels like it is melting from the inside out. Now Bjorn Jandel finally understands why the game bans mid-battle potion use, as this level of shock would, within seconds, his wounds seal up, and he struggles back onto his feet, shocked to be alive, while Dra stares in wonder, and the knight even offers to pay cold cash for the information if it is some secret shortcut. Bjorn Jandel realizes that moving fast is what kept him alive since Dra is only looking to buy valuable mapping secret. Still, this trade works out better. Unconditional charity in a dungeon is always incredibly suspicious, so Bjorn Jandel gives the safest answer possible, explaining that he has no clue, because the moment he stepped inside the labyrinth, he warped directly to this spot. Dra seems to buy it, mentioning he read that spatial anomalies can rarely teleport someone straight to the, even though the odds of that are insane, only happening once every 100 years or so. Bjorn Jandel grinds his teeth, knowing the hell he just survived is beyond anything this high-level squad has ever encountered. Preparing to leave, Draw praises him for the fascinating tale and tells him not to worry about paying for the expensive potion. At that moment, Bjorn Jandel realizes just how incredibly lucky he was that anyone stopped, especially in a place where time equals actual gold, even though he is mostly just thrilled to still be breathing. Yet his proud barbarian heart burns with heavy disgust at the thought of being pitied. Meanwhile, as they walk away, the party gossips about how ridiculously lucky the barbarian got. Surviving a goblin trap is nothing but raw luck, with one of them teasing Patron that the barbarian is only alive, mocking that if it were up to him, he would never waste an elite potion on a filthy peasant. Patron fires back by teasing the priestess, joking that with so many barbarians around, nobody would miss a single. Ursina goes dead silent in response, but before the mood gets too heavy, the archer girl steps in to defend her, stating firmly that she would have healed him herself if the strict temple regulations had not tied her hands. She then nudges Patron and tells him to learn from Draw, who only asked about a shortcut to save the barbarian's pride, knowing exactly how much those proud warriors hate being pitied. As they move forward, a strange realization begins to dawn on them, because the trail of blood never seems to end. Pushing further ahead, they finally arrive at the second-floor gate and activate the ancient glowing portal. But right as they prepare to cross over, you won't believe the shocking sight waiting right in front of them. Lying right beside the gate is the barbarian's sandal, still stuck inside a goblin trap. Meaning this absolute madman didn't use a shortcut at all. He dragged himself 15 kilometers through pitch-black darkness. The wizard in the party mutters that this is completely insane, leaving everyone with a terrifying chill down their spine. Right then, the potion guy remembers how the barbarian had reached out his right hand toward them. Everyone finally realizes the big guy was actually holding up a magic crystal, trying to offer a trade. The potion guy immediately takes back his words, admitting that these barbarians really are a different breed. They are built to keep moving forward, way too stubborn to ever treat death like an easy escape. Having survived that near-death disaster, Bjorn keeps running into goblins, but none of them grant him. Sure, but now that the path is lit and his vision is back, these monsters do not look very threatening anymore. Now, he spots traps scattered all over the floor, looking like someone just dumped them there without a single thought. He cannot help but laugh at how stupid these goblins are. They did not even bother covering them with dirt. Fortunately for him, their ambush strategy is completely pathetic, and their hiding spots are painfully obvious. But rummaging through his bag, he remembers that the deputy chief gave each barbarian an entire week worth of food. But looking inside, the leather is completely torn up from all that crawling he had to do earlier. Suddenly, he has barely 2 days of food left. Disaster. He forces himself to eat the bare minimum to stretch it out. Honestly, at this point, even this dry, he literally has to use his own spit just to swallow it, which only leaves him feeling incredibly parched. Back when this was a game, Hansu only worried about food. But in this brutal reality, going without water is not an option if he wants to survive. He figures since the old chief did not provide water, there must be a clean source hidden somewhere inside. Right on cue, as he walks along, he catches the faint sound of splashing and heads right for it. There, he spots a random adventurer resting on the floor, who gets up and leaves without saying a single word. It is like an unspoken rule exists to never talk unless absolutely necessary. Bjorn checks he has collected 44 of them. Now that the basics are covered, he faces one final issue because he is completely exhausted. There are really only 2 practical ways to survive sleeping in a dungeon. First is leaving everything to fate and sleeping anyway, hoping nobody decides to attack during the night. The other way is teaming up with a partner and taking turns keeping watch. But because of his terrifying barbarian appearance, everyone keeps running away, leaving him with absolutely no— Honestly, you have to feel for him here. All he wants is a quick nap and a guard. Right then, a fairly friendly-looking guy approaches and asks if Bjorn is looking for an overnight companion, but the man explains he only approached because Bjorn looks like a reliable barbarian, someone who can guarantee a safe night. Bjorn relaxes slightly and admits that he has been— They agree to become night companions, which is a real game mechanic, and the stranger introduces himself. Hansu returns the gesture, introducing himself as Bjorn, son of Jandel, and extends a hand. Our companion argues that finding another person will take way too long, so the 2 of them should just sleep together, which honestly gives our guy some pretty weird vibes. Then, naturally, the guy wins, leaving Bjorn to quietly curse his terrible luck. Hans pulls out a pocket watch and explains how it works, clearly assuming a barbarian cannot read time. Bjorn just stares, silently wondering how expensive that shiny gadget must be. As the man falls asleep instantly like he is in a luxury hotel, Bjorn watches him, thinking he looks way too comfortable. He briefly wonders if the guy would share that sleeping bag if asked nicely. Staring at the hands of the clock, now it is our hero's turn to rest. But trusting a stranger in this place does not come naturally. So, he does his absolute best to fake being asleep, even snoring loudly to really sell the act. Our hero is totally convinced that if this guy has any bad intentions, he will strike now, thinking all barbarians are simple and easily fooled. But in the end, it is his turn to keep watch again. Mentally slapping himself for being so paranoid, he still knows deep down that trusting a stranger is simply not in his. Bjorn is running on empty, feeling like he might just collapse from pure exhaustion. And before he knows it, he passes out, only waking up when Hans starts nudging him awake while trying to deny he was drooling the entire time. Hans plays it cool, saying he will not complain since nothing actually happened during his shift. Still, Bjorn tries to make up for the slip by offering to cover the next shift so Hans can get some extra rest. He lets the barbarian sleep without a single complaint, completely brushing off how Bjorn passed out when he should have been. Dead silence. Just when Bjorn finally lets his guard down and drifts off to sleep, his eyes snap open to see Hans towering over him, weapon raised high and ready to smash him to pieces. Bjorn rolls away just in time to dodge the strike, leaving Hans absolutely shocked by his reflexes. With a murderous glare, our hero gets completely serious as Hans panics and begs him to listen. Knowing the rat is just trying to cook up some cheap excuse, he hesitates for 0 seconds. No warning, he strikes in pure rage while Hans begs him to wait. After a brutal uppercut to the chin, even now, the coward keeps wheezing for Bjorn to wait and just hear him out. Not happening. Bjorn ignores the pathetic begging, refusing to hear a single word. You already know how this goes. Bjorn decides he is going to need a few more heavy hits. Bjorn slams his shield straight into him, sending Hans flying back to crash hard, coughing up blood and barely holding. Standing over him with a terrifying aura, Bjorn watches the trembling wreck mumble apologies. Bjorn narrows his eyes, demanding to know exactly why he tried to kill him. With his face completely wrecked, Hans finally spills the truth. He just wanted to steal those magic crystals. He thought he could just knock Bjorn out and steal them without actually killing him. Too late. Bjorn is stunned, asking if Hans really tried to cross a barbarian over a few crystals. Hans explains that barbarian gear is top tier and sells for a massive fortune. The rat asks if that is enough to let him go, but Bjorn senses something is still off, slamming him in the chest. Bjorn knows there is more to it, since jumping another adventurer inside the dangerous labyrinth is a massive risk. Suddenly, Hans screams that it is the heart. Bjorn freezes as the rat explains that Imagine realizing this backstabber only sees you as a walking loot bag, basically a giant goblin. He asks why Hans did not try this earlier while he slept. Hans casually admits he needed rest too, making Bjorn realize this backstabber is not just sneaky, but incredible. The backstabber then begs, asking if Bjorn will finally forgive him now that he confessed. Not a chance. Bjorn just smirks, knowing he will keep running into begging rats. He is not soft enough to let this slide. Hans desperately promises to hand over all his gold once they return. Bjorn completely tunes out this pathetic trash. Done. And just like that, on his very first day in this world, he ends up killing a man. By day 2, he is already loaded with solid gear to survive. No more running around half-naked like a caveman. He checks his direction with a compass, tells the time with a watch, and heals wounds with potions. It is pretty ironic that he only gets to live like a human after executing one. One hit. At least now, he is strong enough to crush a goblin with a hammer. Back then, he never imagined he would be this good at combat. Still stuck in his peaceful, middle-aged, but being a barbarian hits different. On his second day in the labyrinth, goblins start teaming up. Thanks to his stolen gear, his stats have gone through the roof, letting him tear through pairs of goblins effortlessly. Still, the endless battles and severe lack of sleep are starting to take their toll. He does not have a reliable partner to watch his back yet, but surviving a random goblin stab feels way safe. It is annoying. Every time he tries to sleep, goblins pop up right in front of him. He swings his weapon in pure fury because barely 10 minutes have passed since he cleared the last pack. To make things worse, these filthy goblins keep treating his nap time like a playground. He completely loses his mind and crushes them, since it has barely been 10 minutes since the last fight. Bjorn leans his back against the wall, pretty sure he finally cleared out every single goblin around. All he wants is a little sleep, praying that no more of those pests show up. But as his eyes shut, a sneaky goblin stabs him before he even senses it, and he lashes out instantly in pure rage. Another one spots the chaos and instantly bolts, leaving Bjorn quite relieved that it ran off because he has absolutely— Talk about a close call. If he was just a bit shorter, that beast would have slit his throat. That terrifying thought really sinks in, forcing him to admit he desperately needs proper rest. Especially looking at the painful wound, he knows it needs treating. Too bad his only potion stings worse than the actual cut. 14 hours quickly fly by, and adventurers start looking around for partners to survive the night. But trust is a luxury here, especially since a barbarian's heart sells for a pretty high price on the black market. In a brutal place like this, only another barbarian can be trusted not to slit his throat for profit. So, quite unlike yesterday, a bunch of humans suddenly want to team up because he is covered in blood and missing a boot. He now looks like a seasoned warrior who just walked straight out of hell, whereas before, he just seemed too pathetic to even bother. Still, he rejects everyone who approaches, telling them flat out that he is only looking for a fellow. One guy looks shocked and warns him he is wasting his time because fewer than 100 barbarians are left on this floor. With a quick nod, the guy wishes him luck and heads on his way. Bjorn finds it kind of tragic that an absolute beast like himself is still struggling down on this basic floor. There is no point hoping for a barbarian to appear, since it clearly won't be easy. He needs to lower his expectations. Humans are completely out of the question, which leaves him looking for an ally. Other races are certainly rare, but still more common than barbarians. Maybe he can find a fiery dwarf or an honorable elf who actually keeps their word. Honestly, he does not care as long as they are not human. Most other races have too much pride and loyalty to stab a fellow adventurer in the back, unlike humans who are completely blinded by greed. After wandering the area for nearly an hour, Bjorn simply asks if she is alone, but the moment she spots him, her face pales in sheer horror. He gets it. She is just acting on survival instincts, and honestly, who wouldn't panic when they are bleeding out, and suddenly stepping closer to inspect, he instantly spots a nasty-looking wound right across her stomach. And it definitely was not caused by a goblin dagger. He asks if a human did this, but instead of answering, this catches him completely off guard, as she tearfully begs him to spare her life because her little brother is— Her reaction stuns him since elves are usually known for being incredibly proud and stuck up. Yet here she is, crying like a completely helpless mess. If he knew she was this fragile, to ease her panic, he flashes a friendly smile and reassures her that he has no plans to kill her. But coming from a bloody giant, that friendly smile just makes him look like a complete psychopath. She trembles, asking if he is really going to murder her just because he is a barbarian, begging him for one. Bjorn gets pretty annoyed, genuinely wondering what on earth his race did to deserve such a cursed reputation. He ignores her panic, telling her to stop talking and focus entirely on treating those wounds first, so they can— He tosses her some plants, which she immediately recognizes as incredibly rare healing herbs. He actually thought they were poisonous weeds, so hearing they are safe makes him feel a lot better. When she asks why he is handing over such precious herbs, he just asks if a person really needs a reason to help someone. Well, let's be real here, he definitely has a sneaky agenda to make her his overnight companion. He tells her to patch up while he stands guard, since she is in worse shape than him. She is badly injured and exhausted, but admittedly quite beautiful. While he is lost in his thoughts, she quickly finishes. With her guard finally down a bit, he decides to introduce himself as Bjorn, and she hesitantly whispers that her name is— When he asks why she is so terrified, she explains that barbarians and elves are ancient, bitter enemies who have been locked. This is complete news to him, since back in the game, he always assumed their two races actually had great relations. She quickly adds that she holds no grudge though, since the war ended 10 years ago, and she has zero interest in fighting him. Still, hearing this completely blows his mind, especially since he has no clue how much time has slipped by. Either way, he cannot afford to look for other allies right now. He tells her he holds no grudge. He finally asks if she wants to be his overnight partner. Pointing out that they are both exhausted, he says working together for just one night is their best shot at staying alive. She points out that barbarian warrior honor is a massive deal, asking him to swear on it while promising he does not care about warrior honor at all. So using that useless concept as a bargaining chip works perfectly. With the agreement done, he decides to clear things up by stating his name is not Mr., it is Bjorn. Thank you very much. He swears on his warrior honor not to hurt her. and she vows on her tribe name that she will not attack him either. Now that the oaths are officially locked in, he feels incredibly relieved to finally get some sleep. He says he is sleeping first and hands her a pocket watch, warning her to be careful because it is pretty. Lying down, he feels highly annoyed that getting sleep has turned into such a difficult mission. Still paranoid, he decides to fake sleep for 10 minutes just in case, but ends up passing out instantly. Suddenly, she shakes him awake. For a brief second, he assumes it must be an emergency, but she casually says he realizes he completely failed to fake sleep, probably because the blanket and backpack combo just hits differently. If Hans had let him have these earlier, he never would have survived that ambush. So, he decides to lend them to her, saying she can use the blanket and makeshift pillow if she wants. The very moment she takes them, she lights up with pure joy and knocks out incredibly fast, crashing the exact second. He figures she must be completely exhausted too, since she has clearly been through just as much as it feels like 5 days in this literal hell, even though only 3 passed. Still, he feels much better now and blames his heavy mood on the pointless thoughts he keeps carrying around. He constantly reminds himself that even if he could go back, nothing is waiting for him there, and clinging to that after swapping a few more shifts for lookout duty, the clock ticks closer to the next phase with only 10 minutes. He starts thinking that maybe he should ask her to team up with him again. As an elf, she is a massive asset in battle, but making her a teammate means splitting the rewards. That cuts into his loot, but lately, goblins have been showing up in nasty numbers. He can handle 4 solo. Before he can decide, 2 adventurers arrive and recognize Erwin by her distinctive gear. They turn to him and ask what his relationship is with the elf. Bjorn tells them exactly what they see. The chubby guy finds it completely wild that a barbarian and an elf end up as sleep buddies, before asking how much time is left. With a menacing look, Bjorn replies that he has zero obligation to give any answers to filthy humans. Hearing that, Mick Eats a Lot is slightly intimidated. He glares at Erwin like she is a delicious snack and walks away. But get this, Bjorn knows something is wrong, and they are definitely hunting for Erwin. He shakes her awake, telling her it is time to move. But she acts like a kid being dragged to school, begging for a few more minutes. That really pisses him off. Even so, she stubbornly refuses to end her beauty sleep. He urges Erwin to get up, but she ignores him. He can tell she is just faking since she pulled the blanket. He rips it off by force, startling her completely, and demands to know why she is pretending to sleep. She admits she thought he would abandon her if she woke up, since Erwin and Bjorn are just overnight partners. Their deal only works by taking turns, staying awake while the other rests. And their oaths expire the moment she wakes. He demands to know what those two want. Although she says it is nothing too serious, he presses her to explain how they even know her. She tells him they likely belong to the same faction as the guy who attacked her, since they wear that identical crystal. Hearing that, Bjorn figures he should probably walk away before things get ugly, especially since he is dealing with a... Still, he feels bad for her since she is also a 20-year-old with dreams, not that different from himself. Bjorn tells her they can talk while they run. She asks if he's actually going to help, but he says he'll decide. She explains how it all started inside the labyrinth, pairing up with those sketchy guys overnight. Something felt pretty wrong, so she jumped up and caught the leader trying to force himself on her, but she managed to. Later on, she finds out he actually runs a whole clan that mostly operates on the first floor. Those clan members chased her down and wounded her, leaving Bjorn wondering how they even managed to track her. She figures they must be tracking her with message stones. Bjorn realizes he has absolutely no clue what those are, since they weren't in the game he played. When he asks for details, she explains they're magical tools that let people talk over a distance of about 300 meters. Bjorn thinks they sound like fantasy walkie-talkies. He knows that ditching Erwin now makes him a huge target, especially with a... He asks why Union is hunting her down when she didn't do anything wrong, wondering if they just want to silence her permanently. She shrugs and says she kind of swung her dagger around while trying to break free, and it accidentally sliced off something that just won't grow back, even with potions. Watching her giggle like a complete airhead, Bjorn feels his soul escape his body. Honestly, you can't even blame them for hunting her down now. That's just some pretty wild, instant... Shaking that off, they keep running until she suddenly senses a presence and tells him to keep looking straight ahead. She listens sharply and pins the tracker at 150 meters, way too far for any normal human to sense. It has to be some kind of innate elf talent built right into her bloodline. Bjorn checks on her as they prepare to excel. She quickly tells him she can easily keep up with the pace. Bjorn is impressed that she isn't even complaining. Despite her open wound, the girl has serious guts, since they can't seem to shake. Plus, there is a pretty high chance this scout is broadcasting their coordinates, meaning things will go south incredibly fast. And honestly, Bjorn would have done the exact same thing in their shoes. But if they kill that guy, there is no going back. Bjorn really needs to weigh the risks against the benefits. He needs more information before making any major moves, calculating every possible outcome since taking. Asked about her strengths, she deadpans that she is only good at laundry and cleaning, while her cooking is hopeless. Visibly annoyed, Bjorn repeats the question, specifically asking about actual fighting. Suddenly, Erwin sparkles and proudly boasts that she's a pretty elite archer who can even tap into some rare. He realizes she is basically the perfect elf archer archetype, especially since summoning flame spirits is almost. Bjorn then asks if she has ever killed anyone, causing her to instantly freeze in place. While the thought clearly terrifies her, she steels herself and promises she will if there is absolutely no. They will watch each other's backs, and he is definitely not tolerating any complaints. Erwin instantly beams and agrees to the deal. When Bjorn asks about their tracker, she reports that they're down to just one. With the enemy closing in incredibly fast, Bjorn completely drops the retreat plan. You and I both know what that means. He tells her to summon the spirit because they are about to split up and charge. Once they get close enough, Bjorn signals her to dismiss the spirit, and a shadowy figure, even if the scout couldn't spot them, stopping right on top of their location proves he possesses some pretty high level. Bjorn whispers the cue to attack, and Erwin lets her arrow fly without a single moment of hesitation. The arrow drills straight through the tracker's forehead, dropping him instantly. She looks physically sick, but Bjorn reassures her she did what had to be done. Any hesitation would have gotten. Bjorn approaches the dead body and retrieves a green stone, which instantly crackles to life as soon as he touches it. A voice announces their scout was killed chasing the elf and barbarian, ordering everyone on the line to regroup at the. After looting the body, Bjorn sits down, looking pretty underwhelmed. He really expected a designated scout to carry some decent loot, but there is absolutely nothing valuable. Aside from some random junk, the only thing useful is his leather clothing, which Erwin immediately puts on. Watching her get fully geared up in the dead man's leather, he feels like her presence just got a major upgrade. She points out a tiny button on the side, and when Bjorn presses it, the stone immediately begins to broadcast. The broadcast alerts everyone that the target is down, and the elf he was tracking is now hiding in the With a massive 10,000 gold on the line, Erwin nearly passes out from shock. Bjorn tells her to keep her cool and summon her spirit, since they are heading straight for the outskirts. Their goal? The second floor. Erwin looks at him like he is absolutely out of his mind. I mean, can you blame? He calmly tells her they absolutely are, but she points out that the first and second levels are completely different. Acknowledging her point, he adds that as long as they stay pretty near the entrance, things will be fine because their skills balance each other out, making her feel a little shy. He silently notes that a heavy tank and a ranged dealer make a perfect combo, and now that they are teaming up, there is no way the first level will yield the loot they actually need. Erwin hesitates, muttering that jumping to the second floor on their very first run feels like diving into. Then, the broadcast returns. The voice says whoever finds the elf first can do whatever they want to her on top of the 10,000 gold. Another sick voice cuts in calling it a sweet deal and asking if he can chop off her limbs if she dares to resist. The announcer shrugs keep the vital parts intact, and it is fine. Even while trembling with fear, she tells Bjorn she is completely ready to head to the second floor. He grins to himself, he did not even have to push her. This worked out pretty well for him. Bjorn has always been the type to help others when it benefits him, so if he can wipe out this human trash and talk about a win-win scenario. Erwin then asks if he even knows the way to the second floor. He admits he does not know the exact path, but tells her they will find it if they keep going north. The dungeon is designed so that if you just follow the deepest shadows, you will eventually hit a portal. Suddenly, Erwin tells him to halt as she spots a sneaky goblin trap right up ahead. Bjorn is a bit confused at first, since it has been quite a while since they saw one. It quickly clicks that these traps rarely show up in lit areas, meaning his luck is just terrible today. Bjorn warns her not to summon her flame spirit, since she really needs to preserve her mana. She quickly mutters she was not going to anyway, but right then, several goblins leap out of the dark, instantly, nails a clean headshot on the first, and smoothly sidesteps the second before putting it down with a completely deadpan a proud glint. She asks him how she did. He tells her she did awesome and is clearly a top-tier elf, so she hands him some magic crystals and she explains that she needs to save up to buy something special for her younger brother. Bjorn does not quite get her logic, but she insists she is ready to work incredibly hard for it. He figures she is just getting back at him. Just when they think they have a plan, that announcer drops a massive bomb. The bounty is doubled to 20,000. But Bjorn he says nobody will spot them in the pitch black. Especially since these bounty hunting idiots are not cooperating. They have probably already taken a wrong turn and wandered near the border. Erwin asks if she has to face them all alone, but our guy tells her absolutely not, they will smash them together. Besides, the experience system here works pretty weirdly. You only gain experience the first time you kill a specific monster type, so leveling up requires hunting all kinds of... Bjorn tells her to watch their back while he takes the lead, knowing that ghouls only aggro when someone gets within their range. The moment he steps into the zone, a pack of ghouls rushes out exactly as expected. He blocks them with his heavy shield and crushes them with his hammer, noting they are faster than goblins but still bottom-tier trash. Their movements are pretty simple, and with Erwin covering his blind spots, they easily carve right through them. They keep pushing forward, constantly marching north, until they finally hit their third day inside. Suddenly, Erwin spots a splash of fresh blood next to a half-eaten loaf of bread. But Bjorn instantly recognizes this area. This is the exact spot he first woke up after being thrown into the labyrinth, and right behind it sits the portal. As the memories of his betrayal flood in, he angrily slams his hammer down. The portal was actually just a few steps away from where he started. Realizing how close he came to dodging all that trauma makes his blood boil. Trying to hold it together, Erwin timidly asks if she did something wrong, but he snaps that she has. Realizing he might have lost some allies here, she softly tells him it has been a brutal ride, Bjorn figures she somehow pieced everything together from the environment, but her guess is actually dead wrong. Still, he lets it go and asks if she is ready. Erwin admits she is pretty terrified, but being with him makes her feel. Stepping through the portal, Bjorn quietly decides she is kind of weird. But hey, he does not plan on dying. But watch out, they are falling straight from the sky. And while Erwin gracefully nails her landing, poor Bjorn faceplants into the dirt with all the elegance of a failing. He always wondered what jumping through a portal would feel like. But now he realizes it is definitely not worth. Erwin looks pretty proud of herself for pulling that off, while Bjorn just stares at her with extreme intensity. He is honestly feeling pretty salty that barbarians do not get blessed with that kind of elegant finesse. Agreeing to scout the area first, Bjorn wonders if they ended up in the northern goblin forest on the second floor. Behind them, the active portal keeps buzzing, leaving a direct pathway open all the way back to the first floor. And our guy cannot detect even a single trace of life within 50 meters, seeing everything clearly thanks to the bright. But because they are still deep inside the labyrinth, this place is not going to get any brighter anytime soon. Erwin asks if this is actually the second floor, since she never heard anything about it being a massive forest. He figures they meant a different route, since there are 4 separate portals that each drop you in completely different. Hearing that, she suddenly remembers that no matter where a portal dumps you, every single path eventually leads straight to the third floor, which he confirms is true. She asks what their game plan is, but Bjorn throws it right back, asking if she even knows how to return to the... Erwin explains they get ejected automatically once the labyrinth closes, and Bjorn nods, confirming. He adds they get 168 hours on floor 1 and 240 on floor 2, and when the timer hits 0, the labyrinth... Bjorn jokes they could basically just chill here until the timer runs out and then loop back to the first floor. But since sitting around doing nothing is not really an option, he suggests they scout around, telling Erwin to take the lead, which instantly makes her nostalgic because the forest room. She warns him to step exactly where she steps, since this whole zone is practically crawling with deadly hidden traps. He claims he sees absolutely nothing, but watch this. She tosses a rock onto some leaves and instantly triggers a trap. After seeing that demonstration, he figures she must have some fairy detection skill. Erwin looks pretty pleased with herself, and Bjorn silently admits she is actually starting to look kind of reliable. But instead of saying that out loud, he just shrugs it off and mumbles, "Woman is good at throwing rocks," in his finest caveman voice, leaving Erwin looking completely stunned at his response. He tells her not to get too excited over tiny wins, since this is literally just her job as an explorer, but the only thing she actually registers is Bjorn calling her a decent explorer, which makes her light up like a kid getting... Right after that, she snaps back to reality, and warns him that something feels wrong. Normally, this zone should be crawling with standard goblin squads and mutant warriors or archers. Plus, the deeper they go, but since they are staying close to the portal, it probably won't be a big issue for now. They use stones to safely trigger the traps and expand their zone, since stepping on one by mistake later would be once they finish clearing the path. Erwin looks pretty proud of herself, and Bjorn throws her a genuine compliment, saying she is actually acting like a pretty competent explorer now. He also notes the traps here feel more like natural hazards than the first floor, before telling her it is time to move. Suddenly, Erwin senses a group of goblins closing in nearby, and Bjorn quickly demands to know how many. She admits she isn't totally sure of the count, but there are definitely more than 10, 50 meters out. Bjorn makes the call to fight, asking how close they can sneak up without getting spotted. Erwin replies that going solo lets her close the gap to about 30 meters, and Bjorn decides to roll with her plan. She glides forward like a ghost without making a single sound, and Bjorn is honestly pretty impressed by how smooth she is. Once she closes the distance, she signals him and lets an arrow fly right into the goblin pack. Seeing the cue, get this, he instantly realizes the second floor hits different. Their numbers are nearly triple the usual amount. Sure, they are just minor goblins, but this sheer crowd is kind of intimidating. A tough goblin warrior joins the mix, which should be terrifying. Instead, his battle-hungry barbarian Bjorn slams into the goblins like a massive wrecking ball, smashing them with his hammer and battering. Suddenly, a goblin lunges from his blind spot. He barely dodges in time, thinking that being a second slower would have sent his head flying clean off. These pests get dangerous in groups of more than 5. Alone, he might have taken real damage. But Erwin, totally fueled by rage now, he charges straight into the chaos, fully ready to wipe them all out. A system notification pops up showing he wiped out the mob and snagged 11 magic crystals from that very Bjorn feels pretty great about the easy loot, though he is slightly annoyed he cannot carry off their weapons or armor. He throws Erwin 2 crystals. She is utterly thrilled to get double the promised amount. His tone shifts. Time to move on, already calculating his potential crystal farm. Pushing deeper, even more packs begin to ambush them, and this time, a sneaky goblin archer is waiting in the ranks. But before they can process the new threat, the creature vanishes like a budget magician. Bjorn snaps at Erwin to. These fights are quickly becoming a real pain due to those hidden archers, especially when the main mob charges him all at once. Still, the concept of losing never once crosses his mind, so he just goes full berserker mode and flattens them. While he is busy smashing heads like a madman, an archer tries to pull a fast one. Luckily, absolutely refusing to let that slide, Bjorn rushes the shooter with his hammer and launches the poor goblin in. After brawling non-stop for over 15 hours, the duo finally calls it a day. Erwin collapses immediately like a sack of potatoes. Bjorn offers her the first. Our elf begins snoring like a seasoned pro, making Bjorn figure she must have been totally running on fumes. She never made a sound while resting before. Maybe she actually. Staring at the dungeon sky, he reflects on their crazy hunting spree. They managed to score way more loot than expected, and even crossed paths with some. Honestly, they never linger to chat, but just watching those weird groups is enough to drain your energy too. It turns out other adventurers are far more terrifying than dungeon monsters, especially with Erwin around. Which she instantly catches and starts teasing him relentlessly, leaving him utterly shocked that she was even awake. Giggling, she pretends to drift right back to sleep, leaving him wondering if he somehow got stuck with a defective elf. By day 4, they are still thin-cutting the local goblin population, like a dedicated part-time job. As the days tick by, they keep collecting magic stones until the 7th day finally arrives. Erwin complains she is going to crash the absolute moment they exit. Bjorn agrees, saying they should head back early since it is safer. As they walk, she reminds him to. Then, she spots a goblin group waiting about 70 meters directly ahead. This pack features some mutant variants, but Bjorn does not even flinch and declares they are taking the fight. The goblins are cackling like they are in a comedy show, right up until Bjorn starts butchering them. He lets out a massive war cry, loud enough to put every single monster in the vicinity on notice that a real beast has arrived, smashing them into the dirt while Erwin snipes the archer. Goblins fall fast. Bjorn casually blocks strikes with his eyes closed, getting pretty comfortable with Erwin's cover fire since he remembers her mentioning 2 distinct archers, but there are absolutely 0 arrows flying in his direction. Once they sweep the area, he praises her incredible skills, which makes her blush furiously. However, he also tells her to give him a warning next time she clears the backline, so she nervously admits she was not sure if that last monster was dead. And Bjorn agrees it is always better to make absolutely sure. thinking she has grown so much in just a few days, getting all sentimental with a tear. Suddenly, she points out something glowing in the distance, excitedly yelling that the goblin archer dropped. Bjorn's face instantly drops, because this is the last thing he wanted to find here. And he immediately goes into detail, explaining how essences are key to the skill system, basically working like but there is a catch. You can only absorb a limited number, and their usefulness varies wildly. So it is all about making smart choices. Still, he finds it pretty suspicious that one even dropped, since now, he is fully convinced that something shady is going on. Erwin wonders if eating it turns you into a goblin, but Bjorn explains how the tracker earlier absorbed. He asks Erwin if she wants this one, and her eyes instantly light up like it is Christmas morning. She tries to play it cool, saying she will take it only if he does not want it, while Bjorn seriously regrets teaming up with what has to be a malfunctioning elf. He already knows exactly which essence he wants, even if getting it will be tough. But just as he starts a random voice cuts him off, and they find themselves staring down a group of hostile adventurers shouting at them to this red-haired leader steps up, demanding answers, while Erwin tries to explain their side of things. But Bjorn knows his luck is never this good. Now watch this. He grabs Erwin and throws her straight at the essence. The redhead completely loses his mind, screaming that the essence was theirs as he gets angrier by the second. Bjorn stands firm, shielding Erwin. She looks pretty weak, while he silently notes that he fully expected scavengers like this. They probably sensed the too bad for them, because Erwin already swallowed it. Wearing a savage grin, Bjorn dares them to step forward if they are brave enough, despite being heavily out. But backing down is not an option. His eyes flash with a wild light as he tells them to try their luck or get. And just like that, the two of them sprint out of there. While Bjorn tells Erwin not to look back and keep running, she is confused, pointing out that those four guys are. But Bjorn is confident that even if they backed off for now, they are going to cross paths again. He explains they were a party of 4, likely done exploring the second level of the dungeon. Since they are near the entrance, they probably want to head back to the first floor and return to the city. In simple terms, they have the exact same escape plan. Hearing this, Erwin starts fangirling over. Just then, her elf ears twitch, and she warns him of a goblin group about 50 meters ahead. Bjorn instantly decides to bypass them, but she shakes her head, warning that the monsters are already charged. The barbarian clenches his jaw in frustration, noting they have always been the ones doing the hunting, never the other way around. He starts wondering if this is more than just a coincidence. Ordering her to follow, he turns back the way they. Erwin opens her mouth to speak, but her expression instantly shifts as she spots a stray arrow flying. Before she can react, Bjorn pulls her out of the way just in time, leaving her coughing and complaining she had it cut. But Bjorn cuts her off, telling her flatly that a goblin did not fire that arrow. Look, he is sure it is the same trash bags from earlier. They must have lured the goblins over to set up an ambush, hoping to catch them off guard while they were busy fighting. He tells her to shut up and use her powers, but she just blinks at him in pure confusion. Ordering her to trigger the new essence, he remembers that these drops do not just boost your stats, they also grant unique. She stammers that she does not know how, but Bjorn says it is already active. Sure enough, her body starts. Watching in mild surprise, he wonders if activating an essence skill is really that easy. He gets dead serious, handing her his bag while promising to hold off the horde so she can hunt down the enemies. She hesitates, terrified this is a suicide mission, but Bjorn coldly warns her there is no time to argue. He orders her to stay hidden and wait for his signal before taking her shot. She tries to ask what signal he's talking about, but Bjorn is already charging the goblins, shouting back at her to not. Skidding to a halt, Bjorn senses the goblins creeping up on his left, absolutely dying for a fight. He lunges forward, realizing those cowards are still hiding after that first arrow, but he bets they'll show. Gripping his hammer, he counts about 12 of them too are even holding swords like they actually know how to. He lowers his guard, glad there are no archers, until a stray arrow suddenly slams right into his heavy shield. He curses his own stupidity for rushing in. But before he can even refocus, a sharp pain flares as a goblin drives. But Bjorn is an absolute monster. He spins and crushes the creature without even blinking. Even while trading blows with these ugly gremlins, he has to watch for that crossbow sniper, since his breath grows ragged as the injuries pile up and things spiral out of control. Suddenly, his survival instincts, one is from a goblin, the other from that cowardly crossbow rat, and there is absolutely no way he can block both. Making a split-second choice, he blocks the crossbow bolt, and grunts in pain as the goblin arrow pierces deep into it. Poison floods his veins instantly, paralyzing his entire arm. With only one good hand left, he has to, dropping his hammer, he ruthlessly tears the arrow straight out. He relies on the shield to survive this mess because let's be real, those human hunters are way more dangerous. He begins bashing goblins with his heavy shield like he's clearing some twisted buffet. But frustration builds as they're sensing his sheer savagery. The remaining goblins finally scatter in terror, letting him exhale in relief that he won't have. Right on cue, the real ambushers step out of the shadows, their leader mockingly applauding Bjorn. Even the samurai mercenary looks impressed. But Bjorn just deadpans that he knew they were lurking there the whole time, though he still can't spot the crossbow. Ignoring him, the leader smugly demands to know where the elf girl is hiding, but Bjorn just smirks, telling them to, shaking his head. The redhead calls Bjorn a brainless barbarian for wanting to fight when he's basically, but his face twists into a dark grin as he points at Bjorn's bleeding wounds, offering to spare his life if he hands over the. Bjorn responds with a mocking grin that instantly makes the entire group incredibly tense. They call him a complete lunatic, deciding they've had enough of his smug attitude, and warn him that it's time to die. The leader isn't totally stupid, ordering his crew to stay alert as they all charge together at the wounded. Bjorn's left arm is still completely paralyzed, and though he wonders if Erwin successfully hunted down that crossbow sniper, he fires off his signal anyway, proudly raising his. The leader is totally baffled, yelling out to ask what on earth this crazy barbarian is doing. Praying that Erwin caught his crude signal, and with no other options, Bjorn charges like a madman. Catching his attackers, he crashes straight into the leader, who barely manages to raise his sword and block the massive shield. Right on cue, the coward screams for help, and his allies immediately rush in with their weapons swinging. Bjorn barely dodges the samurai's sword, knowing that retreating now would be absolute suicide. So he presses the attack, swinging wildly to buy some time for Erwin. But a dark thought creeps in, and then boom! A sudden arrow flies past, catching them all completely off guard. Bjorn wonders if she fired it, but their shield guy steps in and easily deflects it, confirming the elf is indeed. The giant shouts that he'll block all the incoming arrows, so the others can focus on tearing the barbarian apart. Knocking away another projectile, he mocks her as if he's invincible. Bjorn curses, realizing with the remaining squad surrounding Bjorn, he knows there is no way he can survive a prolonged fight, so he decides to make a desperate trade. Since his left arm is already dead weight, he sacrifices it to get close to the redhead, charging forward and smash. Instantly, he pivots toward the samurai, narrowly evading a deadly slash as he leaps backward to regain some ground. Meanwhile, the tank slides in to intercept yet another incoming arrow, but this one is a fire arrow, instantly engulfing his. Bjorn just grins, mockingly asking the tank if he honestly believed he could block every single shot. The tank panics and flings the blazing shield away as the desperate samurai lunges in once more to finish the job. But nobody warned them Erwin is a spirit archer. A glowing arrow slams the tank's shoulder, making him panicking like he is in a cheap horror movie. The redhead bolts straight into the forest while screaming that. Bjorn watches the redhead flee and decides to trust Erwin to handle him while his opponent yells at him to keep swinging. Bjorn focuses solely on buying Erwin more time. When the samurai charges back in, he acts. He suddenly pivots, smashing his shield right into the tank's face, knocking the massive guy out cold. Now the furious bald samurai is left wide open, hacking away wildly while Bjorn casually. He wonders what a warrior that strong is even doing with these idiots. Blocking blow after blow. Bjorn knows the guy's fatal mistake was underestimating him. He drives forward, forcing his opponent on the defensive. He fakes a shield bash, throwing it mid-swing to crash directly into the samurai. Just look at the terror in the samurai's eyes when Bjorn suddenly grabs his collar. He knows he messed up. Hoisting him high, Bjorn roars out, asking if they truly believed a warrior like him would die in a pathetic dump like this. Then he leans right in and bites down hard on the guy's neck like a man who missed breakfast. With the last enemy dead, Bjorn wipes the blood from his mouth, spitting because he really did not want to swallow those bald jeans. Just then, Erwin runs over, frantically checking if he is still breathing. She yanks out a potion. Once that potion hits his stomach, it starts burning like an entire firecracker show went off inside his gut, and every single nerve feels like it is. Erwin cheers him on like a one-elf hype squad while he barely manages to choke out a question about the time. She checks quickly and says it is almost 11:30, meaning they only have 40 minutes before the dungeon lock. I honestly thought things were about to get weird here too, But nope, our boy just wants to strip the dead bodies for with no time left. He frantically loots gear while she runs to grab the crossbow and any dropped valuables. The clock is ticking fast as they strip the bodies and sprint toward the exit. With barely a single minute left, like clockwork, Bjorn crashes face first onto the hard ground, as if fate has a personal vendetta against his. Erwin bursts out laughing with the brightest smile he has ever seen, while Bjorn wonders which angry god he pissed off to get. Erwin says he did great. Bjorn just nods, still pretty shaken by how incredibly close that escape was. She suddenly remembers. Bjorn raises a finger to speak but stops dead, realizing his brain completely blanked on the tavern's name. Mentally overclocking his remaining 2 brain cells, he fries his brain and finally manages to recall the name Black. He tells her to meet him right there, and just like that, the portal seals behind them, sending them back. Letting out a slow sigh, Bjorn mutters under his breath that he is finally back in Raphonia while scanning the other adventure. He knows this place is always packed with explorers. But the massive scale still hits different. Time flows so weirdly in the labyrinth that only one day passed outside. Right then, someone shouts out his full name, and he desperately tries to recognize the voice. He luckily remembers the guy's name, Jarak, shaking hands as another barbarian joins their growing. Before long, a whole squad of rowdy barbarians surrounds them, swapping wild battle stories while Bjorn stands. Eventually, the chaotic group decides to hold a friendly competition, marching toward the checkpoint. Bjorn at the counter. The cashier begins counting up the stones and announces a massive haul of around 41,000, making the crowd cheer wildly for. Meanwhile, Bjorn drops 3 bags of his own, making the cashier ask if they're real crystals. She counts them incredibly fast. Within seconds, she stops and announces a whopping total of 182,000. Everyone stares in total disbelief before losing their minds, crowning our boy as the new record holder. That is when they finally notice his legendary dripped-out gear, pointing at his shiny new bling and calling him the P. They start chanting. Bjorn totally gets it. He entered looking like a caveman and left like a distinguished gentleman. Caught up in the moment, Bjorn roars at the top of his lungs that he is the greatest, causing absolute madness as the giant barbarians just apologize louder and louder, turning the whole scene into a pretty chaotic mess. Soon enough, the uproar settles down. Bjorn figures he should stay close to these barbarians, hoping to uncover some. Right then, he spots a very familiar face in the distance. It is Erwin, chatting happily with her little group. Bjorn's size and jealousy must be pretty nice, while he is stuck here surrounded by literal gorillas. Erwin spots him and waves, so he mouths back that they need to meet up tonight. She nods immediately, but the girl beside her gets quite suspicious and asks if she knows him. Panicking, Erwin. Out of nowhere, Karak asks if Bjorn knows that fairy, and he flatly denies it without even blinking. Karak takes things too far, saying the ultimate warrior shouldn't associate with those cowardly, pointy. The older lady overhears the insult. Bjorn wants to shrink and disappear, feeling incredibly. Seeing the last of the barbarians move out, he tells everyone it is time to leave, knowing he cannot talk to Erwin around this absolute circus. Suddenly, Bjorn quietly watches as families reunite with tearful, overwhelming joy. Yet, that happiness is cut short by intense grief. As a weeping woman realizes her husband, he has played this game more times than he can count. You can feel it too, seeing real human grief instead of flat game graphics hits quite different. Later, the barbarians drink like wild animals while Bjorn quietly sips his mug in a corner, hoping to extract some. But these guys are just getting wasted, slamming a hand down because they are totally wasting his time. He stands up and announces he has to go. Instantly, the others start cheering like he is some epic. Surprisingly, they all wish him the best of luck before diving right back into their chaotic partying. Walking through the quiet city, Bjorn watches kids play, realizing how peaceful it is without monsters. This place actually has rules and a weirdly comforting vibe where someone might actually help you up if you trip. Inside the inn, Bjorn thinks this fantasy world is somehow much calmer than his previous life. After washing off, he collapses onto the soft bed, barely holding back tears as he realizes just how deeply he misses home. After sleeping for 5 long hours, he wakes up in the middle of the night, stretches, and decides it is final. But then, a shopkeeper drops this bombshell. Wait for this shocker, the Black Whale Tavern actually closed 10 years ago because of some noble's mistake. Bjorn freezes in sheer disbelief, slowly realizing the game's actual timeline is decades behind this. After asking for the new name, he stands before Python Puth, wondering if he even has the correct spot since at least he is pretty relieved he can still read the language. Stepping inside, the loud chatter hits him as a waitress offers a warm, generic welcome. Before he can even take a proper step, Erwin waves him over from a corner table, chilling alongside. The short-haired elf stares literal daggers, but Bjorn confidently introduces himself and asks for her name. She claims to be Erwin's older sister, but he demands an actual name, so she sighs and introduces. Teresia wastes absolutely no time, slamming her hand on the wood to demand what a brute like him was thinking. She snaps coldly that he dragged poor Erwin out to a terrible spot last night, only to ditch her like a complete coward, leaving her totally alone after throwing around some pretty nasty racial. Bjorn's patience completely evaporates. He asks what on earth she means by last night, but she assumes he is just playing dumb on purpose. Ignoring her entirely, he turns to Erwin to ask for the truth, and she quietly admits it has been 30. This completely shocks him. No wonder he feels so unbelievably refreshed after his nap. As it turns out, he slept through an entire day, leaving Erwin standing there looking incredibly confused. When he finally owns up and apologizes for oversleeping, the two girls look way more shocked than they. Teresia's too shocked to even stay angry, demanding to know why on earth he dragged her out here in the middle of the night. Bjorn pulls off a masterclass in ignoring her, telling her to just ask Erwin directly if she's really that curious. That completely rubs her the wrong way, making her call him a clueless rookie. But Bjorn doesn't take that lying down. Nearly popping a blood vessel, she slams a thick pouch onto the table, handing over 3 50,000 value stones. It honestly feels like a trashy soap opera, where she slaps him with cash to make him stay away from her sister. Teresia starts glaring suspiciously. She gets totally baffled why a greedy barbarian isn't snatching the gold. Immediately suspecting that he's plotting. Like a true gentleman, he turns to Erwin instead, asking if she's actually fine with this. He reminds her they had a deal. She's totally caught off guard by that. Then, he casually mentions they're splitting all the loot 50-50. But then she gets gloomy. Apologizes, leaving Bjorn blinking in absolute confusion. Teresia steps in to explain that Erwin is staying with her now. She only let her go solo because of tradition. But that Bjorn mentally curses his luck for giving Erwin such an insanely overpowered sister to carry her. Meanwhile, Teresia shoves the pouch forward like a final warning, telling him to. Bjorn stops her hand, calmly asking if this cash is supposed to cover the essences they earned together. Once she nods, he points out she's actually still short a few stones based on their agreed-upon rate. The elf puts on a fake, apologetic face and pulls out the rest. He wonders if she really just tried to. That seriously annoys him, and he finally understands why barbarians hate fairies. He flatly tells her to leave, so Teresia looks completely speechless, staring at him in disbelief. Even though Erwin thanks her sister for coming, she politely tells her she can leave now. Teresia gets the message that the poor girl looks ready to melt into the floor. Bjorn quietly wonders if other options are still on the table, like he actually cares about warrior honor. Still, his attitude visibly crushes Erwin's expectations. Satisfied with that answer, Teresia finally walks out, but throws a sudden curveball, turning back to genuinely thank him for saving her. Erwin slumps the moment the door closes, worrying if her sister is mad at her for speaking up, but Bjorn reassures. She apologizes for not being able to party up anymore, though he shrugs it off after all. Her sister. Then Erwin mentions the stones they managed to salvage from those dead explorers. She explains that she left both of their backpacks at her place, telling him to come over and check them tomorrow. He is secretly impressed that she saw right through him, feeling a tiny bit of regret that she won't be his partner any. Then she brings up the real reason they are here, asking how she can ever repay him. It actually catches. Blushing red, the girl in love mumbles that she genuinely wants to pay him back for everything he did for her. Suddenly, Teresia's overprotective fit earlier makes total sense. Bjorn thinks for a moment. She says no, so he just orders a meal for himself. But she changes her mind instantly, demanding some drinks, since she did not get a single drop of alcohol yesterday. She admits she wanted to share her first celebratory drink with him, which reminds him that this tradition is. Seeing his confused look, she quickly laughs it off, saying she just wanted to share her first real drink with her lab. Then she stops, realizing this definitely isn't his first return drink. But he grins and reminds her that he's only 21. That catches her completely off guard, especially when he adds that food finally arrives, and the two raise their cups in a cheerful toast. A few messy drinks later, Erwin gets totally flustered. She blurts out that he's actually wearing a shirt now. He silently drains his mug, knowing it is finally time to steer the conversation back to serious business. Wiping his mouth, he brings up her offer from earlier, telling her he finally figured out a way she can repay him. Erwin leans in, getting a little too excited as she asks what it is. He warns her they might get caught by security out here, but she completely misreads the situation, suggestively. Cut to his apartment, where he tells her to stretch out wide, making her let out an uncomfortable grunt. The camera pans over, showing Bjorn folding Erwin's arm completely backward to test her new flexibility skill. This makes him realize he still has pretty much no handle on his own monstrous strength. She screams that her arm has absolutely never bent that far in her life. But Bjorn actually has the nerve to ask if she is sure, as if those tears on her face are not proof enough. Erwin swears on her whole family line that it never did, so he finally figures it is probably time to let her rest. He finally lets go, and Erwin immediately bolts straight into a corner, loudly yelling that she cannot believe she is alive. She honestly wonders how her arm is still attached. Bjorn silently realizes that maybe a +4 stat boost to flexibility does not make as big a difference in reality as in the game. Meanwhile, a pretty disappointed Erwin asks if he seriously brought her to his room just to test out her skills. Bjorn casually points out that using active abilities inside city limits is completely against the rules. But the real truth is he just wanted to compare the clean digital game layout with how things feel in reality. He remembers that Dungeon & Stone is not exactly known for being user-friendly. And that gets pretty obvious the second we take a closer look at his stats. While main categories like mind, body, and ability seem quite simple at first, they actually hide thousands, which means a simple boost in stamina does not just help him carry heavier loads, it also quietly scales up the power of his physical attacks. Because of these hidden divisions, two characters can have identical main stats but end up with completely different combat capabilities. Bjorn reflects on how it took him absolute ages just to figure this much out. And even after spending 9 long years playing, he still admits he has not uncovered every secret detail. He recalls that one stat he barely understands is obsession. Looking over at Erwin, he knows it is directly. She looks pretty confused and asks if they are actually going to do anything else. But Bjorn completely ignores her question, asking instead if she has noticed any strange changes since they left, like overthinking tiny details, or suddenly losing her patience way faster than she used to. She pauses to think about it, admitting she is not really quite sure, but she does clearly remember craving cookies the second they returned. This makes him wonder if the stat simply amplified, which would explain why it never showed any obvious effects during his own gaming sessions. He drifts off, silently contemplating all the other mysterious stats he knows nothing about. Then Erwin gently tugs his sleeve and says she is exhausted, though he wants to run more tests. He decides it is better to call it a night. He blows out the candle, they climb into bed, and just as he is drifting, he suddenly remembers Teresa's warning and his own promise not to sleep in the same bed as Erwin. But he easily brushes it aside, convincing himself it does not matter, since his intentions toward her are completely. The next morning, Erwin takes him to her place to show off the dungeon loot they hauled back. And it turns out to be such an incredibly massive haul that even he is stunned. Erwin asks if they are selling everything, and he says yes, except for a few choice items he wants to keep. So she holds up a pretty nice leather outfit and asks if she can keep it along with the belt. And Bjorn tells her that is fine as long as it comes out of her share. They hit up several local shops, selling, which brings them to a staggering 1,450,000 stones. You can bet Erwin is left wondering. Bjorn quickly calculates that after giving Erwin her 50,000 stone share, he still keeps 1,400,000, making this the first time he has ever held such a massive fortune. He tells her they can split up now, but Erwin is completely caught off guard by the blunt suggestion, so he offers to at least walk with her to the town. She still lets out a quiet sigh, having secretly hoped to stay by his side a little longer. Reaching the square, they run into a massive crowd gathered around what looks like a heavy wooden guillotine. Bjorn asks what is going on, and Erwin explains it is a public execution. He quickly realizes those poor souls did not commit any major crimes. They are literally being executed just for failing to pay taxes. As the executioner pulls the rope, Bjorn remembers that Raphonia is the very last city left standing after the witch curse, with the labyrinth being the only place left to gather any life-saving resources. The crown deals with anyone who cannot pay their steep taxes by executing them. which easily cuts down the number of hungry mouths to feed. Right after the hanging, the crowd suddenly rushes the gallows to dip their bread into the fresh blood before eating it. Irvin turns to Bjorn with a pale face, asking why anyone would do something so sickening. He calmly explains that they believe in an old legend, drinking the blood of the condemned is supposed to bring you wealth. Still deeply unsettled, Bjorn asks Irvin what the actual tax rate is for their very first year here. She tells him it is 700,000 for non-humans, which is slightly different from the game, but still pretty close. Then she adds that by the second year, the tax climbs to 800,000 stones, plus extra fees for exchanges. This brutal tax hike feels exactly like the game mechanics, meaning he must grow stronger before his 12 months run out. He realizes something terrifying: if dying in here does not send him back home, and he is too weak to survive this place, then his own blood will be the next thing soaking into some stranger's bread. To survive, he needs to. That means he must conquer the 6th floor, at the absolute minimum. To get answers, he heads to the newly opened library. As he walks through the aisles, the readers stare at him like a wild beast that just wandered out of the woods. But then, he spots Anar completely passed out right on top of an open book. Curious, he decides to wake her up. After a quick greeting, he asks what a barbarian is doing in a library. She explains she wanted to get smart. She insists monsters are not their only threat, which is why she is studying, and honestly, we cannot even blame her. But classic Anar, she immediately realized she does not even know how to read, and has to learn from the clan elders. She bolts upright, determined to get those reading lessons started before her easily distracted barbarian brain. Before rushing off, she tells Bjorn to come find her if he ever needs a hand with anything. He nods, accepting the kind gesture, before turning back to hunt down the specific books he needs. While wandering around, he spots the sleeping librarian, and decides to wake her up to ask for some help. He tells her he is searching for a specific book, but she cuts him off mid-sentence, casually casting a quick spell so he can find whatever he needs without any effort, not wanting to question her weird logic. Our boy strolls through the tall shelves as the exact books he needs literally begin to glow to show their location. He starts with the first book about the history of the fallen world, where the author describes how a witch curse stripped all life. Somehow, Raphonia managed to survive the terrible disaster through some bizarre miracle. To keep everyone alive, the royal family opened a massive portal into another dimension, which they now call. The second book, Alchemy Basics, explains how the magic crystals harvested from monsters are processed into daily essentials. He memorizes the key details and moves on to the third book, The Sacred War, which lays out the bloody history. The fourth book he reads, titled The Evil Spirit of the Abyss, details spirits from other dimensions who possess unsuspecting. While the book skips where they actually come from, it makes one thing clear: the royal family and the temple will stop at nothing to hunt down and slaughter these players. Knowing he must keep his head down to avoid execution, he opens the fifth book, Death of the King. Since the game was supposed to start right after the ruler passed away, Bjorn does some quick math. This means the current world is actually 150 years behind the game timeline. Finally, he pulls down the dimensional instability records. And check this out, it claims that jumping into a portal at the very last second highly increases your chances of triggering. Realizing it is getting pretty late, our giant barbarian decides it is time to wrap things up and get some sleep. Once he gets home, he calculates that 3 full days have already slipped away since he left the labyrinth. That leaves him with exactly 27 days before he has to go back inside. So he decides that tomorrow, he will start searching for some fresh teammates. The night vanishes and once he realizes it is Irwin, he opens it only to get hit in the face by a green gust of wind. She tells him she finally landed a contract with the wind spirit. Bjorn realizes she is insanely lucky with that 10% success rate. But she is also clearly. He straight up tells her to get rid of the spirit, leaving her visibly disappointed. But after taking one good look at the absolute mess in his room, she quickly apologizes and snaps into full housewife mode, scrubbing the place spotless in no time, leaving. He congratulates her. Yet he also points out that it would be smart to use her time wisely before heading back to the labyrinth, and she responds. Realizing she feels attached to him, Bjorn decides to use this connection on a business level. So, he tells her she can always come to him if she ever needs help. Later, he chooses to spend his time, but without him even realizing it, All the barbarians start chanting his name as soon as they recognize him. One of them comes up and asks if he plans to stay there, since it is dirt cheap at only 300 stones a night. And guys, you won't believe the view. He spots 10 barbarians stacked like Lego pieces across 5 beds. He explains that he is there to meet Anar, and as luck would have it, they bump into her soon after. Asking her for help with training, he admits he still feels too weak to take on the other barbarian. She leads him out to the field and tells him she will fight him whenever he asks. So the battle kicks off right then and there while everyone gathers around to watch the showdown. Charging at Anar with his shield, he gets instantly floored when she casually swings her broadsword once. The crowd while Bjorn, oddly satisfied with his choice, gets up for round 2, only to get destroyed every single time. Once the day finally winds down, they both sit down to rest, and Bjorn admits that Anar is strong, and clearly alive. Then he asks if she plans to go into the labyrinth alone next time, and offers to team up. Our money-grabbing barbarian declares that he wants 80% of the loot, but says he will cover the party fee. And Anar shuts him down on the spot, and then shakes his hand before he even has time to The next day, the two of them head to the barbarian shrine where the elder greets them and asks Bjorn why he is. Bjorn tells him he is there to get the spirit seal of the immortal. Recalling how every species has its own unique trait, he notes that fairies form contracts with spirits to use their power. Dwarves receive armor blessings that boost the effects of items. Beastfolk gain the ability to bond with ancient. Right then, the elder cuts through his thoughts and asks how someone so young could possibly know such classified information. With his best poker face on, Bjorn claims he just read about it in a book and heard it played a big role during the. Hearing that, the elder gives him a solid pat on the back and tells them he is proud they even bothered to read. But then he casually drops a bomb. The spirit seal costs 800,000 stones. And we all know our boy has been shamelessly. Bjorn doesn't even blink and confidently says he will pay up front, which leaves Anar completely stunned. And he is completely ready to throw down the money now, knowing that higher levels require even rarer ingredients for the seal. The elder looks absolutely floored and asks where he managed to get that much money. With a story already prepared, Bjorn spins a wild tale about finding an injured fairy in the labyrinth, turning her into a slave, then feeding her an essence so he could squeeze cash out of her sister later as payment. The elder loses it and laughs out loud while the other barbarians start howling too. Pleased with him, the elder gifts him, saying he sees great potential in him, while also cackling about squeezing more gold out of those chunky ear elves. After that, Bjorn heads over to the witch doctor and remembers that barbarians receive tattoos right after birth, warning him about the process. The witch doctor explains that once he chooses the immortal seal, he cannot receive, but Bjorn stays firm since the seal fits him well as a tank, so the doctor begins the process. Knowing the seal boosts performance, but that doesn't stop him from whining like a complete baby from the pain. His stats shoot up instantly, and he actually, realizing he might have exposed himself, Bjorn scrambles out and rushes straight to the commercial district to buy some new gear. From his training, he realizes swords just aren't his style. So, he decides on a one-handed blunt weapon. He buys a custom helmet, plus some heavy half-armor, which accidentally makes him look like a total nobody with only 50,000 stones left in his pocket. He starts reflecting on how perfectly his daily routine flows together, like grabbing breakfast with Erwin, then eating lunch at random taverns to hear local folktales, training alongside his fellow barbarians, even managing to win a few duels, and wrapping up the night with dinner beside. On their last night, she wishes him luck and he returns it, amazed at how fast time flew. The next day, he visits the Explorer Guild to activate the Unity spell to team up with Einar. Incredibly steep price, honestly. But it guarantees teammates spawn close to each other in the labyrinth. The clerk explains that the price goes up with player rank, and the spell lasts exactly 24 hours. With that sorted, he treats Einar to a fancy feast. He drops 800 stones just to boost their morale. It works like magic. She immediately starts stuffing her face like a true barbarian. At the entrance, they spot a fresh batch of young barbarians arriving after their coming-of-age ceremony. The portal opens and they hear the announcement, but Bjorn tells her to wait for the perfect moment, and she agrees, though she absolutely loses her mind when the countdown hits only 1 minute. Bjorn calmly tells her to hold steady until the guards shout the final closing call. Then, When the chaos clears, they open their eyes in total pitch-black darkness. You see that satisfied smirk? He lights a torch. They make their way through the pitch-black darkness until finding the second-floor portal. And his little trick actually worked. Stepping through, Bjorn feels his experience points and character level instantly shoot up. Einar is completely baffled, wondering how they reached the second floor so fast when the elders estimated 3 days. He casually claims he read it in a book, then scans the creepy terrain and cold atmosphere. Moving forward, he asks if Einar also feels power surging through her veins, and she congratulates him since he suddenly remembers that leveling up increases the max essences you can absorb. Einar is baffled, asking how he leveled up without even fighting. He explains that being the very first to cross a portal counts as a major accomplishment. Remembering that slaying monsters only rewards you once, entering a floor first gives an accomplishment every single time, warning Einar to keep this secret. He notes they must avoid other explorers to stay under the radar. Moving quietly, Bjorn straps the torch to his helmet like a headlamp, a neat trick he learned from others. Even if wearing it makes him feel like a complete dork. Einar is shocked the flame doesn't burn him, but to Bjorn it's obvious since the torch is a registered magic item. He notes that while the land of the dead has tougher monsters than the goblin forest, the zero-trap environment is. They soon encounter 3 ghouls, and Bjorn notes there definitely would have been a lot more if they arrived on day 3. Einar charges ahead, clearing them in just a few swings. She feels great about the floor being so easy until a bone-chilling scream echoes, instantly shattering her. Bjorn calmly explains, "It is a banshee, and it will not attack unless provoked. But if they strike first, the creature becomes totally immune and curses them until they leave." Suddenly, Einar panics again, almost choking Bjorn to death before she realizes it's only skeletons, and Bjorn tries to call out the weak spot, but Einar completely crushes the bones before he can even finish his sentence. Pushing north, they run into all sorts of new undead, like elder ghouls, skeleton warriors, and even skeleton art, but none of them pose a threat, since it is only their first day. This new mason armor fits Bjorn perfectly. It lets him strike harder and block with way more confidence, while he looks over at Einar, who absolutely obliterates an entire pack of skeletons in a single swing while yelling Valhalla. After shouting that name too, just for fun, he absolutely loves the wild energy of being in this brainless barbarian. Suddenly, Einar points out his bleeding arm, but Bjorn just holds it up to show how fast it heals under the. He remembers that this seal seals up minor wounds in under a minute while restoring stamina, making all that. Crouching down, he feels the damp ground for moisture, and quickly realizes the terrain has complete. Then he warns Einar that 8th rank monsters are definitely nearby. And right on cue, a bone-chilling roar echoes. Talk about terrible timing. He had only ever heard rumors about this beast feeding on light, but seeing it show up so suddenly, looking this terrifying, telling Einar to aim straight for the head, they both leap into battle. But the fiend easily parries her first strike. Bjorn circles behind and strikes, but he is totally stunned to see the monster completely untouched. He knows instantly that this is going to be a brutal fight, but Einar charges back in, narrowly missing its head, slicing its shoulder instead. To their absolute horror, it barely leaves a scratch, and she is sent flying back. She scrambles back up, admitting the thing is built like a tank. Meanwhile, Bjorn notices that her heavy blade only left a tiny nick, which healed up in 3 seconds flat. Suddenly, the fiend lets out a deafening roar, triggering its skill called Of the Dead, and a massive wave of ghouls. Bjorn yells at Einar to sweep the ghouls while he rushes forward to take down the death fiend all by himself. But the pressure is insane, and all he can do is desperately block its relentless strikes. He keeps dodging and blocking until Einar finally clears the ghouls and charges back in, driving her. But the creature dodges at the very last second. Seeing an opening, Bjorn swings his heavy mace with full force. He fully expects that to end the fight. But get this, the monster barely even flinches before throwing a punch that heavy hit completely disorients him, and he seriously starts considering giving up because this thing heals faster than. But right then, Einar tackles its leg out of nowhere, holding on like she is in the middle of a heavy wrestling match. This gives Bjorn a brilliant idea, and he charges forward to smash the fiend's ankle while Einar keeps it completely pinned down, and their combined strength finally sends the massive beast crashing hard to the ground. The monster hits the dirt with a loud thud, and before it can recover, the last thing it sees is two. They both immediately start bashing its skull in with pure rage, and Bjorn gets this weird flashback to pounding right. Once the monster finally drops dead, They secure 2 experience points and a giant magic crystal, which Bjorn estimates is only worth a pretty disappointing 100 stones, leaving Anar completely stunned by the low price. But he casually adds that ghouls summoning fiends fetch up to 300 stones. Hearing this, Anar randomly asks how much. When he says it was 300, her face lights up at the simple math of earning 1 pie per monster. Bjorn figures she runs on a pure food-based mental economy, way too excited to realize they are still, he appreciates her enthusiasm since it is a million times better than Erwin's sleepy, annoying attitude. With that, they kick off a massive hunting spree, knocking fiends flat on their backs and beating the soul out of them. They end up piling up around 70 kills in a single day, and Bjorn notes that most players build their characters around, but he already has his eyes locked on this death fiend essence for its incredible passive healing. Even as Anar snores like a literal chainsaw next to him, things escalate the next day when the monsters start appearing in pairs. Still, they stick to their tried-and-true strategy, knocking them flat and crushing their skulls until they completely stop. But the constant danger of getting swarmed by ghouls starts growing, and by evening, things get way too dangerous when the fiends begin showing up in massive packs of 3, which is far too much for them to handle. They find a decent spot to rest. But right as they settle in, a group of human adventurers suddenly appears. Bjorn steps forward to handle them, but Anar cuts right in front of him. She coldly warns them to get lost if they value their lives, sending them running. Afterward, she tells Bjorn that he starts to suspect she had a pretty rough time with humans during her very first adventure. Still, they start looking for another decent spot to camp, but their search gets cut short by a desperate scream echoing. They both instantly recognize it, that desperate cry of a human. Without wasting a single second, they bolt straight toward the noise. But when they arrive, they only find 4 fresh corpses with no monsters around. Standing over them is Bjorn drops some of his handy gamer knowledge, explaining that plunderers are scumbags who hunt actual players instead of Naturally, it is highly illegal. The penalty is death. But honestly, just like when he took out those 6 guys earlier, anything goes here as long as you do not get caught. The woman smirks, spinning her dagger while mocking him, asking if this is his very first time facing a... And honestly, you can tell he instantly knows they are in massive trouble because this lady looks crazy high level. Her distinct, flashy gear should make her incredibly easy for anyone to identify. But that just means she is terrifyingly good at leaving absolutely no survivors behind to talk. Anar starts panicking. She points out that this woman is way too overpowered. Bjorn quickly examines the corpses and realizes they were high-ranking adventurers, and the ones without wounds. She does not even deny it, casually pocketing their gear, as if Bjorn and Anar do not even exist. Watching her shove a giant broadsword right into her small pouch, she definitely owns a pretty pricey dimensional bag. She speaks up, but Bjorn is already sweating bullets, trying to figure out a viable escape route. Anar whispers, "Is there a plan, or are they about to fight?" But our boy instantly spins around. He pulls a classic move, screaming at her to run while the plunderer watches. In running away, Bjorn knows this only buys them a few seconds before she chases. He scans the area, spots the navigation markings he carved into the trees earlier, and follows them straight toward. But things take a sudden turn when they screech to a halt, coming face to face with another party of adventurers who look. Bjorn does not completely trust these strangers, but he risks it and warns them about the killer behind them. Their bald leader just squints, questioning if Bjorn is actually a plunderer himself. But Bjorn swears on his sacred barbarian honor that he is telling the truth. A cheat code that the bald man grins. If they defeat her, the loot is all theirs. He tells them to gather close, activating a special gnome skill that allegedly hides them from any pursuers. Bjorn recognizes this rare skill. It conceals a group to completely avoid combat, though the caster cannot move. But that momentary relief completely shatters when the bald leader smiles mockingly, revealing that the bald jerk instantly activates suppression. They are frozen solid, completely unable to. He starts bragging. Bjorn can do nothing but furiously swear in his own head. He realizes a cheap squad like this must rely entirely on that gnome magic, and you can really feel his panic as he prays. The scavengers begin rummaging through their bags, and one of the creeps grabs Einar roughly by the shoulder. He complains that it is a shame the first woman they touch is a smelly barbarian. Another creep laughs, saying barbarian hearts sell for a pretty high price right now. Meanwhile, Bjorn, the guy just laughs, mocking him because staring won't magically save his life. Then the boss coldly orders his smug lackey to finish both barbarians off quickly. The kid smirks. He never misses. Bjorn panics internally, thinking this is really the end. The trash lunges forward with a dagger, but Bjorn refuses to go down easy, barely jerking his head back to dodge a fatal puncture. He swings his heavy mace straight into the idiot's face, ending him instantly. The remaining thieves completely panic, screaming to kill the barbarian. But Bjorn rips the dagger out and hurls it directly into Einar's shoulder, using the pain to shatter her paralysis. Bleeding heavily from his neck, Bjorn leaves the remaining enemies to her as he collapses to the ground. Einar does not hesitate. She enters a wild rage, completely obliterating the thieves. Ignoring their cries for mercy, she executes them on the spot while the bald leader runs. Einar screams at the coward, but instantly panics seeing Bjorn bleeding out so incredibly fast. He tries to say something to calm her, but she is completely convinced he is about to die. Somehow he gets through to her and forces her to hand over a healing potion. Einar touches his neck, murmuring it will definitely leave a nasty scar, while Bjorn just thanks Our muscle queen just laughs, joking that he will be the only barbarian around with a badass throat scar. It fries his brain. After all, barely any barbarians survive getting their throats ripped open, so he tells her to focus. They are hunting down that bald rat next. Soon they corner him as Einar hoists the coward by his collar, making him instantly scream for his life. Bjorn tells her to drop him, they still need his stealth skills to slip past the plunderer. But look at this. A silent projectile flies through the air, hitting the explorer right in the neck. The plunderer steps out with total confidence, casually praising them for their earlier battle. But Bjorn instantly kicks into high gear, shouting at Einar to charge since they have no other choice. Their movements perfectly, but she is simply too overpowered, easily deflecting every single strike they throw. Bjorn wonders how many essences she devoured to reach this insane level of strength. Knowing brute strength is useless, he tosses his weapon aside to tackle her, yelling for Einar to take the shot. But suddenly, intense weakness floods his body and he collapses, utterly stunned to find she managed to Panic hits him, hard. If she is an aura user, they stand absolutely zero chance. Right as that terrifying realization hits him, Einar rushes forward with her sword drawn, only to get sliced clean through like string cheese, crashing down as she desperately coughs up thick blood. Bjorn grits his teeth, watching his partner fall while the plunderer calmly spins her blade, and notes that his eyes widen at her effortless superiority, making him truly wonder if this is their final moments together. Surprisingly, she seems done with bloodshed and offers a deal keep quiet about this and walk away alone. She explains that she owes the barbarian race a solid favor, making Bjorn realize she probably intervened earlier. Einar spits blood, warning him not to fall for it, so Bjorn asks what happens if they say no. She casually responds that she will just slaughter them, cutting him off completely when he tries to ask for detail. No way out. Bjorn solemnly swears on his sacred warrior honor. The plunderer remarks that he is truly unusual, especially as she watches the deep wound on his neck already healing up. Turning to Einar, she demands an answer, but when the proud barbarian bluntly refuses, she calmly prepares to execute. He yells, desperate. Bjorn screams at Einar to just make the vow. She looks at him like he has completely lost his mind, shouting about the sacred nature of their oaths. But Bjorn cuts her off, begging her to trust him while internally cursing their stubborn barbarian culture. After as she packs up, Bjorn asks her one last thing. What floor is she originally from? She stops, softly answers that she is from the 8th floor, and vanishes into the dark distance. Can you blame him? Bjorn barely holds it together, knowing they only survived by begging, but he swears next time will be Later, they finally make it back to the 1st floor, where she instantly collapses face first into the dirt. He checks on her, but she just lies there whining that literally everything hurts. Yet she tells herself she has no right to complain, making Bjorn realize her barbarian pride is absolutely. Bjorn argues that the sole survivor is always the strongest, and now they actually have a real. Although she still looks pretty skeptical, she begins to understand. Carrying this heavy shame and choosing to survive, Bjorn realizes he does not feel that way at all, wondering if he is even a real barbarian after all. Payback. That is the one thing he knows they will get. Soon after, she completely passes out, while Bjorn realizes they have been awake for nearly 20 hours. Even though his body is not quite as damaged as hers, he still feels just as miserable as the day that Blondie rescued him. Back then, that group took pity on him, and he took their charity like a pathetic stray dog just happy to be He did what he had to survive, wondering if he ever actually had a different path to choose. His mind flashes back to when he first woke up in this place, seeing a guy lose his head out of nowhere, along with survival was his only choice. Right then, he locks in. He can't keep living like this. He wakes Anar up and asks if she wants to get stronger even if the risks are absolutely massive. She answers without a second thought that she is in since everyone dies anyway. And Bjorn agrees, then he starts laying out his plan to dive into the rupture, because whatever does not kill them will level them up. Sometime later, they start grinding. Every single monster they spot becomes easy experience. This completely surprises Anar since she had no idea a place like this even existed on the first floor. Bjorn tells her it is one of the more ignored zones because of the 4 monster types here, plus the total blackout vibe. So, people only come through when they are desperate. But that just makes it the perfect place for hiding things. Then, Anar spots a random stone pillar nearby. What's that? He says it is a memorial to the first explorer of the labyrinth, reading the inscription aloud. He tells Anar that he is about to open the rupture, and from this point on, everything must stay a secret. She swears on her honor, but then awkwardly asks what a rupture actually is. Bjorn explains that it is basically back in the game, this was called the Instance Dungeon, which could only be cleared by a select few. The condition for this first floor is to place 4 different types of monster cores on the memorial, along with an 8th rank crystal. Just like that, it opens. He tells Anar to just hop in already, knowing that these crystals from the Death Fiend allow up to 5 people to enter. Now the only question is who else is tagging along. A rupture acts like a realm randomly opening on each floor, but so naturally, players started searching for some serious bugs. There are 4 known ruptures on the first floor, and the one they just entered is called Red Skies. Anar is in total awe. Bjorn, he just watches quietly. He already knew they would land at this blood-tinted castle because of the Death Fiend crystal, but seeing it in real life still. The good news is that no matter how cursed this place looks, the first floor version is always doable. Right now, their real concern is which random party members will show up to help them raid this place. Almost on cue, Anar warns that someone is coming. A single foot pops out of the portal, and the 2 wait. Somewhere else on the first floor, Erwin is getting scolded yet again for depending way too much on her spirits. She tries to argue that the dagger is hard to use, but Teresia shuts her down, insisting she needs to defend herself without any. Erwin mutters that Mr. always told her to play to her strengths and trust her team, which Teresia agrees with, but placing a hand on her shoulder, she says bluntly that teammates are just teammates, so she should never trust. Erwin nods. But deep down, she thinks Bjorn's not bad. Trying to shift the mood, Erwin asks if they can head to the 2nd floor already, joking that Bjorn must be farming. Teresia smirks and says floor climbing is not about grinding harder, but smarter. She tells her that Erwin looks pretty confused since she always thought entering a rupture required nothing but pure luck. Teresia admits that very few manage to get in, but since it has been 8 months since the last one, Erwin is surprised Bjorn never mentioned this, but Teresia thinks that is expected since he is still just a rookie. She grins, promising she will make Erwin way stronger than that brute. And right on cue, look at that. A familiar sound rings out. Teresia's face drops, and she screams for her. They sprint for the portal, but it vanishes right before they reach it. Back at the castle, Bjorn and Anar wait as next up comes a wannabe Barbie mage who does not even seem surprised that the rupture led here. Bjorn is shocked there are still mages on floor 1, but thinks this team actually looks pretty promising. Anar, on the other hand, is not sold, and points out the librarian was a mage, too. Bjorn explains only certified ones are allowed inside. This means this mage must be legit. Hearing this, the mage chuckles and says Bjorn is pretty smart for a barbarian. She introduces herself as Raven, a 6th rank mage. Bjorn notes she clearly has a superiority complex, but then again, she gestures to the guy standing next to her and introduces him as Tarjan, her personal luggage boy. The dwarf introduces himself as Hikarad, an explorer of 3 years, which explains his pretty pricey gear. Our barbarian duo introduces themselves too, but Bjorn quickly gets serious. He asks, they only say they heard a rupture would open, but Bjorn instantly clocks it they are just ladder kicking to stop the new. Raven takes command, declaring the loot will be split among everyone except Tarjan. Naturally, Bjorn agrees silently since he respects mages, but before he can even speak, Anar yells out that she disagrees. She insists Bjorn should lead because he is a total big brain warrior. He wants to disappear on the spot while she keeps hyping him up. The new guys just watch. As she cuts off, everyone is left completely flabbergasted while Bjorn facepalms in pure shame. Hikarod lightens the mood by joking that he is jealous of Bjorn for having such a caring wife, making Anar blush red. The two of them bicker like little kids, until Raven finally gets everyone to focus on the castle raid. At least Bjorn is grateful that Raven stays on task. She explains they need to investigate thoroughly. Hikarad tries to bring up those introductions again, but she cuts him off immediately, claiming the castle monsters are only 7th rank or lower, so she and Tarjan can easily handle them alone. He tries to protest but gets completely steamrolled as she declares with a smug smile that she is also taking the Guardian loot for research. That finally sets Hikarad off. He rants about how loot is everything, asking if she thinks he is some. He also recalls the Guardian loot being the rare rupture flower. It is pretty important for both mage research and explorer profit. Hikarad accuses her of leaving him scraps. Eventually, they strike a quick deal. She gets the essence, and he takes the numbered item, but they will toss a coin for the rupture stone. Feeling left out, Bjorn finally steps in, saying, "Talk about awkward." Both of them give him the absolute nastiest look. So he quickly backpedals, asking for just 2 essences instead, which they actually agree to after a brief moment of Still, Bjorn feels pretty down. That is all he is getting, and they probably did not want it anyway. While the other 2 instantly turn back into best buds, they head toward the castle like lifelong friends. Trailing behind them, Bjorn realizes all over again how badly he needs to get stronger. No matter how many, he is going to make it to the top. The squad rolls up to massive gates in front of 2 ridiculously obvious statues. These lifelike stone guardians turn out to be 8th rank monsters, gargoyles that normally just chill unless they spot intruders, because then it is a total attack on. One of them suddenly jerks to life, swinging wild while firing its petrification skill straight at Bjorn like it is personal. Usually, someone plays bait. Then the rest of the squad piles on to take it down. But that plan gets tossed the moment a certain mage stops Anar from charging in, blasting off a spell Bjorn instantly without its signature move. The gargoyle goes from deadly to decorative, and our barbarians waste no time smashing it to pieces with a solid tag team hit. As for the second one, Hikarad launches himself in with a wild war cry. He shatters its leg completely. He does not stop there, leaping high into the air and dropping down with a full force slam that makes the monster rethink. The stone beasts crumble to dust, finally giving our gang some breathing room. And the dwarf tosses a compliment at the barbarians, saying they are not half bad. Bjorn silently returns the A floating magic crystal starts drifting in midair like some ghost with unfinished business, giving poor Einar a. Raven calmly explains she is just collecting them with her magic, promising to split the loot later, which earns her some major. With the room fully cleared, the group swings the massive doors open and steps inside to really kick. Hikarad comments on the pitch-black darkness ahead, but Raven just fires off another spell, lighting their path, and right on cue, they spot some literal walking trash bins heading straight toward them. These things are dead men. Basically chunky zombie-type monsters with 0 ranks, 0 loot, and no experience points, only occasionally dropping. Raven immediately declares it is not worth wasting mana on them, and Hikarad agrees without any hesitation, while the fleshy blubber beasts start waddling faster toward them without missing a beat. Our heavy hitters charge straight in and absolutely shred them, carving them up into pieces of pure regret. Anar is already totally fixated on it like a new toy. Hikarad just tells her she will figure out what it does soon enough. Moving deeper, they hit a massive steel door. Hikarad straight up admits his warhammer is way too small. She casts another quick spell, and before anyone can even blink, an insane fireball melts a massive hole right through that. Bjorn just stands there looking mildly horrified. Meanwhile, Raven tilts her head all sweet. As they step right into the raid's official first chapter and quickly reach a massive drawbridge. Raven is already ahead of the game. She points out the ramp is up, just as she expected, and tells Anar to blow that horn. Anar takes a deep breath and blows a highly questionable tune. But it actually works as the drawbridge slowly. But right then, she starts panicking, pointing down at the blood-red water below that is slowly beginning to rise. Anar spots movement in the depths and panics, but Raven casually shrugs it off. Those are just more dead men, nothing serious. Bjorn locks into his inner thoughts. The goal here is simple, just survive until this drawbridge finally lowers. Now, this would normally be a brutal struggle for any standard squad. But watch how a top-tier mage like Raven, wearing a smug smirk, she tells the group to get close. Instantly, she begins charging up an absolute beast of a. Hikarad mutters about how completely absurd that spell was. But Raven just shrugs like she does this type of stuff before. Bjorn grits his teeth, pretty annoyed. He really did not expect such a ridiculous gap in their power levels. She casually tells them they just have to wait for the bridge to drop. Bjorn stands there in dead silence, unable to believe they cleared this zone so After a few quiet moments, the team safely walks across the bridge together. This officially wraps up Chapter 1 of the Blood-Tainted Castle, though Bjorn still looks kind of betrayed that it ended so. They clear the drawbridge and step right into the outer courtyard. Normally, this is where but our resident mage just fires off her spell again, dissolving the enemies like they stumbled directly into some. Bjorn observes that even if it does not one-shot them, she still wipes out over 90% of the horde in a single blast. And yet, the Death Fiend somehow survives by regenerating its health. Raven announces her mana is spent for now, leaving the cleanup to them as our three heavy hitters charge in. Our Barbarian duo tackles the Death Fiend like a couple of wild wrestlers, slamming him down. Raven is not slacking either. She casts a quick curse that makes the beast's wounds fester. Since regeneration was its only real advantage, that plan, now it is just a helpless slab of meat, and they carve it up without any hesitation. With the fight done, Raven happily scoops up the loot. Einar admits she finally gets the hype around mages. Raven tries to play it cool, acting like it is all just talent and a lot of hard work. Bjorn can easily tell she is secretly loving every second of the praise. She sweetly asks if they will. Following a quick harvesting session, Raven thanks them all and announces it is time to keep moving. Einar is already daydreaming about some delicious creamed peas as her reward. But Bjorn feels a bit uneasy about something. Raven completely ignored that nearby statue, making him wonder if she simply does not know what it actually does, and yet, it looks pretty easy to smash. You know how some gamers just cannot resist hitting every single button when an object? Bjorn is exactly that kind of guy, which is how he always finds the best hidden secrets. Still, he figures pointing out her mistake would only embarrass her, so he decides to drop it, and soon, they arrive in a crumbling ruined hall. Raven calls this the inner keep, but honestly, so they decide to keep pushing forward. Bjorn discovers a hidden trap door. Raven instantly perks up, and Hikarad takes the lead. Hikarad casually asks Raven what kind of monsters are waiting down here. She rattles off their names like a living dictionary. Hikarad says he has smashed all of them except the corpse golem, but Raven warns him not to get too close. Those nasty flesh explosions are no joke. As those two start getting along, Bjorn nearly loses his temper, wondering when they stopped bickering. Einar points at a rat skull and asks Bjorn if it is a monster. But Raven cuts in, calling them rank. But Einar grumbles that she was not talking to her, and Raven pouts at the cold response. Suddenly, a scream breaks through the air. Einar completely loses it, clinging to Bjorn like a toddler while Raven laughs and warns her to watch out or she will have a truly horrifying experience, making her even more terrified. Bjorn just watches, wondering why the Barbarian is acting like she is 5. Einar demands more information, but Raven claims she forgot. Luckily, Bjorn steps in, and that surprises Raven since she did not expect him to know that. She quickly switches gears, the Banshees charge instantly, but she nukes them with a massive fireball before they can get close. Turning back, she smiles and tells them to move out. The guys are completely speechless as they follow her down to the Now the real nightmare begins as they finally reach the underground prison. The place looks like the fever dream of a mad scientist. Hikarad compliments Raven on her skills, asking if she shrugs it off, saying she dissects corpses regularly, all while scanning the stone wall for something. She eventually finds the hidden trapdoor from her books and warns everyone they are fighting the corpse golems. They drop their gear and prep for battle. Bjorn puts on his torch helmet while Raven gets ready to open the path. The moment the passage opens, they are hit by a wave of pure rot so thick it literally chokes them. A canal filled with decomposing bodies lies ahead, and the god-awful stench burns their noses, making their... Still, they press forward. Bjorn tells himself that the horrific smell does not affect him since he is a tough but the porter starts puking instantly, and Raven is right behind him, gagging and clutching her stomach. Bjorn figures she is not used to these rancid smells. Meanwhile, Hikarad praises the Then they come face to face with a massive pile of corpses, which shockingly tries to strike up a conversation. It groans out a plea to save them. The 3 heavy hitters tense up instantly as Bjorn realizes this is the massive heap of flesh shifts, and dozens of mouths suddenly scream for help, freezing the entire party, and Bjorn locks in and barks at the group to pull themselves together. While Hikarad stands frozen solid. Let's be real, watching these elite pros completely freeze up is pretty wild. He realizes he has to take charge. One of the biggest selling points that pulled in a wider audience was its creepily detailed art style, somehow making pixel graphics look like 4K. The details are so insane, they constantly go viral. But seeing that exact same horrific detail right in front of him freaks Bjorn out more than he expected. It is so grotesque that both Raven, despite her boasting about anatomy, and that tough veteran Hikurod are puking their guts out. Surprisingly, the porter is holding it together so well he might as well be Jin Woo in disguise. But the ultimate irony is that the barbarians everyone mocked are the only ones keeping their cool in front of this absolute horror. Einar yells at the team to get into formation just as the grotesque monster charges. She actually picks up Hikurod himself to save him, but that backfires when the beast's acidic blood splashes into his eye. In the chaos, the porter tries to calm Raven down while she throws up like she has seen the absolute worst of humanity. Bjorn decides to draw the aggro, telling Einar to guard the two incapacitated members while he charges the. Having spent countless hours grinding this specific fight in the game, he knows its patterns. It throws exploding. Bjorn knows better than to blindly rush in, because that would make the monster ignore Raven and focus entirely. So, he plays it smart, keeping its focus just long enough for their barfing mage to finally get her act together. Once she recovers, she unleashes an advanced fire spell that incinerates the beast completely, leaving both Bjorn is stunned that the entire first phase, which usually drains an entire stockpile of torches, got completely skipped with a single spell. But get ready from the. And Bjorn immediately yells at Einar to target the skeleton's exposed chest and strike it together. Normally, this thing is a deadly rank 7 boss, but with its flesh suit entirely roasted, it is weak enough for 2 Onabanga barbarians to smash to absolute pieces. The second they Hulk smash that brute right in the chest, as she watches a bright spark of light shine from the monster's soul. Einar asks if that light is really what she thinks, and Bjorn confirms it is indeed the corpse golem's essence. Here's the thing, these ruptures are basically dungeons with great loot at the end, making them perfect for leveling up. But the real prize here is the massively boosted drop rate for monster essences. Seeing such a high-level essence up close completely freezes Bjorn, until Einar shakes him awake and asks what they should do with it. He says it obviously goes to him because that was their original deal. Besides, he was the one who kept the boss busy so the rest of them could actually survive. Secretly, he wishes another essence drop too, since he really wants to get his hands on a Death Fiend essence. It is basically like a regeneration 2 potion from Minecraft, while the Chimera Wolf boosts his raw strength. Still, he is happy with the Corpse Golem essence, a rare drop only found inside the bloodstained castle. Sure, his senses will take a pretty big hit, but getting bones almost as tough as steel is definitely worth it. Besides, the pain resistance and poison block will be perfect against sneaky, underhanded fighters. The only catch? The flesh explosion skill. It is absolute garbage. It does massive self-damage, and drains his life bar fast. And that passive skill making his blood acidic is a nightmare, since it might melt his own gear. So even if the power-up is crazy, this essence means paying a fortune for potions and armor repairs forever. He holds off on his choice until Mirod is patched up, while the stubby old dwarf apologizes for being so useless. Bjorn does not miss the chance to roast him, telling the old man to stop calling himself a warrior. The chunky dwarf just chuckles, admitting he probably has not seen the worst of the world during his single life. But Bjorn is screaming inside because they almost lost their lives thanks to this useless old guy and his pathetic performance issues. He cools off and checks on the pretty mage next, congratulating her on their quick team strategy. When he mentions splitting the loot, the arrogant brat just shrugs and says she is just glad her spell hit on. Bjorn drops his friendly meathead act and bluntly points out that saving their lives is worth way more than their. He demands the rupture stone outright, leaving her staring blankly at him as if he just slapped her across the. Mirod backs him up like a real teammate, saying Bjorn saved his life, so the guy deserves the prize. That forces even Raven to grit her teeth and accept it. Still, she warns him not to celebrate too early, since they have not actually found a rupture stone yet. But check this out, he casually plays his best card and reveals the corpse golem's essence actually dropped too, leaving everyone completely stunned. Raven practically loses her mind over an item so rare she does not even know it's a. Not knowing the details is really eating her alive, and she begins to panic while Bjorn sits back. Then he makes a pretty decent offer, telling her that she can take the essence if he gets first pick of the Guardian's essence. This totally catches her off guard, putting our boy Raven asks if he is seriously willing to make that bet when nothing is guaranteed, and he nods without a second. Her mood instantly flips, and she admits she was actually eyeing that corpse golem form from the very beginning. Bjorn enjoys a little victory moment while the smug mage tries to explain to the confused dwarf that keeping the but Bjorn's jaw drops when he notices she has a test tube, since that is a highly valuable, rare item here. Right after that, she struts ahead with a grin, telling them to follow. As they go deeper into the dark, the dwarf worries, but Raven says there is no magic in them, calmly reaching out to touch one of the carved stone faces. Suddenly, a bunch of books fall from above. She catches them instantly, completely blowing the old dwarf's mind, but Bjorn knows damn well she just read the dungeon guide beforehand. He curses his bad luck because this sly girl already knows about the rare necromancer book that sells for a fortune. The smug brat gets dramatic, saying it is too bad they cannot vote on who gets it since she found it first. Still, Bjorn is impressed but she is completely clueless about the one hiding inside the fountain. Moving on, some gargoyles are just statues, but besides those chimera wolves, the third threat they run into is Raven gets pretty excited when they spot this rare monster. Bjorn agrees they are quite lucky since these bone knights come in 3 types. The first is depression, next is the angry type, which is way tougher, not because of childish tantrums, but because his level drains, and finally, the notorious lust version. They face the one whose main trick is regeneration. That would be a major pain, but luckily Raven pulls out her. With that nerf active, Bjorn and Anar charge in to smash the skeleton down. Better yet, they score a rare monster essence. Bjorn grins wide at this double win, feeling like his terrible luck is finally starting to turn around. The dwarf gives him credit, but Bjorn hands the essence over to Anar since it fits her build much better. Lifesteal works best with sword builds, and he is not touching those anytime soon. Besides, after traveling to Anar eagerly grabs the glowing core, and her entire body instantly lights up with a brilliant, blinding aura. When the light fades, she thinks nothing happened until she notices Bjorn suddenly looks absolutely massive. Actually, everyone looks giant to her. Here is the funny part: Bjorn casually mentions she shrank quite a bit. Raven is not shocked at all. She explains that the Bone Knight essence shrinks your bones to make them incredibly dense. That cuts physical damage in half. Trying to calm her down, Raven says it is really not a big deal. But her ears almost ring when Anar starts screaming about how she is ruined. Now every stupid barbarian Raven argues that she actually looks pretty now, which does not help. Bjorn joins in, claiming she has total queen vibes, even though she now basically looks like a normal girl. Seeing her so depressed, Bjorn reassures her that she will feel much better once she tests her new power. She looks like someone just punched her grandmother, but he tells her to suck it up. Anar finally remembers she cannot ignore her warrior duties just because she got a little cute. Bjorn quickly follows up with some praise, calling her a mighty, giant barbarian. It somehow he tells this adorable muscle brain that she is not just any warrior. She is a big, strong warrior, while everyone else ignores them and keeps walking. Eventually, they arrive at the boss room, and both Raven and Murad suddenly get surprisingly nostalgic, remembering their short, brutal, yet sweet journey together, while Bjorn focuses entirely on the boss inside, praying it drops another rare Let us face it, even with these lucky drops today, life has been pretty rough on him with his terrible health stats. His crush got stolen by some ugly rich guy, and now he is trapped inside a literal death game playing as a barbarian. Ready to end this, Murad reaches for the door. But wait, look at that weird crimson glow. Bjorn instantly. The clueless dwarf asks what is wrong while swinging it open, and a violent wind hits them alongside crushing pressure. Raven's eyes go wide in total terror. The monster waiting inside is definitely not the Death Knight they expected to find. The dark, twisted creature chuckles, laughing that it has been quite a long time since he last saw visitors. Raven completely freezes up at the sight of the vampire standing before them. A beast that only spawns on the 6th floor. Even then, it is incredibly rare. This is no ordinary monster, he is a legendary named variant. This is Duke Camber, a monstrously strong vampire lord. Normally, basic monsters like goblins might have simple. Then you get advanced types far stronger than normal packs, and rare beasts like the corpse golem that only spawn inside. But resting at the absolute top of the food chain are named monsters, complete with their own dark minds and unique skill. Bjorn screams at the party to run as fast as they can. he ignores Murad's stupid questions because a 5th-rank vampire duke packs monstrous strength. Our Carrie does not waste a second, scooping up a paralyzed Raven while she desperately cries out that this makes absolute. Bjorn is just as shocked, since even after years of playing, he has never encountered this vampire duke, who is supposed to spawn in ruptures on the 3rd floor or below. Even then, it was pure luck. He only caught it on a random live stream. While her manservant carries her princess style, the annoying brat asks how Bjorn knows all this, but he tells her to quit. He remembers noticing that subtle color shift on the handles because he spent countless hours copying a live streamer, though he never fought the duke himself, and now he is seriously kicking himself for noticing the difference so late. Murad yells to stand and fight. There is nowhere left to run anyway. But Bjorn tells him to shut up and find some sunlight while the vampire flies right past them in spirit form. He screams at Raven to do something, and she tells everyone to cover their eyes before blinding the beast with a flash. Amazingly, it works. The vampire bursts into thick black mist, leaving Anar standing there completely wide-eyed. Bjorn explains that vampires use spirit form to fly around while their real body stays put, but actualization tells her poor manservant, Taryun. He yells that she looks terrible. Suddenly, she violently coughs up blood. Bjorn panics, wondering if this is the vampire's doing, but he cannot be sure because the only streamer who ever. He can solve that mystery later. Right now, escaping this place comes first. Murad starts panicking that they are totally finished since Raven was basically their maps, and now she is complete. Bjorn tells the idiot he actually memorized the entire path. No brainless barbarians here. Seriously, watch this. He guides them out with total confidence because he has cleared this level over 100 times. Even Murad has to admit that maybe this brute is not as brain-dead as he assumed, since he actually found the exit. Just then, our hero senses the vampire spirit closing in, and he yells at them to straight-up sprint. Somehow, they all scramble into a courtyard just in time, and the Duke's spirit dissolves because he is weak to sunlight. Seeing Bjorn memorize that complex path on his very first try, the dwarf questions if this. But waifu number 2 jumps in, saying it is only natural because Bjorn is a total gangster. Even so. The sun is already setting, and our boy warns them they cannot slow down until they reach the outer walls where they will be safer. Tarjan tries to argue that Raven is exhausted from being carried around and desperately needs some rest. But Bjorn tells the idiot to keep moving unless he wants to get paid by a dead girl. He also warns him to Meanwhile, he heads over to the fountain to snatch that item he noticed earlier, quickly slicing down the stone guardian. Our hero grabs a single-use healing item that is incredibly effective against dark magic attacks. He asks if she is feeling any better. Honestly, she looks like she just got brutally punched in the gut. Bjorn wonders what curse could hurt her this badly, and she explains it is the Duke's pain-sharing effect. She says she needs 20 minutes to fully recover. But even then, 5 spells max. That is nowhere near enough to survive. Our boy asks her if she can cast sun magic, which instantly offends her because she believes a man should never ask a woman her age or her. Bjorn just picks his nose like he couldn't care less, since he is just a clueless barbarian anyway. Annoyed, Raven admits she can cast Sunfear, which is basically just a fire spell with some solar energy. Hearing that, Bjorn tells her to start charging it, but she says she will need 10 full minutes. But he boldly claims he will stall the vampire for 30 minutes somehow, telling her to focus entirely on her casting. She agrees without thinking, then snaps when she realizes she is taking orders from a dirty barbarian, demanding. But Anar backs him up, and even Murad says he trusts him because Bjorn is straight-up homie material. Later that night, the shadows swirl and Duke Camber appears with a nasty grin, asking them why he just cannot. Bjorn and his crew brace. Can you imagine surviving 30 minutes against this monster just to buy time for one spell? Because that is their only hope. The vampire lets out a harrowing scream to assert dominance and begins to approach, so Bjorn yells at He realizes this is just like the game where the monster only shows intelligence during cinematic cutscenes. Meaning there is 0 point in trying to reason with him as the vampire suddenly dives at Murad with full force. Even though the attack hits hard, the dwarf proves he is a real tank, standing firm and absorbing every hit like an absolute. Bjorn watches the dwarf activate his 7th rank essence ability, Weight Balance. It lets Hikarode ignore any knockback as long as his feet stay planted. Right after, Bjorn calls Anar to strike. She swings her massive sword at Duke Camber, forcing him to retreat, only for the barbarian to smash him from behind. Bjorn uses every bit of strength in his body to smack the vampire away. The impact nearly snaps his wrist. Feeling way more pain than usual, he wonders if it is because of Duke. But the real issue is that the Guardian has not taken any actual damage yet. Suddenly, the Duke turns into a swarm of crows and floods the party like a hurricane. Realizing that, Bjorn unleashes his second secret ability, Emergency Restoration, to keep their armor from shattering under the endless attack. As he and Anar smash through the swarm of crows, Bjorn notices the crow blood covering everyone, knowing it means serious trouble. Moments later, Bjorn grits his teeth as a sacrificial seal glows on his cursed torch helmet, while a system notification. Apparently, these vampires have a passive skill called Immortal, which boosts their regeneration as their health drops, while drinking blood lets them steal enemy abilities. Bjorn gets frustrated thinking about how broken the Duke's abilities are, from phasing into shadows and crows. While he is distracted, Duke Camber finally blasts Hikarad right out of his defensive stance. Just before Hikarad gets crushed, Bjorn leaps in to save the dwarf's life. He wonders how much longer the mage will take, but seeing Hikarad knocked out, Raven screams that she still needs 5 more, and Bjorn seriously doubts they can survive that long, since Einar looks completely exhausted too. So he makes a reckless choice, telling Einar to grab their unconscious allies and escape while he tanks the beast alone. She does not hesitate for a single second, doing exactly what he ordered, leaving our barbarian standing alone against the Guardian, with nothing but his shield as sweat drips from the Bjorn screams Valhalla at that pale excuse of a Duke, letting the monster drive his fist deep into his stomach like a handshake. But our crazy hero does not even blink, chugging a healing potion on the spot to keep his health up as his Raven watches from afar as this unstoppable barbarian holds his ground against the most terrifying monster she has ever seen. And honestly, she can't believe her own eyes. She wonders if he seriously plans to act like a human sponge, soaking up deadly blows by downing potions. She watches this blood-covered maniac roar, while a constant torrent of blood pours from his wounds. Somehow, he endures the raw agony of getting shredded and healed at the exact same time. Pain from healing potions only intensifies with deeper, more brutal injuries. Staring at the massive pile of empty glass bottles around him, she realizes this insane barbarian is truly. She figures it is only a matter of time before he completely passes out from the pain shock. But Bjorn she cannot believe the guy is still breathing while his body gets diced like fruit salad from the non-stop barrage of attacks. Yet somehow, he still manages to deflect every single strike aimed directly at his vital spots. She remembers reading that the true strength of a barbarian does not lie in their giant muscles, but in their absolute. Looking at this literal human shield standing in front of her, she finally understands what those words meant. Out of nowhere, Tarjan whispers that they should run while the idiot takes the hits, but she snapped back. There is literally nowhere to run, and our only hope of surviving this rupture is beating the Guardian right here. Feeling completely helpless, Raven wonders what on earth she is doing, watching a young barbarian who just came of age completely outclass her. She refuses to sit back like some useless bystander and just watch. So she orders Tarjan to watch over the sleeping dwarf so Anar can go and back up Bjorn instead. A true mage is not just some glorified turret hiding in the backlines, but a mastermind who analyzes the battlefield, breaks down the enemy's moves, and completely turns the tide with high IQ, activating every targeting spell she has since her manual aim is complete garbage. She hurls the test tubes, who looks completely baffled as it shatters against his giant iron bicep. Out of nowhere, the corpse golem essence erupts and forcefully fuses with him, instantly boosting all of his tank stats. With the power of the golem surging through his veins, Bjorn stands tall, completely unfazed by Duke Camber's relentless. Winding back a few seconds, Bjorn felt his mind turning into a fuzzy, disorganized mess. Even so, he refuses to give up. He pushes his brain to the limit, desperately deciding which body. And watch this, his vision glitches hard as an essence violently forces its way into his body. Snapping back to the present, Bjorn instantly feels the difference. Duke Camber's claws barely scratch him now, as he realizes Raven just forced that corpse golem essence on him, which completely ruins the top-tier character build he spent. But the sweet silver lining is that his overall survival odds just skyrocketed. Just a moment ago, he was a living meat shield waiting to die, but now he can actually fight back. He dodges a few strikes. Yet, even with this strength, his body is on the verge of collapsing from a rupture guardian. Right then, a heavy potion bottle smacks him right in the back, and he is stunned to see this skinny sorceress, Raven, just tossed a greater healing potion on her front. Feeling his confidence surge from the rapid regeneration, Bjorn does not hesitate, and bear slams straight into Duke. He activates his crazy Unabanga kamikaze mode, letting Duke Camber relentlessly slice his flesh into bloody shreds. But since his blood is acidic, it constantly deals painful damage over time to Duke Camber. Duke Camber absolutely rages at this insanely high IQ strategy, and Raven tilts him even further by throwing another healing potion at Bjorn, instantly patching up his wounds like it is nothing. Furious as if the beefy barbarian just stole his wife, Duke Camber unleashes an incredibly brutal blow to knock him back. But before the vampire can press his advantage, Anar charges in and forces Duke Camber to back off. Just as Duke Camber is about to complain, Bjorn swings back with a nasty sucker punch that almost takes his head off. Duke Camber counters by stabbing Bjorn straight through the chest, making him cough blood mid-charge as he and Anar make a last. Bjorn begins to wonder if Raven's 5 minutes are going to last as long as that legendary fight between Goku and... With Duke Camber's claws buried deep inside his torso, Bjorn suddenly hears Raven scream that her spell is finally ready. Feeling a sudden surge of hope, he knows it is all or nothing and grabs Duke Camber, yeeting him straight toward Hikarad. Ready to deliver some well-earned payback, the dwarf Hikarad blasts Duke Camber with massive lightning, putting... Bjorn immediately charges straight toward the boss. He grips a hidden vial, knowing it is time to unleash the ultimate trump card he has been saving for this very moment, the goddess tear. Without hesitation, he shoves that thick glass tube straight down Duke Camber's throat, slamming. This immediately activates the artifact's power, temporarily sealing off all of Duke Camber's broken past. The system alerts him that Duke Camber is quickly sliding from simple unconsciousness straight into total physical shock. Immediately, Raven screams at him to get back as she readies her massive sun magic, glowing above her like a colossal. She can barely stand in her completely wrecked state. Raven manages to mumble a warning for Bjorn to run as the blazing, destructive spell begins crashing down, but Bjorn still pins Duke Camber to the ground, holding him down like he is in some intense wrestling match. Right here, he realizes he screwed up big time. Scorching fire erupts outward, instantly engulfing the two of them. The system politely lets him know that the massive sunspot sphere knocked him out, even though he was already unconscious. Duke Camber's pain-sharing effect knocks everyone else cold, too. Sometime later, Bjorn finally wakes up, noticing that it is way too quiet. He uses every ounce of willpower to stand up and check if Duke Camber is truly... You won't believe this. His eyes nearly pop out of their sockets, seeing the bastard barely clinging to life as a charred skeleton. Bjorn receives a system prompt explaining that the immortal skill does not just delay injuries, but seals them tight. Even worse, Duke Camber's passive keeps him alive unless his heart gets completely obliterated. Watching the monster's body regenerate and patch itself up in real time, Bjorn realizes all their insane efforts will mean absolutely nothing if he lets this monster recover. Seeing everyone else lying knocked out, he decides it is finally worth taking the risk, and stumbles over to Duke. He pins the regenerating body down, climbing on top in a position that looks incredibly sus. He notices that the chest is somehow completely fine because the Duke shielded it with his own arm at the very last second. Knowing that just makes him furious enough to smash his fist straight down into the chest. Immediately after, he triggers the core. He screams because the pain is absolutely brutal. But instead of stopping, he just keeps spamming the ability over and over like a total lunatic. He pretty quickly realizes that if he can somehow keep blasting his way toward the vampire's heart, his enemy will die first. Bjorn can literally feel death creeping up on him with only 1 health point left. But he doesn't even blink when the system warns him that he has only 46 mentality points left before it is game over. His mentality tanks all the way down to 16, and he just blankly stares at the empty spots where his arms used to be. Like any normal guy trapped in this nightmare, he throws himself onto the vampire's corpse and keeps spamming flesh, watching his mentality stat drain with every single blast until it drops to a critical 10 points. But wait, just when everything seems completely lost, the system suddenly hands him a massive pile of experience points, allowing him to level up. Unfortunately, Dungeons & Stones is not one of those games that restores your health on a level up. He is still barely hanging. Our guy has been praying to the luck gods that his newly unlocked essence slot gets filled with the vampire essence. In a rare moment of mercy, the story finally blesses the man with some much-needed plot armor. Thanks to his brand new vampire essence passive skill, his health climbs back to 1% because his heart somehow remained untouched. Plus, his completely wild suicide mission earns him a bonus 10 mentality, though it also catches the eye of the game admin. Bjorn wakes up in a total panic, only to realize he is currently using Anar's thick thighs as a heavenly pillow. She looks down and asks if he is finally awake, but he immediately asks what happened to the rest of the group, and she explains they left about 3 days ago, but she is way more worried about him. However, Bjorn is mostly shocked that he actually slept for 3 entire days. He suddenly sits right up, trying to wrap his head around being out for so long. Before realizing that today is already moving around, he notices his body is mostly fine with 0 visible wounds. But then his eyes go wide, and he awkwardly asks Anar what happened to his pants, since he is somehow totally naked down there. Anar does not even blink, happily admitting his clothes were shredded anyway, so she just tore them right off. Bjorn is visibly losing his mind, but she tells him not to worry because she already saw what a great warrior he is. He quickly changes the subject, asking what happened after he passed out. She explains the dwarf took. Bjorn connects the dots, realizing that the only reason he is still drawing breath is because he's successful. It makes total sense that the Guardian must have dropped all 3 items. That starts a whole train of thought, but Anar quickly reminds him about the dice bet for the stones. Apparently, the mage refused to play fair, insisting she could only cover her heavy losses by keeping those stones, while the dwarf just shrugged and said he did not care. Then the mage said something strange about Bjorn already getting the. He instantly realizes that she must have known about the vampire's essence right from the very beginning. Not to mention, she was the one who handed him the corpse golem essence earlier. Let's be real, she basically took the loss just so he could win, which makes him feel pretty good. Meanwhile, Anar keeps complaining that the greedy mage snatched up every single piece of loot without even waiting. Seeing no other choice, Bjorn plays it smart, taking her side and calling her the reliable one, which she absolutely loves. Getting back on track, she asks if they should head out now too, but Bjorn stops her, saying he figures that even if the mage looted everything else, that specific item should still be in this room, and he is absolutely leaving with it. First things first, after looking around a bit, they finally make their way back to the crystal cave. The labyrinth shuts down, sending them back to the city. Bjorn looks around, hoping all that near-death. Unfortunately, the guild lady completely crushes his hopes, revealing he only made around 230,000. He is seriously disappointed, but tries to cheer himself up by remembering he walked away with 2 essences. Just as he reaches out to grab his hard-earned money, she pulls the coin purse back with a suspicious squint, demanding to know how he made so much. Bjorn is completely thrown off since players never ask that in the game. But before he can even speak, and just like that, you know he is in some pretty serious trouble. They force him to move, marching him straight to the interrogation cells. Meanwhile, Erwin actually manages, wiping the sweat from her forehead. She quietly grumbles that she never expected the 3rd floor to be so brutal. She knew 7th rank monsters would be tough, but even with her sister taking care of the 6th rank beasts nearby, the whole thing felt like a real adventure. She cannot wait to tell Bjorn all about it. She searches the busy crowd, but cannot find him anywhere, which instantly dampens her mood. She was so eager to show off her new essence, knowing he would want to test it right away, and she really misses her favorite. The guild receptionist tallies up her loot, quite impressed by such a massive haul for her low level. Erwin, after heading back to her room, she enjoys a warm, relaxing bath, and slips on a clean dress. She happily imagines treating him to a nice dinner with her earnings, picturing how thrilled he will be to swap crates. But her excitement shatters the second the innkeeper tells her that Bjorn still has not checked back in. A wave of anxiety starts washing over her, but she desperately holds on to the hope that he is just running a bit. A full week slowly crawls by, and Bjorn never appears. Erwin eventually catches the landlord emptying out Bjorn's room and demands to know what on earth he is doing. The man sighs, explaining he gave it some extra time out of pity, but she needs to accept that the barbarian. She tries to protest, but he cuts her off to bluntly state that Bjorn is likely dead in the labyrinth. Soon after, Erwin is spotted sitting in the heavy rain, crying like her entire world has just collapsed. Her sister approaches and admits she heard what happened, gently asking how long she intends to sit there, telling Teresia that she will become incredibly strong no matter what it takes, just so she can protect her loved ones. Meanwhile, Bjorn has spent a whole week locked up under suspicion of being a corpse plunderer, and right from the very first interrogation, the officer demands to know where he got the crossbow. Bjorn explains that he took it from a guy who tried to murder him, pointing out that unless the city laws are a total, defending yourself against killers is not supposed to be a crime. The investigator just smirks, claiming they will be the ones to decide who started it, which instantly irritates. He recalls that there was always an unspoken agreement protecting explorers from being questioned about loot without any hard proof. But recently, the guild has been changing regulations to stop plundering, and that is obviously paving the way for massive. Bjorn knows that life is tough wherever you end up, But he is now certain this dirty system has framed countless. The interrogator presses him once more to tell the truth, but Bjorn refuses to budge from his story. He details how he was ambushed by Baldy and his gang, keeping the mysterious woman out of the story. Even so, the officer finds it impossible to believe that someone survived a slashed throat. Talk about terrible luck, his vampire essence completely healed the wound, and now he just looks like a total liar to them. Desperate, he mentions the rupture, hoping it clears his name. But the investigator thinks he is just making up cheap fairy tales, laughing in his face because a vampire spawning at Bjorn snaps and yells at him to bring in a memory-reading mage to finally prove whether he is telling the truth or not. The investigator mocks him for even suggesting such a thing, explaining that only adventurers ranked 7th or higher can demand memory checks. Bjorn offers to pay. Still, he agrees to consider it if they use a guild-certified mage. 2 days later, a spellcaster arrives, but claims that Bjorn's mental defense is simply too strong to break. They would need an elite from the magic tower, leaving Bjorn to silently curse his horrible luck. He tries giving the names of the mage and dwarf who can vouch for him, but the officer just smirks, repeating his annoying On the 7th day, the interrogator storms inside the cell, looking like he just won the ultimate jackpot. He slams a message receiver onto the table, proudly declaring that he finally has real evidence. Bjorn The investigator reveals this isn't his first plundering charge, adding that the Crystal Union crew. He grins, declaring that Bjorn will be executed in 3 hours. The barbarian keeps completely silent. Back in his cell, he realizes talking won't change a single thing. Breaking out would brand him a criminal forever, so he only has one desperate path left to prove his innocence. Gripping the cold iron bars, he unleashes his flesh explosion skill. The bars blow apart instantly. He calmly walks out, leaving the guard crawling backward in absolute. Screaming for backup, the guard tries to yell, but Bjorn shuts him up quickly with a brutal face kick. Leaving the guard snoring, Bjorn quickly snatches the keys off the floor, but as he turns to leave, he's pretty sure most of these guys are actual criminals. But since he's just an innocent guy wrongly locked up, he really doesn't care about their records. He unlocks the cages, sparking instant chaos as they start chanting his new title, the Barbarian of Freedom. A guard catches a strange sound near the front doors, before getting blasted back as the armed mob smashes through. The receptionist screams that anyone helping capture the convicts gets a massive fat reward. That's all they need to hear. The explorers instantly jump in to shut this jailbreak down. And get this, Bjorn charges upstairs, knowing the unarmed mob won't last, but he only needs 5 minutes. He reminds himself this breakout isn't about running away. He has a separate play in mind. A guard waiting at the top screams that prisoners reach the upper floor, stupidly blurting out that the branch manager is up there. Bjorn glares, aims a hand behind him, and triggers another flesh explosion. Blood rains down on the escaping convicts, causing them to scream like terrified little kids. With the acidic spray raining down, he activates his vampire ability, boosting his stats as raw power surges through his veins. Smirking that his buffing is done, he charges the guards barehanded, leaving them trembling at the terrifying. One poor guard gets slammed into the stone floor like a new tile, while another swings a sword that Bjorn easily blocks. The guards watch in absolute shock as the wound heals instantly, right before Bjorn throws a punch. Bjorn rides the high of his raw power while the remaining guards panic. They scream that a barbarian should only be a 9th rank, but Bjorn smirks because they only ever expected weaklings to be. After wiping every last one of them out, he stops in front of a heavy door. He has reached the branch manager's office on the 3rd floor. Pushing it open slowly to act civilized, it is a total ambush, and before he can react, a shadow leaps out and slashes him deep. The branch manager smirks, fully convinced he just secured an easy victory. But his smug face instantly melts away as Bjorn's highly acidic blood splashes across him, burning. Then Bjorn spots a girl in the corner screaming for the manager. But the moment she locks eyes with him, the burning manager screams at him to get back, warning that this girl is actually the district manager's daughter. But to our 5-star barbarian? Oh, she is his perfect get-out-of-jail card. Ignoring the empty threat, he puts the manager to sleep with a perfect right uppercut, thinking he never intended. Having her here completely changes the game. The girl tries to act tough, claiming he won't make it out alive and accusing him of orchestrating this whole raid. Bjorn simply clamps his hand over her mouth, telling her to shut up. Using her as a human shield, if they refuse to cooperate, he promises to end her life on the spot, which quickly sends the guards scrambling. He steps out, takes a deep breath, and starts bellowing to the crowd. Loudly announcing his name, Bjorn bellows that the guild framed him. He yells again that the dirty association is setting him up, swearing on his very honor that he is innocent. Deep down, he knows making this giant public scene means the guild can't easily sweep his case under the rug. Meanwhile, over at the Magic Tower, a senior mage tells Raven that the branch manager requested her help with. She looks completely puzzled, but he explains that this psycho freed a prison block and is currently holding the Raven figures the guy must be a total idiot. Still, she throws on her flashy outfit and heads over anyways. Later on, Bjorn stares in disbelief and asks if they seriously sent her of all people. Raven looks just as stunned, demanding to know what the hell he was actually thinking. She starts nagging him like an angry grandma, having never expected him to pull a crazy stunt like this. But Bjorn cuts her off, telling her to stop wasting time and just cast her memory magic already. She tries to argue. She agrees, but only if he owes her a massive favor later, which Bjorn accepts as long as it is doable. Thrilled by his promise, she starts casting the spell, only to suddenly freeze in pure surprise. The magic is totally useless, even though Bjorn claims he has no anti-magic gear on. Right then, the investigator rushes in and helps the unconscious branch manager up. He reports that most prisoners are handled, but then his eyes land right on Bjorn. His jaw drops as he points and yells that this brute is the mastermind, though the manager already knows. The manager asks if Bjorn was really framed, then turns a sharp, serious gaze on the investigator. He demands to see actual proof that Bjorn is supposedly a dirty plunderer. The chubby investigator flinches, quickly stammering that Bjorn brought back too many crystals and just looked incredible. Plus, he had a bag of seemingly stolen gear and a message stone traced to a crystal. Bjorn fires back that none of those wild claims were ever verified by magic. The branch manager looks at the investigator and asks why they skipped that crucial step. That investigator tries to pivot, loudly claiming that Bjorn lied the entire time about getting stabbed. This talk of vampire essence leaves the branch manager totally baffled, and the investigator pounces. He insists Bjorn lied because he already knew magic would not work on him. Why waste resources proving anything? He sounds incredibly smug, but watch how fast the mood shifts when both men stare blankly. Stunned, they demand answers, but Raven coolly replies she was there, and unfortunately, the chubby guy waddles over, pressing her on why she is backing him up and warning her not to lie for a friend. Raven just raises an eyebrow, asking if he genuinely thinks she would bother lying. He instantly starts backpedaling and begging like a professional. Since mages hold noble-level influence and know for a simple guild staffer to doubt a mage, he might as well have dug his own grave. The branch manager finally speaks up, telling everyone to stop since none of this is built on solid proof. But Raven is not having it. She points out that while vampires have never appeared on floor 1 before, that is not something a mere manager should boldly. He looks completely thrown as she adds that even after years of research, countless labyrinth mysteries, the unexpected can always happen, so nobody should act like they have all the answers. Bjorn watches her completely dismantle the manager like a true arrogant mage, but the tension shifts instantly. He blinks in confusion until the young girl bursts into tears, crying out for her father. That is when Bjorn connects the dots, realizing Niels Urban is actually the district manager. The Explorer Guild runs everything involving active explorers. For maximum efficiency, it is split into hundreds of branches under 13 district managers, with the guildmaster. Suddenly, a bound man gets thrown onto the floor, demanding answers. Talk about a massive The investigator instantly breaks into a cold sweat upon recognizing him, while Bjorn glares down. His voice sharpens as he accuses the man of fabricating a witness statement about the message stone. The man tries denying it. But Raven steps up, casually activating her truth magic to reveal that he is lying through his teeth. Bjorn celebrates inwardly with a high-tier tower mage backing him. This fake witness is absolutely finished. The liar nearly collapses, and Niels Urban officially declares Bjorn innocent. Niels Urban promises a deeper investigation, and Bjorn suggestively prompts him to dig. The manager agrees that the Crystal Union has been acting pretty shady lately, so digging deeper is definitely a solid plan. Then he turns to his investigator and coldly fires him on the spot. The fat investigator panics and begs, claiming he followed every rule, but the manager shuts him down. Every single one of his past cases is getting reopened, and any corruption means severe punishment. Guards drag the trembling man out as he sweats absolute buckets. Now the district manager turns to Bjorn's compensation, offering him a 7th rank promotion and a full gear replacement. Bjorn's eyes narrow as he scoffs at the terrible deal. He could easily hit the 7th rank on his own with that vampire essence. The manager argues that Bjorn has only been an explorer for 2 months, but Bjorn just dares him to summon a 7th. Bjorn literally roars for them to bring it on, and you can actually see the terrified manager flinch as he begs him to calm down. Raven chimes in too, pointing out that nobody has ever survived a rupture with a 5th rank essence. Calling the backed into a corner by their flawless logic, the manager asks what they actually want. Bjorn just grins wide and says 5 million stones should do nicely. The branch manager almost faints again. Bjorn is stunned by how fast they folded, but Raven quickly reminds everyone that her professional fee is separate. The manager nods and tells her to thank her master. Soon after, over at the magic tower, he glances around at the messy room while she starts brewing some incredibly suspicious-looking liquids in the back. She hands him a flask filled with glowing blue liquid, telling him to drink up, but Bjorn side-eyes it and asks. Raven just smirks and says it is, though she can always whip up some deadly basilisk concentrate instead. Bjorn takes the flask at first, but hesitates and sets it down, deeply suspicious that she put weird. Raven laughs and brings up the favor he owes her. Bjorn argues he only agreed to help if it was actually. She reassures him that she only wants to study the essence he absorbed, adding that he might actually learn a few new Bjorn realizes she has gone total scientist mode over rare essences, wondering if every fresh. Before she can start rambling again, Bjorn interrupts to ask about the specific terms in the secret document she had him. During that deal, she promised never to speak about what had happened. But she added a sneaky clause ensuring they would keep his vampire essence consumption a secret. Bjorn thought she was. She tells him to visit her lab once every week for 6 months. Bjorn immediately tries to bargain it down to 3 months, but she facepalms, reminding him she literally saved his. Our boy finally agrees, but warns her that she is not running the show. He leans close and asks why. Raven blinks in absolute confusion, but he reminds her that she was the one who forcefully shoved that corpse. She shrugs and claims it was completely free, but Bjorn calmly counters that forcing it on him makes it a major issue. She argues that it literally kept him alive, but Bjorn counters that he never asked for it, demanding 10. That completely triggers her, and she starts yelling and swearing right at his face. Bjorn does not even flinch, pointing out that since he never requested the essence, she technically harmed him. He shuts her down, saying mages cannot even absorb essences, so she does not understand how it works. He tells her to go ask any other explorer, knowing she thinks he is just bluffing. Raven storms off and the line finally connects after a moment, and she greets the person on the other end. She asks a sudden question: if someone forced an unwanted essence into his body, how exactly would he react? The explorer goes silent at the weird question. Now check out Bjorn standing in the background with a massive, smug. The caller replies that he would be absolutely furious, making Bjorn smirk even harder, while Raven frantically. The explorer stands his ground, stating that value does not matter because an unwanted essence will completely ruin a war. He finishes with a sharp jab, stating that clueless mages would never understand something like that. Raven gets completely wrecked on the spot, as the explorer explains that climbing the upper floors is impossible with When she asks how to properly compensate someone, he immediately suggests demanding cash at least 15 million stones. She asks what if cash is not an option, and he coldly states that if the offender were standing right in front, he would probably snap their neck on the spot. Raven spirals into total panic while Bjorn watches. He fully expected her to consult a high-ranking explorer who actually understands complex essence balancing, but a lower-tier explorer would have begged for that rare essence. Bjorn mentally claims victory and waits for her to surrender, but a sudden laugh echoes out as an old man appears. He finds it hilarious that a barbarian outsmarted a mage, introducing himself as Raven's mentor while teasing her, and the old man admits he thoroughly enjoyed their little chat, leaving Raven completely stunned since she was certain her soundproofing, but he tells her that her spell needs work. He explains that he got curious when his student brought an actual live barbarian inside their tower. This makes Bjorn repeat that word live with a raised eyebrow, prompting the old man to smirk and reply that Bjorn does not laugh, choosing to fire a sharp joke of his own right back, suggesting that maybe he should crack his old skull open, which makes the old man freeze up before Bjorn grins. Raven almost faints from the stress and seriously. Who can blame her as Bjorn pats the old man, The old man wheezes with forced laughter to mask his rising anger, but he ultimately admits that Bjorn is the real. Bjorn plays along, praising the old geezer for having a decent sense of humor, even though the powerful, forcing himself to regain control. The old man quickly shifts the topic, offering Bjorn a mysterious object in exchange. He presents a legendary numbered ring, and Bjorn's eyes light up knowing these rare items possess incredibly unique. Playing dumb, he asks what the trinket does, prompting the master to explain it seals essences. Bjorn keeps quiet, suddenly realizing that even this top-tier mage is clueless about the Frost Ring's true secret. As he walks out, Raven warns him to visit at least twice a week, which he acknowledges with a nod before leaving her sighing and apologizing to. The old man casually shrugs, claiming the ring is practically useless to them and hard to sell. Valued, he expects the barbarian to explode with anger when he finds out. Meanwhile, Bjorn notes that despite mages being hailed as absolute geniuses, they have no clue about the legend of the goddesses. By now, he is completely convinced that compared to his vast gamer knowledge, these elite mages are basic. Back at the inn, the manager panics upon seeing Bjorn, swearing he was absolutely sure the manager confesses he cleared the room. And when Bjorn asks about his personal belongings, the guy admits he threw. As the frantic manager desperately begs and promises to pay him back, Bjorn holds himself back, but then, a scary thought hits him. When did he get so incredibly violent? Witnessing executions or taking his very first life felt surprisingly easy. With his only moment of, he finds it highly unsettling how naturally his violence flows now. Realizing his initially, he blamed his changing nature on this brutal environment, but now he realizes these shifts are survival instincts. His very personality is warping, leaving him wondering if he is slowly but surely turning into a mindless, bloodthirsty, but survival demands it. Bjorn demands 30,000 stones in damages, which the terrified owner calls madness, but he after some aggressive negotiations, he is lounging in a highly luxurious room, fully equipped with large windows. While resting, his thoughts drift to Einar, planning to meet up with her tomorrow to split their massive profits. He walks over to the Angry Bull Inn the next morning, and the instant Einar spots him, she explodes into dramatic tears and she asks if he has heard the latest gossip, which only puzzles him until nearby barbarians suddenly cheer for the legend. They tell him the entire city is talking about this mysterious hero, though when Bjorn acts clueless and asks for a name, he sighs in relief, glad the guild actually kept their word. Even so, the local barbarians are incredibly proud. One of their own pulled it off, hyping him up as the Bjorn never expected his reputation to spread so quickly, hoping it does not blow up in his face. Before taking Einar, he prepares to hand over her split of their massive earnings, which totals around 800,000 stones. Offering her 300,000, his firm insistence makes her blush even though she argues it is too much. Spotting a street vendor selling cotton candy, she immediately begins drooling, happily devouring the treat seconds later, but Bjorn tells her to eat some actual food, too. Einar finishes up and thanks him, genuinely grateful that Bjorn still treats her the exact same way. This catches him off guard, but she explains that ever since her physical change, nobody treats her like a warrior anymore. Spiraling into total self-doubt, she panics and slams the table, asking him if she really looks that terrible now. Bjorn tries to say something to reassure her, but she cuts him off, announcing she won't go into the labyrinth. It turns out Einar isn't quitting because of her appearance, but because she found out one of the temple elders. Bjorn asks if she could just spare a single day so they can still run the labyrinth together. Einar admits she'd absolutely love to, but this brutal training won't allow her to leave the temple for the next 6 months. Bjorn immediately gets the She quickly adds that she would never ask him to wait up or automatically let her rejoin the party later. But she makes one promise without a shred of hesitation: she's going to train so hard that she'll never drag him. Bjorn knows he can't hold her back, remembering how on their last run, her pride forced her to. Inside that rift, she had to endure things no warrior ever should, which is probably what drove her to make the talk about a brutal setback. He's back at square one, searching for a brand new teammate all over again. Ever since absorbing both the corpse golem and the guardian vampire essences, his power level has gone through the roof. Thanks to those boosted stats and ridiculous healing, nothing on the second floor can even touch him. He could easily. This brutal world forces players to form tight teams, and no matter how insane his stats get, soloing simply isn't an option. Cooperation is mandatory, and if you actually want to survive and hunt up there, the only smart move is finding teammates who match your strength. Next, he pays a visit to Raven. She seems genuinely pleased to see him, asking if he's ready while pointing. Bjorn figures it makes perfect sense to recruit Raven since she is an elite 6th rank mage. If he survives whatever test she throws at him, she might actually help him reach his ultimate goal. But the moment he makes his pitch, Raven flat out rejects it, asking what kind of self-respecting mage would ever. He replies, "Now there is only one left." Raven counters that she will only join if every member is at least 6th rank and they have a dedicated priest, which obviously Bjorn admits to himself that he should have expected her refusal, but she quickly shifts gears, skimming through it. Bjorn finds the analysis pretty shallow, but since he already knows the precise numbers, he doesn't really care. This particular Guardian essence naturally provides, with both the Immortal Seal and the Guardian's essence combined, Bjorn is feeling absolutely invincible when it comes to raw. Honestly, this is the absolute fastest he has ever grown since entering this brutal world. As he turns to leave, Raven suddenly halts him, demanding to know what he stuffed into the vampire's mouth. Bjorn knows exactly what she's talking about, but since he can't blow his cover, he plays completely dumb and tells her. Raven stands her ground, but Bjorn swiftly dodges the entire interrogation by claiming he is suddenly starving, and let's be real, Raven's not letting this go. Annoyed, she's determined to dig up whatever secret he's keeping. She pulls a book off her shelf called Complete Understanding of Rupture 3, written anonymously, which apparently outlines. Turning to the chapter on the blood-tainted castle, she tries to read about the Golden Mask and Goddess Tears. Still, she feels like she's definitely read about them somewhere else. She opens a different tome, which explains that the Goddess Tears are a consumable artifact, capable of unleashing. Cardinal Androni used 3 of them back in the day to save the Pope, and they haven't been seen by anyone since. Reading this leaves her totally stunned, wondering how on earth a freshly grown barbarian teenager could possibly know where. As for the Golden Mask, it only spawns after completing highly specific conditions during the Guardian fight. It grants the user the ability to completely alter their face for up to a month, with a hard limit of 5 uses. In the original game, Bjorn never cared about looks and always sold it, but in this harsh reality, over at a tavern on the other side of town, local patrons are gossiping about the sudden collapse of the Crystal Union. For an organization that seemed completely flawless, their overnight collapse is mind-blowing, though they were clearly rotting from the Listening in on the gossip, Teresha remembers when the Crystal Union was actually quite helpful, assisting struggling, but as they grew bigger, they started targeting rookies, regularly robbing them. What happened to Erwin is just the tip of the iceberg, and she hates admitting it, but without Bjorn there, things would have ended. She actually planned to deal with them, but now, there is absolutely no need. Some random guy claims all this chaos is just because of one barbarian who escaped prison and took the district, and now people are seriously calling him the Barbarian of Freedom. Unbelievable. Thanks to this chaos, those new plunderer tracking laws are basically useless now. Yet what really blows everyone away is that this barbarian just became an adult and is already a 9th. Teresha feels like this cannot be a mere coincidence, and if he is that same barbarian, his week-long disappearance. Still, she wonders if it is actually a good idea to tell Erwin everything. Over at the guild desk, Bjorn says he is looking for a 4-man party that operates on the 3rd floor or higher. The receptionist asks for his profile, but seeing those 5 stars, he freezes. Bjorn catches that weird reaction, and honestly, you can tell something is off, but the receptionist just dodges the. Looking over the list, Bjorn suspects this dwarf might be the same Hikarad he met earlier, and sure enough, when Hikarad mentions they have one more person joining, a mage. Bjorn asks if they already know this recruit, but Hikarad says no, though since the rookie is a mage, they are based. This completely shocks Bjorn. Why would someone with that kind of high-tier power ever join their squad? Naturally, he wants to know who it is. Right on cue, a guy walks into the bar and introduces himself. Hikarad welcomes him and asks if he is indeed the mage they have been waiting for. Dwalki jokes that mages do not just show up out of nowhere without a good reason, making the dwarf laugh and introduce himself. Dwalki proudly responds that the Raphonian court officially recognizes him as an 8th-ranked mage. While Hikarad stands there looking totally dumbfounded, Bjorn notes that the guy just sounds like some fancy noble who does not. Our boy instantly flags him as a self-taught, mid-tier mage since he clearly never trained in a real tower. Honestly, he cannot believe this dwarf is so clueless about basic world lore, but Dwalki seems quite impressed by Bjorn. Even though our barbarian finds this mage pretty annoying, he hides it. Sit down, pretty boy. Getting straight to it, our boy asks why a low-ranked mage even wants to raid labyrinths in the first place. Lower floors do not pay well, they are too weak for high floors, and with magic skills, Dwalki simply replies that he wants to bring glory to the Martin family name by becoming a legendary, famous. Hearing the word Baron, Hikarad panics and assumes he is a noble. But the mage explains it is just a distant relative on his mother's side, promising he never looks down on anyone. Listening to this, our guy figures he must be some clueless fraud trying to spin a pretty story, especially with his golden hair, decent height, and multi-element spells like ice magic. The guy just feels incredibly suspicious. Bjorn highly doubts him, but think about it. Having a mage on the team is going to attract way better applicants anyway, so he lets him join. And just like that, experienced veterans flood them with requests. So, he and Hikarad meet up weekly just to grind through paperwork. Honestly though, Bjorn carries the entire load himself, and finally, their team is complete. Perfect. Our boy hauls his massive pile of gear right into the library, making the librarian ask what on earth he is doing. The librarian just hits him with a deadpan stare and orders him to take it off immediately because people are already complaining. He reluctantly agrees, quietly deciding she just has absolutely zero sense of humor. Walking home, he spots a weaponless barbarian crouching in a dark alley. This is shocking. Giving him a very serious look, he tells the poor guy he does not need to worry, asking what he is doing down. The lone warrior quietly admits he sold his weapon because he was flat broke. Hearing this, Bjorn immediately suspects the guy is a fellow player, especially since he speaks in a bizarrely. Our boy introduces himself as Bjorn, son of Jandel, and the stranger replies he is Turk. Bjorn treats him to a warm meal, and when Turkan tastes real food after what feels like ages, he gets Bjorn suddenly remembers that Turkan mentioned his own coming-of-age ceremony took place exactly 1 month before his did. He claims he got lost and missed the entrance, but Bjorn knows the real truth is much simpler. The guy panicked. If experienced players already cleared the boss room, then someone with his skills should have known how horribly NPCs treat barbarians. Bjorn asks what he did after that first month. Hearing that, Bjorn snaps and asks if he is completely stupid. Tariq gets visibly nervous and explains he had absolutely no weapon, no money, and got thrown out for failing to pay. Bjorn figures this guy is just a complete rookie who never planned ahead, making his pathetic situation Tariq keeps talking, saying he had to survive freezing cold, starvation, and sickness. Bjorn is amazed he survived 3 whole months like that, realizing he might be in the exact same spot if he had. Can you blame him for trying? Tariq asks if his sob story makes Bjorn feel bad enough to help him. He even brags that he knows the labyrinth quite well and can guide Bjorn through it. In a freezing tone, Bjorn tells him he has no plans of entering the labyrinth with him, but he will offer a different kind. He hands him 150,000 stones, telling him to buy a weapon and get his butt back into the lab. Giving him a dark, threatening glare, Bjorn warns him never to show his face again. It does not matter if he blows the cash or somehow turns a profit. Once he walks away, he must never look. Once the kid leaves, Bjorn sits alone, reflecting on how incredibly cold he had to be. A purely logical person would call him stupid, while an emotional one would be furious that he did not do more. Honestly, both would be completely right, but this tough love was the only way to keep Tariq alive. When the dungeon entrance day finally arrives and they step onto the first floor, Dwaki looks around with pure excitement and asks, drawing on 8 years of scouting experience, Rottmiller tells everyone to hold up while he scans the surrounding area for him. Once he finishes inspecting, he confirms it is perfectly safe to follow their planned route. Hikarad notes that it has been a pretty long time since his last run with a legitimate team, and then Misha Karlstein chimes in. She is a beast-kin explorer, a 7th-rank pro with 5 years of experience who says she is done waiting. Check this out. Misha has a really weird habit of adding a cat like Nai to almost everything she says. Laughing, Hikarad jokes that he cannot take orders from a princess. Misha blushes bright red, and this reminds Bjorn that she once claimed to be the 13th princess of some beast tribe he cannot even remember. Rottmiller orders everyone to stay close and keep moving. And just like that, their very first group thanks to Rottmiller, they reach the 2nd floor portal in less than 10 hours. The scout looks pretty annoyed that someone beat them to it, and while Bjorn notices his disappointment, he still honestly, he had low expectations anyway, since Rottmiller is not an actual guide, and they did not gain experience from. He knows they could have farmed insanely well if Anar were here to exploit the portal glitch, but decides to save that. Stepping through the portal, they enter the beast lair. Rottmiller mutters that he never gets used to this horrible stench, no matter how many times he visits. Bjorn figures that makes total sense, since this floor is easy to reach and is constantly packed with that is likely why the air smells like a literal sewer. Hikarad checks on Dwaki, who desperately begs him to shut up. This completely freaks Misha out while Hikarad just cracks up. Bjorn looks over at Rottmiller and asks if he is holding up, knowing his scent-type essence must make this stench absolute torture. Rottmiller just shrugs it off, saying he is used to it by now. But he warns everyone to stay close, since seeing how smoothly he guides the group, Bjorn admits the scout is surprisingly dependable. Since the beast lair is basically a massive, maze-like valley, having a skilled pathfinder thanks to their high combat power, the local monsters do not pose much of a threat. Thanks to the magic alarm from Dwaki, they establish a 4-person night shift rotation so everyone gets real rest. Hikarad explains it is not about trust. The alarm only spots monsters, but other explorers are the real danger. Dwaki still looks pretty doubtful, but Hikarad tells him to sleep since rest is what matters most. Watching their exchange, Bjorn quietly suspects the young mage will not join them again after this raid is over. By the second day, Rottmiller announces they are approaching the portal to the 3rd floor, where they will hunt. The 3rd floor is pretty massive. No matter which entrance you take from the 2nd, everyone eventually spills out. Bjorn just hopes they catch a lucky spawn, since their entry point determines everything. Misha asks if he has ever even stepped foot here before, admitting it took her a whole year just to reach this. Bjorn claims he has and asks about the 4th floor. The cat girl replies that took about 2 years, and Hikarad. This annoys Misha since Hikarad has way less experience than her, yet he somehow holds a higher rank. Rottmiller snaps at them to shut up. Bjorn thinks he sounds genuinely annoyed, likely because he is the only one worth. The moment they step through the portal to the 3rd floor, monsters ambush them almost instantly. So, Bjorn reacts fast, shoving Rottmiller out of harm's way while raising his shield to absorb them. He wonders why beasts are camping the portal, thinking that without his shield, he would have been knocked flat. Just the dwarf yells out not to let the monsters push them back, and Bjorn grunts that he already knows. And honestly, who wouldn't be? Bjorn is pretty jealous of Hikarad's handy knockback resistance. It was incredibly useful during their battle with the Guardian. Hikarad triggers his skill to halt the beast. Dwaki debuffs it with a curse, and the dwarf lands a clean finishing. Misha spots another target, screaming that one is left as she leaps into the air right off Bjorn's back. She blasts the Ayantos with her essence, dropping it instantly. Bjorn finds their presence weird and asks Rottmiller if Rottmiller checks the ground for heat, but detects nothing. However, judging by the lingering scent, someone passed through recently and is likely about 2 minutes. Bjorn figures they probably spotted their party and decided to move on. When Hikarad asks if someone wants them dead, Rottmiller explains it is just a dirty trick plunderers use to catch. Misha gets hyped up, suggesting they track them down and end them since it would pay a pretty penny. But Rottmiller warns that tracking is tough without proof, and if things go south, they could easily take the fall. Misha shrugs, noting that dead men tell no tales, while the dwarf suggests leaving a warning message before moving. Meanwhile, Dwaki looks absolutely terrified by this dark talk. Misha admits she had no idea people did this and praises Rottmiller, though he confesses he has only heard rumors until today. She notes that running into plunderers is pretty rare, so Bjorn asks how many times she has encountered them. Misha replies 8 times in 5 years, leaving Bjorn shocked since he faced 5 in just 3 months, making Hikarad. Rottmiller tells them to pipe down, reassuring Bjorn that even he crosses paths with them every few months. Yeah, talk about a cursed fate. Bjorn still feels pretty damn unlucky. Quite a while later, they pause at a clearing where Rottmiller suggests setting up camp, planning to move tomorrow since this border zone. Hikarad glances over at Dwaki, noticing his unusual silence, and asks if he is doing all right. Bjorn wonders the same thing because the chatterbox usually never shuts up, yet he has been silent for ages. The wizard finally mutters that his naive explorer fantasy just got completely shattered. Hearing them casually discuss hunting fellow adventurers or killing thieves for cash just feels deeply wrong to him. He fears that continuing down this road means he might eventually end a life, so he spent the day trying to steal his mind. Though somewhat prepared, he still doubts he can actually pull through when the moment arrives. Bjorn watches him closely, noting his resolve feels pretty lightweight. He is clearly terrified, but that raw honesty makes him far better than fakers who fold the second real danger. Rottmiller agrees, noting that foolish pride is what gets people killed. Someone who knows their limits is far more reliable than a liar pretending they can handle anything. He adds that he wants to show them something quite special. Rottmiller leads them to a breathtaking cliff, explaining this view only reveals itself at this exact hour. Nobody quite understands why the 3rd floor behaves like this, but honestly, that science ceases to matter. He turns to Dwaki, asking if he still has the courage to keep exploring after witnessing something this beautiful. As the labyrinth plunges into pitch-black darkness, only Bjorn stays wide awake while the others sleep. At least Dwaki is breathing a bit easier now. By his own math, he just bagged 50 experience and needs 150 more to level. Right now, he can only absorb 3 essences and has already consumed 2, meaning there is room for just 1 more. He is not rushing to level up, but he definitely wants his next upgrade to matter. Eventually, they hit the orc habitat, a danger zone crawling with rank 8 beasts. It is the absolute best. Hikarad warns everyone to coordinate their moves and protect one another. Suddenly, a pack of massive orcs charges them. They brace for impact as the dwarf and Bjorn take while Rottmiller and Dwalkie fire from range and Misha darts in for melee strikes. It is smooth sailing until an orc shaman casts Berserk, boosting their power enough for one beast to slip right past. When chaos hits like this, the absolute priority is shielding Dwalkie since he is their glass cannon. Rottmiller jumps in to block the deadly blow, and Misha immediately ends the orc with one savage strike. Bjorn takes down the shaman fast, then they mop up the rest. Still, Bjorn feels their overall damage is pretty low since clearing a single pack takes 8 whole minutes. Moving deeper toward the center of the zone, the sheer number of orcs starts climbing rapidly. Along the way, they easily take down a great warrior orc, which is a rank 7 beast. But as always, trouble is waiting for them. Out of nowhere, some old guy casts a spell, dropping a massive boulder right in front of them and bark. Even though Dungeon and Stone was originally a single-player game, territorial blockades are very real. Usually, blocking paths is useless, but if players form a massive clan, they can actually lock down specific. Bjorn wonders why a massive clan like Jarwi is locking down a basic third-floor area. Hikarad notes they normally hunt on the 6th floor, bluntly asking what they are doing here. The old man snaps that he does not owe them any answers whatsoever, but Hikarad argues that while massive clans, he has never heard of Jarwi owning this specific spot, and they cannot even verify if these guys are actual clans. The old man just chuckles, saying he hears that a lot. Bjorn notices the dwarf getting pretty aggressive. Meanwhile, Misha looks completely terrified, nervously shrinking behind Bjorn to hide her face, making him realize she is trying to avoid someone. Suddenly, a voice calls her a halfling, and when Misha quietly calls him Big Brother, Talon looks visibly annoyed, coldly reminding her that he told her never to call him that in public, he snaps that she is just showing off her halfling blood, making things even more awkward. Watching this unfold, the old man asks if the girl is really his sister, and Talon flatly confirms that she is. The elder admits he owes Talon a big favor, so he is willing to let them walk. But Talon tells him not to bother, explaining that after some messy family drama, even their the old man at least reveals their true goal, explaining they are farming the great warrior orc essence. Bjorn finds it highly suspicious that a powerhouse 6th-floor clan would go to such extreme lengths just for a common essence. Honestly, this whole situation does not smell right. The old mage tells them point blank to clear out, warning them that his group is going to vacuum up every single. Bjorn figures they should walk away, knowing that in the labyrinth, raw strength is law, and lingering would only cause. Even though he can feel how incredibly frustrated Hikarad is right now. He knows survival means knowing when to swallow your pride, but out of nowhere, Dwalkie steps up, offering to talk. Dwalkie politely greets the old man, introducing himself as an aspiring rank 8 mage to build some common but the old man brutally cuts him off, laughing that Dwalkie is no mage, just some street clown playing with basic parlor tricks and acting proud. He even sneers that looking at the kid gives. Completely humiliated, Dwalkie goes dead silent, but Hikarad immediately snaps, roaring that the old bastard is crossing the line. The old man just shrugs, claiming he is only stating the facts. Furious, the dwarf grips his weapon to fight, while Bjorn sweats, wondering if they are seriously about to battle. Hikarad tries to blast them with lightning, but Bjorn barrels in, headbutts him hard, and screams at him, with a pretty terrifying look on his face. The old man coldly tells Hikarad he better be grateful for teammates. Behind that tough exterior, Bjorn knows they barely made it out alive. Once they clear the area, the dwarf swallows his pride and apologizes for losing his cool, but Rottmiller. Honestly, Bjorn feels he deserves an even worse chewing out. But Rottmiller suddenly relaxes, saying it is totally fine since they are all still breathing. Sure, it was incredibly reckless, but defending your friends is still pretty honorable. Bjorn is on. Then Misha chimes in with an apology of her own, muttering that things would have been easier without her. Dwalkie quickly tries to comfort her, pointing out that simply getting thrown out is actually a pretty lucky escape. See, this is where it gets funny because Bjorn is dying inside from all this sudden cringy sentimentality. Misha finally opens up, explaining that she never talks about her family because she is the sole sibling who failed to bond. For beast folk, forging a contract with those legendary ancient monsters grants them absolutely it is a legendary honor that only a tiny fraction ever achieve. But coming from the noble Karlstein family, Her failure brought nothing but absolute shame to her bloodline. She used to be incredibly close with her brothers and sisters, but once she grew up without being chosen, they completely cut. The cruel insults started piling up, names like bastard and halfling. And with her mother passing away early on, when the torment became too much to handle, she packed her bags, learned how to swing a blade, and became an Hearing her tragic past, the dwarf softens completely, telling her she has survived so much. Misha shrugs it off, saying it is the least she could do since he always stands up for his teammates without a second thought. Hikarod offers a warm smile, admitting it means the world to him to hear that. Meanwhile, Bjorn is standing in the corner, pretty much dying from this massive emotional overload. Seizing the moment, Hikarod admits that back in the day, he desperately wanted to be a blacksmith but lacked any real. Even worse, going completely broke forced him to quit, so he ran off to become an explorer at age 30. Listening to them, Dwaki admits he feels even more useless than Aqua. He explains that even though his family's high status bought him a path into magic, his lack of actual talent, he mutters that maybe those arrogant old elders would actually respect him if he had just a bit of natural gift. Then, breaking the silence, Rottmiller notes that he has worked with dozens of different adventuring parties, but has never witnessed anything quite like this. Bjorn gets excited, hoping their leader. Instead, the scout gets pretty choked up himself, saying he needs to apologize for judging demi-humans without. He confesses he always thought they were just whining for attention, completely ignoring how tough life can be when you are born. They slowly agree that human adventurers get their own advantages too, like easily mastering legendary, studying high-tier magic, or even ascending to the legendary rank of saints. Hikarod chuckles and says they should just keep protecting one another since, at the end of the day, they are all out. With everyone nodding in agreement, guess what, now it is our boy's turn to step into the confession circle. And right on cue, the rest of the team starts staring at him with these teary-eyed expressions that leave him. Bjorn stands there panicking, completely clueless on what to say, because sharing feelings is definitely not his style. So, without thinking, he just blabs that he never knew his mother because she tragically passed away and his father went missing in the deadly labyrinth when he was just a little kid. Now, they are completely out of his reach. A heavy silence falls over the group, while our guy secretly pats himself on the back for delivering the fake trap. The team falls for it, hook, line, and sinker, praising him for staying so incredibly strong despite. Seeing their tearful reactions, Bjorn realizes he has somehow become the single most tragic guy in the. Honestly, he does not really care, because even as an orphaned barbarian, he still reached 7th rank, but he privately admits that the brutal memories of constantly risking his life still hit him with occasional, deep bouts. Rottmiller asks for their next move, and Hikarod immediately suggests trekking out toward the witch's creepy. Misha suggests checking out the green tail swamps instead, but Rottmiller quickly shoots that dangerous plan down. He says it will take at least 6 days just to get there. Dwaki casually suggests trying the 4th floor instead, arguing that it is far too early, and he has seen way too many reckless explorers die trying to survive it. He believes they still need more time to grow stronger together before they are even close to ready. Bjorn thinks the witch's forest might not be the best spot for farming monsters, but Hikarod is clearly terrified. Just like the 3rd, it is crawling with 7th and 8th ranked beasts, and sometimes even 6th rankers show up. Having died on this floor several times before from being unprepared, he completely gets the dwarf's caution. Even so, he flatly says it is time they head to the next floor. With him and Hikarod acting as their heavy tanks, they can always force an escape path, especially since he is boosted with. He notes that even if their damage output is low, their team balance is still solid enough that they can slowly but surely reach the 2nd floor. But the others start arguing over whether they can actually trust his judgment. Bjorn gets annoyed hearing the majority vote wins, and the team officially heads off toward the 4th floor, marching straight into the dense forest. After hiking for a bit, Rottmiller suggests they rest, pointing out this spot is a good choice. Hikarod offers to push on just a little further, but their guide says the next safe spot is miles away, so they should. Bjorn checks the time and notices it is exactly 9 at night again. Just like the last 2 days when they set up camp, and realizes Rottmiller must have planned this out perfectly. When Bjorn asks about tomorrow's schedule, the scout answers that they will reach the witch's forest by tomorrow. Noticing that Rottmiller does not even hesitate before answering, he realizes this guy is a total professional. A few hours later, Rottmiller quietly wakes him up. Bjorn asks if it is his shift already, but Bjorn immediately sits up and asks if it is a monster, but Rottmiller calmly answers it is both, meaning it. Suddenly, a cry for help rings out, and Bjorn immediately gets that sketchy feeling we are all thinking of. Rottmiller agrees it feels sketchy and asks if Bjorn remembers that suspicious boar monster from earlier. He remembers how that felt like a complete setup, and Rottmiller nods, saying this situation smells exactly the same as. Although they have no idea who is targeting them or why their team is being singled out, they assume it is another. Misha yells at them to stop talking because the strangers are already here. Bjorn calmly locks in and decides to run a quick play, telling the team that if they cannot act, they should. As the group of strangers approaches, Bjorn raises his voice and commands them to stop exactly where they are, which immediately halts them. He warns that if they take even one more step, they are signing up to get their faces. One of the strangers screams that they are being hunted, promising a generous reward if the team helps. Bjorn coldly demands that they drop all of their weapons, but the group immediately starts arguing instead. Glancing toward the dark forest, he notices the orcs that were supposedly hunting them are just standing around. That makes things simple. He gives them his coldest stare and warns them that they either throw down their weapons. Left with no choice, the strangers quickly discard their gear and beg for protection. Bjorn orders Rottmiller to gather the weapons while the disappointed orcs grunt and quietly slip away, which makes Bjorn realize those beasts might actually have a working brain cell. Suddenly, Bjorn stays silent. But Hikarad instantly locks eyes on her rather revealing outfit and tries to hit on her, earning a total mental face. The other two men quickly introduce themselves, and one of them drops the name Hans. Bjorn instantly gets a weird feeling, recalling the first Hans he ever ran into. But the stranger laughs it off. Elisa dramatically gasps that she has no idea what they would have done without this heroic barbarian. Rottmiller immediately tunes in, asking if she is indeed a priestess, which she proudly confirms, launching into a speech that feels like a totally rehearsed skit. Bjorn definitely smells a rat, convinced they are faking this entire act just to stab them in. But then the priestess suddenly heals one of the heavily wounded men with a genuine miracle, leaving Bjorn completely stunned. Hikarad stands there stunned while Misha quietly asks Rottmiller if he is still sure about his gut feeling. Rottmiller looks complete. Since most people in this world are die-hard believers, getting fooled by a cheap priestess act is incredibly. Elisa chuckles nervously, asking if that little miracle was proof enough before politely requesting their weapons. Bjorn hits her with a flat no. Instantly, her face goes pale. He tells her he does not care about her priestess title, since barbarians serve different gods with zero sympathy. Instead, he demands a reward for saving them, a perfectly fair trade for a barbarian. Elisa blinks in sheer confusion, but admits she knows that custom and asks how much he wants. Bjorn calmly drops the price at 2 million, saying that sounds fair for their lives. She quickly, ignoring her excuse entirely, Bjorn demands their valuables instead if they do not have cash. He tells them their high-grade armor will do nicely for trying to trick him. The older man sighs and surrenders it, admitting that life is worth more than fancy armor. Bjorn eyes the loot. They ask if they can finally rest, but instead of answering them, Bjorn tightens his heavy grip on his mace and cuts Elisa off mid-sentence. And out of nowhere, he swings full force and smashes her straight in the face, sending her flying like a rat. Bjorn just grins like a maniac, wiping the blood across his cheek while claiming he thought they were plunderers. The other guys panic instantly, completely freezing as they stare in horror at something on the ground. Before a confused Bjorn can even speak, the long-haired man suddenly coughs up blood and collapses. Hikarad quickly spins toward Dwaki, asking if he did something, but Dwaki flatly denies it. Get ready for a real jump scare, because that priestess is rising back up like a monster in a horror film. She stares with wide, creepy eyes and demands to know how they realized she was an enemy. Her unhinged laughter echoes as if their doom is sealed, while Bjorn internally curses his terrible, stinking. The rest of the team stands frozen in shock until Bjorn barks at them to snap out of it and leave her to him. Without hesitation, he slams his mace directly onto her skull like a game of whack-a-mole, while he yells at Bjorn for desecrating a dead body, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. But Bjorn coolly replies that he panicked a bit, and besides, the best defense is a relentless offense. At the same time, he realizes that if this woman keeps rising, she is likely a Karui priest. It is a rare hidden class unlocking past the 5th floor, packed with nasty curses and combat skills. Because Karui is tied to a wicked entity, anyone on this path eventually suffers from sudden head loss syndrome. To maintain this class, they must regularly sacrifice living souls, which pretty much explains her psychotic, plundering behavior. Right on cue, the old man clutches his throat. Bjorn fires back that her parents should have raised her better, reminding her those two died because of her, so she should follow. She is absolutely stunned. But Bjorn keeps going, dramatically declaring he will avenge his 2 fallen brothers, even though he literally stripped them of all their gear, and the team side-eyes him hard for that. But then, the two dead men suddenly twitch back to life, which Hikarad notices first, and Bjorn instantly recognizes the dark skill death calling, which raises fallen warriors as aggressive undead. Elisa commands her puppets to tear the group apart, but their tank players leap forward to intercept. Misha launches off Bjorn like a springboard, slashing a zombie with her poisoned blade while Dwalki summons Ice Spear. Bjorn watches their seamless teamwork with pride, but sighs as he remembers that undead are completely resistant to both. He calls out for Rot Miller, who shouts that he is almost ready. Suddenly, the scout warns everyone to move back, engulfing the corpses in bright flames, which is a smart move since fire works pretty well against these monsters. Naturally, Elisa pulls another trick, casting a dark black fire that instantly sucks up all the flames around. Bjorn grits his teeth as their most effective attack is easily neutralized. To make things worse, divine power is not an option here. He quickly orders the party to charge Elisa direct. He figures that without any armor, the summoned goons are weak and pretty easy to stall. The party nods and rushes Elisa, but she just grins, tells black smoke rises from the ground and forms into a hulking mass. She orders the beast to bring her their heads. Misha lashes out with her sword while the others back her up. Suddenly, Misha's eyes widen. She feels a curse creeping up. The shadow beast lunges. But before it can strike, Hikarad charges in like a fairy tale knight and blocks the blow. He yells out that Bjorn sent him. Misha takes her chance to slash another shadow, but she starts worrying about. Elisa gives them zero room to breathe, screeching at her useless minions to get in front and shield her. But Bjorn just chuckles and yells back that they are pretty busy playing Twister right now. Look at this. Elisa absolutely snaps, screaming she will never forget this humiliation as Bjorn's jaw tightens. He definitely did not expect her to pull out a flight card. Elisa swears that none of them will leave this place alive before vanishing into the darkness. Bjorn curses his luck. He is frustrated he missed the chance to finish her off, especially since she can ambush them any. He grumbles but shrugs it off, figuring Dwalki can easily handle a few curses. He tells the mage to clean them off, but Dwalki just blinks at him. Bjorn has to remind him that he Dwalki just scratches his head, mumbling that he only meant he knows about curses, not that he actually knows how to lift them. Bjorn glares at his useless face, screaming curse words in turn. He is still cursing the mage in his head as he sprints like a complete madman through the woods. Hikarad asks if he is doing okay. Bjorn grunts that he will manage even though he feels like dying. He has been running with a mountain of curses for over 5 hours. If that vampire essence did not give him, the rest of his squad is cursed as well. But they only have a couple of debuffs. He got slapped with over 15 curses by that crazy priestess who wanted him dead. Worst of all, he got hit with the one curse that drains his stamina and completely stops it from recovering. In the game, dropping below 10% stamina means you practically stop moving, and he is currently sitting at around 30%. Rot Miller slows down and tells him to hang on just a bit longer as Bjorn's body continues running on pure autopilot. Then, the gloomy trees shift as they finally break through into the witch's forest. 5 hours earlier, they had been discussing how the priestess's skills matched monsters from the 5th floor. Bjorn pointed out that if he had not stolen the enemy's weapons, they would have suffered brutal casualties. That earned him unexpected praise from Misha, though she admitted she had doubted Rot Miller at first. But she was still glad he bashed Elisa's face in. Bjorn asked if they could track the priestess down, but their guide Bjorn pointed out that letting her live was highly dangerous, while Dwalki joked that Bjorn could just crush her again next. The joke fell completely flat. Bjorn coldly asked what they would do during an ambush. So, he suggested they run straight into the witch's forest, and the rest of the group quickly agreed. That forest surrounded the gateway to the 4th floor, mostly hosting low-tier spirit monsters. It was not ideal for warriors, but it was their best option. And get this, the second they step inside, the forest's passive Misha immediately feels lighter, and Rot Miller confirms the annoying debuff has vanished. He looks at Bjorn, admitting he did not expect the forest to double as a cleanser, and asks if this is real. Bjorn plays it cool, pretending he read about it in the library, though he secretly notes that Rot Miller. The others crack up at the ridiculous image of a barbarian reading books, which bugs him, but he lets it slide since they are safe. But right then, another bizarre status effect hits them. Bjorn's high resistance keeps him totally fine, but the rest are visibly struggling. Misha complains that it is completely unfair how he shrugs it off while they suffer. Poor Dwalki even ends up puking on the forest floor. Bjorn looks around to see if they are hallucinating. He asks the vomiting mage if he can actually still fight like that. Dwalki insists his casting is fine, leaving Bjorn thinking that mages really are just fragile little twigs. Hikarad suggests they rest up since they pulled an all-nighter. He offers to keep watch while the others sleep. The dwarf squats right next to him and brings up Elisa again. But Bjorn snaps back that her name is just trash now. Hikarad drops it, but mentions that during sign-ups, some lady kept asking them weird questions. Now, Bjorn is stunned for a second, but Hikarad keeps talking, admitting he nabbed some numbered loot post-vampire. Our hero recalls those gauntlets Hikarad found were in the 3000s and had pretty crazy stats. Meanwhile, he's completely losing his mind that a total slacker got such incredibly expensive loot. Still, he plays it cool and asks why Hikarad didn't spot her earlier. The dwarf defends. Bjorn immediately pieces it together. The dwarf was totally drooling over her. Since they chatted at the tavern, Hikarad tries to make excuses, but Bjorn shuts him up instantly, ordering him to take blame instead of whining. Hikarad awkwardly tells him to get some rest, then honestly, you've got to wonder if this mismatched party is even going to survive like this. A few hours later, a loud shout wakes Bjorn up. Rottmiller is standing right there. Pretty shocked, Bjorn slowly drags himself up and asks where the target is hiding. The scout quietly points forward, and Bjorn spots a whole swarm of fluttering creatures, fairies. They're only rank 9 monsters and terrible at direct combat, but they scatter toxic dust everywhere. He knows what's coming next, but the dwarf grunts and warns him not to get cocky. With Dwalki finally back on his feet, Hikarad steps forward and unleashes his hammer, summoning a massive lightning blast. Then, the real threat slowly creeps out of the thick fog. It's a half-troll, a beast famous for hunting down. The beast charges straight at them, and Hikarad barely blocks the smash in time, groaning in sheer agony. Bjorn immediately realizes the dwarf's pain tolerance is pretty pathetic. This is why Vanguard classes hate this zone. A nasty passive debuff multiplies all pain, and most local monsters shrug off. Hikarad screams for some magic cover, and Dwalki finally fires off an ice spear that impales the troll, bringing it. Sadly, it doesn't drop a single essence, which is a major bummer after such a brutal fight. Rottmiller warns them to keep moving because this spot is still dangerous. Bjorn tenses up as a fresh band of Elisa plays the helpless victim, lying through her teeth that Bjorn and his crew mercilessly butchered her entire These white knights immediately step up, telling Elisa to get behind them, while Bjorn mentally curses her for dragging them in. He knows this is going to escalate instantly, screaming at Hikarad to activate his special item right now. The dwarf glares at his gauntlet for a split second, then slams his fist into the dirt, unleashing an active skill that gives them temporary invincibility. Bjorn wastes zero time. Misha bolts ahead, screaming to know why that crazy woman followed them here, especially since this area was supposed to. Bjorn starts putting the clues together and figures that once they entered the witch's forest, Elisa's tracking spell probably failed. Because of that, she must have tricked some random adventurers and talk about a twisted plan. She wants both sides to wipe each other out so she can feast. He barks at Misha to shut up and keep sprinting. Since the shield only lasts 5 minutes and their scout spots the enemies moving first, guiding the squad down the absolute cleanest path available, trusting Rottmiller completely to guide them through this confusing maze of trees. Up to the 3rd floor, the route is pretty standard, but this witch's forest is an entirely different beast. Rottmiller's secret weapon is his incredibly sharp sense of smell, which he uses to find a path through the moving, even with the trees constantly shifting. He guides them deeper into the dark forest with crazy precision. As his focus tightens, he sniffs out faint traces. Still, he warns the group that their pursuers are closing the distance incredibly fast and with dead-on accuracy. So, he kicks his pace into overdrive. It is a straight-up race against death to see who can reach the portal first. Misha starts panting heavily, but then trips over a hidden root and twists her ankle hard as she goes down. She winces and claims it's just a cramp, but Bjorn can tell instantly that her bone is completely snapped. Without another word, he scoops her up, carrying her as she desperately tries not to die. He warns her to keep still and stop making things worse, earning a blushing nod. But suddenly, Bjorn halts in his tracks. Misha starts panicking that they are lost, pounding on his back and demanding to know why he did not follow the group. He snaps at her to quiet down. Their smartest move right now is staying put until the others double back for them. Navigating the witch's forest without a scout, however, is pure suicide. Their survival chances alone are basically zero. Bjorn is almost collapsing from sheer exhaustion when Misha nervously and then, this terrifying scream echoes through the woods, freezing both of them solid. Bjorn instantly recognizes that voice. While Misha begs him to go help, he explains that running, plus, Their friends will never have enough time to track them down if they vanish too, which means they must. In a total disaster, maintaining your mental strength matters far more than having any physical resources. Bjorn bolts in the opposite direction, dragging Misha along as she starts weeping, sobbing that she does not. He barks at her to calm down, silently realizing you just have to accept the brutal reality and survive. Misha keeps crying, sobbing that if she had not tripped, none of this would have happened. But Bjorn snaps at her to focus and do exactly as he says. He barks at her to grab the healing potion from his pack. A bit later, they finally halt in a small clearing to catch their breath. Misha is panting heavily, gasping that she genuinely thought she was going to die back there. Bjorn asks if her leg is good enough to fight, and she nods. He quietly notes they have survived 4 days. To make matters worse, they are short-range fighters trapped in a zone where the monsters are immune to physical attacks, meaning they need elemental. Making a sudden decision, Bjorn asks Misha if she is married, completely catching her off guard before she stands. Then he asks if her culture has any strict rules against showing bare skin to strangers, which she denies. Grinning, he starts removing his helmet, and you can already guess she completely panics, scrambling backward in fear. She frantically protests that she is not ready for whatever weird thing he is planning. But instead of doing anything sketchy, he pulls out the rare frost ring he was saving and offers it to her. Taking her hand like some incredibly smooth hero, he asks her to swear she will stand by him. Bjorn swears on his personal honor that he will always protect and support her, asking her to make that exact same vow. Blushing redder than a tomato, Misha asks if he is actually serious, quietly admitting she does not. Then she apologizes, explaining she has never really viewed him in that romantic way, but quickly adds. Bjorn almost short-circuits trying to process her bizarre response. But then she suddenly blurts out that she is actually completely bewildered. Bjorn demands to know what that even means, while she huffs that she is just not into some. Throwing his hands up in total surrender, Bjorn explains she completely misunderstood him. He only meant to be comrades. Misha freezes in absolute embarrassment, frantically fanning her hot face while admitting he almost fooled. Bjorn then casually explains that their deal can be broken whenever she likes, either with a matching ring or 15 million stones. Gaping at him like he is insane, she asks how any ring is worth that much, but Bjorn grabs her hand. He knows that if he had not spent 12 years grinding this brutal game, he would never have made this risky call. Misha is still totally confused, not getting his meaning, but Bjorn is fully locked in. He is going to awaken Misha. That basic frost ring Bjorn got from the magic tower looks painfully ordinary, but it actually holds an incredibly. It seems completely worthless until he figured out through countless past attempts that if a beast person wears it, this triggers a highly unique hidden event. Suddenly, Acadia, a legendary glacial beast, awakens from its eternal seal and offers a sacred contract to Misha. Without hesitating for even a second, she accepts by touching its snout, letting a brilliant field of glowing energy lift. She slowly floats back down, still reeling from the surreal moment. Admitting she never imagined forming, she softly asks Bjorn what this ring even is. Her mood drops a bit as she wonders why her father never mentioned something this legendary, if it truly existed. Bjorn replies that her dad likely had no idea, which completely catches her off guard. But when she questions how he even knew about the ring, he smoothly dodges the question, saying they should talk after she puts some actual clothes on. She looks confused until she glances down and panics at her bare body, while Bjorn casually mentions while she scrambles to get dressed. She notices Bjorn has some new gear on too, but gets straight to the point, demanding to know why the hell. Bjorn calmly explains he had to strip her because the contract process usually ends up destroying. Still, she immediately huffs, demanding to know why he had to bring up the marriage stuff. He confidently answers that if she had a husband, the guy would definitely be fuming right now, while she rants about but he just waves it off, saying they had zero time, before quickly changing the subject. He asks if she has anything to say to him in return, which makes her freeze up for a second before softly thanking him for everything. Bjorn keeps pressing, asking if she has anything else to say. She gets defensive, but he calls her out and tells her to. She finally opens up, admitting she once tried to end her own life, but her father found her just in time, only to tell her that if she really wanted to die, she should do it in a dungeon instead of embarrassing their family. Bjorn takes a mental pause, fully realizing how next-level crazy her family actually is. That was the entire reason she entered the labyrinth. She did not want to die. She just wanted to escape and prove her worth as a great explorer, hoping but after this massive power-up, she is not sure that even matters anymore, admitting that maybe it is better this way. With a respectful bow, she thanks Bjorn from the bottom of her heart, swearing to never forget his kindness until her dying. This makes Bjorn smirk, telling her to swear it on the guardian spirits. Without a second thought, she smiles. Beast folk like her usually gain 3 skill types from contracts, summoning, strengthening, or special powers. But in Misha's case, she ends up permanently fused with Scadia, granting her a massive strength-based buff. Seconds later, she leaps into the air and punches a wraith into absolute oblivion in a single strike. Meanwhile, Bjorn internally thanks the heavens that they finally have attribute-based damage to deal with. He realizes these monsters are weaker overall now, making them way easier to deal with. However, Misha mentions feeling pretty weird whenever she lands a hit, much like Bjorn's barbarian spirit seals, but since she is still stuck at stage 1, she cannot use weapons with her powers active. That should not matter for now since she is a natural fighter, but the wraiths just keep on coming. So Bjorn tells her to move it while they still have momentum, since the real survival test starts now. Fighting wave after wave of monsters while farming precious experience and magic stones along the way, Bjorn refuses to let them rest, urging Misha to grab the crystals as quickly as possible, secretly thinking they are lucky to avoid a 7th rank monster so far, and thankfully, that annoying gremlin Elisa. Still, there is some serious bad news. The Frost Ring activation triggered his Corpse Golem passive, and to make matters worse, they have not found a single attribute essence yet, while Misha's stamina keeps draining steadily. If this keeps up, Bjorn estimates their survival rate is around 30%. 12 hours are up. The field's brutal debuff finally kicks in now. So Bjorn pulls out a rope, instructing Misha to tie it around her waist so they do not lose each other. He asks if she is familiar with this abnormal effect, and she nods while securing the rope tightly. Right on schedule, but Bjorn does not stop, telling her they must keep moving because even a single pause could get them both killed. You see, the Witch's Eye has a pretty straightforward debuff. If he stays in one place too long, that deadly 7th rank. On their 3rd day in this witch's forest, Bjorn and Misha have been separated from the others for over 60 hours, and they are still completely lost. At level 5, it takes only 10 minutes for Kanabaro to track them down. The moment they stop fighting, they will get ambushed, especially since putting down even one monster takes. That way, even if one of them falls behind, they can easily pull each other back. Exhausted, Misha begs Bjorn to slow down a bit. He agrees, knowing his own body has been she is completely worn out from all the walking. She keeps getting dragged along even after he slows down, making him want. After fighting her inner demons non-stop, it is really no surprise she is completely drained. Bjorn tells her to hop on his back for rest, making her a bit shy. Without waiting for her to say yes, he simply scoops her up and places her on his shoulder. Her lack of resistance tells him exactly how exhausted she is. After 17 hours, as the Witch Eye hits level 6, he has been carrying her this entire time, and they still need to reach their destination before it is too late. Suddenly, Bjorn hears a voice asking why he is trying so hard and refusing to hook up. Especially after solving her biggest life problem, he immediately recognizes the voice. It is an illusion of his She asks if he is still afraid of being betrayed again, trying to seduce him using his darkest thoughts and memories. Talk about a nightmare. His ex is literally playing mind games while he is dying. He almost falls for the illusion until Misha yells. She starts beating down the illusion while Bjorn just stands there, wondering if this madness is still part of the. Once Misha beats it to a pulp and snaps him back to reality, she tells him to help her finish off the Dryad. This rare 8th rank monster uses its captivation skill to lure in unsuspecting prey. After taking down the plant-based beast, he thanks Misha for the save, knowing he would have been in real trouble without. Suddenly, they spot a group of explorers. This is the first time they have run into other humans since because the Witch Forest is so massive, running into another team is incredibly rare, especially since it is all. Most groups have probably moved on by now. Seeing just the 2 of them, the shocked explorers ask if they. Bjorn tells them they are, but privately warns himself that trusting these strangers is a huge. Misha asks if they are finally saved, but he tells her to stay put. An old lady in the group says she claims they mean no harm, saying the 2 remind her of her own kids. They are invited to come over and rest, but Bjorn shuts the offer down immediately. He figures Misha thinks they might help, but he tells her to stay quiet. Bjorn has always planned for a scenario like this. He knows the best approach is asking for help, while offering if he wants to negotiate. First, he needs to figure out what kind of people they really are, starting by introducing himself as Jandel's son, Bjorn. One of the men laughs at his caution, introducing himself as Han Stove, the skilled pathfinder of their group. Bjorn instantly gets irritated hearing that name. He wonders why on earth there are so many Hans in this world. Scanning their party, he counts 2 warriors, 2 archers, and 1 pathfinder. He quickly realizes this situation is shaping up to be incredible. Bjorn tells the explorers they are leaving, but a red-haired man asks if they really do not need any assistance. It is true they could use some backup, but he just cannot shake the bad feeling in his gut that these people are highly dangerous. He tells them they are fine, saying they can take care of themselves, before telling Misha they need to leave. Suddenly, an arrow flies right at them as they turn to walk away. Bjorn blocks the shot with his shield and yep, his gut was totally right. These guys are not your average explorer. One of the archers looks confused and asks the old lady why she shot, but she snaps back, asking if he has even looked at. With pure greed written on her face, she says their armor is made of latinium and would sell for a fortune. The archer tries to argue that they are fellow explorers, but the red-haired man tells him to shut up if he is not going to. A bearded warrior chimes in, saying that the barbarian's bag is so expensive they could not afford it even after. The archer still refuses, prompting the old lady to tell him to just get lost. The tank agrees to go along with the plan, muttering that he simply is not rich enough to play nice with strangers. Misha quietly asks Bjorn if they should make a run for it, but he knows they are way too exhausted for a 5-on. No way, with a scout on their squad, shaking them off is going to be pretty much impossible. That leaves just one real choice. He tells her they need to buy time, then shouts to the explorers to wait. He begs them to spare their lives, offering his backpack and shield, but the panicked cat girl suddenly blurts out. She promises a massive reward if they let her live, claiming she is a beastfolk princess. Bjorn cannot tell if she is serious or just bluffing out of sheer fear. The old woman asks the ginger what their next move should be. He says they must kill both, since a survivor means getting reported. Besides, if she really is a princess, pure greed. Blinded by it, the entire group charges straight in. Bjorn sprints forward, knowing he bought just enough time, and watch this right on cue. The 6th rank mini. As the monster locks onto its prey, Bjorn grabs Misha and bolts toward the explorers, aiming to use them. He slams his shield right into the ginger's punchable face to catch Canabaro's attention. The boss deploys mana mines to trap the explorers, giving Bjorn and Misha the perfect opening to bolt. The trapped explorers shout that they will slaughter Canabaro first, then hunt the 2 down before they can get away. But Bjorn is in no condition to dodge those active mana mines, so he simply charges straight through, blowing. Meanwhile, Canabaro summons hounds to hunt the explorers. With mines scattered everywhere, one of the hounds lunges and bites deep into Bjorn's leg, so he triggers flesh explosion to blow up both the beast. Bjorn feels absolutely nothing below his ankle now, as his foot is completely gone. Your turn. He leaves the rest to Misha. Treating Misha like a high-level Pokemon, Bjorn literally chucks her right at Canabaro and yells that he chooses her. Misha quickly scans the bloody battlefield for survivors, spotting the old woman groveling in pain, begging for help or, without a single second of hesitation, Misha puts her down and returns to tend to Bjorn's leg. She empties a potion over his stump, but quickly warns him that it won't do anything for a wound this severe. He tells her not to sweat it, knowing full well that a brutal injury like this is nothing for his immortal skill. It works. His foot begins growing back in real time. Misha watches in total shock as a tiny baby foot sprouts out of his leg. Seriously, can you believe how broken his regeneration That is the insane power of the vampire essence combined with the immortal's regeneration seal. Seeing this, a deeply confused Misha asks Bjorn what kind of monster he actually is, since he did not even flinch from this. He casually replies that it is just the standard mental grit of a barbarian. Still shocked, she asks if he is even human, because no normal person could ever react like that. To which he simply says, barbarians are just built different. Besides, he remembers that Anar never flinched. Bjorn picks himself up and tells Misha they have to keep moving before more of those monsters spawn. Still completely baffled, Misha asks how he even knew those explorers were dangerous from the start. He says that one of them was named Hans, and he simply hates that name. Misha hears this but is still left totally. He tells her it does not matter anyway since they survived. But Misha looks downcast, admitting she never she was good, or so Misha genuinely believed. Bjorn replies that might have been true if they did not look weak, or if they had met her outside this labyrinth. But in this deadly dungeon, she was just another greedy scavenger who decided to strike first. Since she still looks lost, Bjorn asks her why she entered the labyrinth in the first place, and she admits she needs money. He nods, saying those explorers are no different. In a brutal world where failing to pay taxes gets you, and he is learning that exact harsh lesson the hard way on this run. On the 109th hour of being hopelessly lost, they finally stumble upon a safe haven, the witch's hut. Not again. Bjorn silently prays nothing goes wrong this time. After over 100 straight hours of wandering and fighting to survive, they have finally made it to the ultimate safe zone, the witch, and this time, he's praying to Korean Jesus that absolutely nothing goes wrong. See, a witch's hut is just a randomly spawning cabin that only sticks around in one forest spot for 8 hours. Once you step inside, the forest's nasty debuff vanishes completely, making this quiet monster. It's incredibly tough to track down, but it's the sole spot to get some real, undisturbed rest. Bjorn and Misha struggled like crazy to find their first hut, but thanks to her catgirl senses, they look. Only 53 hours remain before the labyrinth shuts down. Safe inside, Misha admits she's seen these cabins. Bjorn immediately shushes her, whispering that he can sense other players lurking very close by. She asks how he's so sure, so he explains that only 5 people can enter before the cabin's portal automatically locks. Is someone in here right now? She wonders, so Bjorn suggests they take a closer look. That's when they spot a guy passed out in a flower bed, and Bjorn instantly remembers him from Elisa's crew. He wonders what happened to him, because the dude honestly looks completely homeless. Misha points out more bodies slumped inside and asks if these are the same thugs from before. Talk about cold, Bjorn decides to handle the flowerbed guy first and brutally smashes his face with his mace. Our catgirl is absolutely stunned since she expected a simple knockout. But after Bjorn splashes a potion right onto the purple-cloaked guy, who screams in pure agony as he wakes up. Bjorn asks if he's awake yet, and the battered man instantly recognizes him. The guy desperately yells out that they were just used by Elisa, claiming it was all a giant misunderstanding. He explains they attacked the Pathfinder when catching up, but insists it was barely a minor scratch. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light knocked them cold, and when they woke up, their Pathfinder was dead with a massive. Bjorn figures Hikarod's crew managed to escape, meaning that distant scream he heard earlier. The survivor keeps blabbering, saying that without their guide, they were left wandering blindly with no way to catch up. But the real nightmare began on day 2 when they discovered Elisa was actually a dark worshipper of Karui. He swears Elisa set the whole thing up and begs that they never intended to rob anyone. Bjorn snaps at him to shut his mouth, but the crying man just weeps, begging for forgiveness. He desperately begs for mercy, promising massive compensation, while Misha looks over and tells Bjorn Bjorn stands there, thinking hard. Since arriving in this fantasy world, he's ended plenty of lives, but they were always trash thugs in clear self-defense. Sure, these scumbags made him suffer, but nobody actually died from it. This feels different, making him wonder if he feels like he's in a mental courtroom, torn between his inner good and bad angels. The bad angel demands a quick execution to avoid future revenge, but the modern salaryman inside him argues that people make. Ultimately, Bjorn realizes that kind of soft logic only belongs in his peaceful former world. Not here. Turning to Misha, he asks for her honest opinion, and she admits she simply cannot trust them. Mistake or not, they tried to kill her, which is completely unforgivable. Hearing her say that suddenly he knows he must play by this brutal world's rules, or he'll end up on the receiving end of a mace next time. The man keeps screaming that he didn't mean it, but Bjorn has already made his final choice. It was a tragic mistake, but he won't let them make another. From the very second he woke up in this giant barbarian body, he knew surviving meant fully embracing the barbarian. Misha notices his hand is slightly trembling and asks if he's okay, but he shrugs it off, dragging the dead body. She asks what on earth he's doing, and he calmly explains there's no choice remembering a crucial game mechanic. Sacrificing a dead player's body inside the fireplace actually extends their safe cabin time by 8 more hours. You won't believe this, but those extra bodies actually buy them a solid 24 hours of peaceful rest inside. He asks, so, he decides to crash first. He collapses onto the bed and realizes just how incredibly soft. Bjorn starts realizing that the more he embraces this savage path, the more human he actually feels. Lulled to sleep, waking up, he finally accepts his brutal new life living in a massive barbarian's body, slaying monsters just to survive. Bjorn blinks, wondering if he really just slept for 7 straight hours. When Misha finally shows up, Bjorn tells her to wake up, but but like a stubborn kid, she mumbles that she needs so he wakes her up the good old-fashioned barbarian way with brute force that has her screaming throughout the entire hut. Only 24 hours remain until the entire labyrinth shuts down. With just one single hour before their protective hut, Bjorn knows the final stretch has arrived. If they can somehow survive one more day, they will finally make it back. Misha complains that this entire expedition has been absolute torture, swearing that the very first thing she asks Bjorn what his next move is, but he admits he honestly has no idea. The second the hut closes, they are warped right back into the forest, immediately noticing a deep crimson glow everywhere. It seems a special condition triggers. The Floor Lord emerges, and Bjorn instantly realizes they are. A Floor Lord is basically a giant field boss, known in the game as a floor master, and every floor has one. Panicking, Misha begs Bjorn to stop joking because she heard the third floor has no Floor Lord, but Bjorn explains that summoning this beast is a hidden mechanic, which is why most normal explorers think it does not exist. You see, if some complete lunatic actually triggers the summon, this absolute monster goes on a relentless. This nightmare is called the Lord of Chaos Ryakis, and the second he arrives, every other monster nearby goes into. He does not just patrol. He ruthlessly slaughters everything in sight until either he dies or they do. Running is not even an option, because all teleportation and dimensional spells are completely locked down. Let that sink in. If you are stuck on this floor, you might as well accept your death. Misha demands to know why this horror had to show up now, and Bjorn quietly admits it is likely their fault. Burning human corpses inside the witch's hut is actually one of the hidden trigger conditions. He assumed they were safe since 10 years had passed since Ryakis was last summoned, and burning just 3 bodies. But apparently, some other group had already burned 4 bodies before them, and their extra contribution. The cat girl completely loses it, screaming at Bjorn for dragging them both straight into a grave. She shrieks that they are going to die all because of a brain-dead barbarian. Annoyed, Bjorn tells her to shut up before other explorers connect the dots and realize they are the ones who. Misha screams that she is about to die because of a walking meat stick. Bjorn finds it pretty funny how the tables have turned. He tells her to snap out of it because they need to move fast and make a run for the orc habitat. According to rumors, the dwarf Jarwi clan who usually operate on the 6th floor are incredibly strong and high. If anyone can survive a floor lord rampage, it is definitely them. Sticking close to the Jarwi clan is easily their absolute best shot at surviving this nightmare. Reaching the orc habitat, they find it absolutely packed with panicked groups. Bjorn figures the Jarwi clan must have. Misha nervously whispers that there are way too many people crowded here. Up on a makeshift platform, a man named Iz shouts over the noise, trying to restore order and demanding everyone follow his. One terrified explorer screams that he will pay any price if they just cast a portal spell and get him out. Someone else loudly accuses the clan of summoning the beast themselves. But Iz keeps a cool head. Firmly, their priest has activated a powerful holy barrier, and their scouts are actively patrolling the perimeter. He reminds them all that the entire labyrinth closes in just one more day. Bound by their contract with the royal family, the Jarwi clan will do everything possible to guide the explorers out. But anyone breaking rules or causing trouble gets thrown out to the monsters immediately. This is not a democracy. Bjorn admits the leader knows how to work a crowd since everyone is already settling down. Plus, with that barrier spell is a crucial priest skill that allows humans to pass freely, while blocking monsters complete. Still, Bjorn is not relaxing just yet. But you know how these stories go. They are safe for now, but trouble is definitely brewing. He tells Misha to keep her sensitive ears open and eavesdrop on nearby conversations, since her hearing is far superior. Bjorn overhears a nearby warrior whispering that it has been a decade since the boss last spawned, and our barbarian thinks that while it is a massive gamble, they might actually walk out of this hellhole alive. While clinging tightly to Bjorn's arm, Misha falls fast asleep, snuggling close. But when he yanks, she asks what's wrong, and Bjorn explains a massive problem is brewing now that at least 500 people are trapped here. When she asks about their plan, he says they should just wait and watch how the clan intends to manage this massive crowd. Suddenly, Iz shouts again, declaring this is the only safe zone on the entire floor, all thanks to their priest's protective spell. And now it is time to show respect to Jesus himself with the holiest item of all, cold, hard cash. Every explorer must immediately pay. Bjorn instantly realizes this is a clever trick to disarm everyone. Since no explorer carries 1 million stones in pure cash, they'll have to hand over their weapons and high-value gear. Iz explains this payment is a show of faith and a protection fee. In exchange, the Jarwi clan promises to defend. Bjorn admits that while the priest's barrier is pretty overpowered, it's still nothing compared to the absolute chaos. But let's be real, this monstrous floor boss could easily wipe them all out. Still, he tells Misha to pick out some items they can afford to lose. Meanwhile, Bjorn feels relieved that their gear is decent enough that they don't have to surrender anything vital to their survival. The Jarwi clan must have pocketed a good 300 million stones from these payments, leaving them with fewer people to act. So, it's a win-win situation for the clan. That said, if Ryakus shows up, even they might not make it out. Since the third floor is absolutely massive, most people try to stay positive, hoping they won't be the unlucky. But Bjorn is actively preparing for the absolute worst. Only 5 hours remain until the labyrinth closes, and then the ultimate nightmare scenario begins. The sky turns pitch black, and the reign of despair, the floor lord's massive power. Everyone inside gets slammed by the chaos debuff, and Misha experiences the torment firsthand. She clutches her head, completely overwhelmed by agonizing, distorted thoughts. Suddenly, the Lord of Chaos, Ryakus, appears, freezing everyone in pure horror. He shouts that the floor boss is here, ordering everyone to break out all the emergency supplies they've been hoarding. Instantly, all the Jarwi clan members start roiding up with buff scrolls, enchantments, and every item. Their bodies glow with intense power as they brace for battle. Iz bellows that they're going to survive this, shouting that there's more than enough stock to go around. He urges everyone to consume whatever they have, because this fight is exactly what those items were meant for. Watching the clan gear up for an absolute war, Bjorn actually feels a spark of genuine hope. These warriors have faced death hundreds of times, and clearly came prepared to do it again. It's time to face the Lord of Chaos, Ryakus, and stop him or die trying. Radiating an absolutely terrifying aura, Ryakus asserts total dominance. Some terrified Bjorn's intense curiosity about what happens is immediately cleared up as the front lines struggle to dodge the boss's heavy strikes while blocking the lighter blow. After receiving quick healing, the warriors simply charge right back in. As the clash continues, one vanguard is crushed instantly, while Ryakus's breath vaporizes 3 long. Can you blame the bystanders for panicking though? They're just terrified, yelling out pure trash. But they don't realize the clan is putting up a masterclass defense, with tanks holding the line up front, while Ryakus attempts to unleash his ultimate powers. But Iz commands everyone to stop regular attacks since the beast feels threatened, ordering them to focus fire on. Bjorn is quite certain the clan knows about Ryakus's second phase, since they are actively stopping it by carefully. At this rate, survival is actually possible because they clearly know the mechanics. Only 1 hour remains. Bjorn notes that since only 11 fighters have died so far, it won't impact their formation too heavily. But the actual threat is the regular explorers who are already starting to panic. As more paying explorers die, Ryakus grows increasingly enraged. Seeing things decline, Misha asks, but he tells her to let him think first. Meanwhile, the panicked mob wants to fight back, but the Jarwi clan took all their weapons. Now, Bjorn turns to Misha and says they need to get out of there as fast as humanly possible. The explorers finally lose their minds and turn on the guards, yelling that they are leaving on their own terms. Charging forward, they start pummeling the guards while Bjorn quickly tells Misha to stay right behind him. This was bound to happen since regular explorers stand zero chance against Ryakus. Swept up in the panic, Bjorn orders her to veer right and just run. They cannot afford to waste a single second fighting monsters right now, not when they need to put serious distance between them and this. The two sprint deeper into the woods, desperate to get away from the main blast zone. But then, absolute darkness swallows the forest. Bjorn instantly wonders if this is Ryakus' ultimate move. Misha panics, crying out about what they should do. And turns out, Bjorn is spot on. This really is the crevice of evil, an ultimate skill triggered when Ryakus absorbs all 10 chaos spheres. You only have a tiny window to escape the zone, but here is the brutal catch. The skill forces everyone just like that, everyone gets dragged right back to the middle in a flash. Bjorn figures there are barely 200 survivors left, and only 20 belong to the Jarwi clan. 50 of them started this raid, but most got wiped out in minutes. Naturally, the survivors and the remaining a clan warrior barks that they should be grateful they are not dead, warning them not to expect any more protection from the clan. Out of nowhere, a random guide speaks up, warning them that he knows exactly what is happening, and if they do not escape quickly, safety is just 5 kilometers away in any direction, but they must team up to survive the inevitable monster. The real nightmare is that clones of Ryakus and spirits of chaos will hunt them down without mercy. Desperate explorers scream that they might as well try, since staying put guarantees a slow death anyway. Misha anxiously asks Bjorn what their plan is, but he refuses to gamble their lives on such terrible odds. Instead, he is betting on a play with a much higher chance of success. Dragging Misha along, he heads to. As they walk up, Talon tells them to freeze or else. But Talon stops the moment he spots Misha. Bjorn casually greets his brother like an old drinking buddy, then, without warning, Bjorn asks if he has the orc hero essence, sending the catboy into a complete panic. Talon instantly demands to know how he found out. Seeing that face, Bjorn grins like a villain, knowing his gamble paid off. Meanwhile, only 23 Jarwi clan members are. The elderly mage beside her warns that time is running thin, asking what her next move is. Iz knows they cannot break through with just 2 close-range fighters, a swordsman and a spearman, because they lack if they just had a single heavy hitter to draw attention, carving a path out of here would be a breeze. Suddenly, she hears Bjorn roaring from below that he will clear the path for them. Iz immediately demands to know who this guy is. A nearby guard tells her to ignore the foolish barbarian clinging to Karlstein's useless sister, but Iz declares she will. The guard explains that the barbarian promises to pave a way out if they hand over the orc hero essence. Wasting no time, Iz triggers her survival instinct skill, which highlights the single person who can boost their odds of living. The moment she does, Bjorn starts glowing with an incredibly bright, dazzling light. Seriously, he is literally their only shot at making it out alive. Instantly, Iz walks up to Bjorn and asks his name. Knowing he has secured his second win today, Bjorn grins. The Jarwi clan vice captain introduces himself as Oz, demanding to know how Bjorn knew they wanted the orc hero. Bjorn sweats a bit, but plays it cool, claiming it was a guess because a major clan would not just invade, capture an orc habitat, and bring that many supplies unless they had some hidden target. The 5th rank orc hero acts as a hidden boss, summoned only after offering 707 orc crystals. Those extra rations were just a backup plan in case an orc lord appeared. Since the crates are untouched, Bjorn knows the lord hasn't spawned yet. Oz is impressed by the sharp deduction, but Bjorn calmly points out that he is a barbarian with the immortal seal, plus vampire blood and incredible pain tolerance. Cutting him off, the vice captain states he is simply a warrior who grabs whatever advantage he can. Bjorn nods. Yes. He agrees that there is really nothing more to it. Iz laughs, calling him way better than his last 2 fighters, before praising Bjorn and agreeing to put all his. Misha's brother tries to pipe up, but Iz immediately shuts him down, demanding he bring the essence over right now. He argues that backing Bjorn is a smart gamble if it helps keep more of their people alive. He yells at Talon again to hurry his tail up, while Bjorn silently celebrates passing this first major obstacle. There are 3 distinct types of orc heroes, and each is a total beast. Even as 5th rank monsters, the legendary orc brothers, as people call them, each drop a completely different colored essence. Danish drops a red essence for Shout of Passion, Delta has the blue with Fighting Spirit, and Taurus has the green. And guess what? He nearly explodes with pure joy when he realizes it is actually the green one. Without waiting, Bjorn pops the test tube open and drinks the essence, instantly supercharging almost all of his physical stats. His fingers shake. That insane raw power surges inside, making it incredibly hard to keep control. Iz warns him to strip off his armor before he completely snaps. Bjorn listens, quickly dumping all his. Next, Iz generously piles up a mountain of scrolls and potions, basically shower funding him like some. Bjorn starts ripping through scrolls and chugging potions like there is no tomorrow, while mages surround him to catch. Iz then commands Talon to hand over some of his blood, pointing out that copying his passive skill is their best bet. Talon cuts his wrist open, and Bjorn eagerly slurps down the blood like it is his favorite drink. Just like that, his eyes flare crimson. He successfully copies Talon's Corrupt 1 skill. Recognizing the crimson glare immediately, Iz notes that this particular ability boosts his active skills by 1. The vice captain asks if he is ready, and with a heavy nod, the barbarian starts unleashing the skill His eyes flash a dangerous red, his muscular frame expands, completely shredding his garments until he stands tall as a mass. Misha does not miss her chance and sneaks a quick peek, while every other man nearby suddenly feels a bit A stunned silence falls over the entire group before Iz snaps out of it and yells for them to collect all their capes. After Bjorn fashions some hilarious makeshift underwear, Iz asks if he can actually finish this fight in under 30. Bjorn just grins. He takes a massive breath, unleashing an ear-splitting barbarian battle cry, and the vice captain screams at the squad to follow the giant half-naked warrior, and they all charge right into the fray. Bjorn feels the weight of the lives relying on him, so he triggers his sacrificial seal for an extra power surge. A wild grin spreads, That overwhelming force flows inside, and he decides there is no point in holding back. Without hesitation, he barrels straight toward Riakas with total fury. A wave of clones blocks his path, but standing at he crushes them all. But their dark curses still cause him some pretty serious pain. His corpse golem essence keeps his pain tolerance high, and as long as his core heart is guarded, his vampire yells at him not to overdo it, but at this size, Bjorn cannot hold back. His supercharged taunt skill basically turns him into a walking monster magnet, which is great because it keeps the other Talon tries to trade blows with a clone, but instantly gets hit by the painful feedback and screams. Bjorn calls him a complete idiot, telling him to stop getting hit if he wants to live, while Bjorn keeps pushing forward, crushing clone after clone, thinking it is safer if he remains as the sole frontline shield. The second his health drops below half, that orc hero's passive skill triggers, giving a massive boost to his overall. He must lead. To maximize this passive, he has to stay up front, and tells everyone else to fall. Talon retreats and ends up right beside Iz, who calmly starts chatting him up despite the madness. Iz mentions it is smart to back off since they have no clue what is coming next, and while Talon nods, he knows he only a few seconds up front, but Talon already realizes that Bjorn is built completely different. He begins to wonder who Bjorn actually is, since up until now, he just assumed he was some random tag, just a quiet, typical brute who barely even muttered a single word when they first crossed paths. But even with high pain tolerance and tanky defense, Bjorn shows absolutely zero hesitation in the Talon silently admits that no one else possesses that level of pure guts, realizing Bjorn would be a legendary addition to them. Meanwhile, the crowd is buzzing, asking who this wild barbarian is and thanking him for saving their lives. They try to squeeze answers out of Misha, but she plays dumb like a good kitty. Oz just smiles, noting that if Valkon ever, Talon quietly tells himself there's really no reason to wonder about his name. But that quiet moment ends fast as the crowd roars, and the portal finally comes into view. Everyone starts sprinting for safety while Talon admits they'll all find out who Bjorn is pretty soon anyway. Survivors hype each other up, cheering that the end is right there. Believing it's just a bit further, the moment he crosses over, his giant form runs out of juice. He shrinks back to normal as they all break free. Everyone starts celebrating wildly. But get ready, that relief completely shatters as horrific screams cut through the air, making Bjorn realize the orc habitat gets completely vaporized in a blink, and Bjorn knows they cut it way too close. He admits it's a total miracle they're even breathing. Iz agrees, but warns everyone to stay sharp because Bjorn nods. This was just stage 1, and now one of the survivors is about to be marked as prey. He knows the target is picked completely at random and hopes it's not them. But Misha she panics because she literally can't move. And you guessed it, Bjorn curses his luck as he realizes she's the target. He can't believe it. Out of all the people standing here, why did it have to be her? She asks what's happening, but then she feels the cold stares from everyone, even her own brothers. It instantly hits her. The chosen prey gets completely paralyzed, marked as the sole target of Ryakis until they're dead. Iz steps up, surprised that Misha is the target, and offers protection if Bjorn agrees to join up with his clan. Bjorn answers flatly that he's not looking to partner up. Iz says that's too bad, but notes that if Bjorn had been lifting Misha up, Bjorn cradles her close. Iz declares their deal is officially done and hopes to meet again in the city. Bjorn replies there's a pretty, not showing any worry. Iz says he's sure Bjorn will survive. As a parting gift, he orders his casters to throw. Bjorn accepts the protective spells gratefully, knowing they're down to bare scraps themselves. He thanks them one last time, and Ars warns him to survive. Bjorn smirks, admitting he completely forgot about that rule, and says he's moving out. There are only 15 minutes left before the labyrinth shuts down, but Ryakas is already awake. It's thirsting for blood, and definitely won't make this run easy. Bjorn sprints at full speed. Clinging to him, Misha feels the heat radiating off his body, and hears the roar, realizing that Ryakas is strictly after her. She remembers those disgusted looks, and how even her family abandoned her, like her very existence was some kind of curse. Bjorn asks what she's talking about, but she just brushes it off, begging him to leave her behind. She says they aren't even that close. If she dies here, it doesn't matter since she already achieved her dream anyway. Bjorn finds her words completely ridiculous. He tells her straight up that she obviously wants to live, so why is she? She insists she means it, but he calls her out. She's just terrified of abandonment, hitting her hard. Lashing out, Misha snaps that she doesn't want to be a burden, but Bjorn calmly asks if her pride matters more than her. If she wants to survive, She just needs to ask him for help so they can at least have a fighting chance. Misha says that sounds exactly like something a stubborn barbarian would say, but she gets it. Bjorn is showing, feeling a bit embarrassed. She admits she sounded like a totally pathetic baby back there. Then she perks up, declaring that if he saves her, she'll follow him everywhere. Bjorn reminds her, but she grins, promising to hand over every single coin she makes from this raid. Now that sounds more like his style. But suddenly, all the clan buffs wear off. It starts raining. To make things worse, a horde of chaos spirits joins the chase. Bjorn grits his teeth. He hates using his ultimate trump card so early, but he activates gigantification once again. His body swells back to giant size. His stats skyrocket. But what really matters right now is his massive running. With his remaining soul power, he can only hold this form for about 3 minutes. He quickly asks Misha for the time. She checks the clock hanging around her neck and warns him they have less than 200 seconds left. But Misha starts the countdown, while Bjorn charges straight ahead, bracing to smash through the spirits. He tears right through them like paper, and Misha yells out that they are down to 165. And here is where it gets crazy. Just as they reach the portal, a massive explosion of energy erupts right behind them. His heart drops when he sees that massive, hideous monster has caught up. Though its breath attack actually wipes, it clears a path for them to run. But now Ryakis is close enough to strike as a giant claw shadow looms over. The claw slams down hard, but Bjorn dodges just in time while Misha keeps screaming out the countdown. Bjorn grits his teeth as the giant boss monster roars, staring right down at them. He starts running again, but Misha loses her cool, crying out that trying to save her is totally pointless. But he tells her to shut up and makes it clear he is not leaving her behind, even as she argues. He cuts her off, reminding her of his promise. She thinks risking his life for a promise is insane. There is no way he is dying out here. But then, the monster fires a beam that rips his arm clean off. Ignoring the pain completely, Misha stammers, on the verge of crying, but he screams at her to speak. She finally sobs that 60 seconds are left. Bjorn grits his teeth, realizing he only needs to without any hesitation. He leaps high into the air as Misha screams, watching him charge straight at the beast. Bjorn orders her to check the clock again, and she calls out 50 seconds while he realizes the beast cannot easily aim under. It is incredibly risky since Ryakis could crush them instantly, but Bjorn rushes right in and starts dodging left. He remembers the Jarwi clan battle, using that experience to read Ryakis' movements. At 30 seconds, he gets caught off guard as the massive tail crashes down from above, sending him flying. He crashes into the dirt in total shock, completely unable to move as that giant claw descends. Honestly, you would think this is the end, but right then, his giant form suddenly runs out of power. Shrinking back to normal size saves him from getting crushed to death. Bjorn scrambles up, shocked that with only 10 seconds left, he climbs up the monster's claw like a madman. He bites deep into Ryakis, clinging on as the monster thrashes to shake him off. Now there are only 3 seconds. The beast uses its other claw, trapping them both tightly as it opens its foul, drooling maw to swallow them. But Bjorn just smiles, mocking the oversized beast that its time is officially up. Right on cue, the labyrinth closes, teleporting them straight back to safety in the city. Back in the city square, a tense crowd waits in silence for their loved ones. Suddenly, the portal flashes. Total chaos breaks out as people scream to call the guild, rushing forward to help the survivors. Then they spot Bjorn's mangled, torn-up body, and rumors quickly spread that he might not make it. Misha wakes up dazed, completely shocked to be alive, but she instantly starts screaming for Bjorn. The crowd goes dead silent, staring at his shredded body, wondering what kind of demon could tear a barbarian apart. Pushing through in a frenzy, she collapses next to him, crying in panic as someone yells for a priest. Hearing a faint heartbeat, she whispers through her tears that he scared her half to death. Rumors start flying about the absolute slaughter on the 3rd floor, and word gets around that only 30 people survived, while the actual death toll likely reached into the hundreds. A survivor mentions they were saved by a single hero, whom others assume was Iz, but the man clarifies it was actually. When asked for a name, he reveals it was Bjorn, son of Jandel. Now, people argue but if he keeps pulling off stunts like this, that title is only a matter of time. People even start calling him Little Vulcan, after the legendary ancient hero known for his unmatched courage. His reputation is skyrocketing, but in this world, massive fame comes with a cost, triggering a higher. Meanwhile, a high-ranking official looks over Bjorn's profile with deep suspicion, noting that no normal Throughout his career, he has never seen an explorer absorb such a wild collection of rare essences, and still, history does tell tales of others born under weird stars, chosen to save the world as legendary. Leaning back, the man stares at the file, wondering what kind of person Bjorn actually is, whether he is a destined savior or some evil spirit. Bjorn relives everything from that hellish dungeon from Ryakis waking up to Misha becoming prey. They're brutal, groaning under the morning sun. He realizes he survived while a sleeping Misha earns a gentle head pat. 2 days later, rumors are still flying wild about the floor boss and the barbarian who saved the day. Bjorn's fame stat is absolutely exploding while local explorers argue over who triggered the boss, convinced the true culprit is still. The crew finally catches up, deeply relieved to see them both safe. Rottmiller tries apologizing for getting hurt, but Bjorn cuts him off. Food comes first. Over a drink, he asks Hickarod what happened after they got separated. The dwarf explains that once their scout took damage, they activated the wrist guard again just to buy some precious time. Misha is shocked it works so much, but Bjorn guesses the trick. Hickarod used emergency restoration while Misha tries to force-feed Bjorn some broccoli. Hickarod admits they scrambled to patch up Rottmiller while searching for the others, but tracking them was completely impossible. On the third day, they crossed paths with that psycho woman again. Cue Misha tensing up, but Hickarod says they both. Now check this out, Rottmiller says they barely made it, but Bjorn realizes they timed the portal shift. Hickarod grumbles about waiting 10 days on the first floor, which almost triggers Bjorn's rage after the nightmare he. The dwarf smugly mentions grabbing a rare essence during the first trial, pushing Bjorn right over the edge. As it happens, they scored a mimic essence, and Bjorn immediately starts cursing the game's biased mechanics. See, mimics are rare 7th rank beasts, and while it is useless for fighting, it grants a. Keeping his composure, Bjorn asks what loot they actually scored, and Rottmiller casually lists off 2 million stones, 3 high-tier potions, and 2 numbered items. Hickarod tells him to watch his mouth, so Bjorn backtracks, claiming he was just shocked. Rottmiller doesn't even need those numbered items and wants to split the sales, which still equals an absolute forcing a strained congrats. Bjorn sweats as Misha asks why he is snapping his utensils. He claims his new. Bjorn tells her she hasn't seen anything yet, making Misha blush as she remembers his heroic showdown. Hickarod asks what's going on between them, and just as Misha begins to explain, Bjorn quickly cuts her off to keep the secret safe, offering a simplified recap that still gets the entire. Rottmiller congratulates Misha on her new spirit beast, admitting it sounds like a heavy burden, but asks. She dodges it entirely. And Hickarod loses his mind over the extortionate protection fees the Jarwi clan charged, immediately offering to cover. Dwalki is completely fired up now, while Hickarod says nobody is daring to dispute Bjorn's badass. What a massive glow-up. Bjorn's shocked, but the dwarf says everyone's already calling him that. Bjorn frowns because it is way too early for nicknames. Sure, fame helps in the game, but in reality, Misha winks, hinting that they have one major piece of business left to settle the money. The scout adds they got 3 million just for reporting Karui, bringing their total to 7.6 million. Bjorn teases Misha about her promise, and she grumbles that he can just take the whole stash. A few days later, Misha waits for Bjorn in the city, grumbling that real life is just as annoying as the labyrinth. Bjorn says his errands are done, and Misha immediately brightens up, calling him a good boy. Watching her, he wonders why she is staying so close lately, figuring it might be because of all the cash he surrounds. This cash reward won't last forever, but he needs to invest in Misha and boost her stats since he says he is heading back and asks about her plans. She nervously mentions visiting family for a few days. Deciding not to pry any further, Bjorn simply wishes her luck. She still looks upset, so he gives her a friendly nudge, repeating it until she shrieks in pure embarrassment. She nags him to eat right, warning him not to dare skip out on his vegetables either. Bjorn just sighs to himself because instead of treating him like some grand savior, she acts like a worried mother. Watching the carriage pull away, he decides leveling Misha up is his #1 priority. Sure, but that would mean leaving her in the dust, so he stays put, fully determined to whip her into a real professional adventurer. Walking through the city, he notices how quiet things have suddenly gotten. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes out, calling for a public execution. Bjorn watches right in the middle of it, his eyes lock onto a familiar face. Bjorn freezes, recognizing the exact same the idiot must have blown every last coin, Right then, the doomed player spots Bjorn in the crowd and begins. Bjorn panics, terrified of getting dragged down, but it is already too late. The heavy blade, he silently swears to himself no more helping people out of pity. Right on cue, another voice calls his name, but Bjorn just tells them to get lost. This shady character tries acting friendly, claiming he's in the exact same situation as Bjorn. Everything about this interaction screams danger, and Bjorn's instincts are flashing red. Yet, the stranger that forces Bjorn to finally unleash his secret weapon, the legendary Anar method. Channeling his inner savage, he glares deeply and tells the talkative stranger to spit out whatever. The guy breaks into a cold sweat, nervously joking that Bjorn's acting skills have improved a lot for someone who only. Bjorn doesn't budge, bluntly telling the guy to cut the nonsense and just ask his real question. But the stranger just keeps on rambling. He even mispronounces the English word for game, which instantly sets off. Ignorant of the danger, the man praises Bjorn's insanely fast rise before rambling about his own life. He keeps calling Bjorn an outsider, asking if he wants to join their so-called Go AIM association. But before the guy can even finish, Bjorn cuts in, staring him dead in the eye to ask if he is actually an evil. The stranger looks thoroughly confused, but figuring it is just part of the roleplay, he jokingly admits that is the very last straw. Bjorn roars out loud. Remembering his vice chief's advice to eliminate any evil spirit on sight, he throws a lightning-fast punch that completely shocks the. A bit later, Bjorn finds himself sitting inside the local security headquarters. The captain on duty is. Our boy is just hungry and wants to leave, still feeling frustrated that he did not get to finish off that fake evil. Back at the execution plaza, angry mobs tried holding Bjorn back while he screamed that the blonde guy was definitely an evil spirit. The captain explains they are still investigating the situation, but before he can finish, an officer bursts in to report. They rush over to the suspect's quarters, where an official firmly declares that the blonde guy is definitely not an evil. Bjorn pretends to lose his temper, furiously insisting that the guy literally confessed to him. The official calmly explains they run these checks on anyone who racks up a suspicious amount of achievements in record time. Sighing deeply, the captain confesses they actually suspected that Bjorn might be the evil spirit. This sends him completely over the edge. He violently struggles to punch those officers while the official desperately tries to explain while our boy maintains his Oscar-level acting, continuing to throw a mat. Walking home later, Bjorn silently ponders how he never expected the security agency to know so much detail about. He recalls the list of countries the guy mentioned, and especially that strangely unnatural way he pronounced. That tiny slip-up let him piece together the entire truth, and now it makes perfect sense why Tariq got captured. Bjorn realizes this fantasy world is vastly more complex and dangerous than he initially anticipated. Back in his room, things take an unexpected turn. He finds a letter warning him never to reveal his player identity. His eyes widen as the note mentions a secret underground community where his identity will be safe, and all he must. But if he refuses to join, he must destroy the pill immediately. There is even a hilarious little postscript calling the king of Raphonia a massive granny kisser. Meanwhile, in some shadowy location, a mystery man demands to know why their agent got brutally beaten when he was only. The official explains that the blonde idiot simply got too overconfident and tried to capture him instead. As the mystery man steps up to ask for the test results, the official shrugs, tells him to see it himself. Studying the replay, he strikes a dramatic detective pose before concluding that a real evil spirit would have fled. He declares that Bjorn definitely is not an evil spirit, leaving the official with absolutely no choice but to accept. The mystery man just smiles, saying the city always needs more heroes, while secretly wondering if Bjorn might act. The following day, Bjorn heads straight to the magic tower, thinking the letter might be real and wanting to investigate further. Inside the lab, Raven greets him with a playful tease about his sudden overnight fame. Catching him, she explains that anyone who gets popular enough receives that letter, though she is bummed she missed the original. When Bjorn throws her a confused look, she lays it out plainly it is a message from evil spirits. She mentions there should have been a pill with it, but Bjorn instantly plays completely dumb. Raven explains that the pill was crafted by a top-tier mage specializing in dimensional and mental magic. Bjorn tries to wrap his head around it, but she tells him to picture another dimension where the soul travels while it's believed that evil spirits trade key info there. And honestly, you can't blame our guy for thanking his gut instincts for stopping him from swallowing that highly sketchy thing. She warns him never to take it, even if curiosity gets the best of him. But when Bjorn asks if it is poison, he asks the obvious question, why exactly do those people die? The main theory is that evil spirits detect intruders and instantly slice their souls, making Bjorn feel pretty great about skipping. Raven also points out another bizarre detail, the fact that a soul's appearance in that realm cannot be traced back. Bjorn plays shocked again, asking why they cannot just track whoever swallowed the pill. But she admits that, shifting back to business, she declares it is time to draw some blood. But Bjorn is completely lost in his thoughts, wondering if that hidden community is a safe haven where he could gather vital. Suddenly, Raven snaps him out of his head, pointing at the creepy test chair and telling him to hurry it up. Bjorn reluctantly sits down as her guinea pig while she cackles like a classic mad scientist, though his mind is still racing. Ultimately, he figures the pill cannot be pure poison. If it were, the entire secret community would have been. Even so, he refuses to swallow it immediately, knowing it might tip off the sender if he is the. Because of that, he decides to wait at least 6 months before joining. Fast forward 15 days. Deep inside a dark, creepy magic lab, a voice reports through a glowing. The robed figure figures the Barbarian is not a real player after all, and commands the voice to send out the next batch. He sounds pretty disappointed, having secretly hoped that a legendary player was the one pulling the strings behind Bjorn. Meanwhile, back at the guild, Bjorn receives some great news: he has officially been promoted to the 6th rank. Over the next few weeks, he trains like a beast daily, burning through gold like it means absolutely nothing. First, he grabs a massive mace suited to his huge size, acid-resistant armor to counter the corpse golem essence, much to Misha's utter disappointment. He also buys Misha a pair of Lich twin blades. They are shorter than her usual gear, but she quickly adapts by pounding. Lastly, he gets his immortal seal upgraded by the creepy village witch doctor, enduring a painful process. This level 2 immortal seal heavily boosts his mentality, physical strength, magic resistance, and overall endurance. Shocked that Bjorn stayed awake during the upgrade, the witch doctor offers to read his fortune using an ice cream stick. Yet, the old madman warns that Bjorn is bound to collide with countless massive, once-in-a-lifetime events, both extreme luck and disaster. Our boy just scoffs at the concept of fate, firmly believing he alone controls his destiny, no matter what. He flashed back to the witch doctor, who was absolutely shocked. Bjorn unlocked his 3rd seal without a single second of hesitation. Bjorn chose the spirit of wilderness, which increased his threat level and unlocked. With this active skill, his basic breathing draws monsters in. And because it heavily boosts his physical attacks, he can easily shred all those poor monsters and act as a literal human. Stacking gigantification on top of that just blows the scale wide open, and he is pretty thrilled with his progress over the. Right after, the witch doctor suddenly confesses he forgot to mention a pretty key detail about Bjorn's ultimate fate. He warns him to stay quite watchful of anyone holding a grudge, because if he does not resolve that hatred soon, he will. Carrying that dark warning with him, he leaves the hut. He is planning his next move when, you guessed it, Anar jumps out, waving actual twigs like she is some kind of cheerleader. She congratulates him on his new legendary title, and she hangs on his every word, looking exactly like a little kid listening to a bedtime story from her dad. And by the end, she is quite shocked he teamed up with Hikarat again. He stares at her, asking if those greedy elders, but Anar proudly claims her muscles are just super condensed. Then she casually admits she has absolutely no clue what that even means, right before the elder starts screaming her name near. Hearing that shout, she quickly apologizes for leaving so soon, but Bjorn says he has got plenty to do anyway. As she dashes off, Anar shouts one last compliment over her shoulder. She tells him that even though he looked cool back when he was acting like Bear Grylls in survival mode, this new calm Bjorn is just as awesome. Our guy stands there completely dumbfounded as she disappears. He asks himself, is this really a quiet, peaceful life? Back at the dusty library, Lagna greets him before he even sits down, offering congratulations as she casts a sudden reading spell. He wonders if she actually has something she wants to say. Still, he figures there is no real point in bothering an elite mage at his current level, especially since her waist. Sinking quite deep into gloomy thoughts, Bjorn realizes he is just making excuses to survive. He tells himself there is simply no time to be friendly. That is why he judges others coldly, uses allies only for his benefit, and ruthlessly crushes anyone who. As his dark thoughts spiral, he suddenly snaps out of it, remembering how he broke his own rules to save Misha. Realizing he is getting a bit too, so Bjorn decides to stay a barbarian, just a gentlemanly one. He marches right up to the cute librarian, slams his palm on her desk, and tells her to spit out whatever she is hiding. A bit flustered, Lagna asks how he figured it out, and he smoothly replies her beautiful eyes were calling. The next day, Bjorn arrives at a cafe, completely packed with women, and barely manages to squeeze his. He already regrets this, even though the ultra-girly name was a total giveaway. Inside this a girl waves him over with way too much energy, immediately realizing he is the giant client she has been waiting. She introduces herself as Shavan, a blue-haired lady and a close friend of Lagna, who sent Bjorn her way. After dragging a literal giant barbarian into this pink paradise of sweets, Shavan actually has the nerve to ask what he wants to eat, so he sarcastically tells her to order him some cold beer. He then demands to know what she actually wants from him, only to see her look totally shocked that Lagna did not explain Skipping the small talk, she explains she needs someone to patrol the dark sewers because illegal tax evaders, and the scary part? Not a single person sent down there ever returned. That is where our guy comes in, as Lagna thinks he is the perfect fit for this sewer nightmare. He argues there must be way more qualified explorers for the job, secretly suspecting this ghost hunter vibe, but Shavan, being a total geek, tells him he is the trending hero on fantasy social media, looking at him like that alone. Then she makes a shameless request, begging him to pretend he bought her the cookies she is ordering. He casually agrees. She finally mentions the pay is a sweet 200,000, which sounds pretty great to him. In fact, working with her elite group will look amazing on his record, since they are incredibly picky with their recruits. It should help him build solid credibility for future jobs, but he instantly shoots that down because no matter how famous nobody actually wants to hire a wild barbarian, though he still happily agrees to take the quest. Once he leaves, Shavan realizes he is a genuinely fascinating guy, feeling quite pleasantly surprised to meet a cool, especially since he knew absolutely nothing about Lagna. All their interactions just make him look even more simple and straightforward. She quietly approves of her girl being his friend. Later, deep underground, our hero gathers with the party. Everyone is already complaining about the god-awful stench, even though they knew the risks. Ignoring all the whining, Bjorn kicks the gate open and marches in with pure main character energy in his glowing flashlight helmet. He looks like a goofy anime villain, warning everyone not to damage the gear because they have cameras to record the evidence. The day before, he rounds up the team, starting with Hikarad, who is honestly more than happy to tag along for free. Dwalki joins too, since literally anything sounds better than reading all day, while Rottmiller tags along to test and Misha is absolutely thrilled to carve up some criminals with her brand new Lich twin blades. Bjorn feels like a total genius scoring all this free labor, thinking Rottmiller is the absolute MVP here. Dwalki casts a light spell to cut through the heavy darkness. But Hikarad still clutches his weapon, worrying that some nasty sewer monster might jump out. Misha asks about any potential monsters, and the mage admits that sorcerers sometimes dump magical waste down. That horrifying thought almost terrifies Misha to death, but Bjorn just shrugs it off, pointing out there have been. Suddenly, Rottmiller halts. It is not the horrible stench that alerts him, but his sharp sixth sense picking up. Trusting his mimic essence, Bjorn immediately prepares to fight. Look closely, Misha points out some guy clinging to the wall like a cheap ninja. Bjorn rips him off the wall, slamming him down so hard his invisibility shatters. The guy starts screaming and he holds back, realizing this guy is just desperately struggling to stay alive. Interrogating the crying target, whimpering on the ground, Bjorn casually offers to break his neck next if he doesn't. The guy bawls even harder, sobbing that he is just a broke tax evader trying to survive down here. Rottmiller notices a tattoo on the guy's forehead, calling it a mark of sin, and Hikarad mentions seeing it back when he worked. Bjorn wonders if they should capture him alive, since he's worth a sweet 5,000 stone bounty. But taking his life works just fine too, as long as they record the whole thing on camera. After all, anyone hiding in sewers to dodge taxes probably deserves a rough ending. The desperate guy starts begging for a deal in exchange for hot intel, which only annoys Bjorn further, until apparently, there is a psycho woman with a massive bounty running around, and she is surrounded by fresh corpses. This is where things get wild. Bjorn's gut instantly tells him this crazy woman is the priestess Elisa. His tense reaction says it all, and Misha quickly asks him what the plan is. Bjorn says they cannot let a bloodthirsty maniac who hates their guts run around completely unchecked. He claims they only need to confirm her identity, but the entire squad is already prepared to throw down. Their captive guide leads them through the dark muck for 30 minutes, eventually stopping at a hidden pathway completely missing. Bjorn is surprised the guy did not just camp out here permanently, but it turns out he ran because the crazy priestess stole his hideout. Once they finally reach the hideout, Bjorn smiles when he sees only one entrance and exit, knowing the psycho is trapped, but still being incredibly cautious. Just outside the chamber, the group starts panicking at the sight of stacked, lifeless bodies. But Bjorn ruthlessly shoves his trembling guide ahead, accidentally triggering a deadly trap that instantly rains. Bjorn screams for the entire team to retreat as their guide gets absolutely shredded by a nasty curse that drains. Meanwhile, inside the room, Elisa immediately senses her defensive curse going off, wondering if her attackers are holy warriors sent. Her heart pounds because she still has not located the entrance to the underground city, leading her to. An alert warns Bjorn that over 100 revenants have ambushed him. But thanks to his insane dark resistance, he only loses a third of his maximum health. Holding the dying thief as a human shield, Bjorn tells a deeply worried Misha that he is still breathing. One look at the guy's hollow corpse with 0 health points shows him exactly how badly that curse would have ended, and he is incredibly glad that a random homeless guy with no family took the hit instead. Hikarad spots a name tag on the man and realizes this poor guy is another Hans. They step into his room, which looks way too clean and comfortable for someone claiming to be a homeless wreck. Still, there is absolutely no sign of Elisa until Dwaki feels a pulse of magic coming from the floorboards. Bjorn suddenly drops to his knees, confusing everyone, and tells them he is about to shatter the magically locked. Dwalki asks if raw physical power can even break a magic barrier. But Bjorn activates his gigantification skill and explains that if raw physical force does not break something, they watch in pure shock as he smashes the enchanted door like cardboard, completely proving Dwalki wrong forever. Rotmiller catches Elisa's scent and says she is traveling alone, meaning it is safe enough for them to investigate. Relying on his upgraded instincts, Bjorn says it is time to move. Deep underground in the dark city of Norark. And get this, it is not the royals causing trouble this time. The vice captain notes that nobody has used that path since the Kuroi cult disaster and orders his subordinate to. He counts on Amelia, the redhead, to deal with the problem, while Bjorn's group steps into a hidden part of the labyrinth that looks nothing like a sewer. Misha asks if either Dwaki or Hikarad recognizes this strange chamber, but both of them are totally. Rotmiller interrupts, warning them that Elisa's scent is growing rapidly stronger, which means she is running straight toward. She is absolutely terrified because that evil lord's twisted laughter just echoed inside her mind. The last time, believing her pursuers are temple agents, she runs as fast as she can to escape them. When her scent suddenly starts fading, Rotmiller urges them to move fast before she slips away. Right then, Elisa catches Misha's voice echoing ahead and realizes this is no coincidence. It is Bjorn's group, and she decides right there to destroy them once and for all. The Dark Priestess summons a horde of screaming wraiths, but Misha shreds them instantly, thanks to her high elemental damage buffs. Not wanting to be outdone, our main guy triggers his wild outburst to pull aggro and tears the monsters apart. Rotmiller and Hikarad rain down support from behind, leaving Elisa completely shocked at how this low-rank squad is easily. She desperately flings out multiple dark curses, wanting to force our hero into the most agonizing death imaginable. But Dwaki reacts instantly and unleashes his blinding light magic, completely canceling her curses and keeping the pressure high. Bjorn nearly crushes her skull before shouting for Dwaki to cast his spell. The mage looks deeply confused, but Bjorn yells at him to hurry up as he charges forward to trap Elisa. Thinking she is clever, Elisa plays her trump card, turning into a spirit to completely phase through his physical blow. But Dwaki's materialization magic hits perfectly, dragging her spirit right back down into her physical form. Bjorn grabs her collar and lands a terrifying shield strike straight to her face, beating her so mercilessly that the team wonders if he even cares about them. After leaving her face totally unrecognizable, he binds her hands and tells the team it is time to move out. But when he turns around to celebrate their flawless teamwork, he sees everyone collapsed on the cold ground. Suddenly, a glowing system notification warns him that he has been hit with basilisk venom. Luckily, his passive resistance keeps him up. Just then, a familiar redhead steps forward. You knew it. Bjorn gets hit with instant regret for thinking things went too smoothly. Amelia is genuinely surprised he can still walk while poisoned, teasing that her favorite barbarian has. Looking at his fallen friends, she asks if he is choosing not to run away simply because of them. But Bjorn feels completely paralyzed by her overwhelming presence. He figures she is tracking him down now. He confronts her for breaking her promise to let him go, demanding to know what she is actually doing here. That question clearly hits a nerve. She fires back that he is the invader here, demanding how he discovered their. Bjorn plays dumb in total caveman fashion, asking what she means, leaving her completely puzzled as to how he accidentally forced that massive door open. He casually admits he smashed the magical door with his mace like a brute. She stands there, totally speechless. Amelia quickly pieces it together, but when he offers to leave quietly, she makes it clear that letting him walk away is out of the question now that he knows where the entrance. He tries to offer another childish pinky promise, but she warns him that this is different. Getting the message, Bjorn sheds his heavy armor. He starts explaining the two best ways to make someone furious. He stops talking completely and hurls his massive mace straight at her face. Predictably, the plunderer easily dodges the weapon, but he immediately follows it up by throwing his heavy breastplate like. She avoids that too, but he is already lunging in, trying to stomp down on the incredibly agile woman. She slips. Now watch this. Our boy suddenly triggers his gigantification skill. This suddenly stretches his massive barbarian arms much further than expected, catching her off guard with his fist raised like a heavy completely ready to crush her. He screams that it is over, and slams his fist directly into her face. But just as he gears up for another strike, he immediately figures she is going to cut off her own limb just to escape his tight grip. Acting on pure instinct, he triggers a flesh explosion right in her face, blasting Amelia with a spray of corrosion. Somehow, this dangerous woman still manages to strike back after taking that kind of damage. So Bjorn decides to end this fight. He launches a devastating kick with a leg as thick as a tree trunk, slamming directly into her ribs. He starts to think his luck is finally changing. But that brief hope vanishes when her voice suddenly sounds right. The system calmly notifies him that she activated her auto-reproduction skill to create a clone, leaving him but wait. The clone flies in with a brutal kick to his back, mockingly pointing out that he should survive this if the rumors about the strike lands with such violent force his head is torn clean off before he can even curse. He only survives. Yet even with such a lethal injury, the rapid healing of his vampire essence kicks into overdrive. Amelia watches, truly amazed by how quickly his body pieces itself back together after she splashes him with a potion. Bjorn bolts upright, thoroughly confused and irritated, asking why she did not just end his life. She sighs that he is still incredibly dense, pointing out that launching a sneak attack was a terrible move when she was. He refuses to believe her, arguing he had to fight back because she was giving off some extremely deadly vibes. That only frustrates her further, reminding him that she literally let him go free during their previous encounter. When he brings up her earlier claim about not letting him leave, she rolls her eyes, clarifying that he asks what she actually wants from him. Amelia gently tells him to relax, having noticed his hand slowly sliding back toward his discarded mace. He acts like he was not planning another desperate attack. But she sees right through his guard, knowing he claims the best defense is always a strong offense. She chuckles, producing a small item and explaining it. Bjorn immediately asks why she did not use that during their first meeting, but she admits the tool is incredibly expensive. He arches an eyebrow, asking why she would waste such a valuable resource on him when she could easily slaughter his. This comment hits a raw nerve, and Amelia looks deeply insulted that he views her as some heartless monster. Without another word, she seizes his arm and forces the medicine down his throat, telling him it is completely safe and free of any dangerous side. She commands him to sleep if he actually values his own life. But right as darkness claims him, the system notifies him that the memory wipe failed completely because it cannot. The following day at the administrative office, Xian verifies the nameplate of Hans, the killer that Bjorn. He is quite surprised that she does not hand him a massive repair bill, but she explains the authorities waived the fees since he survived an incredibly dangerous mission and almost. He recalls that when he finally opened his eyes, his gear was intact, but his light and recording camera were completely ruined. And exactly as Amelia predicted, his party members retained absolutely no memory of anything that occurred. Bjorn wonders why his own memories are totally fine while Misha and Dwalki are losing their minds over finding Elisa dead out of nowhere. But in the end, Rottmiller has a galaxy brain moment and pieces it together. He figures they got into a crazy fight. Bjorn's mace absolutely. Dwalki actually buys that theory. And Hickarod is completely vibing because they get the reward cash while she's the. Once they step outside, they run into Shivane and Lagna, The girls admit they were about to head in because he took so long, but Bjorn doubts a librarian, and a nerd would have helped much anyway. Still, he notices Lagna is clearly rolling in cash, judging by her high-end gear. Siobhan playfully teases her for being so worried about him, totally loving every second. Later, he meets a paladin who confirms the witch was indeed Elisa, promising they won't forget his help. Just like this news skyrockets his reputation, and now the ladies at the agency are whispering about how Bjorn gets absolute. Hearing them shamelessly whisper right in front of him is pretty annoying. He basically feels like a zoo gorilla. Siobhan slams the table, telling the thirsty girls to get lost before she reports them for harassment. With that sorted, he tells her he needs to go meet up with his crew. Siobhan casually mentions he should drop by the library because Lagna is apparently holding on to something special for him. He agrees, figuring he will check it out later. He walks into the tavern to find Hikarad cackling like a maniac, Misha dying of laughter, and spotting Bjorn, Hikarad gives him a massive, dramatic welcome while his greedy dwarf eyes lock straight up. Turns out Elisa's bounty was a staggering 10 million stones. Even after a 5-way split, everyone takes, even though Bjorn literally got his hand blown off and his head shattered to earn that cash. Honestly, you have to feel for the guy. His team thinks they hit the lottery, completely clueless about the hell he's. Suddenly, Misha pulls Bjorn in close like she's sharing a top-secret rumor, whispering that her dad wants her to. But this dramatic moment gets instantly interrupted by a total blonde loser named Hans, of all people. Naturally, he just tells the annoying punk to get lost. Right then, a pair of knights walk into the tavern. Everyone starts whispering, wondering what the Mauslin. The knights march straight toward Bjorn's table, making him seriously wonder if he is about to get arrested over. Instead, one of them just towers over the completely passed-out Dwalki. Misha and Bjorn watch in total confusion as the knight grabs the sleeping mage by the collar like a stray cat. 3 hours later, the entire party is waiting outside the city gates while their mage gets interrogated inside. Hikarad looks absolutely terrified, wondering if they are torturing the poor guy, until Dwalki finally wanders back at the tavern. Their wimpy mage drops a massive bomb. He has to leave the party because Baron Mar. Can you blame him? Honestly, we're just as shocked, since Dwalki never gave off even a single noble vibe. Dwalki admits he is technically half noble since his dad was a baron, but he was born a maid's illegitimate kid. The baron's wife made sure one of her own brothers adopted him the moment he was born. Even so, life with his mom was good, so Hikarad asks why he suddenly has to quit because of some baron. Dwalki explains his father recently passed away, and the second son inherited the title. When Rottmiller points out how weird it is that the oldest son didn't inherit, Dwalki sighs that is exactly the problem. The ruthless new baron had his own brother, and every threat in the branch families wiped out, mafia style. So, this sudden Mauslin visit was actually a polite warning to keep Dwalki completely out of the spotlight. Annoyed, Dwalki grumbles that he was finally starting to enjoy life, but because some barbarian got famous, Bjorn asks if he is seriously quitting just because his older brother told him to, and the mage admits it. Instead of a full blasphemy charge, the Mauslin slapped him with a labyrinth ban. This is a massive headache for Bjorn. That night, they say their goodbyes. Hearing he's heading to the library, Misha begs to tag along out of boredom, but he tells her to go train instead of slacking. Inside the library, Bjorn formally introduces himself to Lagna. When she asks why he's there so close, she instantly shuts him down. Seeing her get so smug, Bjorn flips the script on her, mocking how she is way too weak to actually be useful. He keeps teasing the librarian, telling her there is no shame in being weak. Lagna snaps that she never said that. Dodging the tease, she shifts the topic to ask if he has been curious about this the entire time. But Bjorn plays dumb. He cannot change her mind anyway. He mentions Shaven had something to give him, but Lagna just blinks, wondering if those were her exact words. Apparently, Shaven wanted to say thanks for the help, but dumped the chore on her like some dramatic queen. Bjorn asks what the gift is, and her simple answer of books sends him straight to heaven. This magic spell unlocks high-security restricted books usually reserved only for nobles. When he asks if this is even allowed, she shrugs and tells him to keep quiet. Nobody actually pays attention. Bjorn starts wondering, what is her deal? Later, Bjorn goes full nerd mode, digging through the restricted texts. They are loaded with massive. Lagna nags him for lingering past closing, yet lets him stay. He studies Raphonia's official. One file details how a secret police agent barely survived the evil spirit realm, returning home half dead. Due to limited space, the rupture book only details 4 specific cases. This book is a perfect wiki. It matches everything from his 9-year grind in the game. And here is the mind-blowing part, that author? It is the developer of Dungeon & Stone. Alarm bells start ringing. Either a player wrote this, or the creator did. If it is the creator, maybe this mysterious developer is actually some kind of god here. Either way, finding this clue is insanely low. It is a harsh reminder of his own ignorance. Could the Abyss Gate lead home? Tracking that name might lead him home, so he decides to start sniffing around. He flips back through the pages, sweating absolute buckets as he frantically double-checks for missed detail. Before he knows it, dawn breaks, and he spots Lagna completely passed out. He nudges her away. She stammers that she did not do it for him, claiming she was just exhausted from organizing shelves. He suspects she is crazy, just a bit. She denies it, and his silent staring makes her snap, asking why he has not left. Bjorn cracking the door open. She looks half asleep and annoyed. He pitches his recruitment offer again, and Bjorn shouts that he has an actual job for her. Seeing the torn book page he brought, she cautiously she lets him in. But this favor will definitely cost him. First, though, she demands answers about that holy relic he used to fry the vampire. He casually claims he just broke a statue. Highly suspicious, she asks how he even knew to do that. She pushes harder, wanting to know how he knew how to activate it, but he just chalks it up to pure instinct. Demanding an oath, she eventually sighs in defeat, having hoped to score the rupture book. Bjorn actually hesitates, wondering if he should just tell her. Instead, she changes the subject and agrees to help. On one condition, he must assist her seniors with their promising to deliver the results next week. She warns him never to show up unannounced again. And Bjorn quickly. Later, at a team meeting, Misha dramatically bursts into tears because Bjorn was not home. When he narrowing her eyes, she asks if he is sure. He breaks a sweat. A little one. Trying to deflect, he asks what she wanted to tell him yesterday, immediately causing her to panic. Before she can stutter out an answer, the rest of the crew arrives, saving her from total embarrassment while Bjorn notes the weird vibe. Hikarad kicks off the meeting, and Bjorn immediately drops a bomb, suggesting they recruit a new mage. The leader rants about thinking things through, but Bjorn tells him to just get straight to the point. He explains they need to pitch to the Baron, who regularly visits a nearby tea house and should be arriving any minute. The dwarf gets dramatic, whining that missing this chance means waiting a whole month. He hits him with the puppy. Soon, the Baron enters the shop. Dwalkie instantly recognizes his second brother, and Misha nudges. Dwalkie walks over, nervously asking for an audience, while the bald butler tells the Baron that this is Lady Carolina's. When the Baron demands to know their business, Dwalkie stammers so hard that Bjorn has to step in and apologize for the chaos. Intrigued to meet a barbarian, the Baron admits it has been a pretty long time since he last saw one. Bjorn explains their situation, and asks to lift Dwalkie's ban, but the Baron coldly asks why. Bjorn spots the sheer confusion on his face as the butler explains that Dwalkie is just an illegitimate child. Hearing this, the Baron scoffs that it is a waste of time, making Dwalkie go completely pale. Bjorn pushes again, but the Baron stands firm until his butler whispers some secret. The Baron freezes, realizing this is actually little Valkon, then instantly flips his attitude and praises. Showing off his gold rings, he agrees to lift the ban on one condition: Bjorn has to attend an upcoming banquet in 2 months. Then he jokingly tells Bjorn to perform circus tricks, which instantly pisses him off. But he offers 1,000,000 stones as payment. Bjorn stays silent for a second, then smiles, claiming he is due. The next morning, the whole gang rushes to check on Dwalkie. He still looks totally drained, admitting that while he is back in, the process felt way too easy. Makes you wonder. Bjorn figures it is all due to the Baron's insane status and quietly hopes to reach that level of influence himself. Hikard hands out the promised reward, but not a single person takes it out of sheer embarrassment. He thanks Bjorn for swallowing his warrior pride, though Bjorn silently thinks it would be plain. The dwarf gets incredibly emotional, swearing he will pay him back someday, but Bjorn just casually. Dwalkie quickly jumps in with his own heartfelt vow. This totally embarrasses Bjorn while Misha laughs and teases him. Soon, the labyrinth opens. He lectures them, promising they will become elite warriors if they listen to his advice. They eagerly agree and thank him before he. As the barbarians keep hyping him up, Hikard jokes that their leader is actually a pretty soft-hearted guy. Bjorn just shrugs it off, saying that this is much better than making them learn through blind, brutal experience. He narrows his eyes, remembering Carrick mentioning how almost their entire original class died, leaving only a few. Meanwhile, Misha asks Rotter why he does not have a weapon, and he reveals it is stashed in his pocket dimension, before the squad officially. Bjorn recalls how absolute garbage his past runs were. Now that they are on their fourth go, he is bracing, landing in a great starting spot. They quickly breeze through the first and second floors, hunting down everything in sight and hitting the portal within 4 days. By day 8, they cut through the witch forest to the zone is crawling with dangerous monsters, including 6th rank beasts and a few extremely rare spawns. Bjorn charges right in, treating the floor as a prime experience farm while wiping out every single monster. After hunting, they net nearly 4 million crystals in profit, which really is not bad. But it is still not enough to satisfy the team. Hikar jokes that maybe Bjorn's bad luck curse is gone, but Bjorn, realizing it is actually less than his very first haul, making him fully understand why plunderers exist. Over the next 30 days, he spends his time reading while constantly getting dragged into Raven's magic experiments. He also discovers the Rupture book was written 150 years ago, matching the exact year the game started. That was also when the founding king died, meaning almost everything started snowballing at the same time. Bjorn is desperate to uncover what happened back then, but with no answers in sight, his only choice is to enter the labyrinth. Sometime later, the labyrinth reopens, but their profits end up matching their last run, leaving the entire. Back in his room, Bjorn tries telling himself not to stress because things are going fine, but he immediately snaps, questioning where that lazy mindset even came from. Every time things seem peaceful, something terrible happens. Slapping his forehead, he vows to get stronger. If anyone saw him talking to himself right now, they would think he is, but even if he looks completely insane, at least he will survive. The next morning, Misha serves him some food and asks if something is wrong. Noticing that pretty violent, Bjorn realizes he has been somewhat distant. Sitting idle really annoys him, but he knows he shouldn't take it out on his friends. Suddenly, Misha leans in and asks if he wants to touch her eyes, which almost makes him choke. Bjorn's brain pretty much short-circuits as he wonders what kind of household she grew up in, but he figures she is just trying to be kind and genuinely does not get how weird she sounds. He tells her to, honestly, if he did not already know that Misha only liked skinny guys, he might have taken her words way too seriously. Misha mutters that he is not like most people, looking. After that, Bjorn heads over to the library and chats with Logna. He is about to speak up, but then he notices her tense expression and tells her to just ask whatever she wants. She hesitates for a brief second before warning him that something extremely serious is coming. We are talking about a dimensional collapse inside the labyrinth, something somehow way worse than any floor lord. Bjorn still looks pretty skeptical, so Logna explains that the warning came directly from a specialized mage at the Bjorn simply thanks her and immediately walks away, leaving her completely stunned. She asks why he is leaving so fast, but he just waves her off. He has a brand new quest now. At first, he heavily doubts this mage is even real, but then rumors start exploding everywhere, and even Misha, pretty much everyone in town is whispering about it, making Bjorn highly suspicious that someone is spreading these. He is frustrated and wants better information, but getting good intel is tough when you are a barbarian. Eventually, he ends up staring at the special pill he originally planned to save for a rainy day, but figures taking it 2 months early should be fine and downs it. The moment midnight strikes, the system registers. He wakes up in a completely unfamiliar place, but he is finally back in his original body. Meanwhile, back in the real world, detectives are actively discussing Hans's sudden disappearance, focusing on his family and work, though the senior investigator asks why they were even handed this file, but his partner explains the security. Flipping through the documents, the veteran cop mutters that something about this case is highly suspicious. There are no signs of a break-in, and his credit cards have not been used in a whole month. Strangely, even his clothes were almost as if his body literally vanished right out of them, leading him to believe they might be dealing with some He asks if the entire room was left untouched, and orders his partner to call in forensics right away. But before he can, his junior insists on showing him something. He points out the computer monitor in Bjorn's room, which is somehow fully powered despite not even being plugged into the wall. On the screen are all of Bjorn's in-game achievements, and the senior stares in absolute disbelief, wondering what on earth is happening, while his partner mentions similar strange. Meanwhile, back in Bjorn's fantasy world, he's deep in thought. It's already been 5 long months. He questions if there is even any of his humanity left. Suddenly, he spots his old computer sitting. He types in the only phrase that actually comes to mind: that the king of Raphonia is a granny kisser. The exact moment the crazy password goes through, the entire room begins. Wait for this. As it settles, Bjorn's eyes widen as he finds himself back in his old room. Without wasting a second, he scrambles over to his mini-fridge and sure enough, it is packed with ice-cold. A sharp doorbell ring breaks the silence, and a voice calls out asking if they can enter. A woman walks in and explains that this room is just a direct reflection of his thoughts. However, because his mental defenses are incredibly high, she can only perceive it as thick smoke. She adds that she calmly introduces herself as the Soul Queen, a designated guide for players navigating this spiritual. Bjorn's thoughts briefly drift to the suit he's currently wearing, realizing it is from his ex-girlfriend, but the woman abruptly announcing that he is now an official member. He figures she has other verification methods, and she confirms she then teaches him to navigate the forums and tells him to choose a username, but he immediately gets an error activating his big brain. He simply changes the spelling slightly, and out of nowhere, the Soul Queen asks if he is a massive fan of that. She does not elaborate further and departs, telling him to file a help request if he needs assistance. So he joins a random chat room to get the hang of things, instantly finding himself teleported to a cozy campfire. Our room leader introduces himself, asking where Bjorn's from, and Bjorn answers, Korea. The guy apologizes for the plain room setup, explaining they just didn't have enough points to decorate yet. He then instructs Bjorn to reveal his nickname, which makes him blink in total confusion. Bjorn finally drops his username, Elf Nuna, and oh man, you can literally feel the room freeze before it they cannot believe Elf Nuna is here. One says they always suspected Elf was Korean, while another asks if it's really him, but Hansu is actually just a sweaty pro game. He now realizes his old post somehow went viral, making the Soul Queen's earlier comment make total sense. Panicking a bit, he quickly claims he's just a fan and points out the extra letter in the name. Those players deflate in disappointment, and Hansu instantly feels the sting of his lie. The players completely ghost him after that, but then a random guy walks up and asks how long he's been here. Deciding that honesty is just too risky, he claims it's only been a year, making the guy comment that he adds that Bjorn must have been a solid actor, mentioning that only 70 days have passed in reality. That part completely throws Hansu. So the guy explains time moves at a 1:5 ratio, meaning only about a month passed in reality for his 3 months here. He then asks who the first player was, and the guy replies someone's been here over 20 years, since the community. Hansu is totally floored. Clearing in 5 years is completely insane, and even he has to respect that. But the realization crushes his gamer ego. These people reached the abyss way before he did. Before he can say more, the guy asks what difficulty Hansu played. He's completely thrown, but Pink Guy keeps pressing, asking which remake difficulty he cleared, leaving Hansu. The guy then explains that back in Korea, players probably know it as cheat mode. Pink Guy cleared it on 50 times less difficulty, completely imploding Hansu's brain. That version tweaked levels, drop rates, and even essences. Asked again about his level, Hansu barely manages to. Pink Guy laughs, saying that was still hard, but the top player beat it on 15, while the average was around 60. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the chief asks his secretary about the computer. She confirms they secured it, wiping every trace from memory, while the chief asks about the man himself. According to her, he's average across the board, except when it comes to gaming. The chief finds it impressive that some random guy managed to beat Oriel Gabas's legacy. She adds that the world building was phenomenal, but the server shut down 5 years ago because nobody could clear it. The old man says it wasn't a failure because our boy did clear it. Now he's curious how far Hansu can go. Hansu realizes his chat with Pink Guy ended up being way more useful than expected. He recalls how the guy asked what food he missed most, and Hansu had answered without hesitation, hot soup with rice. It was the most efficient meal he ever made, and thinking back, it really helped relieve some stress. Staring at the screen now, he wonders if this space will just close on its own once time runs out. Remembering, with that in mind, he decides to search for anything about the collapse and opens up the trade market. He immediately sees tons of players offering information in exchange for cash. Wasting no time, he filters for the highest paying requests, realizing this is easily the most efficient way to make a fortune. Armed with years of sweaty gamer knowledge under his belt, he starts printing cash like a human ATM. Talk about using your sweaty gamer brain to take absolute advantage. As soon as he posts his own request, a seller pops up with the same name. This Picasso knockoff asks if he wants. Hansu had worded it that way on purpose. Knowing too many people would lie about the collapse if he asked directly, he sits down and confirms he wants the truth about. Picasso immediately catches on that Hansu actually wants info about the collapse, and when asked directly if the rumors are true, Hansu asks for the source, but the guy claims it involves higher-ups, so Hansu offers extra cash, which works. The guy explains that Terratane School specializes in dimensional magic, and the headmaster wants to run an experiment on the lab. It isn't actually dangerous, but they need fewer people inside. So the school spread fake rumors to keep exploring. Hansu asks if it is really fine for him to be sharing all this secret information. But the guy shrugs, saying he is only in it for the cash, adding that the royals will silence these rumors. Satisfied with that, Hansu offers to finish paying him. But the guy rejects the extra cash, claiming he was just too harsh on a fellow enthusiast. This makes Hansu, so it is honestly no surprise that he knows every single tiny detail. But check this out, our boy realizes it doesn't even matter what difficulty level the other guy cleared. This is reality, a brutal world governed by survival of the fittest. And right now, he is just a fresh. He actually smiles, even though the road ahead is still incredibly long. Feeling a sudden wave of excitement, he remembers the valuable information he sold to other players, and the wild thrill is amazing, and he never once worries about falling behind. Meanwhile, in the real world, he is one of the rare legends who cleared the second floor on his very first attempt, despite getting dealt an absolute. These stats make absolutely no sense for someone who has only played for 3 months. The secretary guesses that maybe he just got incredibly lucky, but the old man strongly doubts it was just luck. If it were luck, we would see far more cases like this. But he insists this is a massive anomaly, where the and get this, Hansu dragged his broken body for 15 kilometers to defeat a vampire with 0 health left. He digs deeper and discovers that Bjorn's progress is so utterly ridiculous that even the moderator flagged it. That reminds him of when everyone called the game a total failure. But the developer stood firm, saying something deeply mysterious if even one player cleared it properly and crossed over. Returning to the fantasy world, Bjorn slowly opens his eyes. Only 13 seconds have ticked by, but he realizes he is entirely defenseless, though he admits the Ghostbusters definitely exceeded his expectations and came through exhausted to his bones. He decides to pass out and deal with the Baron tomorrow. Fast forward to the next afternoon, he is parading through the city streets in heavy barbarian armor, seriously questioning if this is a literal dimensional. What is actually about to happen here? He resolves to just get through this day quickly, but the festive parade looks. Suddenly, the bald butler stops him, demanding he act his part properly for the crowd, which makes he ends up marching over 6 kilometers in the blazing summer heat, while enduring the bald guy's endless yapping. But the Baron is absolutely thrilled, claiming he has never received this much attention and promising to reward Bjorn. He tells Bjorn to enjoy the grand feast before heading off to meet the Count. Meanwhile, nervous guests glare. Our hero starts sweating under their intense gazes, until an officer approaches to praise his performance and Bjorn asks why he is not mingling with the snobby nobles, and the officer admits that since he used to be an explorer, when our boy asks for his name, the man introduces himself as Carl. Bjorn immediately respects him because the man does not. He honestly wishes the annoying butler could learn a few things from Carl, but speak of the devil. The bald butler storms over and immediately starts nagging them for daring to sit down. Carl quickly defends him, explaining that he told Bjorn to rest, but the annoying butler refuses to back down and he is terrified of how it looks to the wealthy crowd. Bjorn tries to laugh the whole thing off, but with the guy continuing to yap, he seriously starts wondering. Ultimately, he decides to play along with the bald butler's wishes, since it is only for this single day. Slapping his helmet on, he fully embraces the savage barbarian role and unleashes an earth-shattering war cry that the shocked butler screams at him, demanding to know what he is doing, but Bjorn casually answers that he just felt like. Eyeing the banquet table, he charges right in and starts tearing into the food like an absolute beast. The guests watch him with absolute fascination, and the butler's panic begins to fade as a curious crowd gathers. The butler even starts smiling, but Bjorn suddenly grips his shoulder and tells him in a dead serious voice that he nervously asks if this is supposed to be some wild joke, but Bjorn stares directly into his eyes. The bald butler starts panicking as he remembers Bjorn's violent reputation, instantly stammering a terrible. Meanwhile, Carl watches the coward flee with absolutely zero dignity, completely losing himself in a fit of hysterical. Bjorn looks around, thinking this boring old banquet might actually start getting fun. After he stuffs his face a bit more, some pushy nobles walk up, and a few excited noble girls ask to touch. He gives them a quick flex, making them squeal as they touch his shredded vascular arms, and the rest of the crowd immediately. They beg him to yell like he did earlier. So Bjorn channels his inner opera star and lets out a massive roar. More requests keep piling in, making Bjorn feel like some cheap amusement park mascot. Nearby, the guards start muttering under their breath, clearly green with Our boy hears their insults and starts getting annoyed, but right on cue, the Baron steps in and drags him away. The Baron parades him around like a shiny new trophy, showing him off to the entire party before introducing him to the Viscount, who already knows about little Val. Bjorn explains he is just returning a favor to the Baron, which definitely wins the Viscount over. The Baron absolutely loves this, forcing our guy to repeat his rehearsed lines while wearing a massive, smug grin. While the Viscount praises his loyalty, Bjorn is internally screaming, knowing he still has 13 more of these painful introductions to. But hey, the grind pays off when his fame stat suddenly goes completely off the charts. Once the greetings end, he is forced back into entertaining, literally bending solid iron bars while the crowd goes. Right then, a familiar paladin arrives and greets the Baron, completely shocked to spot Bjorn standing in the center. The Baron is intrigued that our hero knows the captain, but Kovitz downplays it, saying he does not deserve the. Meanwhile, Bjorn silently wonders why on earth a legendary paladin captain was busy collecting dead bodies. The captain invites him to visit anytime, and promises his full backing, remembering the massive favor. This completely stuns the Baron, who starts looking at our boy with extreme interest. About 30 minutes later, the Count finally shows up, and the Baron rushes Bjorn over, saying the Count has been absolutely dying to meet. But Bjorn gets a pretty bad vibe about this. Sure enough, the Count welcomes him warmly with a massive handshake. The Count jokingly suggests they should probably start calling him Big Valkon from now on. Out of the blue, he announces a sudden plan for a sparring match between knight trainees, asking if Bjorn wants to join. And honestly, everyone in that room is absolutely dying to see him fight. And Bjorn instantly remembers the prize, 2 million stones, and a powerful numbered treasure called Garpas. This relic can generate random materials using a crystal, and just like the Frost Ring, it contains a secret hidden event. He gets this feeling that something pretty bad is about to go down. He forcefully crushes his fear after all. If he runs now, a terrible ending is the only thing waiting for him. Admitting his nerves is fine, but he knows he has to face his anxiety head-on to survive. The Baron asks if he is actually strong enough, warning him not to lose, but Bjorn confidently states he only needs. His butler almost passes out, but the Baron just laughs, promising to double his prize money if he wins. Later, one of the knight trainees struts over, talking trash about how cocky Bjorn is for claiming he can win in 10 seconds. Another knight tries to back him down with cheap threats, and Bjorn instantly pegs him as the jerk who. An orange-haired knight chimes in with trash, but Bjorn snaps, asking if they are literally brain damaged. He openly calls them out as massive cowards for teaming up on a single target, declaring even basic barbarian. The knights try to shift the blame to save face, but Bjorn shuts them down, yelling that they have absolutely zero honor. He raises his voice, shouting to the entire room that a bunch of fragile knights are trying to bully a competitor before. The surrounding crowd starts to murmur in disapproval, making the furious knights lose their cool and scream at him. As guests whisper about how pathetic the noble knights are acting, the bullies look like they wish the ground would swallow them. Eventually, they slink away in utter embarrassment, leaving Bjorn standing tall, promising himself. Sometime later, the duels finally begin, and a knight's arm immediately goes flying. He is actually pretty pleased that these amateur knights fell right into his trap, and a massive grin spreads across his face. The orange-haired clown tries to act noble, promising a fair and honorable fight. But Bjorn cuts him off with an absolutely savage war cry that drives the entire crowd wild. The announcer, he easily blocks every attack with a huge grin, thinking he really has turned into a proper barbarian. Still, the knight strikes right at his throat, but Bjorn Jandel dodges it like an absolute pro. That fake knight is caught completely off guard when Bjorn Jandel activates his wild outburst skill. It jacks up his threat level, especially with his promise to end this fight in under 10 seconds fresh in his head. He roars at the knight to fight him for real, since they have plenty of time left, which absolutely terrifies the poor guy. Even though Bjorn Jandel's wild burst raises his threat level, it does not actually affect humans directly. But if a target is already terrified, they'll cower, while a brave opponent gets pumped up with even more raw fighting spirit. Now watch this. We get to see exactly how Sylvania reacts, and it turns out the kid actually has some spine. Bjorn Jandel silently wishes he had a shield as Sylvania lunges in to slash his arm, but the blade barely even. The ginger just stares in total disbelief, so Bjorn Jandel points out the obvious. He's way too weak. He tells him this while casually pulling the sword from his arm, splattering blood right on Sylvania. The ginger tries to save face by screaming about dirty tricks, leaving Bjorn Jandel to wonder what he even did wrong. This guy must have some serious loose screws. Bjorn Jandel reminds him of his earlier promise to fix his brain damage the next time they met. So, since his head is clearly the problem, He goes for the ultimate barbarian cure and punches him right in the face. Later in the clinic, Bjorn Jandel asks she says no, but suggests he could have gone easier. Bjorn Jandel argues that he only used he never expected that a single punch would knock the loser out cold. The annoyed priestess snaps that it was not just a knockout. He hit him so hard that some literal brain fluid leaked. Bjorn Jandel silently enjoys giving her a taste of real barbarian stupidity. Suddenly, Sylvania, the priestess, calmly explains that he probably lost his memory from the trauma, but it should return since she, as the ginger thanks her, Bjorn Jandel casually steps closer, asking if he seriously. Sylvania nervously says no and tells him to back off because he is not enjoying this vibe one bit. Bjorn Jandel can tell he is not lying and agrees to leave. But first, he wants him to do one tiny thing. He tells Sylvania to repeat the insults wait for it. The moment those words leave his mouth, everything clicks. His memory returns instantly, but he towers over him, going into full intimidation mode until Sylvania completely folds and starts begging for mercy. Bjorn Jandel counts this as a massive win. He just cured brain damage that even a holy priestess could not fix. Then the Baron appears, asking where he has been since he was looking everywhere. Bjorn Jandel shrugs, saying he just went to check on his opponent. The Baron looks surprised since our protagonist casually notes that in the labyrinth, he would have used his axe. He really didn't. The Baron actually agrees, saying it is entirely the knight's fault for slacking off during their combat training. Our boy asks if going wild on noble opponents is truly okay, but the Baron assures him it is not a problem. In fact, he says that is the whole point of these events, and nobody cares if someone dies. And if a problem does pop up, he can easily cover it up. Bjorn Jandel just needs to win, because hearing those words, our boy promises to smash every skull in his path without holding back. The announcer declares the next duel is between Bjorn Jandel of the Martin Baron House and Sir Corton of the Surf. Bjorn Jandel feels pretty lucky today since he has got another member of that foolish trio lined up next. The announcer signals for the fight to start. Sir Corton starts rambling about honor, swearing he won't go down easy after what happened to Sylvania. But before he can even finish his monologue, Bjorn Jandel lands a single clean blow and crushes his skull, and he lets out an earth-shaking roar, and the entire arena goes wild. They chant the name Night Slayer, as if he is some legendary gladiator. Seeing how much they love cracked skulls, during the semifinals, he treats the crowd to a brutal new move, tossing his opponent up and folding his spine right over. Still, he is pretty disappointed. The last idiot from that trio didn't get matched with him, so he totally missed out on Bjorn's brutal physical therapy. Hilariously, everyone who gets beaten by Bjorn starts begging the priestess to convert them. The Baron is absolutely Bjorn tells him he just needs some solid rest before the next round, so the old guy finally leaves him alone. With just one fighter left, Bjorn figures it has to be the Count's elite knight trainee. Right on cue, the announcer calls it's Sir Albatross representing the Count versus Bjorn representing the Baron. Standing face to face, the two. Bjorn already analyzed this guy's earlier fight. He is packing some heavy essences, a great orc warrior, a pretty standard setup built for raw brute force. That tells Bjorn everything he needs to know about the Count's basic. Albatross asks where his gear is. Bjorn casually shrugs it was uncomfortable, so he ditched it. That arrogant answer actually relaxes Albatross. Maybe this match won't be quite so one-sided after all. The announcer gives the start signal. Albatross smugly invites him to take the first strike, but Bjorn sees right through his. Bjorn triggers gigantification and wild outburst simultaneously. Watch this, the second Albatross sees. Then he completely panics and runs away like a terrified kid fleeing a playground. The announcer disqualifies him, but Albatross begs for a redo, claiming he just slipped. The Count cuts him off with it. Bjorn quietly wonders if maybe using gigantification was a bit too much. Over at Erwin's place, she's growing totally obsessed with the idea that raw power is the only way to get. Teresia enters the room and asks if she's okay, but Erwin just turns and asks why she'd even think that. Teresia mentions she was literally talking to herself, but Erwin immediately cuts her off. She says she's busy talking to her spirits, so they can talk later. Leaving the room, Teresia realizes Erwin must be the only person in the city who doesn't know about Little. In a very short time, Erwin has contracted 4 spirits and awakened 3. Her archery, martial arts, and dagger skills have skyrocketed too. Now, she can even hunt 7th-ranked monsters. Teresia decides to keep quiet since Erwin is progressing so fast. But then, she pulls up the book on low-tier essences and finds her answer. All 3 of them constantly boost her obsession. That explains her weird behavior. Teresia figures it's not worth purging an essence just to lose the side effects. Now that she knows the root cause, Teresia believes she can keep everything under tight control. But as she tries to sleep, she's terrified of what might happen if Erwin finds out about Bjorn before they can fix. At 2 in the morning, Bjorn finally returns to the city. He realizes noble quests are definitely worth the hassle after getting paid so well for a single day of work. The Count, though, looked pretty disappointed. He said he'll get in touch later and asked him to reject other noble offers. That Count seems ready to do absolutely anything to pull the strings. So Bjorn agreed. He still can't believe he secured that necklace so easily, especially since things are going almost too well. You can't blame Bjorn for breathing with absolute caution right now. The next morning, Bjorn gets flooded with requests from various nobles, but he has to turn them all down because he still can't figure out what the Count is planning. But the intense look in those eyes definitely left him. The real mystery is why a high-ranking noble would want anything to do with a barbarian. Bjorn decides to ask around at the next community meeting, especially since this is his final month helping Raven with her When he asks who they are helping today, she looks incredibly nervous as that familiar old man suddenly walks in. Seeing him, Bjorn gets irritated, telling Raven that when she mentioned a senior, he wasn't expecting an act. She explains the old guy was just too stubborn to shake off, while the mage casually tells them there's no reason to be tense. Bjorn still suspects he forced his way in. Right on cue, the old man admits he just wanted to test if his magic tool. Hearing that, Bjorn realizes he needs to keep his cool and prepare for the absolute worst. To throw off any suspicion, he acts completely amazed by the magical device itself, rather than the mention of evil. Then he asks if this machine is even safe, pointing out all the crazy, messed up experiments Raven has already subjected him to. Offended, the old man asks if Bjorn doubts him, reminding him he's a big deal at the Altemian school. He assures him there's zero danger, because Raven herself is about to prove it works. Raven looks pretty disturbed hearing that, but the old man just shrugs it off like nothing. She says she will only double-check the formulas. Bjorn watches them bicker, knowing a disciple will always back. He cannot trust either of them. Plus, the old man looks pretty unsure himself, proving this thing is probably a total bug. Knowing no such tool actually exists, Bjorn figures that if someone actually made it, the old man just tricked him into being the first test subject. Backing out now would just trigger the old man's trap. So, he takes the loss and decides to give it a shot. The old man asks Bjorn what he is doing, adding that it is perfectly safe and takes only 5 minutes. Bjorn agrees, but get this, suddenly the old man looks super nervous and asks if he is actually sure. Already suspicious, Bjorn asks what he means. The old man quickly backtracks, saying he was just worried, but now Bjorn reminds him he only agreed because Raven is checking it, telling him to hurry up so he can go sleep. Once Bjorn leaves, Raven turns to the old man and asks what he was trying to pull. Shrugging it off, the old man claims it was just an old chair. Raven glares, asking if he is. When he finally speaks, Raven asks if he really thought Bjorn was an evil spirit, and if that is why he asked about the labyrinth. He tells her to calm down, but she presses on, asking if his doubts are gone. He admits he was wrong. Sure, the guy is pretty goofy, but she still demands to know why he did not just report him to the guards. The old man says Bjorn might have died if he did, then walks off, claiming he is just tired. Raven is left completely stunned. She always thought he needed a live evil spirit for his research. Meanwhile, Bjorn gets back to his room and flops onto his bed, thinking that was one incredibly weird encounter. He wonders why the old man looks so shaken, but decides to stop stress. Suddenly, Misha slides into his room. He is startled, but then remembers, oh yeah, he actually gave her. Being a total man of culture, he grabs her hand, pulls her close, and says he needs her for the night. Misha gets flustered, but before her thoughts get too wild, Bjorn tells her to help him write replies to a. She asks if sending letters like this to actual nobles is okay, since it could cause major trouble. He says it is fine, scribbling that he is busy and they should find another barbarian. While writing, Misha asks him. At the team meeting, Hikarad asks why Bjorn is staying quiet, but Bjorn tells him to wait because he is still thinking. With only 10 days left before the labyrinth finally opens, the dwarf announces he is skipping this run. He figures if a dimensional collapse actually happens, Dwalki and Rottmiller agree. Misha then asks what Bjorn plans to do. He thinks about trying to but there is no real point. Honestly, this actually works out better for him. He can use the rupture to level up. Since he cannot explain everything yet, he decides to just bring Misha. Only the two of them are going. Misha is shocked, but Bjorn asks if she really thought he would go solo. When she hesitates, he tries a bit of guilt tripping, saying he will just go alone. But Misha snaps back, telling so, Bjorn properly asks her to come along. And she agrees, saying there is no way she is letting him go alone. He is shocked it works so easily. The next day, news spreads that the royal family has completely denied the rupture rumors, blaming the magic school for spreading lies. Hikarad bursts into Bjorn's room, yelling that they can save, but Bjorn turns him down, claiming he already accepted another request, and slams the door right in Hikarad's face. Misha asks when he even accepted a request, and he casually admits it was just a fake excuse. He then tells her the truth: he plans on entering the rupture. Shocked, she asks how he is. He says it is something like that. She wonders why he is keeping secrets, saying it would be safer if the whole. Then, Bjorn asks if she has told anyone about her frost ring or that spirit beast contract. She says no because he told her to keep quiet. He asks what would happen if they told Hikarad. He'd probably spill everything the moment he gets drunk, she admits. He then asks about Dwalki or Rotmiller. As for Rotmiller, she is unsure, but Dwalki would absolutely blurt it out by mistake. Bjorn actually agrees that Rotmiller will keep the secret, but he definitely wonders how the guy found out, since Misha gets his point right away and asks why he is sharing this with her instead. Bjorn has a few reasons. She is pretty bad at spilling secrets, and honestly, she is such a terrible liar. Instead of overcomplicating things, he just looks at her and says she is someone he trusts. Her face flushes completely red, but she tries to play it cool and act all proud. Bjorn knows he is going to be incredibly busy preparing with only 8 days left before the labyrinth opens. By the 7th day, Bjorn gets his level 4 seal activated, which boosts his stats and lets him maintain his giant form way longer. Misha wants to tag along to the library, but he jokingly asks if she even knows how to read. Once they arrive, Bjorn asks why she is using a basic spell instead of her usual one. She explains that the other spell is reserved specially for him, so she cannot perform it with anyone else watching. Bjorn mutters that she should have kept that private, so Lagna quickly turns to Misha and tells her to just forget everything she heard. By the 5th day, Bjorn pays Raven one final visit. She tells him to stay alive, and when he offers to return her tower pass, she tells him to keep it and come back when. Finally, when the big day arrives, Bjorn shares a few survival tips with the rookie barbarians, who gratefully thank. Hikarad laughs, calling him a lucky mentor, but Bjorn says he only pointed the way. He warns the dwarf to stay suspicious of anyone acting too friendly, but the dwarf snaps back, asking if he looks that gullible. Rotmiller mentions they are heading inside, and when he asks if they are coming, Misha says they are. Right after, the three of them step directly through the portal. Half an hour passes and the portal begins to shrink, making Misha panic, but Bjorn tells her to wait because that is when he realizes exactly why veterans hate rookies. They simply never listen. Get ready for this. He suddenly signals her to move, and they drop right in front of the second-floor portal. Her brain completely short-circuits, and he admits he cannot explain the mechanics well anyway, he just knows it works. She admits she feels pretty bad for Rotmiller, because if he ever finds out about this secret shortcut, all his exhausting scouting work will feel totally useless, and Bjorn agrees. Rotmiller would be. Suddenly they teleport into a stone desert on the second floor, and Bjorn immediately curses their luck. He knows they must travel east to get the magic crystal from the beast lair, which means they have to backtrack. They journey east for 2 days, slaying monsters along the way. Groaning about harvesting all these magic crystals, Misha makes Bjorn silently wish that Dwalki were here to make things easy. Misha spots a group approaching and asks what to do, and while Bjorn is unsure, he figures they are. The squad rushes past them, and Misha immediately notices their high-end gear. She wonders if those premium items are necessary to unlock shortcuts, but Bjorn tells her not to get jealous. He promises they will reach that high level soon, but she asks if he truly believes that. Misha points out that he talks about massive achievements like they are nothing, asking if that is just a barbarian thing. He asks if she is teasing him. She just elbows him playfully, saying she really loves his confidence. Bjorn flushes slightly. As they continue forward, nearby explorers begin whispering about Bjorn's massive mace and his high-tier magic backpack. He is caught off guard, realizing how sketchy it looks for geared-up adventurers to still be lingering around the lower floors. Seeing him chuckle, Misha asks what is so funny, and he remembers how he only survived his early days because he also wonders how Erwin is doing, since she was the very first partner he ever teamed up with. Honestly, it gets super weird when this creepy guy starts glaring, and you can practically feel the jealousy stabbing. The guy completely creeps him out. So Bjorn tells the ginger to just speak up and spit out whatever is on his mind. But the guy immediately backs down and apologizes, since it is pretty hard to act tough when a 2-meter giant starts. Misha grabs his arm and asks why he is so worked up, suddenly making him feel like a low-budget mobster trying. Still highly suspicious, Bjorn demands the guy state his name. Sure enough, the NPC claims it is Hans. Bjorn calls him a liar at first, but the stranger explains he changed his name because Hans was way too big. That completely explains why Bjorn felt like trash just standing near him. He warns the newbie never to be. Suddenly, the entire floor violently shakes. The rupture is open. He grabs Misha and sprints toward it at full speed. Panic sets in because this gateway shouldn't have opened for another 3 days, meaning some other. Wondering if it really is another player, he drags Misha along and charges headfirst straight into the glowing portal. Inside the freezing, snowy zone, a trio of smiling explorers welcomes them alongside a grumpy old man. She looks highly confused for a second before catching on and putting up the absolute worst poker face in history. Bjorn claims he is a reliable tank, while the scout girl Janessa explains she has got goblin archer essence. And the quiet guy, Carlson, claims he is just a basic frontliner. Eyeballing them, Bjorn figures it is worrying. They seem like total beginners. But it makes sense since real pros never visit a rupture until it opens naturally every 5 to 6 months. Clearly, putting that aside, Bjorn cannot help but suspect this extremely hairy older man. The guy casually mentions he fights using the massive, oversized crossbow strapped to his back. He then calls Bjorn incredibly rude for not introducing himself first, boasting that he is actually a 5th rank. Bjorn tries to interrogate him to sniff out who triggered the rupture, but the guy effortlessly turns every single question. The exchange leaves Bjorn wondering if a lone archer like that can actually survive solo. Still, his heavy aura makes it. Carlson and the scout girl, though, they are not hiding much. Their true colors are totally obvious. Still, desperate to know who triggered this rupture, Bjorn silent. Once they agree on a fair loot split, the newly formed group bands together and pushes ahead. Along the frozen trail, they cross paths with a massive yeti that completely terrifies Janessa. But Bearman, no time to waste. Bjorn warns the rookies to stay back. But Bearman humbles him instantly, telling him to watch closely as he raises his giant crossbow, and even so, the tough yeti blocks the bolt to survive. Bearman then casually orders the others to finish it off, surprising Bjorn with how serious he is about letting our boy charges forward, blocking the raging yeti head-on. It is a terrifying beast, leaving Bjorn keeps its attention and yells to Misha, or rather, Michelle. She pulls off a slick backflip for style points before viciously striking, making the yeti regret ever. With the beast dead, Bjorn smirks at the older man, bragging that his cat is one hell of a fighter. Whoever the hit. As they venture deeper, a pack of deadly ice wolves attacks, forcing Bjorn and Misha to do almost all. Bearman still lands some pretty impressive hits, even if his clunky crossbow can only target one beast at a time. Since nobody steps up to lead, Bjorn casually leads them the right way every time. He has got the entire map memorized from his years of hard. Now, ask yourself, could this guy be an incredibly smart NPC, or maybe a player playing dumb for some dark reason? Descending the stairs, he notices the secret item hidden inside a nearby pillar has been left completely Bjorn figures he can easily swipe it on their way back out. Carlson and Janessa get totally distracted by the gorgeous cave, and she asks about the massive glowing pillar. Bearman guesses it is probably the main objective, warning that a few monsters will likely spawn to unlock the next path. That overly accurate guess makes Bjorn highly suspicious, but he holds back from calling him out yet. Mostly because Bearman was dead wrong about it being a few monsters. The room violently shakes as the boss summons, and right before the big bad appears, a massive wave of bloodthirsty frost wolves rushes in to crash the. Bearman completely freezes. This is way too many enemies. Janessa immediately panics, so Bjorn yells to set up a defense near the stairs where they can funnel the beasts. They manage one tiger lungus to flank Bjorn. But he gets an even bigger shock. An ice golem spawns, carrying a lethal stacking debuff that melts anyone. He instantly goes full Valhalla mode and smashes the thing to pieces. Then the mutated Yeti mini-boss, Frost Lord. Bjorn recognizes this attack instantly. He fought thieves like Amelia way too many times. Jensia and Carlson freeze up mid-fight, but Misha bites her tongue to snap out of it, while Bjorn remains completely leaping forward, with massive power. screaming Valhalla right at the giant beast, while an irritated Misha warns him to stop being so reckless. She actually abandons the horde, chasing her just to jump in and watch his back. Then the mini-boss exhales a freezing breath that chills Bjorn to the bone. But this barbarian is no fragile. The mutated beast howls and tries to swing back. But Bjorn roars even louder to assert total dominance before delivering a massive, unapologetic smash right to its face. He keeps swinging, battering the creature back and forth like it owes him money. But suddenly, a voice warns. Bearman charges his crossbow with a deadly skill called Dangerous Material. The instant he pulls the trigger, it hits Cthulhu directly in the eye, because of course, the eye is always the target. As the boss collapses, Bjorn is shocked to see the blast also his theory that Bearman was just a single target burst damage dealer is totally shattered. Seeing how the old-timer, thanks to Bearman, the duo easily survives 9 full monster waves, and 2 precious essences drop much earlier than they expected. Bearman generously tells the 2 rookies they can choose first. But Bjorn steps right in and claims the Yeti essence for themselves, telling the rookies they can have the frost. Carlson looks ready to argue, but he shuts up the second Bjorn gives him that terrifying barbarian glare. Misha, twiddling her thumbs nervously, she asks with a totally innocent face how he expects her to pay him back. Bjorn just blanks out like, seriously, how evil does she think he is? And honestly, this Yeti essence is no joke, boosting ice elemental affinity while packing some of the best base stats around. To make things even better, they got the rare blue tier variant, boasting a broken active skill that Bjorn secretly doubts if she is high level enough to use its full power. The hyperactive catgirl grabs his armor and shakes him, begging him to stop torturing her and just name his. He calmly explains that he only charges temporary comrades, and since he plans on keeping her around for a very. Misha is left completely frozen and flustered when he casually adds that she should stop holding back if she intends. She finally says screw it. She absorbs the essence, immediately feeling an incredibly strange sense. After that, Bjorn simply asks the rookies what they chose. They just flash creepy grins and announce they are passing on both, making him highly suspicious of why 2 total beginners. The guy claims the Frostwolf essence wouldn't suit him, but Bjorn instantly fires back, questioning what a newbie. Our rookie casually brushes it off as a rank 9 drop, figuring a much better option will show up eventually. This immediately sets off loud alarm bells. Bjorn avoids pointing fingers just yet, turning his eyes to Jensia and she also passes, claiming extracting essences is way too expensive, and Bjorn agrees it doesn't. It is incredibly frustrating. He really wanted to rule them out as suspects. But since neither of them accepted the power-up, he can't figure out which one is the hidden traitor. He even begins to doubt if they're actually on the same side, while Jensia innocently asks if the battle is finally over. But wait, the ceiling suddenly caves in. Misha screams and points as a massive ice wolf crashes down. It is the final floor boss, popping up way earlier than the game rules allow. And this impatient beast immediately launches a devastating blast of ice straight toward them. Before they can even move, the frozen floor shatters. Misha desperately yells for Bjorn. The entire party falls straight through the collapsing ice, plunging headfirst into the 3rd level of this deadly run. Bjorn bursts through the freezing surface, gasping for air while cursing whatever terrible reality patch the developers could. But here, they get thrashed around and tossed directly over a freezing waterfall. Bjorn groans as he finally realizes why players lose so much health here, complaining that every single muscle in his body. Misha shouts his name in a panic, but Bjorn quickly reassures her that he is fine. He asks how she is doing while Abman calls everyone over to gather around his warm fire, leaving Misha shocked that he carries firewood on his. He just shrugs. It is standard rules for a solo traveler. Bjorn silently agrees. Still, the newbies are shaking like broken vibrators and whining that the fire is not. Abman guesses they are in some kind of special zone, while Misha mentions that it heavily reminds her of the witch's forest. Freezing is fine, but their bodies should not be locking up like this. Misha casually shrugs. She has high cold resistance anyway, but asks if Bjorn is freezing to death. He answers that he will manage, making her blink in confusion. So, he explains that she jokingly calls him a stupid barbarian and playfully offers to warm him up with her own body. This turns his entire face tomato red, while Abman lets out a teasing whistle. Later, they decide the area. But sleep? No way. Bjorn knows he cannot trust any of these people. Abman asks if the other 2 will be fine on their own, and Misha replies they have their own firewood. She urges Bjorn to get some rest first, but he stops her. He whispers that they need to talk, asking if Misha takes a second to fire up her 2 remaining brain cells before admitting that one specific thing is bothering her. Spilling the tea, she shares some crucial info, and honestly, this changes the whole game. He praises her sharp eyes. Staring at the fire, he finally pieces together who the imposter is. Around 6 hours later, they resume their exploration, luckily only needing to stick to the main path to reach their Bjorn easily crushes the 8th rank monsters jumping from the icy walls, and Misha holds her own right beside him. One newbie blocks a heavy blow and shouts a warning to Jensia that the enemy attacks hurt way more under this ice. Meanwhile, Bjorn finds their constant whining incredibly annoying, considering they are not even. A few hours later, they step into a chamber packed with frozen ice orcs, all dangerous 7th rank monsters. Jensia nervously asks if they have to fight them, but Obman wastes absolutely no time. The moment he locks eyes with the beasts, they burst out of their frozen prisons and charge forward, giving nobody a chance to breathe. Bjorn barks orders for everyone to get in formation and stay calm. As the monsters close in, he narrows. They might genuinely just want to clear these dimensional ruptures. He keeps watch. Deflecting a heavy blow, he realizes that a chaotic battle is the perfect setup for betrayal. He decides to hold back his true power just in case. When the newbies barely dodge a strike, Abman asks Misha why she is. Seeing the newbies are completely useless, the giant beastman steps up. His body glows as he casually summons a. Bjorn is completely caught off guard. The summoned beast begins tearing through the ice orcs like it is absolutely nothing. Watching the massive beast, he finally understands how Abman survived solo for so long. But wait, if that's some time for plan B. Bjorn takes a massive direct hit that sends him flying backward. Tears filling her eyes, Misha rushes toward him with a dramatic scream as the giant orc slams him hard, but our barbarian pulls off a sneaky trick, timing the impact perfectly so his sturdy helmet and regeneration skill. The panicked newbie shouts to check if Bjorn is okay, screaming at the orc to stop. But right then, a sudden arrow pierces clean through the creature, catching the young fighter completely off guard. As the orc sorcerer tries to cast a spell, Misha barks at the newbie to move, while Abman rolls like a The sorcerer quickly conjures a thick ice wall, but the arrow cuts through it like butter, burying itself deep. Bjorn watches the battle unfold, still worried that the bear beastman is going to clear the entire room before he quietly curses. All his careful setup is about to go to waste. But then, a voice suddenly cuts in, declaring that they can finally drop the act. Bjorn stiffens while Jensia smirks. She follows this up with her revenge skill, which maxes her armor penetration and inflicts constant bleeding. Wearing a twisted grin, she plunges her weapon straight through Abman's gut, boasting that his dropped essence will fetch her. Bjorn is actually relieved. The mafia assassin has finally made her move and revealed herself. The spectral bear fades away as the summoning collapses, but a vial suddenly splashes across the traitor's face, while Bjorn leaps up and roars with a wild outburst shout, freezing Jensia completely. He swings his axe at her. She barely dodges, wondering how he knew. She tries slipping back into stealth, but that sneaky witch lamp potion from earlier blocks it entirely. Bjorn hurls insults her way, thinking she should have stayed quiet if she wanted to hide her skills. Plenty of red flags gave her away. She kept asking obvious, highly guided questions, almost like Bjorn had already noticed she was playing dumb while conveniently pointing out all the key steps. A few hours ago, Misha had pointed out her scent changed after they fell into the water. She smelled just like the beast lair, meaning the fresh mud on her boots came from there. That alone made her. Misha does not hesitate for a second. She charges the traitor to finish her off. Jensia manages to dodge again, but stumbles right into Bjorn. Without missing a beat, he smashes her with. Somehow she stays upright, jumping away while calling him a trash NPC. And wait, our boy finally. Honestly, it changes nothing. She is just a threat. Misha warns him as an orc rushes up from behind, but Bjorn brushes it off. His wild outburst makes him Still, he regrets his choice as the monster keeps bonking his head. But since he cannot trigger the final, he just tanks the hits. Jensia tries to escape while he is distracted, but Bjorn is not worried, since she is clearly a total rookie if she does not know that waking the ice orcs causes the ceiling to collapse, blocking off the only exit. He narrows his eyes, locking onto the fleeing rat, but the annoying orc creeps up behind him and starts bonking his. The two players square off. Jensia suddenly tries talk no jutsu. But Bjorn sees right through her act. She is just trying to stall until her revenge skill cools down. Basically, she has absolutely no way to break his defense, but she still tries out of pure desperation. Bjorn shuts her down instantly, swinging his mace to shatter her arm and knock the sword away. With her heavily handicapped, she stammers, trying to think of an excuse. He slams his heavy mace across her face, wondering how she actually fell for that. Checking her gear, he sees it is built for direct combat and considers giving it to Misha, but decides to have. First, he ruthlessly crushes her limbs and forces her to switch forms so he can steal her second armor set as well. She starts begging for her life, so Bjorn asks why she even targeted them in the first place. She says she could not risk her identity getting leaked, so striking first seemed like the safest option. But Bjorn follows up with an even sharper question: why did she open the rupture to begin with? Jensia confesses that the Heart of Frost only spawns here, and she thought it would be easy since the monsters are just eighth. But wait, watch her face. She suddenly stops and asks how he even knew she opened the rupture. Bjorn freezes, realizing he made a slip of the tongue. He quickly tries to play dumb, but she breaks down sobbing. She insists she would have never attacked him if she knew he was a player, begging him not to kill a real person. Bjorn screams at himself to say something, but his mind remains surprisingly calm. He calls her an evil spirit while she cries out for her mother. Then, without saying another word, he ends her life. Instantly, the system alerts him of his achievement, boosting his overall. Bjorn walks back through the dark dungeon, wondering what he just did. He searches himself. Ultimately, none of that matters. It was simply a choice he had to make to survive. He heads straight back to Misha, who asks where he went, worried that something terrible had happened. Right then, the rookie screams for help as he barely blocks a heavy swing from the orc and gets blown backward. Bjorn tells Misha she can handle this ice orc alone, suggesting she use this chance to test her new skill. Buffing her twin blades, she leaps in just as the orc is about to slice the guy up, clean cutting off its hand. Bjorn notes her attack dealt heavy frostbite damage, while cold elemental energy shuts down regeneration. Its greatest strength is slowing enemies to a crawl. Since this orc has resistance, the frostbite stops it. However, any normal monster would have been frozen solid up to the elbows. Bjorn tells her to go for the neck this time. She charges straight ahead, driving her blades deep into the beast's throat. She asks if that strike was good enough, and Bjorn nods because she hit the brain directly. With the minion dead, he smashes the monster's head like a heavy hammer, ending it in one clean blow to trigger the official boss fight. Get ready for this. The wall behind them starts cracking and glowing as the boss Tarun leaps out like a total maniac. Bjorn remembers that this massive creature is almost double the size of a normal lycanthrope, with insanely high. It wields a frozen club that inflicts severe hypothermia, but Bjorn just yells out that he can take it down in under 10 seconds. The monster tries to crush him instantly, but Bjorn blocks the strike with ease and then deliberately drops his own weapon. As smaller monsters swarm, our guy eats a lightning herb and smirks, ripping open an electric spell. A massive lightning blast strikes down, paralyzing the giant werewolf on the spot. Still, he keeps his guard up since the beast has a backup skill to cleanse itself using raw fortitude. But that changes nothing as Misha jumps in and starts chucking lightning grenades, forcing the big wolf to. Too late. It gets zapped again and instantly collapses like a heavy sack of rocks. Bjorn looks down and realizes only 3 seconds have passed, quickly moving to phase 2 as both of them start slamming the boss with. They destroy the floor boss together with absolute ease while the newbie just stands there in utter shock as the essence drops. Misha asks if he wants her to absorb this one too. He reminds her that they already decided this beforehand. Pushing her forward, he tells once she absorbs it, Bjorn prepares to leave, but Avan suddenly starts groaning in intense pain. Misha is surprised the guy is even alive as he begs for a potion. They rush over, debating whether to use a high. Misha does, but sees no change, so Avan insists that she keep going. Bjorn quickly guesses the blade was likely coated with a regen-blocking curse. The wounded rookie then begs for an ant. Misha hands one over, but Bjorn already knows it is useless because this is definitely not a poison. It is a debuff that actively stops the flesh from closing. You can see the panic on his face as he screams. Misha spins around and demands Bjorn hand over their top-tier healing potion, but he just narrows his eyes. He finally hands it over, and the wound slowly closes. Bjorn notes that the curse must be insane if even a top. Telling the rookie to rest up, Bjorn realizes they still have not split the dungeon loot. He tosses a heavy pouch of coins to Avan, who hesitates, but Bjorn insists since the rookie got no essence. Thinking the rookie knows too much, Bjorn tells him to consider it hush money, while Misha just smiles silently. Avan finally wakes up and calls himself lucky, but Bjorn secretly regrets saving him since his death. Avan then offers to pay for the high-grade potion. Bjorn tells him to cough up 5 million, which shocks him because the market price is only 1 million. Our boy just plays dumb and says he got scammed himself, but Avon smirks, Noting that the value of any item, since he cannot pay right now, Avon hands over a highly valuable numbered item as collateral. It is a rare treasure that essentially grants 3 second chances at life. Bjorn wonders if he should just keep the artifact, but Avon cuts him off by saying his real name. Completely shocking, she demands to know how he knows that name, but Avon simply says he will never forget their deeds before. But Bjorn pulls her back, saying they have other business to attend to, and leads her deeper into the freezing caverns. Later, he hands her a glowing red crystal, and she asks if he managed to find it deep inside the ice. He explains it is highly useful for them, especially since it permanently boosts both of their cold affinity stats. Misha watches in confusion as Bjorn rolls out the blankets, but he argues they need sleep and nothing is safer. Bjorn pretends to sleep but lies wide awake in the dark, wondering how differently things would have played out if he had been in. He once genuinely believed that she might wake up in the real world and eventually find her way back to him. Yet even with those soft thoughts, his greedy nature wanted Avon's high-tier loot to upgrade his own spirit contract. Now, he cannot help but wonder if he would have finished Avon off right there if Misha had not been watching. Right then, the cute cat girl snaps him out of his heavy thoughts, lying down beside him and asking what is on it. He simply opens up one arm and tells her to cuddle close because of the freezing cold, and she happily accepts. Under the starry night sky, the two lovebirds cuddle shamelessly, while a freezing wind brushes their faces, and Bjorn ends up. They head straight back to the crystal cave so Misha can test out her brand new gear. Bjorn pretty quickly figures out it must be a numbered item when she stares at it wide-eyed, asking him if it is ridiculously. And get this, she immediately offers it to him. Annoyed, Bjorn wonders what she actually thinks of him, telling her he has not even decided on selling them. Misha tears through the remaining monsters easily and asks if they are finally moving down to the second floor, and Bjorn agrees since she definitely still needs more combat practice. After hours of hunting, Misha claims she is getting comfortable with her weapons, but the moment Bjorn questions her, she playfully accuses him of being too lazy to fight, but one sharp glare from him is enough to make her be. Bjorn actually feels quite proud seeing her progress, especially since he never expected her to absorb another. The boss essence is pretty much as perfect as the Yeti one for a swordswoman who desperately needs that armor penetration. These skills only grow more incredibly useful as time goes on, especially when paired with her ice affinity, allowing rapid consecutive attacks while resisting annoying crowd control. He tells her to practice chaining her skills barehanded, otherwise the monsters will keep dying instantly from. But even with his advice, the enemies still keep going down in a single hit. So he tells her they will have to properly test things out on the second floor. Sensing she wanted a break, he starts to tease her, but she cuts him off and proudly says there is no easy. Misha gives him a smug grin and tells him they should get moving, making Bjorn wonder if she is just thrilled she guessed. As they walk, the crystals suddenly glow blood red, making Misha completely freeze up. Here we go. But Bjorn calmly tells her to relax because it is just the floor lord waking up, urging her to keep moving forward. She nods happily until the word finally registers, and she absolutely loses it. Bjorn puts a firm hand on her shoulder to quiet her down. Slipping into full lore mode, he explains they can easily. She finally asks who could have summoned the beast in the first place. Bjorn figures it was intentional, suspecting some clan is trying to hunt it down, especially since he finds it pretty suspicious that they made their move after only 2 weeks of preparation. Either way, they finally step onto the second floor, and Bjorn feels pretty annoyed the journey took a full day. It has been quite a while since he was last here, and remembering his past journey with Anar leaves an incredibly bitter taste. As his mood suddenly plummets, Misha notices and asks if he truly hates this damp cave that much. She admits she is not a fan either, but Bjorn remembers he picked this route simply because the way to the third floor is a straight. Plus, with only the two of them here, it will be much easier to summon a rogue Death Knight for a quick raid, which makes for the perfect test to see how far Misha has actually come while farming some solid experience. Soon enough, they run into a couple of dangerous death fiends, and Bjorn orders her to strike while he draws their attention. With loud battle cries, the duo charges forward as Bjorn takes the lead, raising his shield to block. Suddenly, one of the death fiends starts freezing solid from the waist up, caught between her cold concentration and icy destruction skills. As Misha presses the attack, but the decaying zombies that rush him get a face full of his highly acidic blood. She dashes over to check on him, but quickly notices his nasty wounds are already healing up instantly. She playfully teases that he might actually be a monster, making him blush as he tells her to focus on the battle while secretly. Not long after, they manage to crush the remaining death fiends, and Misha finally gets a solid feel for her newly acquired powers. Later, They cross paths with a chimera wolf wielding a nasty crowd control skill, but Misha simply activates. Bjorn warns her to be highly careful because it drains quite a lot of mana, but she casually ignores his advice. Of course, a while later, she begins to pass out from exhaustion, leaving Bjorn to carry her by the collar like a grumpy cat. Sometime later, they set up camp near some ancient ruins. Right then, Bjorn overhears some random adventurers chatting nearby, totally clueless that a massive barbarian is resting. He figures it is best to ignore them. It is almost time to wake Misha anyway. But suddenly, one of their voices stops him cold. Dead silence. They're laughing about ripping some poor. The ultimate breaking point hits when one of them casually jokes that mages always prefer their ritual ingredients fresh. That completely sends Bjorn over the edge. He stands right up, instantly crushing the stone in his hand in a silent. Bjorn instantly remembered his past. Only a mere third of the young barbarians from his original training batch. What bothered him even more was that monsters weren't the only things causing those brutal losses. Brushing off those dark memories, he watches the shady crew settle down to sleep. What do you think he'll do next? He seriously thinks about just slaughtering them all right now, since it's easily the fastest and safest choice. But instead, he decides to wake Misha. Change of plans. He tells her to get ready. While one guard watches over the sleeping crew, Bjorn suddenly takes a massive breath and lets out an earth-shattering. Misha gets instantly annoyed, demanding to know why he is suddenly screaming. Bjorn simply shrugs. He just felt like it. They stroll right up to the camp, acting totally shocked to find other people there. But the guy carrying the warhammer, the groggy barbarian, blinks in confusion, asking if they're being attacked by monsters. Realizing it's just other adventurers, he groans and asks why they even bothered waking him. The fat guy quickly warns, but the barbarian just shakes his head, pointing out that the giant before them is actually one of his own kind. The two barbarians instantly fall into a glorious bromance, hugging it out while flexing their massive muscles. Bjorn introduces himself with a fake identity, calling himself Bjorn, son of Thor. Staring in absolute disbelief, the rest of the party struggles to process this bizarre muscle spectacle. The barbarian, Karen, tells everyone to put their weapons down, insisting that Bjorn isn't some bad guy. They hesitantly call him Bjorn, but he instantly trolls them, snapping that they should use his full name since they— One of the guys looks ready to explode. Pure rage. Quit. But he squeezes out a tense smile, suggesting it's probably best for everyone if Bjorn and his companion hit the road. Bjorn acts completely thrilled by this, mentioning they also need a place to crash and offering to join camps. The others look completely lost, but Bjorn is just smiling. You can tell he's setting up a perfect trap. Our angry hammer wielder barks at Bjorn to get his head checked. Nobody plays campmates past the first floor. Bjorn tilts his head, innocently asking if that's a no. The leader lets out a sigh of relief, but right then, Bjorn shouts out that they must be totally out of their minds. He explains that with only 4 of them, adding 2 more swords means everyone gets way more sleep during guard shifts. Karen's mind is completely blown by this logic, and he immediately declares it an absolutely brilliant. Meanwhile, the hammer guy looks ready to explode. Absolute fury. The guy steps up to tell Bjorn to scram, but his words trail off as his eyes lock onto Misha. He greedily checks. Misha plays along. She gives a playful twirl, saying she is not sure. But since they've already got a fellow barbarian traveling with them, maybe they aren't actually that bad. She sighs, adding that her own giant idiot of a partner somehow lost his weapon, so she can't. The hammer guy acts shocked, and Bjorn quickly makes up a story about a monster running off with his gear, which Bjorn tells them to make up their minds, and after swapping some highly suspicious looks, they agree to let the dude. Later on, the adventurers tell Bjorn and Misha to get some sleep, promising they'll handle the final watch. Laying down, the two pretend to sleep, while a heavily blushing Misha quietly whispers to him. She asks if they really have to play along, but our boy promises to grant her any wish if she just trusts him. As the adventurers start creeping closer with sinister grins on their faces, Bjorn senses their movement. With Karen still dead asleep, Bjorn reads the room and realizes their dark plan is to wipe out all 3 barbarians at once. Blade raised, the lead attacker prepares to strike. Bjorn suddenly stretches and lets out a massive fake yawn. He opens his eyes, greets them warmly. Suddenly, the giant hammer guy swings with everything he's got, calling our boy a total fool before smashing it right on. But his jaw drops. The massive blow did absolutely nothing. Bjorn just stares, coldly asking if his hand somehow slipped. The guy starts sweating bullets, stammering about a mistake, but Bjorn doesn't feel like waiting and drives his fist. Can you even blame the next guy for watching in pure horror while Bjorn casually claims his hungry hand just slipped? Karen finally blinks awake, totally confused, Right as the panicking explorer screams, catching the arrow's reflection in his heavy axe, Karen barely blocks it with his forearm, then charges he roars, demanding to know what the hell that was about. The fat coward begs for mercy, but behind them, Misha puts a quiet end to the last runner, knocking him cold with the flat side of her blade. She admits she had some pretty serious doubts about this team-up initially. Still, she now sees Bjorn was right. They're just trashy, bottom-feeding plunderers. Soon, the fat rat he's shaking as he reads aloud past notes about slaughtering barbarians for absolute fun. He suddenly freezes right before reading the worst part, but Bjorn calmly asks why the little speech stopped. Without a word, Bjorn squeezes his hand, making the rat squeal until a loud pop echoes, and the chubby cat survival over pride. Every time. Crying his eyes out, he stammers out the next line, which literally calls barbarians dumber, and worse than actual. Karen just stands there, totally stunned and unable to process the insult, asking who dared to write that down. Turns out it was Victor, but Bjorn doesn't even blink, coldly telling the shivering rat to keep reading. Next, the notes gossip about Misha's looks, calling her dumb but hot. The writer even wondered if they should. Misha turns bright red from instant rage, ripping the book away to read the rest herself. Her eyes flash with pure murder when she sees the hammer guy wrote it, growling that this one belongs to her. The shaking rat keeps stuttering, moving on to the final part of their original attack plan. Apparently, his specific job was to assassinate Karen. Our young kid looks completely lost, staring up at Bjorn for some kind of clue on what to do next. But before he gets answers, Karen swings wide, taking the archer's head clean off while Misha completely destroys the leader's family jewels, because it does. Bjorn gives him a mock test, asking if he'll promise to be a good boy now. The terrified man nods frantically, agreeing to absolutely anything he says. But Bjorn just grabs his head and twists it right off like a pickle jar, silently noting the only good plunderer is a dead. Karen downs a healing potion, but Bjorn tells him to hold back. A nasty scar is the ultimate badge of honor. He offers the kid whatever loot he wants, but Karen hesitates, saying he didn't earn it. Eventually, he picks up a heavy battle axe, earning a nod of quiet approval for that dual-wielding style. They tell him to take more, and after trying to play nice, the kid realizes he can just sell the extra gear for clean. That gets a smile out of Bjorn, who offers to guide him back to the first floor. Later by the crystal cave, Instead, Bjorn interrupts, introducing himself by his real name. This almost makes the young kid lose his mind with pure excitement. He's talking to the legendary little Valkon. Karen immediately takes the deal, promising to sell the gear to buy proper armor. Bjorn hands down some classic. Let's be real, everyone still treats barbarians like weak prey, despite that massive, untapped potential hiding. A small thought crosses Bjorn's mind: if more strong barbarians actually show up, maybe they can finally break the cycle. Plus, it helps him too, because having stronger allies around means less cheap cannon fodder and way more respect. Think about it. Those mages only have a big name because of their fancy tower. Without it, they'd just be a bunch of arrogant, Our man goes full mentor mode, teaching the kid everything from proper gear setups to carrying the right attitude. But they both freeze in shock as they realize what a terrifying monster they've actually built. Karen's voice suddenly goes dead cold as he mutters that if his next human party members try anything funny, he'll crack. He adds that if he ever runs into another rookie barbarian, he is going to teach them the exact same lesson, making Bjorn silently realize that whoever crosses this guy next is getting. The duo finally arrives back at the land of the dead, and Bjorn starts wondering if that death knight. Misha tries calming him down. Apparently, a massive gravestone is supposed to spawn on the 7th day of the summon, but honestly, since books can lie, she tells him to stop acting like some boring nerd and start hanging out with her a lot more. Bjorn asks her why it has to be her of all people, which instantly turns Misha completely red like a giant, super ripe. Right then, you can practically feel the entire vibe freeze as a creepy, negative energy crawls right down. Bjorn bites his lip and confirms that their healing magic is totally failing. A wide grin spreads across his face. His resentment skill tells the story. This boss started swinging the second it spawned. Someone camped the spot. They jumped the monster first, meaning other players are already in there. Bjorn isn't stressed at all. Even in a race, there are ways to handle rivals. A nervous Misha asks about his plan as they sprint forward at top speed. Reaching the site, zero hesitation. Bjorn charges right into the chaos, stealing the final kill, while acting like some noble. The other explorers just blink in shock, while their elf looks ready to explode. Bjorn immediately starts gaslighting them, insisting they were in desperate need of a savior. Suddenly, Bjorn remembers saving this guy from a floor boss ambush. Instantly, the group relaxes, thinking it was a misunderstanding. Little Valkon would never steal kills like some cheap rookie scavenger. Meanwhile, both Bjorn and Misha are completely stunned by how smoothly this went. As the two groups start exchanging names, our hero freezes mid-handshake when he hears the other guy is named Hans. Look at his face, our boy completely panics, yanking his hand back and shouting at Hans to freeze right there. Out of nowhere, he announces he has urgent business, grabs Misha by the hand, and sprints away, leaving them totally speechless. Misha demands to know what the hell is going on while he tries to calm. Meanwhile, Karen marches his way back into the city and starts laughing like a total lunatic, instantly making everyone around. Other barbarians spot him, demanding to know where he scored all this crazy loot. Huffing with pride, he tells them to huddle up and starts sharing the glorious new wisdom he learned from Bjorn Sensei. This causes the barbarians to explode in anger, shouting that they are not monsters to be hunted. Karen hypes it up, swearing Bjorn is a brilliant genius who predicted the ambush and saved his life. He declares that this treasure is proof of following his master's path, proudly lifting the bags of loot for. Then he overhears a whisper that barbarian hearts are the only valuable part. This makes him absolutely furious, and he vows to teach the master's brutal wisdom to the newbies. He starts their very first lesson as the barbarians hype themselves up for battle. Karen proudly declares that this moment marks their first major step toward the true greatness of barbarian kind. Meanwhile, our duo finally reaches the Pilgrim's Passage on the 3rd floor of the labyrinth after getting incredibly lost, hearing Bjorn's crazy theory about Hans. Misha begs him to escape the labyrinth, but Bjorn stops her since nothing is confirmed. Besides, if this curse is real, they are both totally doomed, sending massive chills down her tail. Our boy shamelessly admits he feels way better now that both of them are stressing out instead of just him. This makes her visibly annoyed. He tries to play it off by saying he cannot help it since she is just too reliable. Our favorite menace casually lets her know he was only joking, then takes off running straight into the jet black marsh. So Misha gets her revenge by forcing him to princess carry her the entire way. Honestly, it is barely even a punishment. Overhearing their cute little bickering, one nearby adventurer jokes she is going to fall for him soon. And just like that, the party is finally back together. Hickarod wastes no time asking Bjorn about the job he bailed on them for, but our boy casually explains he already. Bjorn flips the question, asking why Hickarod isn't on the 2nd floor like they planned, and the dwarf. Together, the party completes a request to gather Frogbeast eyes in just 3 days. Job done. Dwaki tries flirting with Misha, calling her their lucky charm. Hickarod shuts him down instantly. Bjorn is their real lucky star. Before things get weird, Bjorn suggests they head to the next floor, since sitting around doing nothing on the 3rd floor. After another 3 days of painfully long trekking, the squad finally reaches the forest with barely 3. Bjorn tosses Rottmiller a quick compliment for getting them there on time. Rushing toward the portal, he steps in, only to hear a familiar voice calling his name from right behind him. Now on the 4th floor, he can't get that voice out of his head. It sounded exactly like Erwin. But you know, the odds of her being here are like 1 in a million. Especially since the 3rd floor is massive, just like her wild personality. A fresh wave of monsters rushes them the second they arrive, but our boy leaps into action, coordinating the squad to. Once the horde drops, a system screen reveals the trial is complete, opening 4 colored portals right inside the chamber. Dwalkie warns they are running out of time and lower floor loot is garbage, meaning they have to choose quickly. After a brief debate, they choose the Door of Wisdom and step through the portal with Rottmiller leading the way. But our hero quickly regrets that choice, as he finds himself barely holding his ground against a massive, brutal behemoth. While Rottmiller, Hickarod, and Dwalkie look like their souls have completely left their bodies. To understand how things went so wrong, let's rewind a few hours to when the squad entered the Gate of Wisdom on the. From there, they kept descending floor after floor until they hit the 12th. Where, out of nowhere, they get ambushed by a troll, a nasty 5th-tier monster that has no business being down here. Misha panics hard the second she spots the beast. Bjorn is not quite as shocked because he has dealt with 5th-tier monsters in the past, but that only ever happened way up. Seriously, talk about an absolute nightmare of a surprise. Bjorn curses that slimy bastard Hans whose hand he shook. Yelling at the team to lock in, he triggers wild out. The beast's first strike lands so hard it nearly rips the shield from his grip. Seeing his leader struggle, Hikarad jumps in to block the next blow. But even with his knockback immunity, the dwarf's confidence shatters instantly as his shield gets crushed. As the shield self-repairs, Bjorn yells at the cheapskate dwarf, "This is why you need a real shield." Bjorn lands a heavy blow on the troll, but the monster barely feels a thing. Meanwhile, Dwalki fires a magic-boosted icicle straight at the beast's face, but the monster shatters the spell along. Misha yells at him to snap out of it, but the blonde sorcerer just throws a total fit, whining that they can't possibly kill a monster like this. Bracing against another bone-shattering hit, Bjorn tells him to shut up and fight while desperately looking for any possible. He only survived that 5th-tier vampire lord because he had an incredibly overpowered mage with him, who could use sun magic, plus, he had to use a one-shot item like the Tears of the Goddess. And even then, he barely made it out. This ugly troll is even worse, acting like the king of health regen. Knowing he is the only one in the squad with high enough stats to even scratch this thing, he tells everyone to hang on, because this is going to be a long fight. 15 hours pass, with the team grinding through Bjorn's strategy. Dwalki keeps cursing the beast while Bjorn and Hikarad unfortunately, things go south quickly as the troll targets Dwalki, forcing Rottmiller to step in and save his life at the absolute. Barely holding the line, Bjorn asks the mage how much mana he has left. Dwalki gasps out that he has maybe. Bjorn tells him to stop casting curses, but Dwalki admits he can only last for 7 minutes tops. All while Misha struggles to do any real damage because the troll's bones are incredibly thick. With 0 options left, Bjorn suddenly orders Hikarad to hold the front line while he switches over to Plan B. Flanking the troll, he swings his massive mace, literally the best skull-cracking tool ever invented, to deal some serious damage. But that triggers the troll's battle fever, rendering it completely immune to pain. Still, Bjorn doesn't flinch. He keeps wailing on the beast like a broken piñata until the severed arm hits the dirt, but the beast instantly sprouts a brand new one with hyper-regeneration, catching even Bjorn. But get this, everything is actually going exactly to plan. Knowing the beast cannot regenerate again for the next 2 minutes, he locks in and activates gigantification. His only shot at winning is crushing the brain or heart before choking the green monster. Bjorn roars at Misha, "Go for the eyes and splash its own blood all over them." With a wild scream, she shreds its eyes while Bjorn struggles to hold it down. Rottmiller and Dwalki watch in horror as Misha climbs onto its face, stabbing furiously until her budget daggers finally. Even with her blades failing, Bjorn yells for her to keep digging toward the brain. But suddenly, the blinded troll snaps and charges directly at Dwalki. Dwalki freezes in absolute shock, unable to believe a blind monster is aiming right for him. Still, it keeps chasing him. Hikarad throws himself in the way to block it, but a single brutal hit completely ruptures his internal organs. Bjorn can only wonder how the crazy bastard survived that without defense skills. Especially since Misha begs for a new plan, but Bjorn simply grunts, "Just kill the damn thing." She plunges her weapon down repeatedly until a system alert finally confirms the troll's curse is lifted. Right as it reaches Dwalki, she hammers icy strikes directly into the eye socket, tearing it apart like a rabid animal. Then Bjorn's giant form collapses, sending them crashing to the ground. But the damage is done. No good loot, no rare essence, honestly. What a massive slap in the face. While Bjorn struggles to his feet, Misha desperately scrambles over to check on Rottmiller and Dwalki. This is the exact moment Bjorn realizes the horrifying weight of his command. His tactical decision in the heat of. Misha frantically tries shaking Rottmiller awake, but the dwarf just lies there folded up like a broken doll. Luckily, the scout only fainted from the agonizing pain of his broken arm. So Bjorn tells me, staring at the mage's pale body, she tearfully asks Bjorn what they should do, but he just tells her to step aside. Bjorn hates admitting it, but his cheap health potions are practically useless for injuries this severe. Dwalki is just a squishy human mate, looking at the poor kid with his spine completely folded and his internal organs likely crushed to pieces. Bjorn grits his teeth, bitterly regretting that he used his last high-grade potion back in the ice cave. Right then, Rottmiller manages a weak smile and pulls out an elite health potion he had secretly kept hidden. urging. Then, the miracle happens. The young mage's color returns, making Misha burst into tears of pure relief that they somehow survived this entire nightmare. Yet, Bjorn cannot bring himself to celebrate. It eats at his conscience knowing their survival had absolute. There was no tactical brilliance here. They only survived through sheer, dumb luck. He gets a harsh, freezing wake-up call. This dark world is not some video game, and miracles like this will not save him. Later, Hickarod regains consciousness and tearfully thanks the heavens, while Rottmiller jokes that he finally needs to. Bjorn apologizes to them for not predicting the troll's erratic charge. But they immediately shut him down, insisting they are alive only because of his quick thinking and clutch leadership. Dwalki suddenly groans, prompting Misha to notice he is awake and quickly warn him not to move. His first words are simply asking if she is all right. Then, he coughs up a mouthful of blood and weakly laughs, acting like he did not just get completely crushed. Hickarod tries to lighten the mood, complaining that it is a real tragedy they cannot even brag. Rottmiller tells him to relax, but Hickarod vows to repay him for that priceless potion. Right after that, Misha turns to Bjorn and asks what their next move is. Getting dead serious, he makes it clear he is no heartless boss, telling her they should stay put until the maze shuts down. Deep down though, he is absolutely kicking himself over how much that stupid troll cost them. After a grueling week inside, the dungeon finally shuts its doors, warping them straight back to Raphonia. But get this, he has absolutely no clue about the massive shock waiting for him back in the city. The second they arrive, the party rushes to the temple, desperate to get Dwalki healed up. Our resident mage finally breathes a heavy sigh of relief once Hickarod brings him back from the edge, leaving Bjorn pretty surprised that temple priests can cast divine healing even a super expensive potion cannot copy. Rottmiller asks if he feels any weird side effects, but Dwalki jokes he is ready to binge read his spell. Everyone agrees to meet up again in 2 days, and Misha heads right back to the apartment with Bjorn. He is quite disappointed they did not walk away with any magic stones this time around, meaning they will just have to split the meager earnings from their completed quests. Thinking back on how brutal this run turned out, he mentally hurls every swear word he knows at that idiot troll. Then, out of nowhere, he turns her face redder than a tomato by casually suggesting they go take a night, though to her disappointment, he only meant sorting through his gear afterward. Shaking away her wild thoughts, she tells him she will just shower at his place since her home is quite far. Once inside his room, our incredibly dense barbarian shocks her with a lightning-fast 2-minute shower, immediately sitting down to. The man literally tunes her out completely, hyper-focusing on organizing which loot to sell and what to keep. It is like the only thing he cares about smashing is this dungeon game. Right then, a sudden knock hits the door, sweating buckets under the barbarian's intense glare. The messenger explains that a barbarian named Karen Tarson needs Bjorn to act as a witness, proving he is not a plunderer. Realizing his buddy is in deep trouble, he throws on his cloak, telling Misha from the doorway that he has to go take care of some urgent business. When she asks what is wrong, he simply says there is no time and she should just head home when she is finished. Meanwhile, deep in the city streets, Erwin is sprinting like a maiden absolutely madly in love. See, a few days ago, inside the labyrinth, she was wandering the witch forest with her older. Her sister teaches her how to navigate by tracking mana signals from the portal when a party lacks a scout. Erwin picks up the trick pretty quickly, navigating toward the gate without any real trouble. But suddenly, and without uttering a single word to Teresia, she takes off sprinting like the wind. She is completely convinced that the rugged, manly voice belongs to her beloved barbarian. His voice echoes in her mind as she dashes through the trees, until she finally spots a massive warrior stepping in. Even though his gear looks entirely different and his face is completely hidden from view, she just knows it is him and screams his name. Erwin lunges straight toward the portal after him, but at the absolute, Teresia tackles her, pinning her to the ground to keep her from being mistaken for some dangerous plunderer. The young elf insists with everything she has that it was Bjorn, but Teresia firmly tells her to stop being. Missing her chance hits Erwin so hard she breaks down sobbing, crying messily and demanding to know why Teresia. Seeing her sister break down like this hurts Teresia deep inside. Sometime later, she asks around and finds out that Bjorn has actually become pretty famous lately. Other adventurers even give her his home address, which is why she is on her way now, deeply regretting that she stayed shut in. Erwin feels quite suspicious that Teresia did not tell her sooner, but she still gives her sister the benefit of the doubt since she has got a far more important goal right now. Standing right outside his room, the shy girl tells herself that he will definitely be overjoyed to see her, too. Her chest tightens as she rationalizes that he only failed to find her because her address slipped his barbarian. Finally, building up her courage, she gently knocks on the door, her heart practically beating out of her chest, but all of those expectations come crashing down when some random girl opens the door instead. Sweating bullets, she asks the cat girl which room Bjorn lives in, but Misha totally blows her mind. She even asks if she wants to wait inside. Hearing the cat girl say that completely makes Erwin short-circuit. Misha then asks for her name if she cannot wait, just so she can pass it along once Bjorn returns. It seriously makes it sound like they are living together. With a sly little grin, the elf tells Misha she would. Misha quickly apologizes because the whole room is pretty messy with their gear. But Erwin tries to assert some dominance. She says she expected this, claiming she has done that kind of thing with him. Completely oblivious, Misha just assumes she is another one of his adventurer friends. Then she realizes how Erwin confidently replies that she already knows he is not that type of guy at all. Then, with a pretty demonic grin, she sarcastically throws shade at the cat girl, saying it would be pretty rude to take what already belongs to someone else. Meanwhile, Bjorn is sitting in the Explorer Guild waiting area, demanding to know why the girl he once held hostage suddenly wants to meet with him. The branch manager stalls, but Bjorn just smirks. He says he has absolutely no time to wait. Bjorn gets up to leave, but the manager quickly chimes in that he cannot reveal any details yet. He shuts him down and walks off anyway, forcing the man to chase him. About 20 minutes earlier, when Bjorn arrived, and honestly, you can't blame him for getting suspicious because it was pretty obvious Karen was just bait. The manager tries to make it sound like he planned on asking for Bjorn anyway, mentioning that Miss Urban specifically requested. It takes Bjorn a second to realize she is the exact same girl he held hostage during that prison break, and the mention instantly pisses him off, but he questions why that has anything to do with him. Meanwhile, inside his office, District Manager Urban recalls the entire incident, suspecting his daughter might be planning. He realizes the branch manager must have taken her side in this. The butler adds that it was probably the young miss who arranged this meeting with the Barbarian, too, but Urban just calls her a fool for rebelling against him. He figures she is caught in some childish phase. Looking more serious now, he decides to just eliminate both of them. And while he is at it, getting rid of that annoying barbarian sounds like a pretty great. Caught in a sudden downpour, Bjorn figures he might as well grab some food since he is not going anywhere anytime soon. Not long after, he is sitting before a massive pile of food. But the second he takes a bite, he realizes Misha is way better at cooking meat. He immediately starts thinking about asking her to cook for him tomorrow. Staring at his plate, he deeply craves Japanese food, though he doubts anything like that exists in this world. Taking a swig of his drink, he admits to himself that he does not even want to return anymore. He has gotten from the cozy bed to the indoor tub, and especially his wild adventures with the group. He is not about to give all this up, even if parts of this world are absolute garbage. But a cold thought creeps in. If he really wants to conquer those higher floors, he is going to need. Right now, he is absolutely certain. Climbing any higher is just impossible with this same misfit. The monsters past the trolls are a completely different nightmare. Expecting his current team to keep up is just unrealistic. Just then, a familiar face shows up and pulls him out of his thoughts. Amon greets him though. Amon takes a seat, mentioning he did not expect to find Bjorn here since his own wife runs this place. That surprises Bjorn, who asks why he is still exploring if his wife literally owns a restaurant. Amon explains that business has been slow and they need the money, so someone has to step up and earn. Calling their meeting fate leaves Bjorn pretty confused, but Amon gets straight to the point. He asks to join his squad, especially after what happened before, and Bjorn actually starts considering the offer, knowing Amon is an excellent all-rounder who can tank, summon, and even use a bow. Still, he turns him down. Amon tells him to let him know if a spot ever opens up, giving him a look that makes his meaning crystal clear. They sort out the remaining payment, and Amon suggests they meet again at this same spot in 10 days before borrowing a coat. Back at Bjorn's place, Erwin is totally spiraling here, muttering some pretty weird nonsense under her breath. But Misha catches her off guard. Suddenly, Erwin remembers all that cringy stuff she said earlier about Bjorn being hers. Recalling how she abandoned him for her sister, she starts to wonder what exactly she is feeling right now. But whatever it is, it quickly turns to sharp resentment as she glares at Misha, who introduces herself and asks. Erwin gives it, and Misha instantly tries to play nice, calling her name pretty cute, just like her. But things out of nowhere, Erwin asks straight up if Misha is dating anyone. It completely flusters her, and that answer instantly cheers Erwin up. She claims she got confused since Misha was literally showering here, which Erwin then wonders out loud just how far Misha lives to be borrowing Bjorn's washroom. Laughing nervously, Misha says it is not that far. Instantly, Erwin's face shifts, and she zeroes in on her. When Misha asks how she knows Bjorn, the elf proudly boasts they were teammates. She still calls him Mr. and makes sure Misha swallows her annoyance, while Erwin innocently asks if something is wrong, which of course, she lays it on thick, claiming she and Bjorn share a very special bond and deeply cherish each other. But Misha snaps back that all Erwin's hand starts trembling. She challenges her to say that one more time. Misha refuses to back down, saying she has been with him for months and he never mentioned any elf. Furious, but Misha stays totally cool. She tells her to drop the attitude. Still, that deep resentment is seriously starting to annoy her. Erwin starts sweating as Misha adds that there is one thing she is. That gets Erwin's full attention. She demands to know what it is, even though her gut tells her this girl is now the enemy. Suddenly, Erwin completely snaps and starts throwing insults. But Misha flares a tiny bit of her real power. Erwin falls into despair. She feels like she is about to lose everyone she loves all over again. Sobbing, her voice shakes as she. Right as Erwin starts begging, Bjorn walks up the stairs and swings the apartment door wide open. His eyes widen. He never expected to find Erwin sitting there, and she scrambles to wipe her face. Misha cheerfully greets him, but the elf looks like she is about to break down. Bjorn stands crying. Erwin suddenly charges straight at him at full speed. But without a single second of hesitation, that makes Erwin think he dodged her because of Misha. The move leaves Bjorn pretty confused, but before he can speak, she praises him for his work. It totally creeps him out, but she keeps going, even saying they are practically a family now. This almost sends Erwin into a complete emotional meltdown. Misha hands him a clean towel, which he awkwardly he tells her he was actually just about to head out and search the city for her. Instantly, her mood lifts. She softly admits she thought he forgot, but Bjorn promises he could never forget his first team. That completely clears her worries. But look at Misha, she looks ready to murder someone. Erwin instantly launches into high-speed ramble mode, explaining everything that happened while proudly showing off all. She has already mastered 3 of them. Realizing this, Bjorn is genuinely surprised by her progress. He realizes she is incredibly talented, since not even a year has passed. He wonders how far they could go. Bjorn tells her he is genuinely glad she worked so hard, assuming she had already moved on. Before Erwin can reply, Misha cuts in, saying Erwin needs to focus on finding her path as an explorer. While Bjorn notices the elf is terrible, he asks if anything happened while he was out, but both girls act like everything is fine. Bjorn definitely does not. Misha pats Erwin on the back, claiming they are super close now, and the terrified elf just nods along. Bjorn knows something is clearly going on, but he decides to send them both on their way so he can rest. They walk out heading in the exact same direction, but Erwin quickly tells Misha to go ahead first since she clearly. Misha fires back that the feeling is mutual, but after a tense staring contest, they end up walking together anyway. Erwin silently realizes that if Bjorn had not shown up right then, she would have ended up on her knees begging, and now Misha probably thinks she is a complete weirdo. Reaching a crossroad, Misha shoots her a skeptical side-eye, asking if she plans on showing up tomorrow, too. Erwin does not even She clutches her forehead like a completely stressed-out grandma, while Erwin silently fumes over her ruined day. Waving her away, Misha turns to leave, but Erwin calls out to thank her for keeping Bjorn in the dark. But Misha demands one promise, even though she clearly plans to keep visiting him. She must keep this incident a complete secret to spare Bjorn from unnecessary worry. A bit later, her sister sighs, thinking her sword training is officially over, but Erwin completely shocks her by declaring she wants to get even stronger. She now has an opponent she absolutely must defeat, begging her sister for brutal help. The following morning, he swings the door open and sleepily demands to know why she is here so early. Tilting her head with some pretty fake innocence, she claims she is treating him to breakfast today. She then reminds errands done. Much later, Misha bids him farewell and Bjorn walks back to his own apartment. And oh, wait till you see who is already camping right outside his front door. Her face instantly brightens the moment she spots him, prompting him to ask how long she has been waiting. Skipping any answer, she suspiciously asks if he and Misha spent the entire day together. Bjorn explains. Erwin appears rather nervous, admitting her intense training starts tomorrow, and she can only manage to visit him once. She wishes she could visit more, but getting stronger takes some serious time. Bjorn is left quite confused, and asks what she even means. But Erwin simply dashes away with a quick promise to see him next week. Meanwhile, over at the boss asks if the scout has already been an explorer for 8 whole years. Rottmiller confirms this while quietly wondering what is going on. The manager praises him for not asking useless questions, but Rottmiller simply tells the man to get straight to the point. Radiating a pretty dark vibe, the manager remarks that Rottmiller is being too suspicious when this upcoming offer. The following morning, the entire party meets up at a local tavern for lunch to divide their massive haul, which the Frogman Mage's gear sells for much more than anticipated, and Hickarod laughs that they owe it all to Rottmiller's experts. Rottmiller gets embarrassed, muttering he has to help somehow since he is useless in combat. Meanwhile, Bjorn does some quick calculations in his head and realizes his total savings have officially crossed over 1 million. Thanks to those crazy monster essences Misha grabbed, their profit margin is just absolutely through the roof. Honestly, at this rate, he will unlock that 6th seal pretty soon. He begins chugging his drink on that thought, but Hickarod abruptly stops him and yells that their very first round must be Everyone clinks their heavy mugs together. The epic party kicks off, and absolutely nobody holds anything back. A bit later, Misha excuses herself to go meet with her father, leaving Dwalki looking rather disappointed by her departure. Rottmiller also looks completely spaced out, getting up to take his leave on some other business. Bjorn kicks himself for not sneaking out sooner since the dwarf would hate it, but Hickarod is already too busy drinking with other dwarves. That gives Bjorn the perfect exit strategy. But Dwalki suddenly speaks up, asking if they can chat in private for a moment. Bjorn expects the mage to bring up some heavy topic, but Dwalki struggles to maintain composure, raising his trembling cup to "Is he okay?" Bjorn asks, but Dwalki brushes it off. Bjorn points to his own temple and asks if, reminding him that this was his first actual close call with death, and asking if he can truly handle. Dwalki shivers, admitting the dungeon still terrifies him. He honestly believed his life was over back there, but reasons that every explorer faces this hurdle. Bjorn presses further, asking why he is so determined to keep going, to which Dwalki confesses he simply enjoys He explains his original motive was entirely different, which Bjorn remembers had to do with bringing glory, but Dwalki admits that was just a lie. What he actually wanted was his father to notice him. Dwalki's father passed away shortly after that, and he remembers how coldly his own brother the Baron he starts stuttering, admitting that the only real reason he even managed to pull through was because of some. Hearing this, Bjorn gets pretty nervous, trying to guess where this is heading. Then Dwalki gets super cheesy. The mage tries to keep rambling, but Bjorn cuts him off, saying he already gets the point. Dwalki immediately chugs down more beer like an absolute professional, declaring that Bjorn is actually pretty friendly for slamming his mug down. He stares straight into Bjorn's eyes, barely managing to choke out the question. His face burns. Bjorn instantly realizes that this ridiculous rumor was the entire reason he got dragged into this talk. Meanwhile, Rottmiller wanders the city, his mind stuck on their strange conversation from last night. The district manager had reviewed his file with some fake sympathy, acting like it must be pretty frustrating. Rottmiller tries to speak, but the man quickly cuts him off. And get this, he's basically gaslighting him, claiming Bjorn's crew aren't even normal humans, and maybe 4 months out of pity, he claims, adding that he expects Rottmiller to make the smart choice, leaving the poor. Back at the inn, Dwalki is completely out cold after chugging way too much beer. But right then, the district manager's daughter barges straight in, declaring she only came because But Bjorn remembers telling her father very clearly that he had absolutely zero interest in. He tries to make a quiet exit, but she stops him by dropping Rottmiller's name, revealing that the scout met with. They sit down to talk, and she warns him that her father is definitely trying to manipulate the scouts. But Bjorn just asks if that's all the info she has, wanting to know what her actual goal is here. She bluntly tells him she wants to bring her father down, otherwise she'll spend her entire life trapped living like his. Bjorn cuts her off mid-rant, telling her to leave. He literally ushers her to the door while she begs him to reconsider. If he gets dragged into this, he'll make an enemy of the district manager a massive problem he simply cannot. He slams the door right in her face. She throws a quick tantrum outside, but swiftly recovers. With her gone, Bjorn finally relaxes. Still, her warnings keep spinning in his head. Thinking about Rottmiller, he decides it's probably best. The next few days just blur together, with Misha making him breakfast every single morning. He spends his afternoons buried in library books. Once a week, Erwin drops by for a group dinner. They hold regular team meetings too, and Bjorn starts getting a strong feeling that Rottmiller is definitely hiding something. At one point, he drops by Avin's place to collect his 5 million. Though our barbarian boy is pretty hesitant, time skips forward to the day of the next spirit meeting, and Bjorn decides it's time to shake up his usual routine. Instead of browsing the market trades, he starts wandering around the chat rooms. He surprisingly finds absolutely 0 barbarian groups. But then wait, check this out. Something bizarre. He clicks it on pure instinct, but gets totally thrown off by the insanely decorated room since he expected something. Suddenly, a loud voice booms out. Bjorn stares at the massive figure of Sergeant Lee, who's celebrating with a ton of. Our boy spots the military gear and blurts out in total surprise. He asks if the giant was actually in the military, which the sergeant confirms happened right after his mandatory service. Bjorn offers a quick nod of sympathy while slowly backing away, already cringing at how cursed this poor guy's luck really is. After 5 minutes of sharing their tragic stories, they introduce themselves, and the sergeant is happy to learn they share. He introduces himself as Lee Bayo, mentioning that he's 23 years old. This makes Hansu blink in utter confusion, but the sergeant explains that it's already been 10 years since he arrived here. Hansu tries to point out that this would technically make him way older now, but Lee Bayo shuts him down. He declares he's going back home eventually, so his real age is the only one that counts, giving Hansu a heavy stare. And then Lee Bayo begins inspecting him from head to toe, saying he wants to test something, making Hansu blink and ask. The sergeant explains that while he really wants to trust him, he must run a Korean-only test because he's gotten pretty popular, and fake foreigners keep trying to copy his nationality to get free. Biko tells him to shout the first thing that pops into his head, signaling that the test is starting, which actually makes This crazy sergeant starts firing off completely random questions like he is trolling Hansu, but somehow they both. Hansu quickly ruins the vibe, admitting he only served as a public service desk jockey. The sergeant slumps into his chair, suddenly wearing a dead serious face, and warns that the final test. He asks Hansu what he thinks of the traitor Lee Wanyong, and without skipping a beat, our boy starts unleashing a barrage of insults, calling the traitor a complete disgrace, making Biko nod and approve. While Hansu wonders what kind of unhinged mental breakdown he is witnessing, Biko starts making bizarre, creepy noises. He is totally lost in his own mind, leaving Hansu to wonder if this dude has completely lost his marbles. The sergeant apologizes, explaining he was just acting out a small fantasy because he has not run into another. Getting sentimental, he admits he is truly happy to meet Hansu, who realizes this lonely guy has probably been. So our boy just straight up adopts the guy. Hansu asks if he can share some high-level secrets, but Biko hesitates, prompting our hero to quickly reassure. The sergeant asks what game difficulty he cleared, and without missing a single beat, Hansu copies him and claims he beat it on 10 times easier mode, which instantly hypes Biko up to start screaming. Hansu silently concludes that the sergeant is a patriot through and through. Biko offers to give him some of his ghost points, but Hansu politely declines because he has absolutely. Our hero can tell that even though Biko acts casual, he is extremely cautious about what he lets slip and will not expose. Biko dramatically tears up, declaring Hansu to be his long-lost blood brother, and tells him he can ask anything he wants. Hansu nods and asks who is pulling the strings in this world, and though Biko draws a blank initial, he warns Hansu never to reveal his real self to the player community, because some total trash players have sided. Hansu asks if the administrator could still hunt him down. Biko flashes a creepy little grin, assuring him it is impossible since this territory was not actually made by them. Then Biko drops some seriously deep lore on him. He explains that evil spirits have existed here for over 100 years, which makes 0 sense. Apparently, several people from another dimension ended up here after reading a book about Rapidonia. A lucky few managed to survive, and one of them supposedly created this space. This completely stuns Hansu, who cannot comprehend how Biko knows all this secret history, but he decides to keep his mouth. Biko admits he has been hiding out for too long to have fresh updates, but he points Hansu toward a secret chat room. The Observers of the Round Table is an elite, invite-only community for veteran players. Biko explains all the complex details like Hansu is some clueless schoolboy, but then abruptly announces that his time is up. He reveals the potion pill he took only lasts for 1 hour, and that he stole it during a raid on the secret police. Hansu stares blankly at his screen and attempts to log into this top-secret chat room. The system grants him entry and instantly throws him into a customization space, forcing him. Everyone inside immediately glares at him like he just insulted their ancient ancestors. A weird jester claims he has never seen him before, while a hostile fox girl demands to know his identity. Hansu reads the room easily as the group starts badgering him to start explaining, warning that any single lie. Hansu remembers that lying only gets you banned once the actual meeting starts, which means these aggressively nosy, recalling Biko telling him to act like an absolute boss. Our hero finally understands why, having that crazy confidence, he acts completely clueless. Pretending he has zero clue where he even is, Hansu casually fires off a roast, claiming the fox girl's "Get ready for this." He drops a savage mom joke, and she instantly triggers her bloodlust skill. This happens to be the only combat skill allowed inside the spirit world, and its power relies entirely on raw will. She orders him to say that again, and Hansu actually starts feeling the heavy pressure creeping in. He sweats just a tiny bit as he realizes she is dead serious, but our hero only feels a faint tingle, so he puts on a fake show of being terrified, which immediately makes the proud fox girl swell up with sheer. While the other veterans keep their eyes locked dead on him, she mocks his big talk. She grins and dares him to say it again. But that flips a switch. He drops the act and fires the exact same joke right back, catching her completely off guard. The veterans scold his childish stunt. It deflates his ego slightly, but he lets it slide. Furious and humiliated, the fox girl shakes with rage, while Hansu silently finishes sizing up the. He recalls Biko warning him that using bloodlust on someone with such high mental strength could trigger. The sergeant said to just treat the target like an enemy he absolutely has to erase. Heavy pressure crushes the fox girl. She drops instantly. She begs him to stop as the other veterans jump up in fear, demanding to know what he is doing. Hansu just stares, but his brain is turning to mush from holding that intense pressure for too long. He hits his limit and finally lets go just as she reaches her breaking point, leaving her gasping for air as the weight lifts. The deer and the jester are fully intrigued now. This kid is way more interesting than they expected. Honestly, our main character has absolutely no clue how he even pulled this off. Somehow, he got the right answer anyway, successfully making himself look like a guy nobody wants to mess with. Right then, the heavy doors start closing. The fox girl notes the official meeting is about to begin. The hooded guy jokes that with pressure that strong, he assumed Hansu was a regular. He asks what Hansu wants. Hansu just quietly smiles to himself, realizing how polite this guy has suddenly gotten. He asks what makes them think that. They reply, it is because he showed up right after the master vanished. The jester laughs, that is why she tested him, only to get completely wrecked. Everyone is starving for info on the master, but Hansu shuts them down. He is not answering. The fox girl tries to speak, but the jester cuts in to officially start the meeting and explain the rules. Everyone must share unknown intel. If someone already knows it, the crystal glows red. The jester starts off the round. He says the Raphonia king is getting worse, but the crystal glows red. Everyone already knew that, except for. The jester throws Hansu a knowing look, like he is passing on some secret inside message, and tries again. This time he claims the captain of the Rose Knights died yesterday, making the crystal glow green. Everyone agrees that is a solid piece of news, while Hansu silently wonders who that even was. Next, the fox girl says the Jagan clan successfully cleared the first floor lord, making the crystal glow green. Hansu realizes it was the Jagan clan who bought that intel from his group. Joining this meeting, then the hooded guy speaks, claiming that activating a hidden piece on the Silent Fair's island summons 3 Lavgani. The group nods at the decent intel, but the crystal still turns red because Hansu already knew it. He tries again, stating that the fairies found traces of the thief who stole the divine relic. Even though the information is pretty vague, they let it pass since it involves that legendary relic. Now it is Hansu's turn. He has to drop something incredible to keep his mysterious powerhouse. He says defeating a half-demon with exactly 3 people guarantees an essence drop. The crystal glows green, and he breathes. And get this, the veterans completely lose their minds, unable to comprehend 3 people beating a half-demon. Hansu is confused since he thinks those fights are relatively easy, though he admits they are pretty rare. He silently praises himself for choosing such obscure information. Nobody here could have known that. Someone suggests a second round, but the rest of the group decides to call it a day. The jester asks Hansu if he is done too, and gets visibly annoyed when our boy says yes. Hansu knows that if it is just the 2 of them, he might get questioned into revealing his true identity. The whole group silently stares, waiting for some grand final words. Our hero just looks back. He drops a cold line, asking if this is really all they have to offer, before making a grand exit. Once he leaves, the fox girl starts trembling again. She whispers that if he had pushed any. Even worse, He stopped right at her absolute limit, almost like he did it on purpose. The hooded guy agrees, completely shocked at how Hansu shut down a fully manifested will in just a few seconds. The deer brings up Hansu's earlier half-demon comment, but the jester stands up and asks if they actually believe that. Slamming his fist, he tells everyone to bring better intel next time, because if their target loses interest, it will. The deer tries to argue, but the jester cuts him off, reminding him that Hansu left feeling disappointed, so they need to find something. Meanwhile, our boy gets back to Raphonia and collapses right onto his bed. Thinking about how wild that encounter was, he realizes he cannot just keep relying on info from Biko. Besides, someone that's seasoned would never be stupid enough to just give up everything anyway. He tells himself that relationships only last when you do not cross the line, but that deep thought overloads his remaining brain cells. Next morning, Misha looms over him, demanding to know what he did last night since he has been out cold the whole. He just replies that he could not sleep, asking instead if she has been waiting here since morning. She fumbles some excuses about her training and running into Dwaki, which immediately grabs Bjorn's full attention. He asks what the mage wanted, and she claims he just had stuff on his mind. You know that raises a massive red flag. So, Bjorn leans closer and seriously asks her what Dwaki said, though she quickly tries to brush it off. However, he gaslights her, arguing that true friends should not hide secrets from each other. Misha tries to object, but Bjorn smoothly convinces her that since they are close, she should tell him. This makes our hero cringe hard as she explains that Dwaki is struggling with whether to confess to his crush. Bjorn figures she has no idea Dwaki is into her. She keeps babbling on, mentioning how she told the guy to just man up and go for it. Misha turns bright red, repeating his words about being close friends before suddenly asking him to meet her father. Stuttering, she says she will let him know later since she needs to talk to her father first. Afterward, the catgirl asks why he even agreed to go when he is always so busy. And our boy simply says that, since it is her father, of course it is important. Now Misha is ready. The next afternoon, our hero heads back to the sanctuary after a long nap, reminding himself to avoid using bloodlust again. Just moments later, loud screams echo from the shaman's hut as Bjorn blasts straight through the 5th level. He reassures himself that there is only one level left before he finally unlocks his new ability. 3 days later, Bjorn is riding in a carriage with Misha, finally understanding why she always sleeps over. Before he can think any further, Misha snaps him back. They are finally here. They finally reach the Beastfolk Sanctuary. And honestly, look at this place, it is just as advanced as human cities. Right then, a local kid starts shouting that Bjorn is a barbarian, making the panicked father slap a hand over the kid's mouth. But Bjorn plays it cool, saying he is just surprised, since this place looks nothing like those basic huts back home, wondering if all. Misha asks what he means. So Bjorn explains he thought beastfolk lived out in forests raising. This really ticks him off, making him feel like barbarians are the only ones left rotting in the Stone Age. Eventually, Misha stops in front of her house, and Bjorn stands there completely flabbergasted by how massive and fancy it. Misha tells him not to be nervous, though her entire body is shaking like a blender. So, Bjorn reverses it, telling her she is the one who needs a chill pill. Misha rings the bell while getting lost in her thoughts, remembering how she used to believe all her problems. Back then, her father asked about the glacial beast she contracted, demanding to know if she had told anyone. He then strictly ordered her to keep that secret entirely between them from now on. Misha starts spiraling, wondering if her father suspects she got that contract through sketchy means, but then she tries to ask why, but her father immediately shuts her down by flashing just a tiny taste of his overwhelming power. Misha is rattled because she never wanted Bjorn tangled up in her family problems, which was why she visited home so often to hide it. Her siblings still acted like she had some disease. Even the servants gave her the cold shoulder, but she endured it because Bjorn taught her that running away never. Her father kept constantly nagging her about when the barbarian would finally show up. He warned her she had exactly 1 month before he started rethinking her entire future. Misha had no clue why he was so desperate to meet Bjorn, but she figured she could be way more useful to him with. She was pretty terrified he might turn her down and felt incredibly relieved when he actually agreed. But now that they have arrived, she is absolutely drowning in anxiety about keeping their little secret hid. Trying to hold it together, she tells Bjorn that only her father knows about their fake contract and begs him not to. Our boy doesn't really promise anything. Suddenly, the front gate creaks open and a voice calls out asking who goes there. The servant's face drops instantly the moment he spots Misha and realizes she has actually returned. He spits out a nasty insult and storms off to warn the house, while Misha tells Bjorn to just ignore it. But she desperately promises him that things will get better and begs Bjorn to please keep his cool. He is already reaching his limit, wondering what kind of trash father lets his own daughter get treated like garbage, and to top it off, the old man actually had the nerve to invite him here. It leads Bjorn to one very clear conclusion. You can practically feel the tension spike here, as Bjorn senses a massive wave of hostility. He inhales deeply, then unleashes a deafening war cry that completely echoes through the entire area. The servant whirls around, yelling at him to show some respect, but Bjorn just leans in closer. With a chilling, right before things escalate, Misha steps in and commands him to stop. Naturally, Bjorn tries to, but she calls his bluff immediately. She knows damn well that whatever he just whispered. Meanwhile, our boy literally starts laughing like some cartoon villain whose master plan just got completely ruined. Giving her a deadly serious look, Bjorn tells Misha to finally stand up for herself and stop holding back. He fires right back. Are they really more important than your own life? He tells her that if she says yes, he will drop this. When she falls completely silent, our boy gently pats her shoulder. Don't worry, he says. The servant starts running his mouth again. Big mistake. Bjorn casually flicks him in the forehead. A crowd immediately rushes over, realizing this crazy barbarian literally just launched the head servant right out. Misha nervously stammers that her father is going to absolutely lose his mind, but Bjorn calmly tells her. Suddenly, a loud voice booms out. Stop! And he instantly recognizes the speaker as Talon. Our boy greets him with a simple nod, but the confused cat. He warns that if Bjorn can't explain himself right now, there will be serious consequences. This clearly annoys our boy, but he casually points out that he's a guest, so they can't do a thing. He explains how the servant treated him like absolute garbage while disrespecting the daughter of the house. Bjorn catches their smug looks, and honestly, you just know these guys are about to regret every single choice. Talon assures him the servant will be punished for insulting a guest. Walking forward, Bjorn quietly decides. He leans right in. Do you all have something wrong with your heads too? Which instantly makes Misha scream at him to stop, but he just inhales deeply and unleashes a roar even louder than before. It freezes everyone in their Bjorn narrows his eyes, coldly asking if they treat Misha like garbage just because she never formed a spirit beast. Talon slowly starts to agree that the barbarian makes a fair point, but Bjorn cuts him off, suggesting it might all be a huge misunderstanding. He asks Talon if Misha actually. The guy tries to argue that she is already 25, but Bjorn interrupts again, demanding a direct answer. Talon smirks and agrees, clearly believe. Our boy just flashes that exact same smirk right back and tells Misha to go ahead and show them, making her hesitate. She quietly whispers that her father will absolutely never forgive her. Bjorn tells her to deal with her old man later and finally do what she wants, promising her that he has always got her. A larger crowd gathers to watch the drama unfold as Misha continues to panic. But right then, later, they are all sitting in the library, and Bjorn exchanges a few tense greetings with the patriarch. Out of nowhere, the old man places a heavy hand on his shoulder, casually asking why he did it while quietly casting a fierce. He starts scolding Bjorn. Bjorn can feel the pressure crawling up his spine, knowing it is just a skill, and finally realizing why Misha. But our boy is far too stubborn to be controlled like that, tearing right through the skill as the old man's. Bjorn calmly pushes his hand away and narrows his eyes, asking what exactly the old man thinks he is doing. He accepted the invitation for two reasons, starting with keeping Misha from being dragged back into her family for her. The second was to avoid raising suspicions that he was some evil spirit, since Misha's sudden awakening would definitely. If the patriarch ever discovered the truth behind her awakening, Bjorn would need a rock-solid excuse to save himself. But wait, it gets worse. This awful family still treats her like total trash. And this old man came in swinging to flex. The patriarch looks stunned. He asks if Bjorn is not afraid of death. Bjorn just claps back. He is not. He knows the old guy was once a legendary explorer, but if he does not push back now, this chief will try to. Bjorn cracks a grin. Does this old geyser really think he can take him? He asks this while knowing. Still, he is absolutely sure the old man won't act up. If Bjorn dies, the barbarians would declare war all over again, just like they did 10 years ago, because that is simply how his people. Unexpectedly, the patriarch starts laughing like he is the chill one, claiming he already knows Bjorn. Bjorn decides to play dumb and asks what he is talking about, but the old guy pushes harder. Our boy doubles down and demands an explanation, So Mr. Karlstein tells him to just confess about Skadia's awake. He keeps pressuring Bjorn, but our hero quickly realizes something critical. The old man does not even know the name of the item. The patriarch slyly promises he will name the item once Bjorn confirms it, which screams suspicious. Bjorn instantly figures out the geyser is capping hard and only suspects an item was. Misha's father taunts that if Bjorn just says the word, everything will be quietly resolved. And you can see it on his face. This entire drama was just a setup to squeeze information, which seriously, time to act. Bjorn thumps his chest and activates his most overpowered skill, Lai no Jutsu, swearing a sacred warrior oath that he knows. That move catches the old man completely off guard, leaving him no choice but to accept it, as Bjorn seals the deal. But when he does, the patriarch better make things right with Misha, who is just watching the entire clash unfold. After Bjorn leaves, the patriarch sinks into deep thought, genuinely surprised that Misha actually awakened her power. But involving Skadia, that is highly suspicious. Flipping through ancient records that mention a special item capable of inducing awakening, he admits to himself he does not care about the oath, but from what he just saw, the barbarian really knows nothing, yet clearly cares for Misha. Shutting the book, he chuckles. Just then, a servant interrupts, informing the patriarch that Misha has returned. She mentions there is something she needs to say, but her father cuts in, declaring that no one will ever. Misha stays dead silent as he continues, telling her she is now officially his daughter, though she looks completely uninterested, prompting him to ask why she is staying so silent. A few moments earlier, Misha had called Bjorn to confirm whether he straight up lied under that sacred warrior oath. After pausing, Bjorn admits that he did, dropping a smooth line that she matters far more to him than any. Back in the present, Misha tells her father she did not come for his empty promise, bringing up something her mother whispered to her before she passed away. She reveals that he is not her real father, and the old man immediately loses his mind, yelling she would already be part of the family, asking why she is throwing this away. Misha calmly replies she just felt like it, and 10 days later, Bjorn sits in a quiet tavern with Rot Miller, grumbling to himself about how incredibly annoying it is not to fully. Hearing that warning, Bjorn finds it hard to believe Rot Miller would turn on him, so he decides to. He straight up demands to know why he visited the guild. At that, Rot Miller sets down his drink, finally understanding why Bjorn was glaring at him. He asks how. The scout explains that the district manager tried to buy him off to betray the team, but he refused. Bjorn asks why he kept such a massive offer secret. Rot Miller admits he did not want to ruin the team morale. Appreciating the honesty, Bjorn clinks his mug, deciding Rot Miller is still a trustworthy ally. Irvin wishes Bjorn good luck and leaves. But before he can even breathe, Misha stomps over, demanding to know. The big guy nervously explains that she was only dropping by. He tells Misha he is taking a quick nap and asks her plans, but she remains completely annoyed with him. Wait for it. 7 hours later, it is finally go time, but Bjorn notices their mage and dwarf are lagging far behind. Suddenly, Misha spots rookie barbarians, and Bjorn rushes over like an anxious parent to ask if they are lost. He advises them to follow experienced explorers, but they just look at him like he is stating the obvious. Confused, Bjorn introduces himself, and the rookies instantly lose their minds after realizing. He asks how they even learned that advanced explorer tracking trick. One explains they were taught at the sanctuary. A stunned Bjorn asks if they got a bizarre map like he did. Bjorn warns them to guard their hearts against greedy plunderers, but they already know that rule. Turns out, Karen was their teacher. The rookies wave goodbye to their idol and rush into the dungeon while Bjorn watches them go like a proud parent. Right on cue, the remaining 2 teammates finally arrive. Hikarat explains that Dwalki overate and needed an emergency bathroom break, making the mage blush. Bjorn cuts off the bickering and says they are moving. The squad steps through the portal, with Dwalki piggybacking on Bjorn as they sprint forward like a bullet. Days ago, Rot Miller suggested a speedrun to open the portal first, even though it was a total long shot. Back in the present, they race through the sparkling crystal caves, with Bjorn thinking this feels much. Rot Miller spots a rival group and races down a shortcut, ignoring Misha calling him back. A pack of goblins ambushes them, causing Rot Miller to freeze, but Misha leaps in and shreds them instantly. Rot Miller grits his teeth as dark memories overwhelm him, shouting for the team to push forward as he leads the charge. Even with extra stamina from beast essences, the team is drenched after hours of running. Bjorn grumbles that Dwalki got heavy, and the mage replies that Bjorn said Misha prefers bulkier guys. Our hero remembers that conversation, but that was just a lazy excuse to stop his confession, which they give it everything, but unfortunately, the portal is already activated by the time they arrive. Rottmiller collapses, slamming his fists down, and honestly, seeing him break like this is brutal. Bjorn watches silently, realizing there is a massive skill gap, and he might have to leave with Misha soon. Rottmiller desperately claims it is not over, guessing the other team is only 30 minutes ahead, and if they run faster, they can still catch up. The others nod nervously, but Bjorn instantly shuts him down, shouting that they are acting crazy, and he uses the scout's full name, telling him to chill out, which almost makes Rottmiller snap. Fortunately, he calms down and apologizes to the team, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. They enter the second floor's stone desert, and thankfully, Rottmiller continues to lead them without issues. Still, Bjorn decides to watch him closely, because that manager offer and his sudden panic attack felt way too. As they pass the starry skies, Misha admires the view, while Dwalki drops a super corny pickup line that the mage tries to act cool while Hikarat stirs the pot by teasing him. Soon, they reach the fourth floor's sky tower, where Bjorn recognizes the beasts and lets out a war cry as they tear through the monsters like they are made of cheap paper. Just like that, the first trial is down. The Bravery Gate is your standard route, though it forces a pretty annoying 4-hour wait before the next stairs. Wisdom's Gate is way riskier, packed with traps and puzzles, but somehow it lets you jump 5 floors with Then comes the dreaded Patience Gate, where you are forced to relive your darkest memories, but beating it might land you a numbered item or a 6th rank. Finally, there is the Gate of Fate, but before Bjorn can explain, Rottmiller drops a massive bombshell. He is officially leaving the team after this current run. Caught off guard but not completely shocked, Bjorn asks if it is because of him, but Rottmiller quickly says no. Bjorn asks what that means. Rottmiller just pauses, then smiles and asks for a piece of jerky. He admits the district manager played a pretty big part, offering Rottmiller a spot in a top-tier clan. Eventually, he realized it is simply time to move on. After all, non-humans with real natural talent. Rottmiller admits he was dumped by teams before because he could not keep up. Sometimes he got booted, other times he walked away out of sheer embarrassment. But this time, Bjorn gets quite confused, so Rottmiller explains that he actually loves this group. He wishes they could go on forever. Our main character tries to speak, but the alarm cuts him off, and Rottmiller says it is time to move. He figures he will explain back in the city that he and Misha already planned to leave anyway. So Rottmiller does not actually have to quit. They push forward, slicing through a brutal wave of monsters, while only the final room is left. But wait, every single staircase leads straight to the dreaded Gate of Fate. This instantly puts Bjorn on edge. Nobody ever chooses fate because it is incredibly rare, chaotic. Misha asks if they can just pick one blindly, remembering how she entered one in the past and got nothing but a horde of angry. Bjorn assumes she probably just triggered a standard trial of bravery, wisdom, or patience inside the Dwalki says she got pretty lucky, since the outcome is always entirely random. Meanwhile, Bjorn shifts into major analysis mode. He knows there are over 30 different trials tied to fate. Hikarat speaks up, pointing out that standing around is a waste of time, and pumps everyone up with the promise. Misha asks what Bjorn thinks. He smiles and says they are going in. Secretly, he figures that if all 3 stairs lead to fate, Rottmiller quickly scans their surroundings and confirms there are no threats nearby. Though he admits he has never seen this location, Bjorn, however, instantly recognizes exactly where they are. Right then, the special field effect triggers, bringing the terrifying Guardian of Balance into play. Dwalki nervously suggests they just camp out until the labyrinth shuts down. But Rottmiller counters that they have no clue. Bjorn is seriously worried they cannot clear this zone at all, and asks if anyone feels some kind of physical change. Misha feels lighter, Hikarat feels nothing. But Rottmiller and Dwalki? They suddenly feel. Bjorn pieces the puzzle together, and this is wild. The Guardian of Balance actually split his overpowered stats among. He does not say it openly, but drops a hint, groaning that his own body suddenly feels pretty weak. Rottmiller quickly shifts into detective mode and deduces that this must be a stat mixing condition. He asks. Our hero tells them if nobody knows this area, then the ultimate reward must be legendary. Rottmiller smiles and replies that he highly respects that grind. Hikarat starts giving some tactical advice, but Dwalki suddenly cuts him off. yelling that this has to be the work of. Even Rottmiller admits it is quite possible. Meanwhile, Hickarod starts sweating, nervously asking. With that, the outcast team officially begins their final raid. Sinking deeper into the dark maze, Misha mutters that and Dwalki loudly boasts that he will protect her. But she instantly shoots him down, reminding him that she is actually the one guarding him. He stubbornly doubles down that they will protect each other. Bjorn is literally dying inside from pure cringe, though Hickarod. A bit later, they cross paths with a dangerous 6th-ranked goat monster that instantly starts throwing hands. He blocks the heavy strike, but instantly feels the massive power difference. Here, the monster. Out of nowhere, Dwalki fires a massive ice spell while Misha screams for Bjorn to get out of the way. The blast staring at that gigantic frozen spear, Bjorn realizes that inside this zone, Dwalki is definitely. The mage's eyes light up with pure pride, already thinking that clearing out this dungeon might actually be a breeze. This Larakas maze is designed so brutally that even the most experienced guides find their skills useless here, but Rottmiller locks in immediately. He carves marks along the trail with his blade. Watching him update the map on the fly like it's nothing, Bjorn points out how crazy it is to draft such a detailed map so effortlessly. Rottmiller casually shrugs it off as basic work. Tucking the map away, he tells them it's time to roll. His danger senses flare up and he signals an ambush. But check this out, Dwalki steps up and double-casts 2 icy spears, curving them right past his team to strike with perfect act. The party is left completely flabbergasted. Bjorn begins to wonder if a low mana pool was what held Dwalki. As Rottmiller leads them forward, our hero feels a pang of guilt. He realizes he never acted. Meanwhile, Dwalki lets the hype go to his head, bragging loudly that he can easily wipe out every single monster alone. In this specific zone, the environmental buff definitely favors magic users the most. Without monster essences to absorb, their pure mana limits scale up insanely. Even so, Dwalki is having the absolute time of his life, while Bjorn quietly studies the party. He realizes it makes sense. Real teamwork beats one powerhouse trying to carry the whole load. But ironically, this exact realization, a strange feeling hits him. This might be the first and last time he ever experiences what true party synergy. But Misha snaps him right back to reality, warning him to stop spacing out and stay sharp for his upcoming. With Hickarod snoring like a total chainsaw, Bjorn drifts into deep thought. He knows he is they just have to locate the boss room. He still feels a bit of regret though. Just one more week here, and they could have farmed a massive amount of loot. Suddenly, Dwalki breaks the quiet night, bringing up Misha and what she likes. The mage asks if Bjorn actually meant those things he said about her. But then he shrugs it off. He confesses his massive crush on her, rambling endlessly until Bjorn cuts him off. This immediately makes Bjorn tries explaining himself. But the guy remains completely stubborn. He says nothing is changing his mind, and he is confessing the Hearing that, Bjorn breaks into a nervous sweat. That is the single most classic death flag in the book. Sometime later, the party halts in front of a solid wall, wondering if they hit a dead end. But he just has no idea how to trigger the hidden mechanism without raising a ton of suspicion. Luckily, Rottmiller's sharp instincts kick in. He inspects the stone, presses a hidden switch, and once inside, he spots a highly ominous magic circle on the floor, complete with a creepy goat head. Misha murmurs that the room gives her serious chills, but Bjorn just grins. To him, this is perfect. Finding the boss should be an absolute walk in the park from here on out. But he still needs to spill some blood to activate the circle. Doing that without anyone noticing is going to look incredible. And then, you won't believe this, his eyes shoot wide open as a massive surge of power makes him feel entirely weightless. Looking around, the rest of the party feels the exact same rush, panicking from the sudden energy spike. Only 5 challengers can enter this dungeon at a time. One thing is absolutely certain: no matter how many people just entered, they must be monstrously strong to trip. Elsewhere in the labyrinth, a trio emerges from the shadows. The horned man smirks, muttering that he has finally made it. Right behind him, an old priest stares upward, asking why the heavens would ever grant this kind of devastating power. The horned man casually threatens to rip out the old priest's tongue. But the priest doesn't even flinch, claiming physical pain doesn't scare him at all. Then, glancing at their third companion who is cowering in a tight ball, the horned leader barks at him to man up already. He tells them to quit acting like losing an arm is some huge tragedy. Laughing off the fact that a 5th-rank adventurer, the priest stares back in utter horror, asking if that kid is not supposed to be his teammate. But the hooded guy just shrugs, casually kicking the bleeding scout to make him stand up. Hikarad tries talking sense into him, protesting that the kid literally lost an arm. But right then, the local field effect kicks in, and you can see the horned guy completely freeze as the energy shifts. Spinning around, he demands to know what just happened, and Hikarad weakly answers that his holy power has dropped a bit. Double-checking if he heard that right, the horned warrior turns to the scout, who admits he feels somehow weaker than normal. It hits him instantly. If even a 5th-rank scout is losing strength, then someone else must be lurking nearby. Pulling back his hood, a sick grin spreads across his face as he declares it is time to hunt down those. Meanwhile, Bjorn realizes some rival explorers just entered the maze, and they are way strong. His own stats have nearly doubled, which means those intruders are likely 6th-floor powerhouses. Misha looks quite confused, but suggests even Dwaki looks way too confident. But Rottmiller cuts through the chatter, reminding them that escaping this place is top priority. Instead, he acts, splashing his own blood onto the demonic circle to summon the boss. Total panic sweeps the party. Bjorn definitely triggered this disaster somehow. Baphomet is supposed to be an insanely tough boss, yet somehow they tear it apart in under a minute. As the beast falls, they find a rare item, the map of Laruka's maze. But Bjorn is sweating that fight was way too easy, leaving him wondering just how terrifyingly broken those other players must be. Done playing around, he tells the crew they must evacuate immediately. While they can all tell he is acting strange, Bjorn, judging by their insane stat buff, those shadow invaders are ridiculously overpowered. Even with identical stats, the gap in their essence, gear, and sheer skill must be massive. Anxiety spreads through the team as Bjorn makes it clear that staying here means certain death for someone. Moments later, we see the team full-on sprinting through the corridors while Rottmiller screams out directions. Massive monsters block the path, but Bjorn yells for Dwaki, who unleashes upgraded ice magic to shatter them. He grins, knowing this crowd control only works on weaklings for a moment, and since these beasts swinging his heavy mace, he dusts them as they push forward. After sprinting all day, Bjorn finally calls a Hikarad is gasping for air like crazy. Still, he claims his stamina is way better than back on floor 1. Turning to ask Bjorn a question, Hikarad stops dead when he sees the barbarian, looking like he is. The dwarf points out they have been running for 6 hours. Is Bjorn still seriously anxious? Just before fighting Baphomet, Bjorn admitted that something felt quite off. And it was the exact same heavy tension they felt right before facing the floor lord on floor 3. He had begged them to trust his gut, but even Dwaki doubted him, arguing they had run far enough to lose any pursuers. Misha looks completely exhausted, but still asks if they should keep moving, and when Bjorn nods, she quietly agrees. Rottmiller frowns at the map, asking why heading straight toward the center of the maze is supposed to help them escape, but Bjorn knows that is where the boss room lies. The scout quietly adds that his gut says, ignoring Bjorn's. Hearing the scout agree with him, the rest of the team completely loses their minds. Bjorn notes that even Rottmiller's danger sense has leveled up, while a shocked Dwaki asks if he is actually being. Our hero realizes that the scout's backing made his own grim warning sound way more legit. As Misha panics instantly, the rest of the crew gears up like they just got a second wind. This actually ticks Bjorn off a bit since they ignored him earlier, but they immediately sprint full speed, fighting off endless waves of monsters along the way. They finally arrive at the massive chamber belonging to the maze's owner. Suddenly, the giant stone door glows, reacting to their presence. And Bjorn immediately roars for everyone to get ready. A massive minotaur slowly rises out of the ground. He estimates this beast is at least a rank 4.5 monster, given that it is clearly an advanced mutant variant. Bjorn tanks a brutal head-on charge from the beast, confident he doesn't even need his full gigantification. The minotaur suddenly erupts in flames, barreling right back toward him as his teammates desperately yell at him to dodge. Bjorn stands his ground, blocking the impact and absorbing a bit of painful fire damage. But his 3rd-level seal keeps it manageable, while Dwaki casts a quick ice spell to boost his fire resistance. And what actually shocks Bjorn is that he didn't even have to ask. His party members instantly dive into the fray. Misha leaps forward with her venomous blade, carving a massive deep slash right across its chest, while Bjorn freezes up for a second, wondering where this absolute beast of a team came from. Somehow they take down this advanced mutant threat in under 10 seconds, leaving our main guy absolutely speechless. He realizes this is exactly what their group looks like in their peak final form, with every single element. Bjorn snaps right back to reality when Misha reports that there is no monster essence and no escape portal around. Rottmiller chimes in, suggesting that whatever they came here for must be hidden right behind those massive doors. Dwaki warns everyone that he can feel incredibly intense mana surging from the jewel. So Bjorn kneels to grab it, figuring a powerful item like this will be perfect when things inevitably hit the fan. As for their escape, Rottmiller points out a blue dot on the map, and Bjorn silently praises the old. But just as they prepare to move, a strange voice suddenly echoes from nearby. The intruder mocks them, shouting that they finally caught up, and sneering at his old companion, that they would have. Lagar folds his arms, arrogantly demanding that Bjorn at least thank him for letting them use his power. Their hostage priest begs Lagar to take everything and spare the team, but Lagar just laughs it off. Meanwhile, Bjorn stands there frozen in shock, because with just a single sentence, this newcomer somehow sends a freezing shiver down his warrior spine, forcing his massive body to tense up. Bjorn knows that every split second matters now, so he sharpens his senses to gather any possible piece of info. The villain clearly has deep inside knowledge of this dungeon, but reaching their location this fast is incredibly. Then he remembers the line about sacrificing an arm, and instantly realizes one of them must be a crazy. He figures the priest is being forced to play along with this freak show, and now he wonders what kind of leverage Lagar. With the tension skyrocketing, Bjorn settles on one definite fact: this guy is absolutely clinic. It is time to pivot to Plan D. Bjorn finally breaks the silence, telling him that he did not expect other. Lagar sneers that the barbarian is not deaf after all. So Bjorn calmly asks if he happens to know the way. Bjorn acts like a clueless rookie to bait some information, but his strategy instantly shatters when Bjorn immediately starts sweating bullets as he recognizes the item, a fate tracker. A rare numbered item that turns green if you can win the fight, and red if you are dead meat. Right now it is yellow, meaning the battle could go either way, which is terrible news since Lagar realizes Bjorn knows exactly what the ring does. Immediately after, he draws a weapon, the deadly kind that can slice through literally anything. This confirms he is at least an 8th level explorer with high-grade essences. The dragon mutant then barks at. Knowing he can't bluff his way out, Bjorn decides not to play dumb, pulling out the high mana stone to offer it. Lagar grins wickedly, demanding that he surrender the stone right now if he wants to escape this cave alive. Even his teammates beg Bjorn to just surrender the stone, but he knows there is zero point trying. Now check this out, our boy does the most logical barbarian move, claiming he is hungry and swallowing the entire jewel before letting out a. Lagar completely snaps and charges him with his glowing arc sword, which Bjorn tries to block, but the blade phases right through, stopping just short of piercing his body, leaving even Lagar confused for a second. Then Bjorn smirks, telling him that if his blade. The psychopath backs off and demands to know what Bjorn wants, while our barbarian taunts him for giving up, but Lagar venomously warns that his friends will be next. Bjorn raises a single finger, asking for just one day and swearing not to play dirty. Lagar looks but Bjorn knows pleading means absolutely nothing to a psycho like him. Choosing a completely different negotiation, Liger just smirks, asking how he is even supposed to trust them. But Bjorn offers a warrior oath. They are simply too exhausted to fight right now. Liger's eyes flare with light as he asks if Bjorn honestly believes he stands a chance, but Bjorn fires back, a true warrior never surrenders. Moments later, the entire squad is sprinting for their lives in the. Finally catching their breath, Rottmiller asks Bjorn if that absolute psycho will truly keep his word. Bjorn points out they only have 12 hours, plus, Liger warned them not to pull that stunt again. He silently curses. If not for that damn ring, he could have cooked up a much better plan. Shaking it off, he locks in, knowing he must stay razor sharp for everyone. Rottmiller checks the map, noting they will reach Bjorn's destination by 11, though he questions what is even waiting there. But Bjorn pulls out his ultimate weapon, a heartfelt speech, begging them to trust him just one last time. It gets pretty emotional. Everyone remembers all the times Bjorn saved their skins, so they agree to follow him. Rottmiller cuts in, warning Bjorn of a critical detail. Judging by that scar and the legendary arc sword, and honestly, the entire crew completely loses their minds once they realize who this guy actually is. Bjorn's eyes go wide. He remembers who they are, literal psychos whose entire existence revolves around assassin. Worse yet, only 7 of these monsters have ever been caught. Each and every member is ridiculously, disgustingly overpowered. Pushing his panic down, Bjorn demands. The scout explains that Lervagos is a half-dragon who was cursed for slaying the ancient king. He later joined. That curse sealed up his unique dragon skill, and ever since, his iconic arc longsword has been feared as the dragon. Rumor has it that despite his terrifying power, he gathered all of his essences completely at random. Bjorn immediately clocks this, realizing the dragon slayer must have come to this specific place to reorganize those. This seals the deal. Bjorn has to extract the prize before Liger can get his hands on it. Moving out again, Bjorn barks at Rottmiller to crack open the passageway. On the inside, He is still sweating at the prospect of facing someone as lethal as Liger in battle. If not for the Guardian of Balance, they would definitely be dead and buried. Just thinking about their inevitable clash gives him intense chills, but the fear only serves to lock in his absolute. Standing his ground, he activates another demonic circle and readies his weapon to face the terrifying demon Argos. Bracing himself for the impact, Bjorn remembers a classic quote about how there is no paradise for cowards who run. Shortly after, they manage to slay Argos, cut down 2 mid-level bosses, and somehow unlock a secret chamber. Grabbing the Flames of Greed scroll, Bjorn decides on the spot to do whatever it takes to win. He tells Rottmiller they must find the actual secret chamber immediately. The scout instantly springs into action. The only catch is that their precious time is rapidly ticking away. But look at this, right when all hope seems lost, Rottmiller spots something strange on the wall. Pulling a nearby torch down, a secret passageway slides open, and Bjorn finally lays eyes on exactly what. They seal the heavy door, and Bjorn commands them to rest, leaving everyone totally baffled. He promises to explain it all, but only if they manage to survive. A bit later, the whole squad is fast asleep. Bjorn breathes a massive sigh of relief. Deciding to worry about that tomorrow, he pulls out the crystal he regurgitated earlier, crushing it to instantly. Bjorn finds it all incredibly fascinating, because inside the game, it was just a quick selection screen. Now, he faces massive gates. The Restrained Hope item allows him to swap essences below the 4th rank, so he figures he just has to open the correct. He walks right past the Orc Hero Gate, knowing it is critical to his entire build, while also ignoring the Corpse Golem. But then, out of nowhere, he targets his Vampire Essence. It is packed with incredibly good tank skills, but he's fully aware that Restrained Hope triggers a hidden mechanic when combined with a Guardian-type essence. Suddenly, the system alerts him that nobody currently holds this custom essence, flashing a highly unusual. First up, there is Lich, which is a pretty rare 4th rank essence. Next up are Soul Colossus and Bjorn. Bjorn blinks, convinced he is dreaming since these are all somehow beyond. He realizes this is not just luck but hidden features he never even knew existed. Without second-guessing himself, he walks right through the door and claims that Ogre essence. 4 hours later, Bjorn starts peeling off his badly busted-up gear. He thinks about how he never once considered the Ogre for his build, despite it being absurdly broken. It is tanky to the point of utter nonsense. The drop rate is so terrible that nobody even tries farming it. In the end, it always boils down to preference. Do you want a heavy hitter or a tank that just refuses to die? Bjorn usually opts for the latter. Pure defense is simpler, and that is how he reached the Abyss door alone, but now he realizes the Ogre is actually much better. Hold on, he clutches his mace, genuinely shocked that things have actually gone this smoothly. He figures their survival odds just spiked, but then Rottmiller suddenly yells that something is coming. Everyone free. He is clearly surprised they survived. Ligar admits his power fluctuated, assuming someone died, while Bjorn is just incredibly Meanwhile, Misha stares at the exhausted man beside her and whispers that Ligar is a complete psycho, but Ligar keeps pushing, muttering that if they are all still breathing, someone must have absorbed the Bjorn panics silently since he is the one who gulped down that 3rd rank essence and is now being tested. Ligar draws his arc sword, demanding Bjorn hand over the jewel as agreed. Bjorn tries stalling, claiming the jewel. That does not go over well. Ligar's eyes turn ice cold as he realizes Bjorn never planned on giving it back. He rushes forward with his blade. But Bjorn blocks with his shield, leaping back as Dwalki fires an ice spell. Ligar easily counters with a high-tier fire, but Bjorn has a clever trap ready. He activates his Flames of Desire scroll, locking away Ligar's lava giant essence for 48 hours. Catching Dwalki's ice finally lands a massive blow, but Ligar just smirks, asking if that weakened. Here is the real problem. Ligar pulls out Dark Curtain, a hidden skill that completely shifts the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, Ligar's blade lashes out, and Bjorn barely blocks with his shield. Before he can even breathe, another strike, and that is when Ligar realizes he has been played yet again. Bjorn is pretty annoyed to reveal this so early, but his passive Iron Leather skill is already working, giving him massive. Knowing Ligar is already looking for a workaround, Bjorn has no choice but to go on the offensive. Channeling the very first, he swings, bringing his heavy mace crashing down with absolutely everything he has. Ligar reacts a second too late, taking a clean hit from the strike before leaping back to recover. But Bjorn wastes zero time, shouting at Dwalki not to give their enemy even a single second to breathe. The mage immediately follows up with curse magic, worsening the wound and thoroughly ticking the prideful draconian. Ligar slashes back, cutting Bjorn's arm slightly. Bjorn is shocked that the guy is somehow. Bjorn slowly backs up, barely dodging consecutive strikes as it gets harder and harder to keep up with him. Suddenly, Ligar activates an afterimage technique, roaring that he will not let them die so easily. That completely breaks Ligar's temper, and he roars, charging straight at her. To make things worse, Misha mocks his mismatched horns. This sends him into a violent fury, and he charges. From the backline, Hikarod begins summoning lightning, shouting that he is here too before unleashing it directly at the. But Ligar dodges the blast mid-charge, telling the dwarf to mind his own business. He quickly casts Seal of Terror in an attempt to completely paralyze the group with fear. But Hikarod is already prepared, activating his heavy wrist guards to block the spell clean. The resulting shockwave sends Ligar flying backward, while Bjorn realizes his Guardian of Balance skill. He drops his shield, which is pretty much useless against the arc sword, choosing to trust his iron leather as Bjorn immediately triggers Wild Outburst to boost his stats, charging the brutal Draconian side by side with Misha. But Ligar doesn't just stand there. He immediately counters with Holy Blade. Bjorn screams at Misha. Misha screams, "She's all right." Before she can even breathe, Ligar instantly blinks right behind her, shouting that he's got one as he strikes. Just then, a heavy volley of arrows rains down, forcing the monster to retreat while cursing under his breath. Bjorn silently thanks Rottmiller for that incredible timing, locking eyes with this overpowered trash can once again as at least he's relieved that Ligar doesn't seem to have any healing skills or rare items left. Rottmiller keeps supporting them from the back like a total pro, tossing down potions right on cue. Ligar looks completely baffled that Bjorn isn't even flinching from the pain, and Bjorn decides they have to end this. If they don't wrap this up immediately, there's a serious risk he'll bring that priest back. Spotting a tiny gap, Bjorn rushes in to force Ligar back. Suddenly noticing his traffic light ring, no hesitation. He lets out a war cry and activates gigantification on his arms. With his raw power skyrocketing, he manages to grab Ligar and screams it's over, before slamming down for the fun. But right at that moment, this terrifying, monstrous pressure suddenly suffocates the whole field. Everyone's mana tanks instantly, canceling Bjorn's giant arms mid-swing, making his attack fall completely flat as he It doesn't take long to realize what happened, because Ligar somehow just activated a legendary draconic skill, Silence of the Soul, the exact power that was supposed to be locked away. Terrified, Misha cries out that Bjorn calculates his chances. The Guardian of Balance leveled their playing field, and they even had a count. With that secret ace in their pocket, he truly believed they could take down even an 8th rank explorer. Now he feels like an absolute idiot as his stats crater, finally remembering the brutal truth that whether it's a sudden crippling disease or a freak car accident that steals someone you love, a random fire burning down a family home, or a mother simply vanishing into thin air. These are the harsh realities that strike without any warning at all. As Ligar slowly catches his breath, Bjorn realizes his entire plan has completely collapsed, and sheer panic sets in. Suddenly, the arc sword begins resisting Ligar's grip, prompting him to mutter that he can't use it right now before standing back up. He coldly tells them they have absolutely no idea how much of his precious time they've wasted. One swift kick. Bjorn takes it straight to the chest and goes flying. Before they can react, he teleports behind Misha, forces her to drop her weapon, and violently kicks her away too. He retrieves his blade and advances, but Rottmiller screams for everyone to scramble, as another Ligar easily deflects them all while Bjorn fights to drag himself back up. While the team tries to recover, Bjorn notices the Draconian is also hurting and has lost access to his powerful arc sword. But the massive question is whether Ligar has any recovery potions left, because even with that break, to make matters worse, running away is no longer an option. Just then, Dwalki yells that he'll protect me. Wait, look at his face. Bjorn just got hit with a massive revelation about his own mistake. As Dwalki summons a sharp ice spear, the truth finally hits. Mages don't actually rely on magic points. In other words, they aren't out of this fight yet, because they still have an insanely overpowered mage on their side. Meanwhile, deep inside the central chamber of the maze, the helpless old man finally reaches his absolute physical limit. Once a proud high priest, he has fallen from grace, and is now being forced to serve a dark, malevolent deity by the dragons. The vile spirit whispers in his ear, Mocking him for holding onto his foolish delusions, the old man quietly mutters that the heavens will guide them as his. The dark day Liger held his helpless grandson in the air, forcing him to his knees to beg for the boy's life. He endlessly blames himself, thinking that if he hadn't surrendered, those innocent lives would still be here today. Maybe that heartless monster would never have made it this far, but dwelling on the past is useless when he knows he would still make the exact. The entity doesn't stop, forcing agonizing memories of the battle into his head, while hissing that all of this. Back in the chaos, Bjorn's voice echoes as he screams for everyone to protect Dwalki. Dwalki knows this isn't some sudden burst of courage. Ever since the fight turned, he noticed a weird heavy dread washing over his allies. Meanwhile, if he stands idle, they all die. It's his turn to save them. Shaking off his fear, the mage unleashes a swarm of ice spears, making Ligar target him instantly. The dragon hybrid lunges forward as the squad rushes to block him, yet Dwalki still feels like they're just protect. Suddenly, his mind drifts back to an old orphanage memory of a barbarian warning him to stay away from the explorer life. Back in those days, he simply said he never planned on becoming one anyway. He snapped back to reality as Bjorn screams at him to throw the next spell. Dwalki fires it off, but though the beast misses the fact that the spell curves mid-flight, yet somehow, he still manages to dodge it. Bjorn checks on Misha's status, and Rottmiller shouts back that she'll recover shortly despite a badly fractured rib. Dwalki looks back and sees her bleeding, which rattles him, but then everyone starts screaming at him. He grits his teeth. The dark doubt crawls right back in. Another old flashback replays of him asking that barbarian if he'd ever become powerful, only for the man to tell. Out of nowhere, Bjorn takes a brutal sword thrust directly through his stomach, but his rapid healing keeps him standing. Ligar seizes the opening, vaulting right over the giant warrior and charging straight toward the defense. Hikarad yells at Dwalki to run, but Ligar violently kicks the mage aside like a ragdoll. Rottmiller, even as he collapses bleeding, Rottmiller clenches his jaw, opening his spatial storage to pull out. Watching them bleed out, Dwalki finally, truly understands. He simply wanted to be someone truly special. Now watch, he unleashes a massive blizzard that pushes Ligar back. Misha leaps back into the fray, screaming that she won't let him touch their caster, but the dragon warrior casually. Not wanting to be left out, Bjorn jumps right back into the clash, swinging his heavy mace with fury. Ligar easily leaps away, mocking that the tank should just quit, calling Dwalki a garbage mage who only knows basic. Those harsh words cut deep, triggering a wave of dark memories of everyone who ever mocked him, making him freeze up. Ligar spots his hesitation and laughs, telling Bjorn to look at his broken caster because the fight is already. But Bjorn just glares back. Suddenly, Dwalki's despair clears as a rush of warm, happy memory. All the moments with his guildmates make him realize that maybe those 20 brutal, lonely years were just prep work to fight. The dragon hybrid crashes violently into Bjorn's shield, admitting he's never faced anyone quite as stubborn as him. Bjorn plants his feet. He won't yield an inch. Watching his friend struggle, Dwalki sees they haven't given up yet. He grits his teeth and starts His mind drifts back to an old conversation with an older mentor who teased him about finally looking genuinely happy with. Back then, Dwalki had desperately asked how to defeat a troll, even offering to pay for the secret. The veteran agreed to tell him, warning it was a dangerous last resort with no official name, whispered only. He casually called the hidden technique sacrifice, but Dwalki hated that title and decided to give it a much better name. Awakening, and get ready, because our underdog mage is finally locking in. His entire body erupts in a blinding light as he rains down a volley of mana arrows at the lizard. Ligar gets completely caught off guard as one blast lands cleanly on him. He desperately slices the Once the dust settles, the dragonkin stands panting, covered in frost, leaving Bjorn stunned that the monsters. Our mage takes a step forward, quietly apologizing for taking so incredibly long to make his final choice. Cutting Bjorn off mid-sentence, he tells his companion to go back and help the others. Especially Rottmiller. The guy is hurt bad. Bjorn yells that their high-grade healing potion is in the pack dropped right behind Ligar, so Dwalki tells him they'll put the. Ligar flashes a cruel smirk, asking Bjorn if he even understands the suicidal move his mage just pulled. But Dwalki cuts him off, snapping that he won't let the beast stall when his own time is already running out. The determined mage launches another massive wave of ice, finally forcing Ligar to draw his cursed great. Fighting the heavy weight, the beast unleashes a massive horizontal slash that shatters the spell instantly. Catching, Ligar charges forward once more, but Dwalki grits his teeth and unleashes another massive ice spell to shove him back. Bjorn realizes this guy will be a massive pain right until the bitter end. Though honestly, this kind of terrible. Without a second thought, he grips his mace and charges straight toward the dragon slayer. Ligar grits his teeth in pure rage and rushes in to deliver a finishing strike. Bjorn panics, but screaming in pure frustration, he pulls another sword from his pocket dimension, making Bjorn realize the weapon is rejecting him for using the draconic. Suddenly, Dwaki yells for Bjorn to move as he throws a wave of curse magic at Ligar. While Bjorn keeps dodging, wondering why the Draconian is so desperate to close the distance and end things quickly, something feels off, because Dwaki should easily cover him with his massive pool of mana and curse spells. Then his eyes go wide and guys, he finally remembers Dwaki's warning not to let Ligar by any time. That is when the truth hits him. It is all about time, because Dwaki is using terminal magic. He immediately bellows for the mage to use Cold Tempest, which makes Ligar break into a cold sweat. Dwaki tries to argue. Bjorn takes his stance, taunting Ligar, asking how he likes the freezing cold. Knowing they have to end this right now, Bjorn fights like a man with absolutely nothing left to lose. The two of them exchange bone-shattering blows, and he somehow manages to land a couple of heavy hits. Pouring every ounce of strength he has left, he slams his mace into Ligar's chest, sending him flying. But watch this. Ligar's second heart skill activates, wrapping him in a massive, thick, protective barrier. Bjorn is left gasping for air, cursing the Draconian in pure fury for relying on such. Then he looks back, and his blood runs cold. Dwaki is barely standing, bleeding heavily from every part. Bjorn hits a wall. He has to make a brutal choice on who gets the top-tier potion. Logically, it should go to Rotmiller to grab the other supplies, but their dying mage is hanging by a single thread. So he splits the potion in half and prays to any god listening that it works. He knows this, but right now, the line between life and death is already drawn. A moment later, everyone's mana pools refill, bringing a wave of relief as Bjorn's physical strength. Dwaki weakly asks what happened to the Dragon Slayer. The others tell him to save his breath, but the stubborn Bjorn tells him straight. Ligar is not dead, but he is completely broken. Misha and Hikarad scream for Dwaki to hold on, but Bjorn secretly knows no potion can save him now. Dwaki calls out their names, and Bjorn tightly grips his hand, promising he will deliver his final word. With a faint smile, the mage says there is something he wants everyone to hear. His mother absolutely loved the ocean, even though she never got to see it with her own eyes. He never understood her when he was young, but now he gets it. Sometimes, you want something even more simple. Those are the things in life that shine the brightest, and for him, that light was the friends he made. Smiling, he thanks them for being his team. Misha completely breaks down, begging him to stop talking. Bjorn addresses him by his full name, telling him straight that he is the greatest teammate and finest mage he has ever known. Hearing that praise from a proud warrior like Bjorn hits deep, especially since Dwaki never truly saw him, and yet, it still hurts that his end feels so empty, like his entire existence is about to disappear without leaving a trace. Misha sobs harder, pleading with him to stay. Bjorn steps back to give them some space while Dwaki mutters that his life was driven by greed, and he weakly calls out to Bjorn once more. He calls him denser than concrete, telling him to stop ignoring what is right in front of him. Bjorn quietly promises to, but right then, he notices the flesh cocoon slowly twitching. The nightmare sleeping inside is about to wake up. Dwaki asks if Bjorn can actually win, and our main character tells him not to worry, promising he will. With that, the legendary mage finally closes his eyes. Lior Werv Dwaki breathes his last, saving his ally. Nearby, Rotmiller hears every single word. Yet, not a single muscle in his body responds. He watches them stand tall in a completely hopeless. He keeps wondering what kind of crazy delusion is actually pushing them forward. But deep down, he starts questioning what it would really take to make him move again. Nearby, the Draconian is still curled up in his cocoon, totally annoyed he had to waste a rare item on this. He figures he got lucky Bjorn didn't aim for his head, then drifts into an old memory. Back then, he remembered an ally mocking him for always losing because he only acts when a path opens. That memory makes his blood boil. He was not determined enough. Bjorn clenches his mace, the crushing weight of their and deep down, he knows there is no paradise waiting for him, whether he fights or flees. He decides it has to end here. The Draconian must die while their stats are still close. He tells Hikarad to stand up, then glares at the beast as it smugly dares him to fight while swinging the. Hikarad is ready to snap, but Bjorn commands him to stay cool and fight smart. Otherwise, they are completely done. The dwarf nods, casting emergency restoration on Bjorn's shield. Look at that, both tanks charge straight ahead, ready to finish this fight right now. Next comes a brutal slugfest with absolutely neither side holding back a single blow. The Dragon Slayer title is not for show. The Draconian fights with pure beast instinct, and Ligar lands a brutal blow but Miesa instantly leaps in to cover him while Bjorn lunges forward to tackle the giant lizard. Unfortunately, it fails horribly. Bjorn gets thrown across the battlefield, losing his hand in the process. His health drops below 20%, triggering the hero's path. Ligar smirks, claiming his victory as he activates hope. It really looks like game over for Bjorn. But right then, some serious main character plot armor kicks in. With a simple flick of a wrist, this completely drives Ligar insane as he screams, demanding to know what the old man is doing. The priest calmly replies that he finally found the answer, as blood drips from where his arm used to be. Watching them struggle made him realize the answer is courage, believing this is a direct sign from Leetless. He falls to his knees, chanting forbidden dark magic. Knowing he can never return to Leetless, the dark deity answers, and the priest demands to be sent over to help the others. But Karui just laughs, mocking that his grandson will never be saved. The old priest does not flinch. Dwaki taught him that anyone can choose honor at any moment if they truly want it. Yet the priest resists the order. But it costs him his remaining arm as a blood offering to Karui. Ligar is stunned, while the priest begs the dark god for the power, but the wicked spirit refuses, saying it is impossible. Meanwhile, Bjorn recognizes that chilling tone and realizes the entity speaking is none other than the legendary so the priest shifts his plea, begging Karui to shield everyone from the draconian boss instead. Karui accepts. Shadowy hands erupt, consuming the rest of the old man's limbs as a dark portal rips open. Sucked into the void, the draconian screams at the priest to stop, warning him that his grandson will be lost forever. But the old man calmly replies he has already accepted that sacrifice. Ligar grits his teeth, screaming in absolute fury as he gets dragged into the abyss, desperately clawing for the arm. Realizing the danger, Bjorn rushes forward, pinning the legendary sword down with everything he has got left. His strength completely drained, Ligar spits one last venomous threat that they will meet again. Bjorn does not miss a beat. He retorts that he is counting on it, promising to survive and grow strong. He swears that when the time comes, he will hunt him down because Ligar is not the only one who lost everything today. Right then, a warm golden aura wraps around the survivors, and Bjorn quickly recognizes it as divine. Their wounds vanish instantly, making you realize just how insanely overpowered this miracle magic. But that piece is cut short as he remembers divine power cannot heal wounds inflicted by Karui, and the weight of he drops beside the dying priest, who weakly whispers about a hidden letter inside his robe. Bjorn promises to deliver it to the Church of Leetless, though he still cannot understand why the priest sacrificed him. The old man barely gasps out the single word mage, which is all Bjorn needs to hear, as he bows his head in deep. Bjorn heads back to find his team already healed and back on their feet. Deep relief washes over him. Deep down inside, he knows he failed to keep his promise, remembering his proud words to Dwaki and how he had been. Ultimately, Dwaki was the one who shielded them all, and his sacrifice is the sole reason they are still breathing. Beside the fallen mage, Rottmiller quietly breaks down. Pure grief. Wishing he could have shown him more of the world before Bjorn triggers a hidden mechanism nearby. Hickarod asks what this path is, and Bjorn explains it is a shortcut straight to the Mage Tower core. It was his secret emergency route to escape the terrifying Dragon Slayer, though Ligar would have easily caught up anyway. Hickarod stares at the armless corpse, realizing there is no out. Entering the Sky Tower, they quickly pitch camp while Misha stays glued to Dwaki as Bjorn watches silently. She asks if they can somehow carry his body back home, but Bjorn shakes his head, explaining that the cold labyrinth treats deceased explorers as mere objects unless they possess. Only a barbarian heart escapes this rule, explaining the tower's strange obsession with it. Man, this reality is just brutally cruel. They can't even give their fallen comrade a proper funeral to honor him. He urges Misha to get some sleep, but she refuses, needing to watch over Dwaki a bit longer. Leaving her be, Bjorn opens the recovered letter, reading how the priest's young grandson was dragged away to a hidden underground city. A whole hidden city beneath the sewers shocks him, making him suspect they are collaborating with Orculus. Suddenly, everything clicks as he realizes why that sewer plunderer girl was so incredibly agitated. She is almost certain a subterranean portal. The shocker prompts him to devour every single detail in the letter. Bjorn knows he will have to spend hours researching all these crazy details later, but for now, after all, this tower camp is actually much safer than the city sewers, though plenty of dangerous situations. Still, it feels incredibly strange after fighting non-stop for 2 straight days. No one can sleep. Soon, the dungeon closes, ejecting them as Bjorn plots their next move. They quickly cash in their mana crystals at the guild, submitting Dwaki's death report, which Bjorn bitterly notes takes a mere 3 minutes to erase a whole life. The receptionist watches their expressions, quietly noting that Dwaki had some incredibly loyal companions. Walking away, only heavy, hollow silence follows them now. Next, they visit the temple where a familiar paladin asks for solid proof concerning Great Priest Ludwig, who vanished. Bjorn is initially confused, but Kovitz clarifies it is highly sensitive business due to all the scammer. He immediately perks up at the mention of cold cash, and Kovitz confirms the bounty is indeed massive. Classic Bjorn, he instantly switches straight into business mode, asking how much they are offering. His party shoots him incredibly awkward looks, forcing him to tone it down a bit given the heavy tragedy they just went through. Kovitz clarifies the payout depends entirely on the quality of their information, so he cannot name an exact. Bjorn hands over the letter, and the paladin's entire expression shifts as he realizes this is no ordinary claim. Urging them to wait, the paladin returns later to guide them up to the grand hall where the temple's absolute. Rottmiller immediately recognizes the archbishop, bowing deeply and shocking everyone else. His heart stops. He recognizes the title Archbishop from a book he once read. He realizes they are standing right in front of the Empire's ultimate holy authority. But he still wonders why some random kid is there like it is Bring Your Son to Work Day. After the Archbishop's warm welcome, the holy leader asks how they recovered Ludwig's last words, emphasizing how incredibly important the priest was. Bjorn agrees to talk, thinking this situation must be pretty massive if a religious head is taking low-rank explorer. A brief rundown. He quickly hands over the personal item Ludwig left behind. Examining it closely, the Archbishop admits it is not the divine relic they wanted, though it is enough to. Bjorn sighs, figuring the terrifying dragon slayer probably snatched the actual divine relic beforehand. The Archbishop then turns to his cardinal to ask about their compensation, who replies that even without the relic, delivering Ludwig's final letter still qualifies them for the full bounty. Everyone freezes in absolute shock, while Bjorn silently jokes to himself that maybe he actually believes in faith now. But he quickly gets serious, asking what the temple plans to do next to honor their great priest. The bishop starts making excuses about keeping it secret, but right then, the kid randomly starts glowing. The boy calmly tells our hero not to worry, while Bjorn just stares, trying to process this madness. Everyone loses their minds. Wait, did Bjorn just get a real oracle? But he stays totally calm as a glowing ring begins forming on his finger. The boy happily announces that the spirit spoke, gifting Bjorn a ring that shields him from 3 fatal, cursed. Our barbarian immediately realizes this is a divine relic, asking if it blocks the dragon slayer, which the kid confirms. Now, Bjorn has to prepare to face his fate the moment those 3 protective threads are gone. Even with the relic, he is still reeling. An actual oracle? Unreal. The crew immediately bombards him with questions, completely frying his brain until he sees the kid collapse into the old. It immediately clicks this is the brutal aftershock of using such godly power. With the meeting over, the whole crew retreats into the temple's private inner chamber. Everyone's asking the big question, but even Kovitz has no clue why their god would give an oracle to a barbarian. This is only the 3rd time in history something this insane has ever happened. Bjorn gets suspicious and asks what happened to the others. Turns out, those poor guys were labeled traitors, and because a barbarian needs their spirit seal to grow, being exiled means his strength would hit a permanent wall. Kovitz gets incredibly serious and swears to keep this quiet. One by one, the crew swears to stay silent, until Bjorn's eyes land on Hickarode, who is acting in. Trying to put this whole heavy mess behind him, Bjorn focuses on the positive side. Having a ring that blocks the dragon slayer is great, but now he is stuck wondering how long this shield will. He facepalms hard, knowing he has to prepare for the absolute worst while Hickarode begs him for just a little trust. He gambles that he has at least 6 months of safety, until Misha nervously blurts out that one connection just snapped. Meanwhile, deep in the underground city, Amelia stumbles upon a wrecked Ligar. Wait, what is he even doing here? She immediately figures he betrayed his own team, but she is highly curious about who actually trashed him this badly. His broken body is a total pile of regrets, and she smirks. She always wanted him gone, and plans to enjoy every. Ligar wakes up begging for healing, but she coldly says she has 0 reason to help. He brings up their contract, but guess what, it says absolutely nothing about letting him die. So, she casually loots all his gear. She sits down to watch him take his final breath, making sure nothing comes back to bite her. But then cursing the Dragon Slayer's insane plot armor, She laughs when he tries to threaten her mockingly, asking if he refusing to take any chances. She pulls out a memory-wiping drug that completely nukes an entire week of his mind. Lagar keeps cursing her, but she shoves the potion down his throat anyway, knocking him completely unconscious. Now, it just looks like the poor guy got mugged deep inside the labyrinth. Back at the temple, Bjorn tries to calm his nerves, telling himself he still has time before the last thread breaks. Right then, Erwin knocks and asks to come inside. Bjorn is a little curious at first, but he completely cuts her off, flat out. He tells her he is exhausted and wants her out. The mood instantly tanks, and she quietly leaves with tears in her eyes. The next day, the squad visits the Explorer Guild and discovers that Dwaki actually wrote them into his will. Bjorn is completely thrown off. Dwaki was always a total ball of sunshine, but he was clearly preparing for the They end up receiving the full rights to Dwaki's old house. This makes them feel incredibly guilty, wondering how they could ever repay him. After collecting their rewards, Bjorn, pulling Kravitz aside, he makes him promise to keep this a secret, and the paladin agrees as long as it doesn't. Then Bjorn pulls out the arc sword, asking what it actually is, and Kravitz instantly identifies it as the dragon. Bjorn explains how the sword completely rejects anyone who touches it, and asks if there is any way to lift this curse. But Kravitz sets the record straight. The blade's actual name is the Dragon Sword, forged only for Draconians. That legendary Dragon Slayer title only came after Lagar used it to kill the ancient beast and somehow survived to brag about it. But here is the twist: Lagar never should have wielded it. The dying dragon cursed him on the spot, sealing away almost all his powers. He basically sacrificed his own strength just to steal this weapon and can't even swing it, letting Bjorn realize. Kravitz suggests returning the weapon to the Draconians, since they would probably reward him heavily. Bjorn offers his thanks, and when Kravitz calls him a savior on his way out, the Barbarian gets an idea and begs for some free— Wait, get this, Kravitz drops a total curveball about a second oracle arriving just this morning. It warns that everything must flow as it should. Bjorn knows it is meant for him. It is a pretty clear warning not to hustle the church, but the paladin still kindly offers to listen whenever Bjorn needs. Soon after, Bjorn walks into the tavern where his squad is already drinking away their sorrow. He joins. Eventually, the party disbands for the night, and an incredibly drunk Misha keeps bumping into Bjorn while struggling to— He ends up supporting her, practically dragging her toward home. At her doorstep, she mumbles a sleepy goodbye and turns around, but Bjorn suddenly grabs her arm. Keeping a straight face, he calls her by her full name and drops the most direct question of his life, asking. Misha stands there completely frozen in shock, while inside his head, Bjorn literally hears Dwaki's voice calling him denser than solid concrete. Misha looks down and honestly confesses that she does like Bjorn as a man, softly wondering if he had already figured her out. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, Erwin's wife Radar goes absolutely crazy, and her sister Theresia narrows her sharp eyes, pointing out that Erwin has been acting strange ever since she ran into Bjorn. Erwin quickly stammers out some weak excuses, insisting that everything is perfectly fine, even though it clearly— Internally, she cannot stop thinking that Bjorn did not look well when they met, but she keeps that deep worry to her. But when Theresia offers to look into the matter, Erwin lights up with far too much excitement, forcing her sister to stuff a whole apple in her mouth to shut her up. Back with Bjorn and Misha, he finally confesses that he never knew her true feelings and was just using that completely unsatisfied with his weak response, Misha presses him further, demanding to know what he really thinks of her. After a heavy silence, he says she is extremely important to him, but hearing those words, Misha's heart completely breaks as she softly asks if she simply is not good enough for him. But Bjorn coldly points out that it is the same for everyone, since sudden death in this harsh world is always right around the corner. Bitterly, Misha asks if his entire life really just boils down to surviving. Bjorn stands firm, telling her to view him as just a teammate. But Misha cuts him off with repeated punches, screaming out why she should ever follow such stupid logic. She admits she never planned to say any of this today, but now that it is out, she cannot stop herself. Her fists keep flying, each strike laced with cold ice magic until she finally breaks down, sobbing that she begs him not to steal this simple happiness away from her. With that, she storms into her house and angrily declares she won't be cooking for him tomorrow. The next day, Bjorn stares down at a bland pot of boiling carrots, wondering if this is her petty revenge. He eats every bite without complaining, clearing the pot as a silent apology while praising the food and asking what they should do. She coldly snaps back that she only does things because she wants to, and his opinions do not matter in her choices. Bjorn silently accepts that she is way more mature than him, quietly agreeing to whatever she says. Misha firmly lays down the law, stating her feelings are never to be brought up again. After that incredibly awkward morning, they finally regroup with Hickerod and Rottmiller, who are heading to the administrative agency for a reason that quickly becomes clear. Misha asks if Hickerod is actually serious, and he promises them it has always been his dream to buy Dwalk. The group decides to only take 5 million stones each from the reward. With the deal settled, Hickerod suggests celebrating together at the local tavern. After a while, Bjorn finally breaks the silence, announcing it is team talk time. But before he can continue, Hickerod raises his mug and drops the ultimate bomb he is retiring from exploring. A shocked Rottmiller asks what his next move will be, and Hickerod reveals he wants to return to his goal of. He confesses that running into the labyrinth was just his way of escaping his real-life problems. But with Dwalki gone, he refuses to live with regrets anymore, prompting Rottmiller to raise his glass with warm. Even Bjorn cracks a joke saying he will be hitting him up for cheap gear soon. Next, Rottmiller drops his own news, admitting he wants out too because he cannot keep up with them anymore. Bjorn just sips his drink in silence, while Hickerod wishes Rottmiller the absolute best on his new path. After taking a long sip, Bjorn sets his mug down and makes a big announcement he and Misha are forming their own team. He teases her about keeping pace, but Misha just shrugs it off, calling the whole situation pure karma. Bjorn tells them to stop acting soft and raise their drinks, and Rottmiller leads a toast to the graduation of. A few drinks later, both Misha and Hickerod are completely passed out, leaving Bjorn smiling to himself. Wait, hold on, out of nowhere, Rottmiller shatters the mood by asking if Bjorn is actually an evil spirit. Bjorn slams his massive fist onto the table, furiously asking if this is supposed to be some sick joke. Rottmiller just chuckles, saying that explosive reaction only makes him more certain that his theory. He goes on to point out that Bjorn never acted like a normal barbarian. No obsession with warrior honor, no blind devotion to oaths, and way too patient for a supposedly reckless. Hearing this, Bjorn realizes he needs to change his tactics fast if he wants to play this off smoothly. He shuts his eyes, muttering that he hates false accusations from friends. Yet, a book-reading barbarian who always keeps his cool under immense pressure. Someone who prioritizes profit over empty glory, displaying sheer genius-level intellect. Bjorn listens quietly as the scout adds that the excuse of getting an ancestral deity revelation was just too hard. Rottmiller mentions how evil spirits treat native people like garbage, a comment that suddenly triggers Bjorn's memories of. But since the spirit of the stars gave Rottmiller a direct oracle, his doubts are completely gone now. He actually apologizes, admitting he viewed Bjorn through a suspicious lens, instead of seeing who he claims some souls are chosen by the heavens to be epic heroes, but Bjorn quickly downplays the grand title. Rottmiller insists he believes in him, calling him a true hero. Bjorn shoots back, demanding to know. Rottmiller stands up to explain that this was meant as a vital warning. Even though Bjorn is he is still a rookie here who must stay hidden. Helping Hickerod up, he warns that standing out too much it is far safer to bury his unique spark and keep that oracle a secret forever. As an ordinary man, Rottmiller leaves with a wish that Bjorn's path is filled with light, leaving the and you have to feel his panic here if a teammate can connect the dots this easily, his secret is barely safe. He decides he will do anything to stay alive, no matter the cost. Suddenly, Misha snaps him out of his heavy thoughts, panicking as she frantically wonders if she said something weird. Bjorn just smirks, dodging the question before suggesting they meet up with crows and make their way over to Kelby. Leaving her completely stunned, they find the paladin to arrange a meeting with the dragonfolk. Returning the latter over in Kelby, he spends his entire stash on materials for the 6th seal. Hurting from that massive purchase, who is shocked to buy a sword costing 12 million stones, hesitating because she wanted to save her leftover funds. But Bjorn advises her to buy beast blood first. Investing in her spirit beast powers is a far better move. Eventually, they empty their wallets completely. They drag themselves back to their neighborhood looking like two. Right outside his apartment, Misha wishes him goodnight, but he stops her to ask about her teammate preferences. She thinks for a second, replying that anyone is fine, as long as they are not a fairy. This throws Bjorn completely off. After that, he heads over to the Bearman's Cafe, still unable to believe. Mama Bear totally lights up the second she spots a customer, but Aman looks mildly horrified to see who actually walked in. But once she realizes it is just a friend, her mood instantly tanks, and she starts ranting about how empty the shop is. So, out of pure fear, Bjorn jokes that Aman seems weirdly at home doing restaurant work, which clearly annoys the guy. But our boy keeps teasing, saying there is no shame in being a full-time family man. Amon tries to dodge the topic entirely, asking instead if Bjorn came by to talk about the team. Bjorn explains that his team disbanded. Amon assumes he lost a comrade, muttering that this world is a pretty messed up place. He downs a beer and asks for 2 more, instantly lifting Mama Bear's mood. Amon then asks who else is joining their team, but Bjorn replies that he is currently looking for a mage, and ideally a priest. But then he recalls the paladin captain's warning that he needs at least 3 members above 5th rank and must complete temp. He decides they need a guide at the very least. For now, they will hire a temporary scout. Check this out right then. Amon casually reveals he is a guide and asks for a raise, catching Bjorn completely off. He suddenly remembers Eamon getting totally lost on the 1st floor, and the bear man starts sweating. Turns out, he is genuinely terrible with directions, so Bjorn awkwardly replies that he will think about it after Amon tries to make some small talk, but Mama Bear quickly cuts in, asking how long he plans on wasting time. He starts panicking, but the second she finds out he is joining she even says she hated his old party because they ghosted him for 18 months, which completely floors Bjorn. Amon starts chugging beer again, completely destroying the mature image Bjorn had of him. The next day, Bjorn visits the Barbarian sanctuary. A voice calls out, asking if he is here for Kaduva's funeral. The news hits him hard, and he immediately realizes Bjorn admits he had no idea the funeral was today. And the guy tells him it is fine, and they should go. After walking for a bit, they reach a clearing. He spots a depressed-looking Anar, who calls out to him, and Bjorn walks over to ask why she is sitting all alone. She says she never would have gone through with it if she had known this would happen, which catches Bjorn off guard. This ritual Anar completed is called tempering, which massively boosts physical stats and grants the right to spirit success, a barbarian-only sorcery that passes in essence to another warrior. However, it can only be done once, because the giver dies. Bjorn says the elder must have truly believed in her, but she is still too upset that nobody warned her. She screams at him not to disrespect the late chief, but he coldly snaps that she must be the real coward, since Kaduva never explained spirit succession. Everyone feels pain, but what really matters is how you face it, because that is what it truly means to walk the warrior's path. The shaman declares Kaduva's soul has merged with the forest, calling forward anyone who wants to be remembered. A short while later, Bjorn pays the shaman a visit in his tent. The shaman seems amused that our boy actually managed to gather. Finding that question pretty shady, Bjorn listens as the shaman laughs that money just happens to favor him. Bjorn looks annoyed as the memories hit him, and the shaman figures he must have traded something pretty valuable for them. Our hero refuses to answer, but the shaman casually says that for any true warrior, losing precious things. Instead, Bjorn asks if he can get the seal today, which the shaman easily confirms. He throws in a smug request to just get started. Not long after, agony-filled screams echo from the tent as he pants heavily, celebrating that he has finally reached unity, which is already a complete cheat code. But what makes— and get this, he can size up his weapons now, too. He completely spaces out in pure delight while the shaman sits there thinking our boy. Bjorn ends up completely passing out that night, only waking up the next day. But the shaman walks in looking incredibly serious and asks how he got chosen by the human deity, catching him completely. Still, he tells him not to worry, since nobody else will even notice it, and he has no plans to tell anyone. The shaman shifts into story mode, explaining how they abandoned their ancestral homeland years ago. They followed the souls of their ancestors until they landed here, discovering civilization and higher beings. Bjorn sits up and asks what that is supposed to mean. But the shaman just chuckles, saying their ancestral spirits led them to Raphonia, so there is no reason to doubt the spirit of— Bjorn wonders what the chief would say, and the shaman replies that the chief would probably kick him out, or worse, he asks why Bjorn is even worried, since every other species already abandoned their outdated traditions. The shaman presses him, asking if he is actually scared of getting exiled, making Bjorn realize that even as a shaman, how about this for a wild solution: become the chief instead? That fits the path of a warrior perfectly, and Bjorn cracks a grin, finding the whole idea pretty tempting. Later on, Bjorn walks through the forest, thinking that building up his influence will help either way. Right then, He spots Anar knocked out cold like a true barbarian. He wonders if she has been sleeping outside this whole time. When he wakes her up, she springs up like a wind-up. Bjorn simply asks if she is feeling better now. She takes a quiet moment before replying that she is doing much better, though she is still a little irritated. Anar thinks back to all the brutal training she endured under Kuva. Still annoyed that he never said a word to her, she quickly switches topics, asking Bjorn if something happened since he looks different and less cheerful. Wondering, he admits that one of his close friends passed away, and she softens up, asking what happened. After he gives her a quick explanation, she slowly repeats Dwaki's name, promising she will always remember it. She sighs that it is a shame, because meeting him once would have been nice. But she quickly moves on, asking if Bjorn wants to duel because she is eager to test her current strength. Bjorn asks if she wants to join the team, and she says she will, if she is strong enough. So far, Bjorn's party has been pretty balanced, but there is still one empty spot left since Amon handles all the scouting. He starts debating whether to fill that gap with a powerful mage, a ranged dealer, or another frontline brawler. Jokingly, he teases Anar that he originally wanted a mage, but since her potato brain cannot process she needs him to explain it in a way she can actually get. He simply tells her to give it everything she's got, and Bjorn raises his shield just in time, but she does not back down, pressuring him with a storm of rapid slash. It caught him off guard, making him realize she has grown much stronger and somehow inherited the successive Now check this out, he uses gigantification to push her further, putting her on high alert. He remembers how this exact giant form made a trainee knight cry for his mom, and wonders how Anar will react to it. But the next second, she is already right in his face without a single shred of hesitation, landing a solid strike. Bjorn grits his teeth, incredibly thankful for his iron leather skill, otherwise that last hit would have seriously hurt. She immediately snaps back, thinking she is not good enough, but he quickly reassures her, amazed that her eyes light up as she eagerly asks if she can join the squad, though Bjorn says he still needs a quick moment to think about it. She generously offers him 1 whole minute, but he bargains for 3 instead. Boasting that she is super patient and can totally wait, she immediately holds her breath as if that somehow. Meanwhile, Bjorn slips into analytical mode, realizing that even if she fights up close, her raw potential. When he tries to speak, she is still stubbornly holding her breath. So he tells her they will be working together, only to watch her instantly collapse like a potato, muttering Bjorn walks away, thinking that all he needs now is a mage, and then he will help boost both of the girls' ranks. Once he tells Anar that she passed, she runs off to pack her things. Sometime later, he bumps into Karen, who Bjorn mentions he came to visit the shaman, and Karen asks if he has some free time since training for the young warriors. Bjorn normally wouldn't join up, but since he's aiming for chief, this is a golden opportunity. Moments later, Karen is lecturing a crowd of fired-up rookie barbarians, telling them humans are the enemy. Bjorn watches, thinking it feels less like a lesson and more like low-key brainwashing, though he admits it is. Karen's voice turns dead serious as he warns them about what happens if a human turns out to be a plunderer. He says their heads should get crushed, and even Bjorn has to say amen to that. After the speech, Bjorn feels the adrenaline rush, his heart pounding hard as he lets out a massive war cry that instantly silences the. Then he goes full maniac mode, tossing out random tips for the coming battles. He yells that the only good plunderer is a dead one, warning them never to trust the guild or anyone named Hans. Just as he is about to keep going, look at this. A cold chill crawls down his spine as the chief flies right at him like a missile. The chief crashes into Bjorn like a falling tower, but our boy manages to dodge and demands to know what the hell is going on. Accusing him of writing those guild letters, the chief demands a real explanation. He wants to know if killing humans instead of beasts is the new barbarian way, while Bjorn's excitement plummets fast. Staring the leader dead in the eye, he fires back that the chief should have been teaching this stuff from day one. Bjorn's voice rises, demanding to know exactly how many barbarians have died inside the labyrinth. The chief claps back that real warriors do not fear death, claiming only survivors grow strong and that Bjorn clenches his jaw, remembering how almost half the tribe got wiped out during their first run, leaving only a few survivors. He fires back, asking if that many warriors really died back in the chief's day, which the chief quickly denies. Bjorn gets real. He says monsters in human skin treat them like trash, but the chief argues it is just mages wanting their hearts. Leaving the chief completely stunned, Bjorn keeps going. He says that at the very least, he should have warned the young warriors about what to expect. The chief clings to traditions, claiming they must learn alone. Bjorn yells at him to open his eyes. He shouts that they are not even warriors anymore, just prey for others to hunt, asking if this mess was really what the chief tells him to calm down. But Bjorn is way too fired up and lets it slip that if he were chief, that gets the chief's full attention as he stomps the ground, demanding to know what Bjorn just said. Bjorn clenches his fists and fires back that if the chief cannot do his job right, then he will do it for him. Sometime later, Bjorn wakes up and slowly pieces everything together, realizing he is lying inside the chief's tent. He remembers his little outburst. The chief did not say a single word, and get this, he suddenly swung his axe, almost shaving off half of Bjorn's face. Bjorn tried to fight back using gigantification, but still got knocked out cold. Though he did manage to land, the chief walks in, mildly surprised to find him awake, while Bjorn flinches when he spots the leader's completely. But the man fires back that Bjorn shouldn't talk with a face that beat up. Sitting down, the chief said Bjorn was just too annoying. He asks if Bjorn wants the position that badly, noting that while others chase the title for glory, Bjorn actually wants. Explaining that the former chief was the same, he asks if Bjorn knows what happened to him. With our hero correct, the barbarians had found a divine fairy relic inside the labyrinth. Believing it was stolen, the fairies captured the one who found it, accidentally killing him. The old chief lost his mind, starting a war that dragged on for over a year until the royal family finally stepped in. But the old chief did not survive. Many warriors died, and that was when the magic tower decided. The current chief went to protest, but those mages were far too deep in their own ego trip to listen. Bjorn tries to speak up, but the chief cuts him off, saying that if he had told the warriors about this, maybe more would have survived, but they would have started hating every single human. Bjorn argues it is only the plunderers, but the chief fires back that they are too dumb to tell the difference. He adds that if barbarians start hating all humans, there will not be a single safe place left for them. Bjorn thinks the chief is just terrified of the royals, and honestly, the old man freely admits it. He warns that if Bjorn ever stands before the king himself, he will finally get why that terror runs deep. But our guy can already tell it is not the actual throne that scares him, it is the monster sitting on it. The chief drops a warning about plunderers but asks him not to teach the young ones to hate humans. As he walks out, he adds he had better get a whole lot stronger, which actually gives our boy a glimmer of real hope. Bjorn just flashes a smug grin at the challenge, prompting the chief to give him one last nod of approval, admitting the kid packs a pretty solid punch while wiping blood from his nose. Outside, a crowd, shocked to see him alive, an ally pops up, asking if he is all right after everything. Suddenly, the crowd presses in, buzzing with hype, because Bjorn quickly shuts it down, explaining he still needs to prove his worth. The crowd immediately doubts him, wondering how on earth he expects to beat the chief, but our boy just flashes a wicked. Before he leaves, Bjorn runs into Karen and reminds him not to raise the little barbarian kids to hate humans. Karen tries to argue, but Einar cuts in to say not all humans are bad, bringing up Dwaki's heroic story. Honestly, who would have thought? Karen ends up crying over the tragic story and asks if he can pass it down. Bjorn is pretty stunned, but Einar thinks it is a brilliant idea that will set a great example. Bjorn tries pointing out Dwaki was just a mage, not a warrior, but the two have already decided, so he drops. Leaving the sanctuary behind, he brings Einar to his place and shows her the room next to his, making her instant. Amazed by how fancy it is, she leaps onto the bed and declares she is staying with him forever. But Bjorn quickly slaps a hand over her mouth, reminding her that they are not in the quiet sanctuary anymore. She needs to keep it down, turning her face bright red like a ripe tomato. Right on cue, Misha walks in at the worst possible moment, demanding to know what is going on while glaring at Bjorn. Starts sweating bullets right then and there. Einar just excitedly guesses Misha's name, calling it an abs. Misha immediately drags him outside for a private talk, demanding to know where that fierce barbarian girl he promised. She completely refuses to believe someone with such a slim frame could be a barbarian, but Einar kicks the door. She demands to know if Misha is mocking her height, warning them both that her ears hear absolutely everything. Misha quickly tries to backtrack, saying the girl is far too pretty to be a barbarian, which only makes. Meanwhile, Bjorn just stares at the absolute chaos and completely checks out. While the two girls keep bickering, he quietly slips right out the front door. The next day, he visits the bakery for Siobhan's monthly get-together, which he only attends to. He figures she only hosts these things to push Lagna closer to him. Out of the blue, he asks Lagna if she has ever thought about becoming an explorer, but she flatly reminds. Siobhan slams her hands on the table in total shock, frantically asking Lagna if she is actually. But Lagna calmly tells her not to worry, admitting she truly loves working as a librarian. Bjorn did not expect that, and feels a bit let down since she is at least a 5th-rank mage who must have a solid reason for staying back, to which he bluntly answers that the guy died, instantly killing the entire vibe of their little meeting. Later, he pays a visit to the Magic Order, where Raven is definitely not thrilled to see him again, asking if he even remembers her strict conditions. But when Bjorn recites them back word for word, she demands, and Bjorn admits he has not found a priest yet, but mentions Misha is a 7th-rank fighter who is about to reach 6th rank. Raven narrows her eyes, but Bjorn quickly brings up Anar, who inherited a 4th-rank essence and is now basically 6th rank. He finishes up by describing him as a ranged dealer who can summon a tank, which immediately makes Raven highly suspicious, since Bjorn explains that he is confident Amon will not betray them, so Raven ultimately decides to trust his. When she asks about their scout, Bjorn smoothly points out that Amon actually doubles as their scout too, leaving her completely speechless. When Bjorn asks if she wants him to swear an oath, Raven simply he sweetens the offer by promising her research will be fully funded since their party is about to reach. She instantly pauses. She realizes they can easily uncover hidden spots and ruptures with an experienced guide leading them. Bjorn keeps buttering her up by calling her an elite mage who already knows everything, and she totally eats it up, agreeing her research always comes first, meaning she might just disappear into thin air for months at a time. Bjorn easily agrees to her terms but asks for a simple heads up if she ever decides to leave. They shake hands to finalize the deal, and while she joins his overpowered team, Bjorn quietly celebrates. Following that victory, life back in Raphonia settles into a quiet routine. Everything changes when Mama Bear finds out her husband has been secretly running the dungeon completely. In the background, Misha feels terrible for spilling the secret while we watch them get front row seats to a legend. A few days later, as the clock strikes 12 at midnight, Hansu prepares himself for another sudden trip back to the mysterious spirit world. Knowing the community forum stays active during his 12 hours here, Hansu quickly searches for any valuable intel on. The hefty information fee is painful, but it is a price he is willing to pay since normal books cannot guarantee his survival. After all, printed guides do not get updated, like active forums. Just after posting his query, a familiar chat room catches his eye, and he clicks on it. Sergeant Lee dramatically greets him with tears in his eyes, demanding to know why he took so long. Hansu explains he came as fast as possible, but Beko keeps ranting about fearing the absolute. While Beko complains endlessly about losing his only chance to talk trash about terrible politicians and useless Hansu awkwardly sits down, blaming himself for expecting Beko to act like a normal person. The poor guy was dragged into this world straight from his military service, with absolutely zero human contact. Still, Beko is a 10-year veteran who might easily be putting on a show, making Hansu sweat a little as the sergeant smiles warmly, admitting he is glad Hansu returned, while our boy smirks and reminds him he promised he would. Beko immediately wonders what they should talk about next, listing random celebrities while Hansu looks completely lost and has absolutely no idea who any of these famous people are. Hansu suggests talking about the military instead, which excites Beko until he realizes Beko laughs it off, noting that military talk beats arguing about pop stars. Since Hansu knows nothing about music, Beko is shocked because he had assumed Hansu was just an edgy fanboy. The sergeant says this brief chat brings back memories of home in a way he cannot quite explain. They keep talking for hours. They keep laughing and sharing jokes, until Beko drops a dark truth that makes you wonder if they will ever. Beko explains that taking lives for simply standing in their way has become a normal routine. Hansu remains hopeful and suggests they will adapt eventually, though Beko only nods without being fully convinced. Beko thanks him, confessing he initially planned to stay here forever out of fear that Earth would just label them as shifting the mood. He admits this brief conversation gave him real hope that if he can laugh here, he might find. Keeping his guard up, Hansu avoids pushing and instead steers the conversation toward the mysterious Orculus. Beko is surprised and asks why Hansu is curious, catching our main character completely off guard. Hansu sticks to his rehearsed story, claiming rumors say Orculus stole the 6 treasures needed to unlock the final. Beko relaxes at that explanation, revealing that those precious treasures were actually stolen on the exact same day. Hansu immediately connects the dots, realizing other races are indeed being targeted, and that there is no way. Beko says he investigated but found nothing, asking Hansu to share any clues he stumbles across. Hansu silently notes that Beko is likely completely innocent here. The sergeant nervously adds that 5 people can open the gate anyway, so Hansu does not need to see him. Hansu asks how he can find something, even Beko could not, but the veteran fails to give a straight answer. Beiko simply tells him he is special, a claim to which Hansu has absolutely no response. Beiko points out that Hansu beat the game 10 times on easy mode, claiming he will be just as overpowered in 10 years. Hansu falls deep into thought. He realizes the sergeant basically just said it would take 10 years to locate those 6 treasures, leaving him to wonder where. Then Beiko casually mentions that if you rack up enough fame, the Revolutionary Front shows up with a prompt. But accepting that offer leads straight to a bad ending. He also warns that the royals might target Orculus. Hansu gets pretty interested and asks exactly where it happened, but Beiko admits he does not know the details. He adds that Lagar completely lost his memory and has no idea what even hit him, which makes Hansu wonder if this all ties back to the vine snapping on the ring. Beiko explains that someone found the letter and took it to the temple, exposing the whole thing and potentially bringing. Since Orculus is incredibly dangerous, he warns Hansu never to join that raid. Suddenly, Hansu still has tons of burning questions, but the sergeant completely vanishes into thin air regardless. Heading back to his room, Hansu tries to process everything, knowing it is only a matter of time before he gets caught. The ring can only buy so much time before he gets exposed. If Orculus ends up turning hostile, he needs to gather. And just like that, the highly anticipated roundtable meeting begins. He strolls in fashionably late, acting completely arrogant as planned, while the others whisper, wondering if he would. A new guy whispers, asking who this is, but the others cannot explain and just tell him to shut his mouth. The goblin gets suspicious, thinking they are playing a prank since this guy cannot attack physically. Now watch this absolute silence hits as Hansu walks in radiating pure dominance. The goblin tries to act tough, but Hansu does not waste a second. He blasts him with pure bloodlust, making the since this guy is a returning user, he really should have listened to his seniors. Releasing the pressure, he says he was just curious about the new guy, but quickly decides he is just as. But the jester jumps in, claiming he has cooked up some fresh intel that even Hansu will find interesting. Hansu takes his seat like the absolute main character he is, smiling in anticipation of the juicy info about to. The deer and the fox taunt him to pull himself together because things are starting, while the jester laughs. The hooded guy and the fox agree it was not nearly as bad as last time. Though Hansu knows he had to dial back his power to maintain control, a smart trick he learned from the chief. The goblin apologizes as he regains his composure, and Hansu easily figures out this guy is a level below the. The jester perks up, wondering who should present first, and specifically asks for the lion to go last, which leaves. But the jester just explains that he likes saving the best for last. As round 1 kicks off, the goblin thinks he hit the. But check this out, the crystal flares red, showing they already knew. Hansu wonders how that leaked, while the fox consoles the disappointed goblin, saying it takes a lot more to impress those two. The hooded guy admits he was clueless too, and Hansu immediately suspects the deer and the jester were the ones in. The lion clicks his tongue in sheer annoyance while the jester scolds the fox for breaking their unspoken rule about. He tells everyone to keep their slips in check. But Hansu recalls that last time the jester himself exposed someone, making him realize this clown is way less. Hansu stays sharp, suspecting this specific info might expose the jester's true identity. The goblin sits down, revealing the deity gave an oracle, and this time the red crystal turns completely green. The jester's interest immediately spikes and he offers to buy the intel, but the goblin complains he is being kept out of. The jester slips up and reveals even the paladin does not know, making the goblin panic as everyone now realizes. He starts panicking about the new guy being present, but the jester tells him the lion probably does not care. Next up, it's the fox's turn. She drops the news that a double-numbered item is going up at the Sky auction house, which instantly grabs Hansu's attention since the deer follows up, revealing the royal family is gearing up to raid Noark, directly confirming what Beiko had said. Then the hooded guy reveals that stolen gear from the Dragon Slayer is hitting the black market, though the legendary. That bit of news hits Hansu like a truck, as he realizes some lucky bastard must have looted the guy after he got. Beiko claims he did not even hit his head, yet his memories are completely gone. Now Hansu suspects this amnesia ties back to that drug, meaning a traitor is quietly causing internal chaos. The jester looks over at the lion next, asking if he wants to take a turn. Hansu notices his smug look and calls out his overconfidence. But the jester claims he dug deep. The jester proudly reveals that in 3 years, Unity Magic will support 6 people at once and everyone instantly loses. As the crystal glows green, Hansu realizes it is either true, or the jester genuinely believes it is. The deer stands up in complete shock, while Miss Fox panics, rambling about how this changes everything. Imagine the chaos six-person parties would completely flip the entire game on its head. New team formations and synergies would emerge, making clearing the game a real possibility at last. The jester smugly asks what Hansu thinks, and our boy just smirks, tossing the needy guy some quick praise. When his own turn finally rolls around, Hansu ponders what info to drop now that stakes are high. Deciding to reward their efforts, he drops a bombshell. The oracle created a new divine relic. This makes the goblins. The jester quickly cuts him off to demand details, but Hansu shuts him down, demanding better info next time. The jester just laughs, glad the lion is staying, and promises to bring better intel next time. While the jester gets overly excited, Hansu plans to play it totally cool next round, acting like the info. Miss Fox asks if he knows where the master is hiding, but Hansu just acts mysterious, hinting his answer depends on what she offers, leaving her frustrated since her. With that settled, Hansu asks if they are ready for another round. Seconds later, the goblin jumps back into the conversation after his previous info completely flops. The hooded guy demands better intel, forcing the goblin to cough up a secret about the temple. Miss Fox finally reveals the true nature of the double number item, but it still fails to impress the deer. The deer counters with royal rumors, while Crescent adds that the successor of the fair committed a major crime and lost. Jester claims their masks are not random, but actually reflect the destiny of each bearer. He calls the goblin weak, making the deer realize exactly why the jester chose a clown mask. Nobody thinks that is crystal-worthy intel, so he shares a rumor about the Explorer Guild. Now watch this. Hansu casually drops a piece of info so incredibly advanced, it is basically useless. He reveals the Stone of Resurrection actually exists, and the entire room immediately explodes into chaos. Everyone is shocked, except the goblin, who cluelessly asks what that is, instantly ruining the dramatic mood. That legendary stone is nearly impossible to obtain, and Hansu only found it once in 9 brutal years of playing. Miss Fox explains its obvious power, but the goblin calls cap, insisting a revival item should not exist. Crescent stands up, asking if bringing someone back from the dead is really possible. Hansu confirms it is, though it comes with some highly complex conditions. The hooded guy tries to press for more details, but Hansu cuts him off, saying he already shared enough. He does not back down, desperately asking what kind of intel Hansu wants in exchange for the item. Scrambling for an answer, Hansu delivers the coldest response possible, saying he is not even sure. It sounds a bit edgy in his head, but he hopes it forces them to throw all their best secrets his way. That way, he can easily dismiss mid-tier information by pretending to have incredibly high standards. The hooded guy falls silent, wondering what kind of legendary information could possibly impress a powerhouse, but dead silence fills the room. As Hansu gets up, everyone stares expectantly, hoping for more. Still, he smoothly tells them he looks forward to their next meeting and walks out, radiating absolute Meanwhile, the goblin panics, muttering that the lion might actually be one of them, leaving the rest completely confused. He claims only 10 people in their order know about the oracle, wondering if Hansu is secretly one of them. The jester immediately begins roasting him, but the goblin stands his ground, insisting nothing else makes sense. Instantly slamming the table, the jester yells that this is the exact reason nobody takes him seriously. He asks if it ever occurred to him that one of those 10 might just be his own subordinate. But the goblin refuses to believe it since those people are chosen by the spirit. The rest of the group look. The hooded guy admits he thought Hansu was some self-righteous hero, but he is clearly something else entirely. Even the deer has to admit that Hansu operates on a whole different level. The hooded guy points out that since Hansu knew about the Nork raid, he might have palace connections. Miss Fox notes he was not even slightly tempted by that double number item. The jester chimes in, guessing The hooded guy suggests they might already be exposed, since Hansu stared right at him before revealing that resurrection. The goblin tries to laugh it off and says they are overthinking things, but internally, he wonders if he is falling. Then the jester adds that everything makes sense now, especially why Hansu brought up that resurrection stone to be. Miss Fox suddenly gets a bright idea and asks if it is possible to track someone through their mask. Even the deer agrees that is highly possible, assuming the jester was telling the truth earlier. Miss Fox launches into ancient lore, mentioning how lions push their cubs off cliffs to toughen them up, but the deer points out. The jester speculates that maybe this all means Hansu is destined to become a king someday. And Crescent nods along, noting he definitely does not look like the type to serve under anyone. As the group keeps theorizing, the goblin has a sudden realization, wondering if the lion mask means Hansu keeps a massive harem just like. He wisely keeps that thought to himself, not wanting to get roasted by the others again. 2 days later, the newly formed team holds their first meeting. And honestly, Bjorn is pretty worried. Raven gets straight to business, demanding they discuss how to split the loot, and immediately nominates Bjorn to handle. But Raven disagrees, and Avon backs her up, claiming Anar does not deserve an equal share because of her low skill, which before she can explode, Misha covers her mouth to quiet her down, assuring her that Bjorn is going to handle every. Raven explains that using her advanced distortion magic, they can store essences in test tubes to extract extra items, so she demands a 30% cut, just like her senior. Bjorn points out her seniors probably worked with low-level parties, but she fires right back, asking if she is a 6th rank mage, which equals a 5th rank explorer, technically making her the highest level member here. Bjorn says they will sort it out inside the labyrinth, but Raven keeps insisting that Misha and Anar are not nearly as useful. Our boy settles the dispute by offering her 40% of any magic-assisted loot, which she happily accepts. Bjorn tells Avon he can only take 5% from the share of Anar for his scouting, which visibly annoys him, but a quick glare shuts him up. With that, their biggest issue is resolved, and Bjorn notes how much easier things are. But just when he thinks they are finally done, Raven starts up again. She launches into endless questions about registration, funding, and splitting loot during ruptures. She keeps going on and on while the others pretend to be busy, and Bjorn struggles to stay awake. Eventually, he asks how long this is going to take, and the little witch replies they have only covered half of 35 topics. Bjorn decides to call it a night, and promises to handle the rest later. She still presses for a set date, making the next morning. They finish their registration and head back home early. He tells the girls to rest up, but when he enters his room, he wonders if the meeting with the dragon people is finally happening, guessing they must want their dragon slayer sword. The moment he opens the letter, which simply says that they will summon him, a sudden flash of light completely engulfs, and he gets violently yanked into an unknown space. Bjorn looks around, wondering if this is the dragon. Out of nowhere, a voice asks if he knows he is not the first barbarian to ever step foot in this place. Intense pressure hits him hard, but it is much stronger than simple bloodlust. A heavy weight our boy. The man sitting on the throne tells him that if he somehow makes it out alive, he will be the first barbarian to ever do so. Bjorn quickly realizes this high-ranking creature is just and since their species is far too proud to just take the sword back without giving a reward, they still feel the need to act overly dramatic before even speaking. It seriously annoys him, which clearly throws the dragon man off, since he has never seen anyone react with such casual indifference. Bjorn takes a deep breath and lets out a full-blown war cry, completely ignoring the terrifying dragon. The draconian stands there completely stunned for a moment, but finally asks what the hell that was about. He shrugs. Bjorn says he just felt like shouting. The man snaps his fingers with a quick apology, smiling as he explains the elders forced him to act tough to make negotiations. Bjorn decides to get straight to the point, introducing himself before asking if this guy is actually the chief. The man stands up and tells him to call him Furs Dormith, which leaves Bjorn standing there completely flabbergasted. Lafir laughs it off as a joke and tells him to just call him Lafir, though Bjorn honestly couldn't care less. He squints his eyes and asks to see the legendary dragon sword, finding it pretty hard to believe Bjorn actually has it. Bjorn feels quite annoyed, but action speaks louder than boring talk, so he just pulls it out. Before he can even react, Lafir moves like a flash, snatching the sword away and holding it up to inspect it. Lafir demands the whole truth about Lagar, so Bjorn gives him a quick summary, while keeping a few secrets to himself. The Draconian seems pretty shaken by what Lagar did, but agrees to keep the entire matter quiet. And here comes the ultimate curveball. Lagar is actually his younger brother. He couldn't stop him back then. He flashes back to the day he found the ancient dragon's corpse, only to realize this. Lafir snaps out. He bows deeply to thank Bjorn for returning the sword, calling him a true savior. Bjorn feels pretty awkward since he only did this for a payout, but decides to roll with it. Lafir starts by offering treasure, easily enough to buy his elite armor and more, but Bjorn turns it. Next is the offer of a skilled teammate for 2 years, which actually sounds pretty tempting. But Bjorn passes on that too. Lafir even whispers that she is quite beautiful. He then offers some prototype. If Bjorn just wanted gear, he would have taken the raw gold. Pure barbarian style, Bjorn rejects all of it and demands a tattoo, completely catching Lafir off. We are talking about the Dragon's Blessing, the ultimate cheat code that makes their race so insanely overpowered. Lafir suddenly gets dead serious, demanding to know where he heard about that blessing. But Bjorn he points out that since Lafir is a proud dragon descendant, he should just act like one and hand it over. Lafir is deeply shaken, wondering if every barbarian is truly this insane, warning that receiving this mark would get Bjorn exiled from his own tribe. Bjorn claps back, calling him a cheapskate. Then his tone shifts. He warns that the Spirit of Light predicted Ligar's return, and they are both bound by a danger. Lafir is stunned, but Bjorn keeps pushing him further, explaining he needs to get stronger so no more allies die because of that monster. Then, so he should invest in someone who can, declaring he will destroy that rogue draconian once and for all. Lafir agrees to check with the Oracle first, and with that settled, Bjorn walks out of there completely intact. But the peace is incredibly short-lived. Julie suddenly corners him, asking if he has finally changed his mind, fully believing her father had a hand in it. Bjorn admits the old man tried to pull a fast one. Bjorn cannot shake the feeling that it is way too suspicious for the district manager to demand a meeting with Rotman. Something stinks. This entire setup is extremely suspicious. So he grabs his heavy mace and demands to know where her father is, claiming he just wants to talk. Julie tries to ask why on earth he needs a weapon for a chat, but he walks off like that is the dumbest question imaginable. Seconds later, he literally kicks down the district manager's door, leaving everyone inside paralyzed. They hesitate, but the manager insists until they leave. Bjorn casually praises him for making the smart move, but the man asks why he burst in while dragging his daughter along. Solve your own drama. Bjorn tells them to sort it out, leaving the father surprised by his harsh. Bjorn bluntly replies he was never on her side to begin with, and has no plans to start. When asked why he brought her, he explains that she kept following him around and wouldn't stop pestering him. The district manager believes him instantly, but then gestures toward the shattered door, asking why he had to. Bjorn jokingly replies that this way, everyone will see he's a very open leader who truly values communication. This instantly ticks the manager off, and he threatens him with jail time. But Bjorn warns him if he goes down, all the manager's dirty secrets come out too. The manager laughs it off, claiming nobody trusts a scout, but Bjorn drops a massive bomb. He is the Barbarian. He reminds him, the Barbarians have his back, and you know his political enemies would love this chaos. That completely drains the color from the man's face, and he backs down, asking what Bjorn actually wants. For a split second, Bjorn contemplates crushing the guy's skull, but dealing with the Dragon Slayer mess he activates Bloodlust, forcing the manager to look him dead in the eyes, stating he honestly. But if the guy ever pulls this stunt again, their next meeting will not end with just talking. Both men start shaking, while Bjorn walks away with absolute confidence, leaving behind a heavy, suffocating prep. Following that rather intense negotiation, Bjorn gets right back to prepping for the upcoming dungeon. But first, he has to survive 30 new questions that Raven compiled just for him. After several grueling hours of her endless yapping, she finally releases Bjorn, who is now barely clinging to his. Sometime later, the squad gets completely wasted while trying to brainstorm a team name. Anar excitedly pitches the name Apple Pie, while Raven pushes for something incredibly edgy like Narak. Bjorn does not argue, and just merges them into Apple Narak, making Anar look absolutely thrilled. Soon after, Bjorn visits the training grounds to help Misha and Anar, who charge forward in perfect harmony. Whenever he has free time, he drops by the library, and at one point, Hikarad stops by to say hello, but our boy completely ignores the dwarf. Days quickly pass until it is finally. Sometime later, deep inside the crystal cave, Raven loses her temper and demands to know what Amon is doing since he looks hopeless. Bjorn tries to calm things, confessing he had no idea the guy had such a terrible sense of direction, while secretly thinking the Bearman could not navigate us. Raven already suspected he was worse than Zoro, especially since he arrived late despite literally living. She aggressively demands a late fee from him, while Amon mutters some weak excuse about it being his very first time. But Bjorn steps in to de-escalate things before the poor bear can embarrass himself further. Raven starts biting her nails in absolute frustration, so Bjorn has to start gaslighting her into believing that he tells Amon that he will take over the lead, and only needs general directions to the portal. With that settled, they head off, and Bjorn wisely decides to stick to the wider paths from his past experience. Despite leading for the very first time, he knows to bypass hills and choose darker paths with fewer crystals, a trick he learned from his time with. Thanks to those tactics, they reach the second floor in just 12 hours, earning a rare nod of approval from Raven. Now, this floor is actually easier to navigate with 8 portals, but here is the catch: once one opens, the others turn to stone. Because of this, late teams always end up running around in circles, but having a guide changes everything. He then instructs Raven to summon even more light spheres, which she does with ease thanks to her massive mana regeneration rate. Amon notes that his previous mage was nowhere near this skilled, which immediately dampens Misha's mood as she finally understands why. Normally, you would need a professional scout to handle these traps, but a few bright light spheres do the trick. Of course, all this light attracts goblins, but Bjorn just swats them away like he is hitting home runs. By day 2, they hit the 3rd floor, entering the witch's forest. The moment the zone's special effect. On the 8th day, Anar randomly lets out a massive war cry, scaring Misha nearly half to death. But she is just thrilled to finally spot the castle deep within the forest, while Bjorn silently realizes they made it just as. But Raven snaps him out of his thoughts, complaining that the dark mana is becoming way too heavy to handle. Bjorn tells her they just need to wait for the color to change. Anar asks if it is because another squad might be waiting inside, which Bjorn confirms. Right on cue, dropping down to the 4th floor, they are immediately swarmed by monsters, which Bjorn views as the absolute perfect training. Frankly, it is the best chance to test their growth. With that, a massive Bjorn crushes. Amon covers him with corrosive arrows to wreck their enemies, while Raven unleashes massive fire spells that turn the monsters. Bjorn smirks, loving how great it feels to finally have 3 capable teammates, figuring the 2 girls can handle themselves. Plus, he believes they should be ready to tackle the 5th floor soon. But the big problem is their route, since they must cross the Sky Tower Stairs of Wisdom. It only took 1 hour with Rottmiller, but it takes 5 times longer with Bjorn. Checking his watch at 10 at night, he calls for a rest, telling everyone to sleep, though Raven seems pretty down. Einar is in high spirits, since they do not need to stand guard in this empty tower, and Misha explains but Einar passes out right in the middle of talking. Misha catches Bjorn watching them and asks what he is staring. Still, Bjorn dryly replies he was not even looking at her, which annoys her so much, she storms off. This catches Bjorn off guard, but then Raven steps in to say she ran the numbers, and there is no way. Bjorn shrugs, it is only their first run. Raven narrows her eyes, but Bjorn explains they will speed up with practice, sending her waddling back. Then, the real nightmare begins. Raven shakes Bjorn awake, whispering there is an intruder. He instinctively reaches for his weapon, but Raven warns him not to move because the intruder is standing right behind her. As she desperately tries to play it cool, Bjorn realizes with dread that their mage's life is literally Somehow, she stays incredibly calm, but Bjorn gets thrown off when he realizes she can actually hear his. She quietly reminds him that her life is quite literally in his hands. Bjorn knows he has to keep a cool head to survive this, figuring the intruder must have sneaked in. Back when they first entered, Raven cast her detection magic and found absolutely nothing. That makes this whole situation incredibly suspicious. The only explanation is that this guy used a high-rank but right then, the invisible intruder slips out a knife. This immediately tells Bjorn that the guy has zero confidence in his actual combat skills. He tells Raven he is. She nervously tells him to be careful, but he cuts her off with a roaring war cry, throwing his shield like some cheat. Raven dives for cover as the shield slams directly into the intruder, shattering his stealth spell and making him grunt. The rest of the crew snap awake, instantly realizing an enemy has infiltrated their camp. Bjorn charges ahead using gigantification, scooping Raven up with one arm while trying to swat his target barely dodges and vanishes into thin air again, triggering his stealth once more, which really ticks Bjorn off. Raven groans for him to be a bit gentler, complaining that being swung around like a rag doll is making her hurt all. Bjorn bellows at the squad to gear up for a fight because some rat just tried to assassinate Raven. The whole squad springs into action like an elite unit, while Einar shouts out how awesome it is that he explains he meant a human enemy, then quickly sets Raven down. He asks Raven to keep using her detection magic, though she admits she still cannot pinpoint his exact location. Bjorn tells her to keep scanning, while Amon asks how many enemies they are dealing with. He guesses it is just one for now, warning everyone to stay sharp. Now watch how tense this gets. They sweep the room in a tight formation while Einar yells for the rat to show himself. She screams that he is right there, immediately triggering her tracking spell. His stealth shatters. He is completely exposed. Einar yells in rage at him for ruining her sleep, while Amon calmly fires a shot. It barely misses. Bjorn tells her to chill out, because the guy just fled through the stairs of courage, meaning he is trapped. While they pack up, Raven runs over and shows him a satchel she spotted on the ground. It turns out to be an expandable bag, filled with top-tier assassin gear. Bjorn concludes they are dealing with. He tells everyone to fall in, warning them that this professional assassin might still have a nasty trick up his. Deciding to scout ahead first, he tells the others to wait for his signal. His eyes widen the moment he enters, and he waves the team forward, telling Raven to keep her scanner active. With beasts crowding around the fire wielder, Bjorn orders his squad to clear the creatures first while keeping their eyes peeled. With the fight over, they all stare at the charred corpse, sharing the same grim thought. Bjorn asks if this is for real, and Raven confirms it is indeed the assassin. No body doubles here. Amon asks if the guy actually ended his own life. Bjorn feels pretty sick. He has seen people desperately clinging to life, right at death's door, but never anyone who gave up so quickly. His bag has no identity tag, and Raven confirms the corpse. Bjorn checks on Raven. She looks confused until he mentions the corpse golem. She gets totally flustered and yells that it was just the smell back then, insisting she is used to this kind of stuff. Misha points to someone who is already snoozing and tells Bjorn they should all get some rest. So they set up a campfire for the night, with Bjorn taking the very first watch. Sitting there, we see him narrowing the suspects down to just 2 people, either the Dragon Slayer or the no identification tag. This makes him heavily lean toward the Dragon Slayer, but the extreme effort to erase all evidence makes the district manager look way more suspicious. Bjorn figures there, but then he notices Raven tossing restlessly. Is she having a nightmare right now? She suddenly calls out his name, and though he reassures her that he is on guard, she says she has a question. She asks what would have happened if she didn't use mana detection, and Bjorn asks if she wants the honest truth. He tells her flat out that they likely all would have died, or at least lost a couple of people. Raven wonders if every expedition is this brutal, questioning just how twisted their entire world. Bjorn tries to ease her mind, telling her that not every mission